Chapter 12:11 Bloodline Golden Flame. Raging Flame Barrier. Dan Chu roared furiously. His voice was hoarse and cracked now. Countless flame runes shot over from the surrounding prison. In truth, the majority of Dan Chu's power was condensed within this huge flame prison, as he was afraid of Long Chen using some secret technique to run away. But now, he had no choice but to draw out the power he had used in the prison. 3 slashes of Long Chen's saber were consecutively blocked by the flame barrier. As for Dan Chu, he was holding his crotch, constantly rolling on the ground and wailing. The pain made it so he couldn't focus on the battle. If it hadn't been for the prison he had set up in advance, he would have already died. His life rod had been destroyed. That pain was unimaginable, even though he was using Heavenly Tao energy to heal it. Heavenly Tao energy had a very limited effect on recovering the root of the human Tao. At this time, Dan Chu could only use the flame barrier to stall for some time while he suppressed the pain. Then he would be able to continue fighting. Hearing that Long Chen's strikes were continuously blocked by his defenses, Dan Chu relaxed. He hastily swallowed a medicinal pill to suppress the pain. Otherwise, with that intense pain racking his body, let alone fighting, he wouldn't even have the ability to stand. Long Chen, I'll definitely tear you to pieces. Dan Chu was filled with hatred. In all his years, he had never suffered this much. This kick from Long Chen severed his ability to carry on his ancestral line. Even though the pill tower had tens of thousands of amazing medicinal pills that could allow him to regrow it, it would only have the form. Its function would very likely never recover. Long Chen continuously attacked the flame barrier, but he was unable to break it. That made Dan Chu calm down, and he focused on recovering. A minute passed. Dan Chu finally managed to suppress the pain, but his expression suddenly changed. In just this 1 minute, he sensed his prison had weakened a great deal. Long Chen was constantly striking the barrier with Blooddrinker, while Huo Long was coiled around the prison, greedily devouring its energy. The only reason Long Chen was attacking the barrier was to draw Dan Chu's attention so that Huo Long would have more time to devour the flame energy. Huo Long greedily absorbed the flame energy. The violet color of its flames grew deeper, and its aura also grew stronger. "Bastard, you're still stealing." Boom! Dan Chu roared, and the prison he had made shook. He was trying to throw off Huo Long, but he suddenly found that in just this 1 minute, Huo Long had grown too strong, while the amount of energy within his prison had shrunk. He was unable to throw it off. "Don't be so petty. You have too much flame energy inside you, making your temper bad. It's not good for young people to be so angry all the time. Look at yourself, at how flustered and exasperated you are. That's a clear sign you are holding too many flames inside. That's why I was helping you, saving your life," said Long Chen wickedly upon seeing the crazed Dan Chu. "Die!" Dan Chu roared, his hair fluttering in the air and flames coiling around him. Heaven and earth shook. The world suddenly became clear. That was because the huge flame prison had disappeared. After reabsorbing the energy within this flame prison, Dan Chu's aura instantly reached his peak. He waved his hand, the golden spear shooting toward Long Chen. Long Chen also called back Huo Long. A large amount of spiritual yuan poured into his body. Just now Huo Long had not only devoured Dan Chu's flame energy, but it had also taken away a huge amount of his spiritual yuan. Boom! Saber and spear once more collided, unleashing huge flame waves. The world ignited, causing space to twist. "Bastard, I will flay the skin from your body and pull out every muscle and bone you have." Now Dan Chu had recalled his flame prison, unleashing a full-power attack. But he was only an even match against Long Chen. That wasn't because Long Chen had grown stronger, but because he had taken so much of Dan Chu's spiritual yuan and flame energy. That made Dan Chu so angry that he felt like he might die. He had clearly been stronger than Long Chen, but because he had been too careful, things had ended up like this. The two of them began an intense battle, flames filling the air. Although Dan Chu was infuriated, due to his previous experience, he no longer dared to fight Long Chen at close range. He unleashed huge spear images that struck at Long Chen from a distance. Long Chen brandished Blooddrinker, defending 70% of the time. He did his best to avoid head-on collisions. With the help of the divine ring and soul-devouring violet flame, he was recovering energy as he fought. Long Chen's exhausted spiritual yuan had recovered to about a third. As long as he didn't use a big move, his spiritual yuan would only continue recovering. The longer the battle dragged on, the more beneficial it was to him. At this time, Dan Chu's expression changed. He finally realized that if this continued, his situation would only grow worse. His spiritual yuan was also recovering, but it wasn't recovering as fast as Long Chen's. Furthermore, while spiritual yuan could be quickly recovered, there was no way for him to recover the flame energy Long Chen had stolen from him. Bloodline golden flame. Dan Chu finally calmed down. Upon clenching his teeth, a circular rune appeared on his forehead. Light began to spin within it until it became a blazing sun. A mass of golden flames burst out of Dan Chu's body. Once the golden flames burst out, his soul-devouring violet flame was like oil being boiled. It unleashed a terrifying pressure that caused space to rumble. Long Chen, did you think that by stealing that little bit of flame energy from me you could match me? Idiot, keep dreaming. I'll show you the true difference between us, the power that trash like you couldn't compare to even if you cultivated for 1,000,000 years. Dan Chu icily glared at the distant Long Chen, floating in the air with golden flames erupting from him. Long Chen was deeply shaken. This golden flame seemed like a king amongst flames. Any other flames would have to lower their heads to it, but for some unknown reason, Long Chen felt a kind of loathing and hatred in the depths of his soul for this golden flame. Dan Chu raised his spear. Golden flames soared out of it, and a terrifying pressure erupted. Whether Long Chen fled to the heavens or to hell, this spear would follow him. This terrifying lock was unavoidable, but Long Chen felt no fear. A terrifying aura now also soared out of Long Chen. His immortal platforms began to rapidly revolve. Long Chen's skin suddenly exploded and cracks appeared all over him, blood spurting out. His body was unable to bear his own power. Blooddrinker smashed into Dan Chu's golden spear. Dan Chu coughed up a mouthful of blood, while blood mist exploded out of Long Chen. His physical body couldn't bear the power of his 108,000 immortal platforms. He was completely covered in blood now, but he had still managed to block Dan Chu's full-strength attack. Saber and spear were perfectly matched, with flames destroying the surroundings. This had been a world-shaking collision. Both of them were unleashing their full power, but neither was able to overwhelm the other. Dan Chu's fury became shock. He had never expected Long Chen to have such a terrifying trump card. I'll let you die in peace. Dan Chu's aura changed. Suddenly, endless flames flew toward him from every direction. At the same time, chanting filled the air like the murmuring of gods. Long Chen sneered. The Nirvana scripture. Didn't he know that as well? At the same time as Dan Chu started using the Nirvana scripture, Long Chen started using it as well. Chanting suddenly rang out, chanting that was different from the previous chanting. This chanting was even more majestic, and it clearly rang out in Dan Chu's ears. His expression changed. How can you know my Pill Valley's Nirvana scripture? Long Chen ignored him and unleashed the full power of the Nirvana scripture. Heaven and earth shook. The world's flame energy poured toward Long Chen. The flames around him looked like oil that had been tossed inside, and they soared toward the sky. This is impossible. Dan Chu roared furiously. He couldn't believe this. How could Long Chen know Pill Valley's secret art, the Nirvana scripture? The most unbelievable thing was that when Long Chen used the Nirvana scripture, all the flame energy that he had gathered was snatched away by Long Chen. Dan Chu refused to accept this. Long Chen wasn't just snatching heaven and earth's flame energy, he was even taking his core flame. If this continued, let alone fighting Long Chen, all his flame energy would be sucked dry by him. In the end, death would be his only path. Boom! Dan Chu suddenly detonated his golden spear. Long Chen was caught off guard and blown several miles away by its power. Just at this moment, Dan Chu formed a hand seal, and a 3,000-meter cauldron appeared in the air. This cauldron unleashed a terrifying pressure, crushing even heaven and earth. Long Chen's expression completely changed. This cauldron was probably on an even higher level than a king item. Die! Dan Chu seemed crazed. Golden blood was actually pouring out of his eyes, and his face was twisted. The huge cauldron smashed toward Long Chen. Long Chen's hair immediately stood on end. He had a premonition that being struck by this cauldron would spell certain death. Long Chen put away Blooddrinker. His left hand grabbed his right elbow, and a sphere began to condense above his right hand. Chapter 12:12 Nirvana Scripture versus Nirvana Scripture. The sphere was only a foot wide when it first appeared, but as Long Chen poured in flame energy and the energy of his immortal platforms, it suddenly grew to 30 meters. It was like a star had appeared in Long Chen's hand. Facing this terrifying cauldron, Long Chen was unleashing unprecedented power. With his nirvana scripture pushed to the peak, this sphere was now 10 times larger than it was when Long Chen had used it to attack Han Zhenyu's group of 3 over the Eastern Sea. Following Long Chen's shout, the sphere in his hand shot through the air like a shooting star, smashing into the cauldron. Light exploded, flame runes and golden runes exploded. Even space collapsed. Long Chen was blown back by the shockwave, his body turned into a bloody pulp. He hastily drank a few mouthfuls of the divine life elixir, fully recovering. But his spiritual yuan had been sucked dry by this one-star fall. Looking toward Dan Chu, he saw that he wasn't any better off than him. He was vomiting blood, and the flames around him had disappeared. He was paper white, filled with shock. Long Chen's attack had managed to force back the cauldron. That cauldron was connected to Dan Chu's mind, and his soul had received a heavy backlash. It was a heavy injury. Die. Dan Chu's face was twisted as he suddenly coughed up golden blood onto the cauldron. The cauldron had already shrunk, but now it once more unleashed brilliant splendor, its runes activating again. It shot towards Long Chen. Dan Chu had paid an incredible price to make the cauldron attack once more. His eyes were now listless and dull. But to kill Long Chen, he couldn't care about that. Long Chen's power terrified him, and he was willing to pay any price to kill him. The cauldron was only a foot tall now, but it was surrounded by countless runes as it smashed toward Long Chen, with space crumbling wherever it passed. If Long Chen was struck by it, he would definitely die. Long Chen's spiritual yuan was almost exhausted. Even if his body had recovered, he couldn't block this terrifying attack. Seeing that he had been locked down by this cauldron and had no way to run, for some unknown reason, Long Chen suddenly thought of a certain thing. A black pot suddenly appeared in Long Chen's hand. This looked like a completely ordinary black pot. It even had 2 handles, making it seem even more like a regular iron pot used for cooking. But Long Chen had felt from the start that this pot wasn't ordinary. Right now, he couldn't think too much about it. He smashed the pot at the cauldron. Boom! The ground cracked and the sky swayed. Long Chen felt a terrifying force send him flying. He didn't even know how far he flew, but in any case, he clearly heard every single one of his bones breaking. His body almost collapsed, and he tumbled across the ground, almost fainting. When he finally stopped, Long Chen once more drank the divine life elixir. The slain sea demons from the Eastern Sea had given Long Chen 3 jugs of the divine life elixir. Drinking a few mouthfuls, his injuries instantly healed. Long Chen hastily looked forward to see that there was now a 10,000-mile hole where he had been. A cauldron and a pot were lying at the bottom. Long Chen couldn't help being delighted. The pot wasn't the slightest bit damaged and looked as unremarkable as before. He rushed over and grabbed the pot. Then he looked at the distant cauldron lying beside Dan Chu. Dan Chu's body had already deformed from the impact and he was simply laying there, constantly coughing up blood. His broken innards were also coughed up. He clearly suffered a terrifying internal injury. His spiritual yuan was completely exhausted. Let alone using heavenly Tao energy to heal, he didn't even have the strength to take out a medicinal pill from his spatial ring. The impact from the cauldron and pot colliding had been absolutely terrifying, and he hadn't been able to bear it. In order to save his life, he had used his final bit of essence blood and spiritual strength to recall the cauldron to protect himself. But he had reached the verge of collapse. Seeing Long Chen walking over with a pot, his eyes were full of fury. He had never dreamed that Long Chen possessed so many trump cards and was even capable of blocking his cauldron. After being duped at the beginning, an easy victory had turned into a complete defeat. If he had attacked all out from the beginning, perhaps this wouldn't have been the conclusion. Long Chen carried the pot over to the almost dead Dan Chu. He didn't dare to be careless. This kind of person had too many trump cards, and who knew when he would unleash another one. Carrying the pot made him feel much more at ease. This pot hadn't disappointed him. It had actually blocked that terrifying cauldron. Walking to the panting Dan Chu, Long Chen kicked him. Like a mass of flesh, Dan Chu rolled across the ground several times, almost collapsing. With his butt on his head, he once more vomited blood. Looks like I don't need to worry. Looking at Dan Chu's state, he grabbed the cauldron. The cauldron's runes instantly lit up. Long Chen's arm almost blew apart. His skin broke and blood poured out. He was blown back into the distance. He looked in shock at the cauldron. So it was capable of unleashing its own attacks. Without a word, Long Chen smashed the pot at it. As a result, the cauldron's runes dimmed somewhat. Seeing that this was effective, he continuously smashed it with the pot. The cauldron rapidly dimmed, while the pot grew darker, its aura growing stronger. It's absorbing its energy for itself. Long Chen was startled. This pot was strange. Back then, it had extracted his spiritual yuan. Now it was absorbing the cauldron's energy. Perhaps his luck really had turned and he had obtained a heaven-defying treasure. This pot was extraordinary for it to even suppress such a terrifying cauldron. It had to be known that the pot had been on the verge of collapse when he had found it. After smashing it a few times, Long Chen hastily stopped. He found that the cauldron was rapidly dimming, and it sent him a message that it submitted. Now he was worried that if he kept hitting it, it would be crippled. "You're willing to submit to me?" asked Long Chen. The cauldron suddenly unleashed a pure white light. A small rune appeared. When it appeared, the distant, unconscious Dan Chu quivered. A spiritual seal. Long Chen started. Suddenly, that rune ignited on its own and was incinerated into nothing. "Damn it, I've lost connection to the blazing dragon cauldron." Within the central plains, in a place far away from the Grand Shah, there was a city. Within that city was a soaring tower, and there was an elder within that suddenly let out a heaven-shaking roar. This elder was the Pill Tower's master that Long Chen had once seen before, Dan Tang. Right now, he looked almost insane. Something definitely happened to Chu Er. In order to make sure this matter was completed perfectly, he had sent Dan Chu, his Pill Tower's top genius, and he had even lent him his ancestral item. The blazing dragon cauldron was something Dan Tang's ancestors had left for him. Naturally, the reason ancestral items were called ancestral items was because generations of experts had used their bloodline to nourish it. An ancestral item's power far surpassed a king item. Normally, only a soul transformation expert could use it, but because ancestral items had spiritual seals binding them and had been nourished by one bloodline, descendants of that bloodline could use their bloodline power to order the ancestral item to attack, even if they were too weak to use it normally. However, although an ancestral item was powerful, it had a drawback. If the spiritual seal was too forceful, it would be like slavery and the item spirit would have a natural resistance toward it. It wouldn't be very loyal. That was why the cauldron was now willing to submit to Long Chen. It even incinerated that spiritual seal. This spiritual seal was something it originally hadn't been able to resolve. But in order to allow Dan Chu to use it, Dan Tang had removed a portion of the original spiritual seal and allowed Dan Chu to place his own. But Dan Chu's spiritual strength was now exhausted. His spiritual seal had lost almost all effect. Furthermore, within this minor world, Dan Tang's spiritual seal was weakened. So to save its own life, the cauldron used its core energy to forcibly remove the restrictions of the spiritual seal. Long Chen didn't know that Dan Tang was currently roaring furiously. He looked at the white light coming from the cauldron, and he sensed a message. Its meaning was that Long Chen could place his own spiritual seal. It was willing to submit to him as long as Long Chen stopped hitting it. Otherwise, it would be destroyed. Long Chen looked at the black pot in his hand that was now shining slightly to the cauldron that was just waiting for his spiritual seal. He was delighted. Today, he had obtained two amazing treasures. If you want to follow me, then that's enough. There's no need for a spiritual seal. In my life, there are only enemies or companions. Hopefully, you'll live up to my trust. Long Chen placed a hand on the cauldron. It wasn't that Long Chen was so arrogant as to not place a spiritual seal. The real problem was that the cauldron was too powerful. The item spirit was also intelligent, and so Long Chen couldn't view it as a slave. Therefore he didn't want to place a spiritual seal. Furthermore, he sensed terror and helplessness from the cauldron, but he didn't sense any animosity. That was why Long Chen dared to accept it. Long Chen trusted that he could keep this cauldron suppressed. Even without the pot, he had no fear of it. Within his body, there was something that could suppress all other objects, the primal chaos bead. So far, it had never failed him. Even in the immemorial path, the Eastern Wasteland Bell had been extremely intimidated by the primal chaos bead. Although the Eastern Wasteland Bell hadn't said it explicitly, Long Chen could sense it. If even the divine item, the Eastern Wasteland Bell, was afraid of it, what was there to fear from a cauldron? Long Chen carefully examined the cauldron in his hand. Chapter 12:13 Killed. The cauldron had 4 feet, implying the 4 directions of north, east, south, and west. Normally, such cauldrons would be square on the outside and square on the inside. But this cauldron was square on the outside and circular on the inside. It was a cauldron specifically used for refining pills. It was different from a pill furnace in that a pill furnace only had 3 feet and was as round as a ball outside and inside. It also had a lid, but medicinal cauldrons did not. There were 2 extremely detailed runes around the opening that were dragon-shaped. The mouths of those dragons were spurting flames, and they were both incredibly lifelike. Blazing Dragon Cauldron. Long Chen finally saw 3 immortal characters on the cauldron. Only then did he learn its name. This Blazing Dragon Cauldron's item spirit was expressing its gratefulness to him. After thinking about it, Long Chen directly placed it in his spiritual space. The Blazing Dragon Cauldron would be nourished by his soul within his mind sea. That made it even more grateful, and it even began to give him some of its secrets. Only now did Long Chen learn that the Blazing Dragon Cauldron was an existence that surpassed king items. It had been passed down and enslaved through generations of the Dan family. It was no wonder it would be so grateful that Long Chen wouldn't place a slave mark on it. He had no time right now to ask it about all of its secrets. He walked over to Dan Chu and saw that his face was still as twisted as ever. However, now he no longer had any of his grandness. He looked just as pathetic as a dead dog. "Well, are you still thinking of my treasures?" asked Long Chen. "Long Chen, you've stolen the Blazing Dragon Cauldron. The Tower Master will not let you off," said Dan Chu, filled with rancor. He felt that his defeat in this battle was a complete injustice. He was filled with hatred. "TCH, I'm the one who's not going to let him off. The Tower Master you're talking about should be that old bastard Dan Tang, right? HMPH, he and Zhan Jizzy want to target me. I'll make sure that bastard Dan Tang's balls really hurt. Do you have anything else to say? If not, I'll be sending you on your way." "Ah, that's right, money isn't useful to a dead person. I'll help you take care of it." Long Chen took away Dan Chu's spatial ring. Glancing inside, he saw it was a huge life ring with over 100 square miles in space. It was packed with all kinds of precious medicines. Regretfully, other than those precious medicinal ingredients, the rest were all bottles filled with medicinal pills, as well as some alchemy techniques or theories. Those things were useless to Long Chen. But the medicinal ingredients made him red-eyed. He was truly worthy of being the Pill Tower's most outstanding junior disciple. He was incredibly rich. There were at least hundreds of species that Long Chen hadn't possessed before. That was incredibly important to him. Putting away the spatial ring, he said, "So there's nothing left to say. You can go now." Long Chen stabbed Blooddrinker at Dan Chu's forehead. This was the fastest way to annihilate a person's soul. There was no need to first kill the body and then target the soul. But just as his saber was about to pierce his head, a jade tablet materialized over it. The jade tablet was something almost identical to Long Chen's soul-calming jade. The difference was that his soul-calming jade had 9 veins, but this one only had 7. This soul-calming jade floated above Dan Chu's forehead. It was shattered by the tip of Long Chen's saber on contact, but in that instant, a barrier of light wrapped around Dan Chu, blocking Long Chen's attack. "Haha, Long Chen, you can't kill me." Within the light, Dan Chu suddenly began to laugh. A fierce-looking elder appeared within the barrier. "Long Chen, you dare to kill my Pill Tower's disciple and steal my ancestral treasure, the Blazing Dragon Cauldron. This time, not even the Xuantian Dao sect will be able to protect you. Hand over the Blazing Dragon Cauldron and I can spare your life, otherwise." This elder was precisely the Pill Tower's master, Dan Tang. Killing intent was blazing within his eyes as he glared at Long Chen. Even separated by an incomprehensible distance, Long Chen could feel his anger. But thinking about it, he supposed that was forgivable. Instead of getting his treasures, Dan Tang had lost his own ancestral treasure. He'd probably be angry too if the positions were reversed. Long Chen looked at Dan Tang indifferently. There was clearly no way to placate Dan Tang's killing intent, and yet he still had to act like there was room for compromise. Long Chen involuntarily spat out one word to describe him: idiot. Within the light barrier, Dan Tang was thinking about how to intimidate Long Chen and force him to hand over the Blazing Dragon Cauldron when Long Chen's words struck him across the face. Do you believe when I say I can destroy your entire Xuantian Dao sect?" roared Dan Tang, flames almost spurting from his eyes. He knew that Long Chen had no family he could threaten. The only thing that could make him have some misgivings was the Xuantian Dao sect. "Brag a bit harder and I might believe it," said Long Chen. Seeing Dan Tang's face swell up until it looked like a pig's, Long Chen couldn't help but sneer inside. No matter how amazing the pill tower was, it was a neutral power. Did he really dare to destroy one of the 3 heavenly sects, the Xuantian Dao sect? This bragging didn't have any skill. First, ignoring whether or not you have the power to destroy my Xuantian Dao sect, can you even tell me what excuse you'll give for attacking the Xuantian Dao sect? You really are an idiot who will even listen to that other idiot Zhan Jizi's lies. Just for greed, you were willing to invert right and wrong and frame me as a heaven Caesar. Back then the Zhan master used the entire Xuantian Dao sect to guarantee there was no chance I was a heaven Caesar right in front of all the martial heaven alliance. He slapped your faces so hard that as I see it, you ended up slapped into an idiot. Even now, what reason do you have to so openly collude with the Grand Han and interfere with the matters of the ancient nations? Your goal is only to kill me and take some treasure that doesn't even exist. Tell me, don't you think you're an idiot? Perhaps if you're able to kill enough people to keep the truth from getting out, things won't be so bad. But if you aren't, old ghost Dan Tang, although I don't guarantee that I can make your balls hurt, I guarantee I'll make your head hurt. I'll make your scandal public so that the entire martial heaven continent can see that the pill tower is full of hypocrites selling dog meat as sheep meat, trash capable of using any underhanded methods, sneered Long Chen. HMPH, do you think anyone would believe a brat like you? So what if I wrongly accused you? Nothing I set my sight on ever manages to get away. If you're smart, you'll immediately hand over your secrets and treasures. Otherwise, not only will I kill you, but not one member of your Dragonblood Legion or lovers will survive. When the time comes, don't regret this decision. I, Dan Tang, will use my status as the master of the Pill Tower to tell you that this region is my world. No one can go against me here. There are countless sects that have close relationships with my Pill Tower. As long as I say the word, all of them will point their spears at your Xuantian Dao sect. When the time comes, the Xuantian Dao sect will end up wiped out, all because of you. You, Long Chen, are claimed to be a hot-blooded hero, but are you not even loyal enough to spill some blood to protect your brothers' heads? In my view, you are just a weak coward, willing to bring about the destruction of his own sect for some treasures, a petty person who will throw away his brothers and lovers without a second thought, sneered Dan Tang. Long Chen smiled coldly, truly shameless. Even when threatening others, he could make up something so pompous-sounding. It was like the only way for Long Chen to be a hero was to hand over his treasures. If he didn't, he would become a despicable coward. But Long Chen didn't mind, nor did he get angry. Within the primal chaos space, the photographic jade was still activated. Dan Tang's words and shameless appearance were all recorded. Long Chen, I'll give you one more chance. Hand over your treasures, and I'll spare your life. If you don't, not only will you die, but your lovers, your brothers, your senior apprentice brothers, senior apprentice sisters, they'll all die. Think about it. Dan Tang looked at Long Chen coldly, his voice full of confidence. He truly did have that power. Countless sects had secretly been consumed by the Pill Tower, becoming nothing more than their troops. On the surface, it only looked like they were cooperating. But as long as the Pill Tower gave the word, those sects would start making all kinds of little moves to threaten the Xuantian Dao sect. Old idiot, you're too confident. With your intelligence, you're not suited to scheming. If you tried scheming, you'd be played to death. You've already released your fart, so you can leave now. Don't hold me up from killing people. Long Chen once more stabbed Blooddrinker at Dan Chu. However, his spiritual yuan was almost exhausted. Blooddrinker pierced into the light barrier, but then its movements were slowed. It inched toward Dan Chu's head. Tower Master, save me! Cried Dan Chu. Dan Tang was Dan Chu's paternal great-grandfather. But within his family, they had to call family members by their official positions. Long Chen, you're consigning every single person beside you to eternal damnation. Are you willing to do that? Shouted Dan Tang. Long Chen ignored him. Although his saber was affected by the light barrier and its progress was slow, he was increasing the power. It was less than 3 inches from Dan Chu's head. Dan Chu was terrified. Previously he hadn't been afraid, not because he was courageous, but because he had known that with the soul calming jade protecting him, he would be automatically saved. But now, Long Chen was still trying to kill him. He couldn't help being terrified, and he begged the Tower Master to save him. Within the light barrier, Dan Tang suddenly formed hand seals and the light barrier flashed, sending Long Chen flying. Long Chen, since you're so unreasonable, don't blame me for being merciless. Just wait, I will definitely make you regret this. After saying this, a blazing light enveloped Dan Chu. Spatial energy began to condense. Long Chen's expression instantly became ugly. This bastard was trying to transport him away. Dan Chu was enveloped by runes and floated into the air. He laughed, "Ha ha ha, Long Chen, just wait. I've already said that I'll flay all your skin and tear out your muscles and bones. But now, I've changed my plans. Instead, I'll kill every member of your Dragonblood Legion and play with all your lovers until they die. Bang. Dan Chu's body was rapidly fading. Just as he was about to be transported away, a black pot smashed toward him. The runes around him exploded, and the spatial energy disappeared. Dan Chu's laughter was severed, and he became horrified. A blood-red saber slashed through the air, blowing Dan Chu's body to bits. A heavenly genius fell just like this. Dan Tang equals Dan Tang, pill sore. It sounds like Dan Tang, meaning pain in the balls literally, also equivalent to the expression pain in the ass. Chapter 12-14 besieged from all sides. Dan Tang's hands blew out of their seal, and he swayed back and forth. His expression twisted furiously. Long Chen. These two words were hissed out of the cracks between his teeth. His voice was full of killing intent. He couldn't comprehend how Long Chen had broken his spatial art. Just at this moment, a light cracking sound rang out. A jade slip in Dan Tang's hands cracked and shattered. This was a soul jade slip, and it was extremely precious. Only geniuses of the main bloodline in the Pill Tower were qualified to possess a soul jade slip. The soul jade slip was connected to Dan Chu's soul. When Dan Chu's soul was annihilated, the jade slip had also exploded. This meant Dan Chu was definitely dead. Long Chen, if I don't tear you to pieces, then I, Dan Tang, swear I'm not human. Dan Tang's eyes were red like a furious beast as he let out a heaven-shaking roar. Gather all the experts and alert all our subordinate powers. I want to see just who dares to block me, ordered Dan Chu. As you command. A reply came from within the darkness. Dan Tang's hair was standing on end. His fury had maxed out. Long Chen was still alive, and he hadn't even gotten a look at his treasures. On the other hand, the ancestral item he had lent his descendant had been taken away along with that precious descendant's life. It had to be known that Dan Chu was the junior he had had the highest hopes for, but he had died like this. How could he not be aggrieved? Martial Heaven Alliance, Xuantian Dao Sect, let's see just what you used to block me this time. An icy light appeared in Dan Chu's eyes. Within this dark space, it was like the eyes of a beast, sinister and sharp. Killing Dan Chu with his saber, the instant his body exploded, a golden and a violet flame light appeared. The golden light rapidly dimmed, while the violet light suddenly tried to flee. Huo Long appeared and devoured both of them. The violet light was the soul-devouring violet flame's seed, while the golden light was Dan Chu's core flame. Long Chen had yet to understand what this golden flame was. It was capable of becoming solid, and its power had deeply shaken him. That was because Long Chen had noticed that Dan Chu had always been using his golden flame to suppress and control the soul-devouring violet flame. That meant that this golden flame was much stronger than it. After devouring those two flame seeds, Huo Long returned to the primal chaos space. Within the primal chaos space, the two flame seeds, which had been struggling fiercely, immediately turned still. These two flame seeds were the best food for Huo Long. Devouring the soul-devouring violet flame's seed would allow Huo Long's power to almost perfectly match it. Then once Huo Long devoured the golden flame, even if its power didn't surpass the soul-devouring violet flame, it would at least be equally matched with it. But right now, Huo Long was extremely weak. Almost all its energy had been sucked dry to unleash that full-power starfall. Now, it was no longer possible to instantly refine either of the flame seeds. Fortunately, the two flame seeds couldn't resist the primal chaos space. Huo Long could slowly recover and refine them. Long Chen had just placated Huo Long when a golden light shot at him at an incredible speed. Furthermore, the power contained within this light caused the void to quiver. Without even thinking about it, Long Chen blocked it with the pot. An explosion caused Long Chen to grunt as he was blown back by what he now realized was a golden arrow. Just at this moment, a winged, eagle-eyed man appeared in the distant air. He held a golden bow in his left hand and was staring at Long Chen. Clearly, that golden arrow had come from him. Seeing that his silent sneak attack had failed, he immediately crushed a jade plate. A fluctuation spread in every direction. It was a kind of communication signal. Long Chen's arm was numb. His spiritual yuan was exhausted. Although the pot had blocked the arrow, his physical body had no spiritual yuan to support it, making him much weaker than usual. A rank 7 celestial. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and had a bad feeling. With his spiritual yuan exhausted, his combat power was less than a tenth of his normal state. Killing this person would be very difficult. Furthermore, he had a pair of wings and used a bow. He was clearly a long-distance fighter, and such people were usually specialized in speed. That made killing him even more difficult. But the thing that made Long Chen the most uneasy was the communication signal he had released. There were definitely many experts rushing over here now. At that time, things would become even worse. Just at this moment, 2 more figures rushed over. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. These ancient race experts were also ranked 7 celestials. Attack together. We don't need to kill him, just stall him. The eagle-eyed expert's wings began to shine, and a golden arrow condensed on his bow. The arrow then shot out at incredible speed. It had only just left the bow when it reached Long Chen. The arrow once more crashed into the pot. The pot was fine and the arrow exploded, but Long Chen was once more blown back. At this time, the other 2 ancient race experts attacked him. One wielded a staff while the other wielded a saber that had been modified to be specialized in slashing. Both of them had summoned their rank 7 celestial manifestations. Despite knowing that Long Chen was already exhausted, they weren't the slightest bit careless. They used their full strength to attack him. Holding the pot in his left hand and blood drinker in his right hand, he blocked their attacks with just the pot. He vomited blood on impact, and the pot almost escaped his grasp. Just as their attacks landed, a silent arrow shot toward Long Chen's back. Long Chen swung out blood drinker, blowing apart the arrow, but he was once more blown away. The 2 ancient race experts took advantage of this to unleash a barrage of attacks. Fortunately, the pot was strong enough to use as a shield, but he was still repeatedly blown back and injured. Long Chen's heart shook. Continuing like this was not an option. Even if a rank 8 celestial didn't come, he would be killed just by these 3. That sneak attacking archer was the most detestable. Each time he attacked would be timed for when Long Chen was busy blocking the other 2 ancient race experts. Long Chen was almost heavily injured several times. Nothing to do but be ruthless. Long Chen clenched his teeth. Suddenly, he smashed the pot forward, blocking their 2 weapons. This full-force attack caused them to fly back. Just at this moment, an insidious arrow pierced through Long Chen's back. It had been timed perfectly. It left behind a fist-sized bloody hole in Long Chen's body, delighting the archer. But his expression quickly changed. He saw that his arrow continued through Long Chen's body and toward the staff-wielding ancient race expert. The staff-wielding ancient race expert had just raised his staff to strike Long Chen when an arrow burst out of Long Chen's chest and at him. At that moment, he heard the archer's warning and gave up his attack, dodging to the side. But just as he dodged the arrow, a blood-colored saber slashed through his neck from the other direction. A head flew high into the air. Regretfully, this attack had no spiritual yuan inside it, or the head would have instantly exploded. Just at this moment, a roar shook the heavens. A lightning dragon flew out, smashing into the other shocked ancient race expert, while its tail flicked out at the head. The huge lightning dragon forced back the ancient race expert, while its tail struck the head, instantly killing that person. The saber-wielding ancient race expert had his body turn numb. He was just about to circulate his spiritual yuan to expel the thunder force when he felt a burst of pain on the top of his head. A blood-colored saber cut him in 2 from head to toe. Even his armor shattered. Thank you, Blood Drinker. The reason Long Chen had been able to kill this person was all thanks to Blood Drinker. It had used up all its energy to break through the armor's defenses. After killing the 2 of them, Long Chen was panting for breath. The hand he was holding Blood Drinker in was starting to tremble intensely, meaning he had overdrafted his power. Suddenly, he raised the pot, blocking an arrow. He coughed up blood and shot back like a shooting star. Lei Long, eliminate him. Lei Long charged at the distant archer. Its huge tail whipped toward him. But that archer's wings flapped, and it dodged Lei Long's attack, once more shooting an arrow at Long Chen. Long Chen held the pot in both hands, and he was once more blown back, his whole body quivering. He hastily gulped a mouthful of the divine life elixir, turned, and fled. Lei Long was crazily attacking the archer, but the archer's armor lit up, temporarily isolating him from Lei Long's lightning runes. He flew after Long Chen, and as Long Chen had expected, he specialized in speed. Long Chen was unable to fly right now. He could only use his feet. Each step allowed him to cross a mile, but it was still too slow as he was constantly harassed by arrows. Long Chen was like a rabbit being chased by a hunter. He was in an incredibly miserable state, occasionally coughing up blood. Damn it, so even I end up like this. A weakened tiger can die to a dog. If I was in my peak state, I'd kill this brat with a single slap. Long Chen was infuriated yet helpless to do anything. Most irritating of all, this archer was constantly sprinkling some unknown powder as he chased. Without even thinking about it, it had to be a marker to make it easier for others to follow. No good, I have to think of something to get away, or I'm definitely dead. Do I not have anything I can use? Long Chen regretted, hitting the blazing dragon cauldron so many times. It had lost too much of its power, or it could have helped him smash this hateful fellow. Long Chen hastily flipped through the primal chaos space. Suddenly, a certain thing fell into Long Chen's sight. Chapter 12-15 Mysterious Elder. Lei Long was unable to do anything to the ancient race archer, so its body suddenly lit up, unleashing blinding arcs of lightning that made it so the archer couldn't see anything for a moment. In that instant, a 3-foot sphere shot toward him. The ancient race archer was truly worthy of being a rank 7 celestial. Even though he was blinded and the thunder force was disturbing his divine sense, he still sensed it. He rapidly fell back as he blocked with his bow. Boom! Just as his bow touched the sphere exploded and countless fragments devoured everything around him. The archer was shocked. Before he could even understand what had happened, dozens of fragments tore through his body, and one of them severed his neck. His head had only just left his body when Lei Long transformed into a lightning spear and stabbed through it, instantly killing him. Guo Ran's wares are all top grade. Looks like his bragging was the truth. That sphere was one of the bombs that had been used as a final trump card against the sea demons in the Eastern Sea. But instead of being used on them, they had ended up giving a vicious blow to the ancient races and heaven-suppressing magic sect's disciples. Back then, Guo Ran had given Long Chen his greatest masterpiece as a souvenir. But in truth, it was actually just to show off. But now this bomb was even able to kill a rank 7 celestial when Long Chen used it properly. Not good, gotta run. Long Chen's expression suddenly changed. He sensed several powerful auras rushing straight over. Clenching his teeth, he poured the tiny bit of spiritual yuan he had just recovered into his boots and vanished like a wisp of smoke. Less than 2 breaths after Long Chen had left, several figures appeared on the battlefield. One of them was the rank 8 celestial from the elephant ancient race. He looked over the battlefield and said, his aura hasn't dissipated yet. He can't be far. Everyone split up. The others immediately fanned out, rapidly flying through the air. All of them were on alert, ready to unleash their strongest attacks at any time. They knew that after consecutive battles, Long Chen had long since become an arrow at the end of its path. Once they found him, he would likely unleash a final deathblow, so they were all very careful. None of them dared to be careless when it came to handling Long Chen. Long Chen was only able to endure for a dozen breaths before his spiritual yuan was used up by the boots. Suddenly, he saw a waterfall ahead. There was a pool below it, and he sensed a strange fluctuation coming from within the pool. Hesitating for a moment, Long Chen dived in. Only once he was inside the pool did he realize it was just like an ancient well. Although it hadn't looked remarkable on the outside, it was incredibly deep. Long Chen had gone down hundreds of meters without seeing the bottom. Once he was over a mile deep, he saw a curtain of light blocking the water. Entering the light, he realized it was an immortal cave. When he looked back, the light curtain had vanished, and the water of the pool had also disappeared. He had unwittingly been transported to some kind of special location. Suddenly, 8 pearls at the top of 8 stone pillars lit up, making this immortal cave as bright as day. With this light, he managed to get a clear look. This immortal cave was like the inside of an ancient palace. The 8 stone pillars had fierce beast carvings on them. Long Chen didn't recognize a single one of those beasts. Standing within this room, he saw a throne ahead. The throne was empty, but it emitted its own powerful pressure. On the wall behind the throne, there was a huge mural 300 meters high. There were countless creatures depicted within it. Flying birds, walking beasts, all living in peace. He didn't know whether it was a misperception or not, but when he looked at those creatures, he felt like they were looking back at him, appraising him. This mural was filled with Dao charm. This painting is definitely a treasure. A fiery light appeared in Long Chen's eyes as he looked at the mural. How can you be sure? Suddenly, a voice rang out behind Long Chen. Long Chen jumped in fright. Without even thinking about it, he smashed behind him with his pot. But after swinging the pot, he was shocked to find that the pot had disappeared from his hand. Instead, it appeared in the hand of an elder that had appeared behind him. The elder was tall and lean. He wore cyan robes and had a scholar's band wrapped around his head. He looked just like an old Confucian scholar. He possessed a simple and elegant air. The elder seemed to be lost in thought as he held the pot. He gently stroked it with his other hand. The pot actually let out a rumbling sound that sounded like the wailing of a child. When I forged you, it was in recollection of my childhood memories. You were the proof of my Tao heart. But now that I think about it, it was nothing more than a joke. Becoming a god or an immortal is nothing more than this, sighed the elder. His eyes were lost as he had sunk into his memories. Long Chen didn't dare to make a sound. He wasn't able to sense this elder's aura or even his existence. And yet it was like his existence encompassed all of heaven and earth. Long Chen had never seen anyone as terrifying as this. It was like on his own, he was the entire world. In this world, he was in control of everyone's life and death. All right, you were born from my hands, but you were almost destroyed because of me. Now you've encountered a new master. I will give you some good fortune to make up for that ancient debt. A rune appeared in the elder's hand, and he slowly placed it on the bottom of the pot. The pot's aura rapidly changed. Despite clearly being an ordinary pot, it now possessed a sacred and divine air. That divine air slowly faded, and the elder returned the pot to Long Chen. It has fate with you. I hope you won't let it down. Long Chen was in a daze, but he obediently received the pot. However, the pot was in a strange state, and it seemed to be lost in slumber. Senior, don't tell me that you are the master of this minor world. After a long moment of hesitation, Long Chen still ended up asking this question that even he couldn't really believe. Yes, this minor world was created by me. It is the only inheritance I left behind before ascending. The elder nodded. Long Chen was shocked by this. Didn't this mean that this elder had become a god or immortal? No wonder he couldn't sense any of the aura of a person. He looked in shock at this elder, but then he suddenly realized he was wrong. If someone had become a god or immortal, there should be an immortal charm around them. After all, even the Zan master had a very, very slight amount of immortal chi revolving around him. Why did this elder possess no aura at all? Haha, you don't need to be shocked. Right now, I am not an immortal, nor am I a person. If I were to pick the closest term, I am currently a ghost. The elder smiled lightly. Senior, please forgive this junior for not being able to believe such a thing. Long Chen shook his head, because he didn't sense the slightest aura of death from the elder. Haha, what an interesting child. No wonder we have fate together. I was a free cultivator, and I had no disciples, sons, or daughters to carry on my inheritance. The only legacy I left behind is the myriad spirit diagram within this minor world. Not only did you enter the inheritance region, but you also found an item I forged back in the day. It seems you are the person I was waiting for to pass on my legacy. The elder smiled at Long Chen, as if relieved from a heavy burden. Long Chen was stunned. Was this really possible? His luck had turned. He felt like he had never had such good luck in his entire life. Now that it happened, he didn't dare to believe it. But the curious thing is, you aren't even a soul cultivator, let alone a beast tamer. The myriad spirit diagram shouldn't have much meaning to you. The elder now shook his head. Senior, can we not play around? Just tell me for sure whether you're going to give me this treasure or not. My heart can't handle these sudden turns. Long Chen bitterly smiled. First, he made him as happy as possible, and then he said it was useless to him. It couldn't be that the next words out of his mouth would be sorry. It turns out you aren't the destined person, right? That would definitely be able to make a person cough up enough blood to die. Haha, don't worry, you are the destined person. I was just curious. This myriad spirit diagram is the cumulation of my cultivation. I cultivated the path of all beasts to achieve my Tao. The myriad spirit diagram has thousands of divine abilities of the myriad beasts in this world. I was a beast tamer in my life, and my true body ascended through the path of 10,000 beasts. I left behind the myriad spirit diagram as a legacy for a destined person. Although you are not a beast tamer, the destined person doesn't necessarily have to cultivate the same path. It's also possible you are destined to pass it on to someone else. As for whether or not you'll be capable of that, it'll be up to fate. A person can only do so much. The elder smiled. The elder beckoned, and the mural on the wall began to roll up until it was a scroll only a foot thick. He gently rubbed it, a complicated expression in his eyes. He sighed, becoming a god or a mortal is nothing more than this. In the end, everything was still futile. Why bother? The elder stroked the scroll a few more times before handing it to Long Chen. Help me find a suitable disciple to carry on my legacy. It can count as leaving my mark on the world. In the end, gods and immortals are nothing more than ordinary people, unable to sever the feelings in their hearts. Long Chen received the scroll and solemnly said, "Senior, don't worry. I have a genius beast tamer by my side. Your inheritance will definitely continue." The elder smiled slightly and nodded. This promise was comforting. He said, "It seems you have a powerful physical body. I suppose I can't let you have come for nothing, so I have a body tempering art I can transmit to you." The elder pressed a finger against Long Chen's forehead. A torrent of energy poured into his head. Suddenly, the silent primal chaos bead began to rapidly revolve, and a terrifying aura erupted. The elder's arm exploded from some terrifying energy. Chapter 12:16 Refining the Mandara Body Tempering Pill. Senior. Long Chen was appalled. Just what had happened? The elder stood there, his arm gone. But not the slightest bit of blood appeared. At this time, his body suddenly began to grow faint. Only now did Long Chen realize that this elder hadn't possessed a body of flesh, but was simply composed of some kind of energy. The elder looked at Long Chen. He smiled and then began to laugh uproariously. "Ha ha ha, the Gamebreaker has finally appeared, ha ha ha." Following the elder's laughter, the entire palace rocked. An indescribable energy seemed to be attempting to destroy it. At the same time, the elder's figure grew dimmer. "Senior," cried Long Chen, "it's fine. My true body was long since destroyed. This is just a strand of divine will to protect my inheritance. Now that I see you, I'm extremely comforted. I was originally a free cultivator without any care. But I was still drawn into the game, my body killed, my Tao destroyed. I was a bit unresigned. Child, it is fated for your life to be full of trouble and misfortune. Tribulations will come for you over and over, because this entire world wants you exterminated." The world began to intensely shake, as if it was about to crumble. A sneer appeared on the elder's face. He looked at the ceiling contemptuously. "Even within this minor world, it's impossible to escape your senses." The elder continued speaking to Long Chen. "Child, I don't have much more time. Because of exposed the heavenly Tao's secrets, I've already been locked onto. However, I'm still unable to say more to you. You have to be careful as well. Once you grow up to a certain level, the heavenly Taos will set their sights on you. Do your best to get stronger." The elder grew transparent, looking like a clump of smoke that would dissipate at any time. But he was still smiling. "Senior, please tell me your name," called out Long Chen. Although he didn't know what was happening, he knew this elder was about to disappear. Dust to dust, earth to earth. Within the cycle of the heavenly Taos, what is it the point of a name? Let things come naturally. The elder completely vanished. Following his disappearance, the world stopped trembling and that indescribable energy also vanished. But Long Chen was still filled with shock. It seemed that elder had known some of the heavenly Tao's secrets. But all he had said was that he was the Gamebreaker. He hadn't dared to say any more. What game? How was it supposed to be broken? This elder had clearly ascended, becoming an existence on the level of a god or a mortal. Even though this had just been a strand of his divine will, he was probably an unrivaled existence in this world. But in front of that energy, he still hadn't had any ability to resist. Furthermore, why would the primal chaos bead attack the elder? He had clearly been helping him kindly. Countless questions whirled around in Long Chen's mind. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. He felt like he had been drawn into a terrifying riddle. He opened the scroll. He saw the beasts of the myriad spirit diagram were still present, and it was still releasing a terrifying pressure. Although he didn't know how to use it, Long Chen knew that it was an absolute treasure. This was definitely something Meng Qi needed. According to that elder, he had also been a beast tamer. Ever since Meng Qi had started following Long Chen, she hadn't had a true master to guide her. This myriad spirit diagram delighted Long Chen. What's the point of thinking about those things? Let me see what other treasures there are. Long Chen put away the myriad spirit diagram. He began to look around. This was once a spirit pool, but it has already dried up. In a corner, he saw a stalactite hanging over what should have been a small pool. Although it had already dried up, it emitted boundless spiritual qi. Wait, there are still 3 drops of spirit elixir. Long Chen suddenly noticed 3 lonely drops in an unremarkable corner of the pool. They were like 3 little pearls, and without looking closely, he wouldn't have noticed them. What dense yuan spiritual energy! Placing the 3 drops in his hand, he was shocked to sense a terrifying amount of yuan spiritual energy. How regretful. This was probably the condensation of this entire minor world's yuan spiritual energy. But because the minor world was fractured, the yuan spiritual energy slowly faded away. This little bit is all that remains. Long Chen sighed regretfully. Sensing the fluctuations of these 3 drops, he estimated that their energy was no less than 1 billion yuan spirit stones. After all, this place was the core of the minor world, the place where all its essence gathered. The main problem was that his cultivation base had already surpassed the limits of his physical body, so raising his cultivation base had no meaning. Ah, that's right, I should hurry up and refine the Mandara body tempering pill. Long Chen suddenly thought of the Mandara grass he had picked before. It could be refined into a Mandara body tempering pill, which was an extremely monstrous medicinal pill. There were 2 things that made it monstrous: its monstrous effect, and its monstrous pain. The Mandara grass was highly toxic, but the Mandara body tempering pill was something that used that toxicity to stimulate every cell in the body, making them feel like they were in a crisis so they would grow stronger. Increasing the toxicity increased the strengthening effect. Long Chen took out a pill furnace and was just about to get started when the blazing dragon cauldron being nourished in his mind automatically flew out and directly smashed apart his pill furnace. This caused Long Chen's expression to change. Suddenly, he received a message from the blazing dragon cauldron and laughed. The blazing dragon cauldron said that he had no need to use other pill furnaces for alchemy. That was looking down on it. He couldn't help finding it funny, but he was also shocked at the high quality of the blazing dragon cauldron. Not only was it able to perfectly express its thoughts, but it was also smart. Despite being just an item spirit, it was at least as intelligent as a child. But its temperament was also like a child's. It was competitive, even smashing apart the good pill furnace Long Chen had been using. If you can't properly refine the Mandara body tempering pill, we're going to have a problem. With his pill furnace smashed apart, Long Chen had no other option. He could only use the blazing dragon cauldron. The blazing dragon cauldron slowly revolved in the air, a faint halo of light around it. It once more sent him a message, this time saying that its core had been heavily injured, making it so it couldn't fight. But alchemy didn't use up its core energy. In fact, it would allow it to recover rapidly. That shocked Long Chen. It actually had such an ability. He really had picked up a treasure. In the future, he would let the blazing dragon cauldron refine pills all day. Taking out the Mandara grass, he was just about to refine it into powder when the blazing dragon cauldron automatically sucked it in. Long Chen was shocked to find that the blazing dragon cauldron had its own separate space for refining ingredients into medicinal powders and storing them. Long Chen took out a large batch of medicinal ingredients, and the blazing dragon cauldron sucked them all in, refining them into powders. It actually possessed its own flame energy that could be used to purify the medicinal energy. Feeling the blazing dragon cauldron summoning, Long Chen sent his own flames inside it. Countless runes lit up on it, and the 2 dragon-shaped runes began to shine brightly, forming a runic barrier above the cauldron's opening. Once this light barrier formed, Long Chen noticed heaven and earth's spiritual qi pouring inside. The blazing dragon cauldron was not only absorbing spiritual qi from the air, but it was also merging various medicinal powders in accordance with different proportions at a shocking speed. As the powders merged, impurities were sent flying out of the light barrier. It was actually undergoing a second purification while sucking in spiritual qi. Long Chen was dumbfounded as he watched. His heart leapt in joy. This blazing dragon cauldron was absolutely amazing. In just a dozen breaths' time, the first batch of pills were done being refined. There were 9 of them, all top grade. They transformed into black scorpions that suddenly attacked the light barrier. These were top grade Mandara body tempering pills. Top grade pills had spirituality, and they would transform into creatures based on the characteristics of the pill. The Mandara body tempering pill was a poison pill with fierce power. So the creature it transformed into was also explosive and fierce. The blazing dragon cauldron shook and those scorpions disappeared, obediently becoming pills lying at the bottom. Long Chen took one out. He sighed emotionally. He had picked up a heaven-defying treasure this time. Any pills the blazing dragon cauldron had refined in the past would be remembered. The pill formula, the merging process, the refining process, the flame changes, and all the various taboos were memorized. That was why the blazing dragon cauldron only needed to be provided with flames and spiritual strength. Long Chen had never experienced such an easy way of refining pills. Blazing dragon cauldron, there were several minor mistakes in your merging process. Here, try this. Long Chen told the blazing dragon cauldron his own merging method and flame changes. The reason the blazing dragon cauldron was able to refine the Mandara body tempering pill was because one of Dan Teng's ancestors had refined it. The blazing dragon cauldron still remembered it, but that pill formula had several flaws. Long Chen corrected them, and he began controlling the flame with the blazing dragon cauldron. As a result, when the pill formed, it transformed into a fierce scorpion over a foot long. It crazily attacked the barrier. So I can even refine a giant pill like this. Furthermore, this scorpion's attack power is probably enough to kill any foundation forging expert. Long Chen jumped in shock. This giant pill was the result of 9 pills, medicinal energy being condensed into one. It was a supreme medicinal pill, and its effect was several times greater than the sum of all 9 medicinal pills. Those previous scorpions had only been an inch long, but this one was over a foot long. The difference between them was immense. The blazing dragon cauldron shook and the scorpion vanished, becoming a large pill. Black light revolved around it, and there were many lines on it that looked like centipedes lying in wait. The Mandara body tempering pill is a method of using poison to strengthen the body. The body can only be upgraded by it a limited number of times, and it'll have the greatest effect the first time. Its effect will be halved the second time, and after 5 times, the body will have formed a resistance to the poison, and it won't have any more effect. Looking at this fierce Mandara body tempering pill, Long Chen's hair stood on end. He wondered if he really was crazy. Fuck it. Long Chen clenched his teeth. Closing his eyes, he threw the giant Mandara body tempering pill into his mouth. Chapter 12:17 Attacking the 5th heaven stage of foundation forging. Long Chen had no choice but to consume this poison pill after seeing the power of the Bloodkill Hall's assassins and ancient race experts that had been sent after him. Although Long Chen had killed Dan Chu, he had no choice but to admit that luck had played a part in it. But that luck had been created with his own power and scheming. As for the twin assassins, he had relied on the armed guard and boots to launch a sudden counterattack to reverse the tide. But that kind of thing would only happen once. The second time, it would be ineffective. Furthermore, he was sure those twin assassins had more trump cards that they hadn't used yet. He hadn't seen the 3 ancient race experts, but he could sense a feeling of grave danger from each of them. Each one of them had the power to fight him to the brink of death. It was unknown whether it was Long Chen who was lucky or Dan Chu who was unlucky, but he had allowed Long Chen to steal so much of his spiritual yuan and flame energy, causing him to go from an easy win to losing his life. If Long Chen had been in his peak state when he fought Dan Chu, perhaps there would have been another conclusion. Dan Chu would have been fighting him all out from the start, not giving Long Chen any chance at all. The soul-devouring violet flame was too powerful, and if they had started fighting all out from the start, Long Chen would have been at a huge disadvantage since their flames were not even close to the same level. The reason he had managed to con Dan Chu step by step and kill him was because Long Chen had profited from his previous misfortune. But of course, such a thing could only happen with Dan Chu's cooperation. Not everyone had such arrogance and idiocy. If he had been in his peak state, at best he would have tied with Dan Chu. To defeat him would have been very difficult, and killing him would have been basically impossible. Dan Chu was dead, but there were still those twin assassins and 3 terrifying ancient race experts, each of them just as strong as Dan Chu. One problem was that Long Chen's cultivation base was too low. They were all experts at the 9th heaven stage of foundation forging, while he was still at the 4th heaven stage. But the thing that pained Long Chen the most was that his body couldn't cope with his cultivation base. He wasn't able to unleash his full power. And if he increased his cultivation base again, which he could right now, his movements would be even more restricted. His actual combat power would probably drop. If he didn't resolve this problem, he might not be able to fight anyone once he reached the 9th heaven stage. Just trying to use his power would cause his body to explode. This was too stifling. So despite seeing how fierce and sinister this Mandara body tempering pill was, Long Chen had no choice but to steal his heart and swallow it. Long Chen had only just consumed it when he felt like a volcano had exploded within him. Boundless medicinal energy was pouring throughout his body. It was like a scorpion hive had exploded, and millions of scorpions were rampaging in his body. Long Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood. It was black as ink and released a strong fishy smell. How toxic! Long Chen cursed inside. His whole body became black, and pain racked his entire body. The blazing dragon cauldron unleashed a ray of light that was about to envelop him, but Long Chen stopped it. Don't. I can endure it. Long Chen was a bit moved. The blazing dragon cauldron was actually worried about him being poisoned to death and wanted to help him. It was willing to even use its little remaining core energy to remove the poison from his body. That was a big sacrifice. But Long Chen needed this poison to circulate around every inch of his body. He couldn't counterattack. He needed to open every bit of his body so that the poison could infect every cell. Even though he considered himself to have a pretty good tolerance for pain, he almost couldn't bear it. The veins on his forehead popped up, and his eyes bulged out. He felt like his body was about to explode. But he obstinately clenched his teeth and endured the pain. Blood dripped out from how hard he clenched his teeth. The Mandara body tempering pill had the greatest effect the first time. He had to use this chance to violently stimulate his body's potential. The more his body felt like it was about to die, the greater his body would work to grow under the threat of the poison. Long Chen was confident in his body. It could definitely endure this. The only question was whether he could endure the torment of the pain or not. After several breaths, Long Chen was laying on the ground, twitching. But he did his best not to scream or to roll around. Any movements would waste energy. What he needed to do was to focus all his strength on enduring the pain. He couldn't waste any. 20 hours passed before the pain gradually faded. Long Chen was lying there like a dead dog. He rested for 2 incense sticks worth of time before getting up and sitting. The poison has faded. Looks like the antitoxin pills I prepared were for nothing. My body's even stronger than I expected. Long Chen put away a white pill. Afraid of dying, he had prepared this antitoxin pill, but he hadn't needed it in the end. Blazing Dragon Cauldron, let's continue and refine a few more. Long Chen summoned the Blazing Dragon Cauldron back to his side and started refining the Mandara body tempering pills once more. He took advantage of this time when the poison hadn't been completely expelled from his body to consume another one, multiplying its effect. Normally, people would have to wait until the poison was completely expelled before continuing, or the superimposition of the poison would kill them. But Long Chen found that his body was even stronger than he had expected. In order to let his body get as strong as possible, he had to push it. Only by strengthening his body to the limit would he be able to unleash the full power of his immortal platforms, and only then could he increase his cultivation base without worry. As a result, Long Chen refined one, and then ate one, over and over. After 5 Mandara body tempering pills, Long Chen had gone through the same torture 5 times. By this time, his body had already formed a resistance against the Mandara body tempering pill, and it could no longer stimulate his body. Following this, Long Chen drank a mouthful of the divine life elixir, instantly expelling the remaining poison. He immediately felt refreshed, as if every one of his cells had been cleansed. He felt full of power. Letting out a punch, space rumbled and twisted. Long Chen had a feeling that he could destroy heaven and earth. Although that was bragging, he did believe that with the current power of his physical body, he could instantly kill a ranked 7 celestial with a punch. He beat his chest a few times, causing loud rumbling to ring out. There was almost a metallic ringing sound echoing throughout the room. Hee, I didn't poison myself in vain. Long Chen smiled. He was extremely satisfied with the effect of the Mandara body tempering pill. Whether or not I can advance to the 5th heaven stage will be up to you 3. Long Chen took out the 3 drops of Yuan Spirit Divine Elixir. He swallowed them into his stomach. Time passed day by day. The 4 nations' ancient remnant was in chaos as the Grand Sha, Grand Zhou, and Grand Chu's experts were slaughtered. At first, they had all been suspicious of each other. But in the end, one of the experts of the Grand Sha managed to slaughter his way out of the encirclement of his enemies, spreading the news that the Grand Han was slaughtering the other nations' experts, infuriating and shocking them. They all used secret communication methods to gather together. By the time the 3 nations' experts gathered, they found that over half of them had already been killed. The Grand Sha's crown prince, Sha Yunfang, immediately felt like something was wrong. He brought the remaining elites of the Grand Sha toward the transportation point. You guys go first. I need to search for Yuluo. Xianxia cared too much about his little sister. He refused to leave the secret gathering point before seeing her. Not only was Yuluo missing, even Long Chen hadn't sent any word. Long Chen was also carrying one of the Grand Sha's jade plates, and as long as he was alive, he should have received word to gather. But in truth, Long Chen was within the inheritance palace, and he was isolated from all news. The jade plate didn't sense anything. Don't cause trouble. The signal was already released, so if they were still alive, they'd have definitely gathered with us. And if they're dead, what's the point of staying behind? Shouted Sha Yunfeng gravely. This is no small matter. Since the Grand Han dares to attack us, the Grand Chu, and Grand Zhou at the same time, they clearly started preparing a long time ago. The four nations' ancient remnant is just a trap. What we need to do is leave alive. Sacrificing ourselves will only make things worse. Right now, we're surrounded by enemies, and it's very unfavorable for us. It's almost time for the exit to open, so we have to test our luck and see if we can escape before our enemies seal us off. Otherwise, we'll all die. Sha Yunchang shook his head. I am different from you. You are the crown prince, while I'm not. Imperial brother, I respect you, but sorry, I can't listen to you. I must find Yuluo and Long Chen. If they're alive, I want to see them alive, and if they're dead, I want to see their corpses. Sha Yunfeng coldly ordered, don't be so willful. Right now, I'm using my status as crown prince to order you to leave. Sha Yunfeng and Sha Yunchang were different. The former relied more on his intelligence than his martial might. As soon as he had learned that the Grand Han's experts were openly slaughtering the other three nations' experts, his sharp intuition had told him something was wrong. Since Long Chen and Sha Yuluo hadn't returned, that only meant that they were dead. If even experts on the level of Long Chen and Sha Yuluo hadn't managed to release a distress signal before dying, then their enemies had to be truly terrifying. Either they hadn't had time to release the distress call or they had felt like releasing the distress call would only cause more people to die with them. Either way, it didn't bode well. Sha Yunfeng was ashen as he furiously scolded Sha Yunchang. Right now, Sha Yunchang's actions were foolish in his eyes. Not only were his actions useless, but they would also cause him to forfeit his life. He would then lose any chance of getting revenge for Long Chen and Sha Yuluo. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of being the Grand Sha's wise crown prince. Unfortunately, even if you were smarter, you still wouldn't be able to escape my palm. Suddenly, a cold cry rang out. Han Wenjun appeared in the distance along with a group of Grand Han's experts. They numbered 2,800, while the Grand Sha's side had less than 1,000 people now. Bastard, release Yuluo. When Sha Yunchang saw Han Wenjun holding a maiden in his hand, his eyes almost tore out of their sockets. Chapter 12:18 Despicably Shameless. Han Wenjun was holding Sha Yuluo in his hand. Sha Yuluo was pale, her eyes red. There was a red handprint on the corner of her mouth. Blood slowly dripped out of her lips and onto her clothes. She no longer had that arrogant appearance she had before. Seeing this, all the Grand Sha's experts began to burn with killing intent. Release Princess Yuluo, or we'll slaughter all of you. This time, even Sha Yunfeng wasn't able to keep his calm. Sha Yuluo had always been the pride of the Grand Sha's people. Everyone adored her and they collectively pampered her. Let alone beating or scolding her, they weren't even willing to say a few harsh words to her. Seeing her bleeding, Sha Yunchang clenched his teeth. He had an urge to charge forward right now and kill these sanctimonious Grand Han bastards. Big brother, Sha Yuluo's cultivation base was sealed right now. She looked like her soul had left her body. But when she heard that familiar voice, she opened her eyes. Seeing her brothers, she let out a hoarse cry, tears streaming down her face. She was full of remorse now. When she had encountered Han Wenjun, he had suddenly captured her. At that time, Han Wenjun had revealed his ugly side. She had never imagined that the perfect man she had once worshipped was actually a wolf in sheep's clothing. When she asked why he was doing this, his reply made her heart turn to ice. Han Wenjun's goal was strikingly similar to those words Long Chen had said when he had been scolding her. Everything was the Grand Han's sinister scheme. Thinking of how she had once defended Han Wenjun and fought against Long Chen, she almost died of embarrassment. Now she had become a hostage Han Wenjun was using to threaten his people. Sha Yuluo had tried several times to stealthily kill herself, but she hadn't succeeded. Each time she was stopped by Li Wanji. With her cultivation base sealed, she didn't even have the power to commit suicide. Hatred filled her heart. Long Chen had been right. She had felt her life was boring, and so she had made up her own fantasies of the outside world. She had imagined the outside world to be perfect and beautiful, while everything around her was dull. Realizing this now was too late. Looking at the sneering Han Wenjun and the others, for some unknown reason, she suddenly thought of a scoundrel face that always had a naughty smile on it. Han Wenjun, Long Chen definitely won't let you off. With tears in her eyes, she didn't know why, but she didn't cry out her big brother's name, nor did she call out for her father. Instead, she called out Long Chen's name. Perhaps in her mind, that fellow who was never proper but had huge guts was more dependable, more worthy of her trust. Suddenly, Li Wanji slapped her across the face. Slut, shut up. This slap was not only a slap across Sha Yuluo's tender face, but a slap across the Grand Sha's experts' hearts. Die. Sha Yunchang was the first to roar and charge at Li Wanji. A terrifying pressure erupted into the air, and his undefeatable will locked onto Li Wanji. In that instant, Li Wanji felt herself to be an insignificant ant in the face of an angry lion. She felt like she was about to be torn to pieces the next second. The most terrifying thing was that when this will locked onto her, she couldn't even form a desire to resist. The only thing she thought to do was to run. Let me experience your undefeatable Tao. Suddenly, one of the three monarchs, Han Baijin, smashed a fist at Sha Yunchang. Their fists collided and a powerful windstorm erupted. Han Baijin was shocked as he was sent flying. He wasn't Sha Yunchang's match. All of you can die. Sha Yunchang seemed insane. His roar was like thunder, shaking their eardrums. His undefeatable will was crushing their hearts. The Grand Han's experts were all shocked. They had long since heard that the number one warrior of the Grand Han, Sha Yunchang, cultivated the undefeatable Tao and was unrivaled in the same realm. Now that they saw it, they finally understood the terror of those who cultivated this Tao. In Sha Yunchang's fury, he directly summoned his rank 8 celestial manifestation. Within this manifestation was a faint image of a dragon, the support of the dragon vein. Normally, this illusory figure would unleash blinding light, but now, it was faint because its connection to the Grand Sha's dragon vein had been severed. I want to try it as well. Seeing that Han Baijin was unable to stop him, Han Qijin joined in. Both of them unleashed their manifestations which had dragon images in them as well. The three of them fought intensely while everyone else backed up, shocked by their power. They were shocked to find that even Han Baijin and Han Qijin were still forced to fall back by Sha Yunchang. Imperial brother, let's go kill them. One of the other Grand Sha's princes couldn't help but stealthily give a suggestion to Sha Yunfang. We can't. Yuluo is in their hands. Our hands are tied. Sha Yunfang's head was rapidly working as he tried to come up with a solution. But he couldn't. There was one question he didn't know the answer to. The Grand Han clearly wasn't strong enough, so how could they dare to fearlessly sneak attack the other three nations? If Sha Yuluo wasn't in their hands and their two sides were to fight right at this moment, the Grand Han wouldn't be able to get any advantage over them. That was what made him the most uneasy. Rising Dragon Fist. Suddenly, the roaring of a dragon could be heard. Sha Yunchang's fist unleashed an illusory dragon that sent Han Qijin and Han Baijin flying. They were both shocked. The two of them were also supported by their dragon vein, and they were also rank 8 celestials. But even working together, they were not Sha Yunchang's match. Sha Yunchang was like an angry lion, unleashing boundless killing intent. Standing in the air, he was like an undefeatable battle god, looking down on all of them. He once more let out a punch. Just at this moment, Li Wanji flew in front of the two of them. It wasn't that she was powerful enough to block Sha Yunchang, but that she held a protective talisman in her hand. Sha Yunchang hastily retracted his fist and retreated, glaring at Li Wanji. His killing intent was soaring. Li Wanji was holding Sha Yuluo's neck. Sha Yuluo wanted to struggle, but she was powerless to do so with her cultivation base sealed. She could only be carried by Li Wanji. A clapping sound rang out and Han Wenjun walked out, praising, truly worthy of being the Grand Sha's undefeatable Tao warrior. This kind of combat power is admirable. However, you might have your undefeatable Tao, but I have my own undefeatable card. I wonder, which one of them is truly undefeatable? Kneel. Han Wenjun stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Sha Yunchang coldly. Li Wanji tightened her hand over Sha Yuluo's neck, indenting it. But Sha Yuluo didn't make a sound. Not even her body twitched. She knew if she expressed any pain, it would only make things harder on Sha Yunchang and the others. Seeing Sha Yuluo being humiliated like this caused Sha Yunchang and the others' eyes to almost tear out of their sockets. Sha Yuluo was the Grand Sha's princess, and she had never suffered such a thing before. All of the Grand Sha's experts wanted to tear Li Wanji apart. Li Wanji simply sneered at them. Sha Yunchang, are you deaf? Kneel, or do you want your little sister to die right in front of you? Sha Yunchang trembled from rage. But looking at Sha Yuluo caught in Li Wanji's hand, he finally slowly lowered himself. Yunchang, don't, you cultivate the undefeatable Tao. If you submit to others, your Tao heart will be destroyed. Roared Sha Yunfeng furiously. Cultivating the undefeatable Tao required maintaining an undefeatable Tao heart. If the Tao heart was fractured, their cultivation base would forever stop advancing. They would be crippled. Li Wanji, Han Wenjun, and the others coldly stared at Sha Yunchang. Seeing that his whole body was trembling, they smiled. Don't. Sha Yuluo did her best to shout, but Li Wanji increased the force in her hand, causing Sha Yuluo to cough up blood. Stop. Sha Yunchang roared, his voice full of killing intent. He looked like his eyes were about to bleed. In front of everyone, Sha Yunchang really knelt on the ground. The Grand Sha's experts felt their hearts breaking. A generation's undefeatable Tao cultivator was crippled just like this. Ha 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 ha. Han Wenjun, Han Baijin, Han Qijin, Li Wanji, and the other Grand Han's experts all laughed, their laughter full of derision and mocking. Undefeatable Tao, what dogshit, didn't he still kneel in front of my Grand Han's experts? The Grand Sha's people are all pigs. For them to be called one of the 4 ancient nations along with my Grand Han is truly an insult. Do you know, the Grand Zhou and Grand Chu's experts have already been annihilated. Only your Grand Sha remains. What are you all waiting for? Don't you think it's time for you to kneel and beg for mercy? The Grand Han's side laughed, but their words caused the Grand Sha's experts' hearts to shake. The Grand Zhou and Grand Chu's experts had all been annihilated. This news caused Sha Yunfeng's expression to change. It meant that Grand Han truly did have some unknown trump card. Sha Yunfeng, what are you waiting for? Don't you think you should take the lead to bring your people to kneel before my Grand Han's princes? Perhaps they'll be nice and let you live out the rest of your dog lives, said Li Wanji. Sha Yunfeng took a deep breath. He shook his head. Since things have progressed to here, there's no need to say more. I admit that your Grand Han wins this game of chess. However, don't get too pleased. After winning this match, we'll see how your Grand Han survives the fury of the Grand Sha, Grand Chu, and Grand Zhou. Warriors of the Grand Sha, we've fallen into a trap. We probably won't be able to get out alive. But if I, Sha Yunfeng, can fight until my last breath with all of you, my brothers, then I have no regrets left. Brothers, take out your weapons. We fight, kill. The Grand Sha's experts erupted into a heaven-shaking roar and charged at the Grand Han's experts. Li Wanji sneered. She slowly raised Sha Yuluo. As long as anyone approached, she would kill her first. Long Chen, will I never see you again? Sha Yuluo closed her eyes and awaited her death. But she had one regret. She would never be able to see that face again. Sha Yunchang had no way to resist. He would only be able to watch as his little sister died in front of him. He was full of killing intent. He was simply waiting for Sha Yuluo to die. Then, he would kill every single one of them as retribution. Suddenly, a black object shot over like a black shooting star. Chapter 12:19 Smashed to death by a pot. The black object shot over without any pressure. Only once it was close did they sense a change in the air behind them. A black shooting star pierced through the air at incredible speed. They had only just managed to see the black object when it smashed into the back of Li Wanji's head. Li Wanji was holding Sha Yuluo's neck and sneering at Sha Yunchang and the others, just waiting for them to get close before killing her so the Grand Sha's people would see their princess die. However, she had no idea that something was flying toward her. The black object smashed into her head, instantly blowing it up and annihilating her soul. It happened so suddenly that no one could react at all. Even the Grand Han's side hadn't had a chance to warn Li Wanji before she was killed. The Grand Sha's side was also caught off guard by this sudden change, and they paused their attack. They saw the black object fall to the ground after killing Li Wanji. It spun around a few times. A black pot, no one could believe what the murder weapon was. But, it really was a black pot. Yes, it was a very, very black pot. And whoever had sent it flying over was also very black-hearted. They had instantly killed a rank 8 celestial. The black pot looked completely unremarkable. It seemed like it had been made of regular iron. It had no runes, it had no pressure, but it had killed a rank 8 celestial. Kill Sha Yuluo. Han Wenjun was the first to react. Sha Yunchong had already started flying over to Sha Yuluo. She was currently falling with Li Wanji's headless corpse. At this moment, the closest one to Sha Yuluo, Han Baijin, shot after her. He had made the decision not to kill Sha Yuluo. Instead, he grabbed her neck, wanting to continue using her as a hostage. Fuck your mother. Pow. Just at this moment, a large hand came from an inconceivable angle and viciously slapped across Han Baijin's face. The immense force directly caused Han Baijin to explode. Bloody mist filled the air, and his soul was exterminated as well. A new figure appeared where he had been. The Grand Shah and Grand Han's sides let out startled cries. But the Grand Shah's startled cries were delighted, while the Grand Han's ones were stunned. He had killed 2 rank 8 celestials right at the start. Just how domineering was that? He instantly shocked everyone here. Long Chen reached out and grabbed Sha Yuluo. He saw the injuries to her face. She looked incredibly miserable, especially with the clear handprint. Sorry, I was late, said Long Chen. As soon as Long Chen had left seclusion, he sensed that things had progressed to an extremely urgent point, and he had rushed over as fast as he could. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. I knew you would come. I knew it. Sha Yuluo wailed into Long Chen's embrace, her voice so hoarse that it caused Long Chen pain. All right, that's enough. You have to steel yourself. It's not over yet. There's still going to be a bitter battle ahead. Long Chen gently rubbed Sha Yuluo's back. His spiritual yuan poured into her body, undoing the seal to her cultivation base. He also gave her a recovery pill. Brother Long, you've returned. Excellent. Seeing that Sha Yuluo had been saved, Sha Yunfeng's voice was choked with sobs. In his heart, his little sister's life was more important than his. Sorry for the delay. You should prepare yourself. The real battle starts now. Long Chen handed Sha Yuluo to Sha Yunfeng. Picking up the pot, he flew into the air, blood drinker resting on his shoulder and killing intent soaring out of him. Idiots from the Bloodkill Hall, ancient races, and Pill Tower, weren't you just waiting for me to throw myself into your net? Well, I, Long Chen, have already arrived, so come out and face your deaths. Long Chen's shout shook the 9 heavens. Terrifying auras began to rise in all directions. Dozens of figures appeared, surrounding everyone. Seeing these people, Sha Yunfeng, Sha Yunchong, and the others' expressions completely changed. Now they finally knew what the Grand Han was relying on. There were over 80 newcomers. 5 of them were rank 8 celestials, 27 were rank 7 celestials, and the rest were all rank 6 celestials. The most shocking thing to Sha Yunchong was that the 5 rank 8 celestials all possessed incredibly terrifying auras, like immovable mountains. He suddenly felt a feeling that he couldn't possibly defeat them. When this feeling arose in his heart, Sha Yunchong felt a bit of sadness. He had never had this kind of feeling when facing someone in the same realm as him. He knew that his Dao heart had been destroyed, but he didn't regret it. If he hadn't knelt and managed to stall, Long Chen wouldn't have gotten back in time to save his little sister. Long Chen, let's see where you run this time. The twin Bloodkill Hall assassins icily stared at Long Chen. Clearly, the fact that they hadn't killed Long Chen last time was their own carelessness. Now, they would definitely kill him to win back their face. Idiot, was I the one to run last time? Said Long Chen. The two of them had no way to reply to that, as last time, they had truly been the ones to flee. If the ancient race experts hadn't come in time, they might already be dead. Long Chen, you've repeatedly offended the ancient races. Today, the 4 nations' ancient remnant will be your burial ground, said the giant eagle race expert. His eyes glinted coldly, and light blossomed from his body. At the same time, the elephant race and tiger race experts began to gather their auras, ready for battle. The 3 ancient race experts' auras rose, while the twin Bloodkill Hall assassins had already raised their swords. Terrifying auras locked onto Long Chen. Long Chen looked over the 5 of them. His hair and black robes gently blew in the wind. He told the grave Sha Yunchong, leave the 5 of them to me. Do your best to lead the Grand Shah's men to cut down the remaining fellows. Hearing this, the Grand Shah's experts were all shocked. Although they weren't rank 8 celestials, they were still elites. They could clearly sense just how terrifying each of those people was. They could not be compared to Li Wanji or Han Baijin or the like. They were true experts, but Long Chen wanted to fight them 1 against 5. Brother Long, let us brothers fight shoulder to shoulder today against these powerful enemies, said xianxia. He knew that any one of these 5 could kill him. That wasn't entirely just because he had lost his undefeatable Tao. This was his intuition based on his immense experience. He had already given up any hope of leaving here alive. He simply wanted to fight and die alongside Long Chen. His only hope was that he would be able to last long enough that Sha Yuluo could escape. Powerful enemies. They aren't fit to be called that. Don't worry, I'm not going to be some hero who dies for others. My life is quite precious. I still have so many lovers and hot-blooded brothers waiting for me to return home. There's no need to say any more. Take care of that little bastard Han Wenjun. He's not the old Han Wenjun any longer, so don't be careless. It was like a volcano had erupted from within Long Chen's body. A pillar of qi soared into the sky. What stunned Sha Yunchong and the others was that in that instant, they were blown back just by his aura. As the divine ring revolved, heaven and earth trembled intensely, as if the world couldn't bear Long Chen's power. What? His power has risen to such a terrifying level. The twin assassins were shocked. After fighting Long Chen, they were completely clear on his power. Although he was powerful, he wasn't their match. If Long Chen hadn't used the arm protector and boots to unleash a sudden counterattack, they definitely would have had the power to kill him. No, that's wrong. Last time, his cultivation base was at the 4th heaven stage, and now he's at the 5th heaven stage. But how could one minor realm advancement cause such a huge difference? Cried the twin assassins. What they didn't know was that Long Chen's cultivation base hadn't just advanced to the 5th heaven stage because of the 3 drops of Yuan Spirit Divine Elixir. His physical body had also strengthened a great deal thanks to the Mandara body tempering pills. The current Long Chen was capable of using all 108,000 immortal platforms in his body to their full effect. Now he had 4 Qi Cs and 108,000 immortal platforms giving him endless energy. Long Chen's aura continued to erupt. It felt like he had been stifled for too long, and so he was doing his best to release it all. As his aura rose, the ground began to explode. The pillar of Qi transformed into a coiling dragon charging through the clouds. Cracks spread far into the distance on the ground. Long Chen was like a battle god slowly releasing his power. As his power was revealed, it felt like the world couldn't contain him. In truth, Long Chen had no choice but to slowly release his power. As he didn't know whether his body could handle his full power, he could only take things step by step. By the time he had fully released his power, heaven and earth were shaking. Shortly after, that manifestation vanished and the rumbling world returned to calm, replaced by an indescribably dense murderous aura in the air. Right now, Long Chen was full of confidence. His body was finally able to bear his power. Just at this moment, a sword silently stabbed toward Long Chen's back without any warning. Chapter 12:20 Fighting Enemies. A large hand caught the sharp sword of one of the Bloodkill Hall's assassins. Long Chen smiled coldly upon catching the sword. He then suddenly pushed it to the side. Metallic ringing rang out as the sword crashed into the other assassin's sword. Both the Bloodkill Hall's assassins' expressions changed. A blood-red saber image erupted into existence before them. The two of them were shocked. They couldn't comprehend how Long Chen's reactions were so fast and how he was able to so easily break their combination attack. Last time, Long Chen had been barely able to stay alive under their attacks. But now he broke their attack in an instant. What they didn't know was that as the energy within Long Chen surged, the power of his physical body also greatly improved and he no longer needed to fight with his hands tied. Naturally, his fighting style was different now. Their swords intersected, blocking the saber. They felt like a mountain had crashed into them, and they were blown back, their arms shaking. They looked at Long Chen with shock. Long Chen's current power was far greater than any of their estimations. In this one exchange, they almost coughed up blood. Your power's not bad, taste one of my fists. Suddenly, the elephant race expert attacked. A sea of runes coiled around him, and he smashed a staff at Long Chen. This elephant race expert had a very large body, and that copper staff was thick enough to be a pillar. As the staff smashed down, it felt like the world was about to smash apart from its power. Long Chen met it with his saber. Space collapsed and the ground exploded as a terrifying chi wave swept out like a tsunami. With their weapons locked, the elephant race expert sneered, "Excellent. There aren't many humans capable of challenging my barbarian elephant race in power. But don't get too pleased. The power of my barbarian elephant race isn't something you inferior humans can contend against. With a roar, the elephant race expert's muscles all bulged. Veins popped up all over his body, and it was like a wild animal was roaring within him. Energy exploded out of him in waves. The two of their weapons were still locked, but the surrounding space was constantly exploding. A huge hole was formed in the ground that was no longer able to endure their power. Now it was so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. The barbarian elephant race had a high position, and they specialized in power. Even within the powerful ancient races, they stood at the top when it came to power. He had never heard of any human capable of contending against them. The barbarian elephant race expert was unleashing unprecedented power, and his aura caused the sky to tremble. He appeared unstoppable, and yet, shockingly, Long Chen's expression was still completely calm. No matter how the barbarian elephant race expert increased his power, Long Chen remained an immovable mountain. On the contrary, the barbarian elephant race expert's arms were shaking due to how much power he was using. He had ended up using his full power already. He was filled with shock. He could not comprehend how Long Chen's human body could block his immense power. The ancient races, bragging is always heaven-shaking. But in the end, they don't have the slightest ability. You're just hybrids who forget your ancestors. Don't forget, the human race is your ancestor. You might want to only acknowledge the blood of the Zon beasts and look down on the human race, but you don't even understand why the human race is known as the most spiritual being. Today, I'll let you see what true power is. The 108,000 immortal platforms in Long Chen's body rapidly revolved. This time, he was pushing his power to the peak in one go instead of slowly raising it. Instead of a slow trickle from a lake, it was like the entire lake was discharged. This kind of instant eruption of power was something Long Chen wouldn't have dared to do without the previous test. Power roared through Long Chen's arms. It was like a volcano that had been storing up energy for 10,000 years was erupting. The elephant race expert vomited blood and flew back. All the ancient race experts were shocked. They had never imagined that the barbarian elephant race expert would lose to someone from the human race, and lose so completely at that. "Attack together!" shouted the eagle race expert. Wielding a lance, the runes on his wings surged and he took the lead in attacking Long Chen. The tiger race expert beside him roared and then suddenly became illusory. He shot toward Long Chen, his hands becoming sharp tiger claws. This tiger race expert was a descendant of the shadow devil tiger race, one of the Zon beasts. They were all incredibly fast. As for their pair of tiger claws, those were their innate martial weapons and they were incomparably sharp. The elephant race expert was shocked and furious, his killing intent surging. Long Chen's power had caused him to lose face. Facing these three powerful experts, Long Chen definitely would have died if he had been fighting them when he had first entered the secret realm. But now, he had no fear for them. He sent out a single slash. Although the three of them had attacked at the same time, the huge eagle race expert's lance had to be 6 meters long, and he was the closest. Long Chen's first attack was targeted on him. The eagle race expert's body was instantly blown back upon contact with Long Chen's saber. There was clearly no way for him to resist Long Chen's power. Using the arm protector on his left hand, he blocked the elephant race expert's staff, but as a result, he was knocked back. However, when the elephant race expert knocked Long Chen back, a bad feeling rose in his heart. He shouted, "Watch out!" Long Chen had intentionally allowed himself to be knocked back. But it was too late. Borrowing the elephant race expert's power, he shot like an arrow at the tiger race expert who was charging toward him. The tiger race expert had been accumulating power on his way over to Long Chen. His aim had been to store up the perfect amount of energy for when he arrived at Long Chen's side. But halfway there, Long Chen suddenly appeared in front of him, catching him off guard. Seeing a kick coming toward him, he blocked it with his claws. As a result, the tiger race expert was sent flying, the bones in his arms broken. He vomited blood and shot back like a shooting star. It had to be known that Long Chen had borrowed a portion of the elephant race expert's power and activated his king item boots to shoot over at this speed. If it had been an ordinary rank 8 celestial, this kick would have killed them. Then using the rebound power, Long Chen flipped back, twisting through the air. Blooddrinker slashed through the air. Split the heavens 3. A blood-colored saber image looked like it was hitting nothing. But when it fell, space exploded in front of it, revealing two shocked faces. Those two were the Bloodkill Hall's assassins. When Long Chen had attacked the ancient race experts, they had used their secret art to conceal themselves and launch a fatal attack. As top assassins of the Bloodkill Hall, they had the utmost confidence in their concealing arts. And with the two of them absorbing the other's killing intent, it made it even more impossible for others to sense them. Countless experts had died to their blades, but they had only just hidden themselves and started preparing to strike when Long Chen struck them. There was no way to dodge this fierce attack, so they hastily blocked. But one side was attacking suddenly, while the other was hastily meeting the attack. The twins ended up knocked back, vomiting blood. "Impossible, how did you notice us?" roared the two of them in disbelief. "Idiot, don't use the same move twice in front me, or you'll die," sneered Long Chen. Then ignoring the two of them, he shot after the three ancient race experts. In truth, these twin Bloodkill Hall assassins were extremely powerful. With their killing intent absorbed by the other, he truly found it difficult to sense their hostility. In an intense battle, it was even more difficult to sense them. But Long Chen wasn't a fool. How could he allow them to unleash such terrifying assassination arts? The first moment they had sneak attacked him, when he had caught one of their swords, he had used his own blood mixed with some medicinal powders to leave a mark on the sword. Then he had smashed that sword into the other assassin's sword. Now both those swords were marked with his specific aura. This aura was essentially impossible for others to sense. But Long Chen was extremely sensitive to his blood, especially the dragon blood essence within it. He was able to clearly pinpoint their positions without even seeing them. Of course, he wouldn't tell them this secret. Instead, he used some braggart words that could anger them to death. As a result, the two of them were infuriated and shocked. They were unable to see any clues as to how Long Chen had broken their concealing arts. Since that was the case, they decided to stop using their hidden assassination arts and instead charge at Long Chen. With the two Bloodkill Hall assassins and the three ancient race experts, Long Chen was now fighting 5 rank 8 celestials. But what shocked everyone was that Long Chen seemed unstoppable. Even on his own, he suppressed the other 5. He was the one who decided the battle's tempo. As the 6 of them fought a heaven-shaking battle in the distance, Han Wenjun was filled with envy. Suddenly, he looked at Sha Yuluo. He saw that she had already recovered and was looking worshipfully at Long Chen, looking intoxicated. His fury soared. "Everyone attack! Kill every last member of the Grand Sha!" shouted Han Wenjun. He led the Grand Han's experts in attacking the Grand Sha's side. Following them were the ancient races, remaining members, as well as 6 experts from the Pill Tower. Chapter 12:21 Blood Dyes the Ancient Remnant. Long Chen fought intensely against the 5 powerful enemies, with Blooddrinker dancing through the air. People could only see 6 figures shooting back and forth as the sky shook around them. Seeing that Long Chen could fight against these 5 powerful experts, Han Wenjun was deeply shocked. He sent out the order for everyone to attack the distant Grand Sha experts. A vague feeling of unease appeared in Han Wenjun's heart. Perhaps he would have to capture the Grand Sha's experts in order to enter an invincible position. At the very least, he had to capture Sha Yuluo. "Han Wenjun, I'll kill you, you bastard." Suddenly, a woman's cry full of killing intent rang out. A sword slashed at Han Wenjun like a flying rainbow. "HMPH, little slut, I'll capture you again right now." Han Wenjun sneered and suddenly reached out. Runes lit up on his fingers as he caught Sha Yuluo's sword, while his other hand reached toward her throat. Sha Yuluo was shocked. Instead of injuring him when her sword struck his hand, she found herself unable to pull it back. She had never imagined Han Wenjun was this terrifyingly powerful. An explosion of energy came from Han Wenjun's palm. Sha Yuluo's whole body shook and she vomited a mouthful of blood. She was instantly injured and unable to resist at all as Han Wenjun's hand reached for her throat. "Fuck off!" A furious roar rang out, and a fist smashed into Han Wenjun's palm. Sha Yunchong had arrived, blocking his attack, while also pushing Sha Yuluo back. But when Sha Yunchong's fist collided with Han Wenjun's palm, his expression changed. He was actually forced back by Han Wenjun. "Sha Yuluo, get back and protect the Crown Prince," shouted Sha Yunchong, his expression grave. "Listen to orders. Go protect the Crown Prince," ordered Sha Yunchong. Sha Yuluo's eyes were red. She felt herself to be useless. The person who had tricked her was right in front of her, but she couldn't get revenge and had implicated her big brother. Clenching her teeth, she flew over to Sha Yunfeng and the others, who were currently besieged by powerful enemies. Once Sha Yuluo was gone, Sha Yunchong turned to face Han Wenjun icily. "No wonder Long Chen said you were no longer the old you. You actually absorbed the Grand Chu and Grand Zhou's dragon vein energy for yourself. Now your power isn't any lower than those top experts. Others might not be able to tell, but the instant xianxia had been forced back by Han Wenjun's palm, he had realized something was wrong. Using his dragon vein energy to see, he finally sensed a huge dragon vein image supporting Han Wenjun from behind him. It was several times stronger than his own dragon vein energy. This kind of dragon vein image was something only those who possessed dragon vein energy could sense. And yet it hadn't escaped Long Chen's senses either. Ha ha ha, correct. The Grand Zhou and Grand Chu's imperial disciples have been killed by me, and I've already absorbed all their dragon vein energy. As soon as all your Grand Sha's imperial disciples are killed, the Grand Sha, the Grand Zhou, and the Grand Chu will have lost a third of their karmic luck. This karmic luck will end up supporting my Grand Han, so your three nations will decline, while my Grand Han will only grow stronger. We won't need to waste any time thinking of how to get any historical remnants, making any idols, or stealing any cultural inheritances. Only my Grand Han ancient nation will remain within the Central Plains, ha ha ha. Han Wenjun laughed uproariously, his voice full of pride. It was like he could already see the day of the Grand Han uniting all the ancient nations. HMPH, keep dreaming. Shameless bastards, you're just idiots with overblown confidence. Today, I'll let you and your ambitions die within this ancient remnant. Xianxia shot forward, unleashing a whistling fist at Han Wenjun. The idiot is you, Xianxia. With your connection to your dragon vein severed, the amount of dragon vein energy you can use has dropped. Furthermore, you've already knelt to me, and you no longer have the power of your undefeatable Tao. Without the pressure of the undefeatable Tao restricting me, you still think you can win. Keep dreaming, you're the one who will die here. Han Wenjun smiled contemptuously. If it was before, he definitely wouldn't have dared to fight Xianxia in a 1-against-1. But now, he had stolen the Grand Chu and Grand Zhou's dragon vein energy for himself, as well as broken Xianxia's undefeatable Tao. He was fearless. Their fist and palm once more collided, and both sides were knocked back by the other. Even without the domain of my undefeatable Tao, I, Xianxia, am not someone an idiot like you can look down upon. Shouted Xianxia. He clearly sensed that his undefeatable will was no longer able to suppress others, but that didn't affect the rest of his combat powers. Han Wenjun was shocked inside. Even without the suppression of the undefeatable Tao, making it so he could unleash his full power when fighting, he was still unable to suppress Xianxia. His urge to kill Xianxia rose. The two of them continued a fierce fight, while Sha Yuluo flew over to the other powerful enemies besieging the Grand Sha's side. Kill! Sha Yuluo suddenly let out a furious roar. She who had been living a golden life and weaving her own dreams of the rest of the world had finally seen the cruelty of reality. She hated herself for being naive, she hated herself for being foolish, and now she was transforming all this hatred into boundless killing intent. Her sword mercilessly flew through the air. Each of her attacks was incredibly vicious, her moves almost suicidal. Her enemies were not able to stop her. She felt like she had gone crazy. She needed to kill people, to kill all these enemies. That was the only way to vent her fury, her hatred, and to relieve the pain in her heart. Watch out, this woman's crazy, shouted an ancient race expert. Sha Yuluo's eyes were red, and she was unleashing boundless killing intent. She was ignoring other people's attacks, continuously launching attacks where she exchanged injury for lives. In the first instant, she took the lives of 7 rank 7 celestials. Sha Yuluo felt herself to be insane. She even felt a desire to die fighting on this battlefield, like that was the only way to relieve her guilt. On this battlefield, the only rank 8 celestial from the Grand Han, Han Qizhan, went all out to block Sha Yuluo's sword. As a result, he almost coughed up blood in his first exchange with her. Ignore the others for now. Kill this crazy woman, shouted Han Qizhan. Sha Yuluo's talent was innately high, and if it weren't for her willful desire to have fun, her accomplishments probably wouldn't be any less than Xianxia's. Sha Yuluo's combat power was originally a level higher than Han Qizhan's. Now in this insane sat, she had killed 10 experts, none of them capable of matching her. If Han Qizhan were to fight her 1-against-1, he wouldn't be able to last more than a few exchanges before being killed. Originally, the addition of the ancient races and the Pill Tower's experts should have allowed the Grand Han to completely suppress the Grand Sha's experts. But Sha Yuluo's suicidal charge caught them completely off guard, and they abandoned their opponents to attack her. The current Sha Yuluo was absolutely terrifying. If they didn't quickly suppress her, then by the time they killed the rest of the Grand Sha's experts, she'd have also killed most of them. In just a moment, Sha Yuluo was fighting Han Qijin as well as over 10 ranked 7 celestials. In a few breaths, she was covered in injuries, blood dyeing her robes. She was beautiful in a poignant way. Sha Yuluo had taken these injuries in order to take the lives of 3 ranked 7 celestials, giving her remaining opponents goosebumps. They were finally experiencing how terrifying women could be when they went crazy. More and more of their top experts were drawn over to deal with Sha Yuluo, relieving the pressure on the Grand Sha's experts. But seeing their princess covered in blood and fighting with her life on the line, they erupted with unprecedented power, going all out. Sha Yunfeng and the others also unleashed their greatest power. The battlefield situation became critical. Long Chen was fighting 1 against 5, Sha Yunchong was fighting Han Wenjun, and Sha Yuluo was drawing over the remaining top experts, allowing the remaining Grand Sha experts to fight back at their opponents in a bloody battle. These 4 battlefields were now all in a precarious state. If any of them took the advantage, it might affect the other battlefields, immediately causing a chain reaction. If any of these battlefields were defeated, it would immediately cause a one-sided dominance. The battle would basically be decided. So whether it was the Grand Sha's experts or their opponents, they were all going all out. Their blades were all merciless. People continuously died, their blood soaking into the ground. Long Chen's battle with the 5 experts had also reached its climax. At first, the 5 experts had been holding back. The ancient races in Bloodkill Hall didn't want to work together, so they were fighting for themselves. But then as the fight continued, they realized that if they didn't work together, they might really end up defeated by Long Chen. Just a little while back, Long Chen had created an opportunity to land a punch on the tiger race expert, causing him to wildly vomit blood. If it hadn't been for the elephant race expert's timely assistance, Long Chen would have killed him with his saber. As for the Bloodkill Hall's assassins, one of them was almost killed by a kick from him, and the other assassin had to launch an unexpected suicidal attack on Long Chen. Long Chen hadn't been assured of killing that person while also blocking this suicidal attack, which had saved the assassin's life. Having people from both their parties almost die shocked them. Long Chen's power was growing greater and greater. In the beginning, they had still been able to suppress him. But after an incense stick's worth of time, they were being hunted by Long Chen. Bastard, he's using us to adapt to his power. Everyone, stop holding back and kill him now. The Eagle Race expert finally came to a shocking realization. Long Chen's combat power was rising as his control over his power increased. Through the Eagle Race expert's warning, the others also realized this. They were both shocked and infuriated. They had actually ended up being a whetstone for Long Chen. Don't hold back, roared the Eagle Race expert. His wings spread and golden runes flowed out. 2 runes revolved in his eyes as he activated his spirit blood. His lance viciously pierced at Long Chen, tearing through space with an ear-piercing rumble. Chapter 1222 Heaven Fermenting Divine Jar. The Eagle Race expert activated his spirit blood through a secret art. When the ancient races activated their spirit blood, their combat power would multiply, as they had the bloodline of the Zon beasts. This was different from when the human race activated their spirit blood. The spirit blood of the ancient races contained their Zon beast bloodline, but their bodies were in human form. They were unable to endure such terrifying power for a long time. That was why the ancient races also considered the human race as absolute garbage. The human race bloodline affected their combat power, making it so they were unable to fully unleash the power of the Zon beast bloodline within them. So they hated the human race. Now that he activated his spirit blood, his combat power crazily soared. However, his body wouldn't be able to endure this kind of power for long. He had to end the fight quickly. Long Chen's saber collided with the Eagle Race expert's lance. Long Chen's hand trembled and he was knocked back. Blood dripped down his hand. He was shocked inside. The ancient races truly had some skills. That was especially true for their rank 8 celestials. Their bloodline power was even more terrifying. The elephant and tiger race experts also unleashed the power of their bloodlines. Vast swaths of space twisted around them, while heaven and earth shook from their power. It was possible to vaguely hear the sound of an elephant cry and tiger roar. Killing God blessing, blood spirit sacrifice. At the same time, the Bloodkill Hall's assassins unleashed a shocking move. Blood poured out of every single one of their pores, condensing into runes that unleashed boundless murderous aura. The pressure from these 5 eruptions caused the entire battlefield to tremble. Everyone's hearts shook, and they glanced over in shock. But they were no longer able to see Long Chen and the others. Space was twisting around them, and terrifying pressure raged within. Most of them were unable to sense anything inside the twisted space. Xianxia and the others were shocked. Just from these auras, it was clear those 5 experts had unleashed their full power. The ending of this life and death battle was within Long Chen's hands. If he could endure this, there was still hope. If he was defeated, they would all be killed. Everything's up to you, Long Chen. Xianxia looked at Long Chen's battlefield. Only a rank 8 celestial like him had the ability to peer through this twisted space to see what was inside. Xiaoluo had awoken slightly from her craziness. Seeing that battlefield in the air and sensing those 5 powerful auras, she felt even more remorse. She hated herself for being powerless. Other than stubbornly scolding people and crying like a child, she didn't have any ability at all. She wasn't any help at this critical time at all. Long Chen was fighting those 5 peak experts all on his own. All the Grand Shah's experts' lives were in his hands. As for her, she could only watch from a distance. Long Chen, you have to win. I can die, but you can't. I don't want my brothers to die, and I don't want the warriors of my Grand Shah to die either. Xiaoluo clenched her teeth and prayed. Seeing these 5 experts unleash heaven-shaking auras, Long Chen's gaze became fiery. From the battle, he had completely adapted to his newfound power. He was also more confident. Now that he was facing these 5 experts, any of whom could shake the outside world, he felt pressure but also excitement. That was a primal desire to fight against experts that came from the depths of his soul. He was now completely adapted to his power, and he no longer had any misgivings either. Green scales covered Long Chen's body. This was his first time using the green dragon battle armor since reaching the 5th heaven stage. 108,000 green scales covered his body, and his 108,000 immortal platforms suddenly began to fiercely revolve. Each one of them echoed with one of his dragon scales, and in that instant, it was like 108,000 volcanoes were erupting. Boundless energy charged throughout Long Chen's body, and a powerful aura shattered space, piercing through the sky. The spatial twisting around them suddenly vanished, allowing everyone to clearly see a pillar of chi soaring out of Long Chen, parting the clouds. A huge vortex appeared in the sky, constantly revolving. It was an apocalyptic omen that none of them had ever witnessed before. Ha ha ha, great, there's no problem at all with my physical body, and I can fight at full power. Long Chen laughed uproariously, and in the face of the 5 of them attacking him, he swung his saber with a single hand. Boom! Their 5 weapons crashed against Long Chen's saber, unleashing a terrifying explosion. Ripples spread out. The ground exploded and the entire world rocked. The distant experts were far away and not impacted by these shockwaves, and yet they felt a terror from their souls that made it hard for them to breathe. What kind of power is this? Those distant experts were all shocked. Let alone blocking this kind of power, just being close to it would turn them to dust. Impossible, how can he be so strong? Roared the elephant race expert. His face was pale with disbelief. Long Chen's power had far surpassed his imagination, and he refused to believe a human could possess such power. The others were shocked too. They hadn't expected that just as they unleashed their full power to kill Long Chen in one blow, his power would erupt to such a shocking level. It took the 5 of them working together to just barely block him. Was this really so strong? This is nothing. I'll show you what true power is. Long Chen sneered. Boom! The 5 of them were blown back by an irresistible power from Long Chen's saber. Split the heavens 4. A huge saber image tore into the sky, and a terrifying killing intent locked onto the 5 of them. Space tore apart, and it was like time was frozen. It was like in that instant, the world was no longer moving. Long Chen used half his immortal platform's energy to unleash this attack. This was a saber that would follow a person to heaven or hell. The 5 of their expressions changed. The eagle race expert roared furiously, pushing his bloodline power to its peak. The runes around him exploded one by one, and his lance blossomed with blinding light. A 3,000-meter lance image shot out. Giant Eagle Blood Lance. The eagle race expert had actually activated his king item, bringing out its true form and even the strongest attack of his bloodline. He knew Long Chen's attack was too terrifying to hold back. The elephant and tiger race experts also unleashed the full power of their king items and bloodlines. The tiger race expert's martial weapon was actually a sheath around his claws. It lit up, and a huge claw image slashed out. The two Bloodkill Hall's assassins didn't dare to tarry. They closed their eyes, and their foreheads suddenly split open. Blood dripped out, forming a strange design. It was like the face of a fiend. 2,000-3,000-meter figures appeared behind them. Then those two figures actually merged. Once they merged, heaven-shaking killing intent exploded out. It was like this figure was their killing god. It slashed out a huge attack. Their 4 attacks crashed into the blood-red saber image. When those 5 attacks collided, the world became silent. After a breath, a fierce explosion erupted. Light that was more blinding than the sun devoured heaven and earth. Those distant experts were too shocked to even continue fighting. "Quick, retreat," Sha Yunfeng shouted, ordering everyone to fall back. If they were struck by this light, then other than the rank 8 celestials, the rest would all be annihilated. Sha Yunchang also stopped fighting. Using a movement art to slip away, he pulled along 2 heavily injured Grand Sha's experts as he fled. The ancient race, Pill Tower, and Grand Han's experts also prepared to run when Han Wenjun announced, "Everyone, there's no need to panic. I brought my Grand Han's ancestral item, the heaven-fermenting divine jar. It can definitely block it." Han Wenjun took out a pitch-black jar. Mysterious runes were on it, and it immediately grew in size and enveloped all of them. This was also an ancestral item, a treasure, that had been passed on within the Grand Han for countless years. In order to avoid any mistakes, they had even brought in this ancestral item. Sha Yunchang and the others glared hatefully at them, but they had no choice but to continue fleeing. Escaping the terrifying light was impossible, but they hoped to get far away enough that its power would weaken enough to only injure them instead of killing them. That light collided into Han Wenjun's ancestral item. Divine runes lit up on it, and the terrifying impact only caused it to quiver slightly before it stabilized. "Stop, come with me," Sha Yunchang suddenly shouted and led everyone in the direction behind the ancestral item. Due to the ancestral item, a large portion of the light there was blocked, making that the only safe place. They had only just reached the spot when the light struck them. A maelstrom of broken runes hit them. This maelstrom easily tore through their armor. It was like millions of tiny blades were cutting their skin. But they were delighted. Fortunately, the Grand Han's ancestral item had blocked a portion of this power, or most of them would have died. "You want to take advantage of me? HMPH, keep dreaming." Han Wenjun sneered upon seeing this. He was just about to reduce the ancestral item's protective area when a clanking sound rang out. The entire ancestral item trembled fiercely, causing Han Wenjun's expression to completely change. Chapter 12:23 Slashed to death. Long Chen's attack had forced his 5 opponents to unleash their strongest attacks. This was a world-shaking exchange, and the immense power blew back all 6 of them. Long Chen didn't know what condition the others were in, but he felt like a hammer had struck him. He almost coughed up blood. He hadn't expected the 5 of them to be so strong. Even the 4th form of Split the Heavens hadn't managed to kill them. But unbeknownst to him, the 5 of them were even more shocked. They felt like they were about to go insane. They were top figures amongst rank 8 celestials, practically unrivaled within their realm. They had never before had to join hands with anyone to fight their enemies. Now, they had not only joined hands with others, but the 5 of them had even unleashed their strongest moves, only to violently cough up blood. The 3 ancient race experts were a bit better off. After all, they had the bloodline of the Zon beasts, giving them powerful physical bodies. But the 2 Bloodkill Hall's assassins were almost killed. They were covered with blood, and their bones were broken. They tumbled back like a mass of pulp. Long Chen didn't know about all that. All he knew was that it felt like a mountain was crashing into his chest. As he flew back, the direction he went was precisely where Han Wenjun was. He saw that huge jar. He was no longer a novice, and he instantly recognized it to be an ancestral item. Without saying a word, he took out the black pot and smashed it at the jar. With an explosive sound, the pot smashed against the jar. Everyone inside felt like they were inside a bell that had been rung with a hammer. That feeling was unendurable. Those with weaker cultivation bases fainted, and some unlucky fellows even directly died. Those who didn't faint didn't feel like it was a blessing. Another smash came, making their heads buzz. They felt like their brains were being turned to mush. The fierce ringing continued. Han Wenjun only managed to react now, coughing up a mouthful of blood that landed on the ancestral item. But by the time he did this, he was shocked to find that ancestral item had become incredibly weak. He even sensed waves of terror coming from it. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, their Grand Han's ancestral item, the heaven-fermenting divine jar, shattered. Its fragments fell to the ground, revealing a black pot and Long Chen who was covered in sweat. By now, the maelstrom had already passed. Long Chen looked at the sluggish Han Wenjun. He wiped off some sweat and said, "Although you're a bunch of brutes, I wouldn't feel good seeing you die inside a pickling jar. Now I've finally managed to break it and save you. There's no need to thank me, as this was only right of me. Well, goodbye." After spouting out nonsense, Long Chen viciously slapped the stunned Han Wenjun. He shot back like a shooting star. He was like a bolt of lightning was flying toward the center of the battlefield. Half of Han Wenjun's face caved in. His head had shrunk quite a bit, but fortunately, the Grand Han's men had large heads, so he still had enough. But Long Chen's slap was truly vicious. Han Wenjun almost died from it. Without his powerful dragon vein support, he would have died. Kill them. Sha Yunfeng and Sha Yunchong were delighted by Long Chen's power. He actually managed to destroy an ancestral item, heavily injure Han Wenjun, and cause all the other experts to feel like their heads were buzzing. This was the best time to kill them, and so all the Grand Sha's experts charged. As for Long Chen, he flew in another direction. That was where the 5 rank 8 celestials were struggling to stand. Long Chen didn't want to give them any time to breathe. However, he hadn't had a choice but to interfere. Han Wenjun's ancestral item had been too terrifying. If he hadn't destroyed it, Han Wenjun might have been able to use it to completely annihilate Sha Yunchong and the others. So Long Chen broke that pickling jar with the black pot. The other reason for this was to see the power of the black pot. Long Chen had hoped that the black pot might wake from this. If it did, perhaps he would be able to dominate the lands in the future. After all, this pot was personally forged by a mysterious ascender, and later, that ascender had even bestowed it with even greater power. After he had used it on the Blazing Dragon Cauldron, the Blazing Dragon Cauldron had later told him that the pot was a rogue. Each time the pot smashed it, it extracted its core energy. That was why it would have been crippled if Long Chen had continued smashing it on it. So upon seeing another ancestral item, Long Chen almost reflexively decided to be a rogue and unleash a torrent of smashes. And as expected, the pot really was badass. Each smash weakened the ancestral item. This time, Long Chen didn't care about the ancestral item, and his smashes completely destroyed the treasure the Grand Han had spent blood, sweat, and tears on nourishing for hundreds of generations. Die. Long Chen put away the pot and shot toward the 2 assassins who were covered in blood and trying to recover with heavenly Tao energy. Boom. The 2 of them hastily blocked Long Chen's saber, but Long Chen was too powerful, and they didn't specialize in power. They tumbled back along the ground. Their bodies hadn't fully recovered before they were given a new slew of injuries. If they hadn't worked together, they wouldn't have even been able to block this attack. "He's out of power. Quick, kill him," cried one of the assassins. To use the 4th form of Split the Heavens, Long Chen had used up half his energy. Now, he had less than a third of his spiritual yuan. His power had truly dropped. But even if he had less than a third of his spiritual yuan, he knew that with his 108,000 immortal platforms, that was still double what an ordinary rank 8 celestial possessed. When he had fought Dan Chu, the reason why he had been able to steal so much spiritual yuan was because alchemists had the most abundant spiritual yuan other than wood cultivators. And yet, even though so much of Dan Chu's spiritual yuan had been sucked away, it still hadn't been enough for Long Chen. 30% of his spiritual yuan was enough for him to kill these exhausted fellows. The Bloodkill Hall assassin was only shouting this in order to get the ancient race experts to come and help. If the ancient race experts just watched, the 2 assassins would be killed instantly. That wasn't good for any of them. If they died, the ancient race experts would also find it difficult to escape from Long Chen. The ancient race experts disdained working together with the Bloodkill Hall assassins, but they had no other choice right now. Long Chen was too terrifying, and if the 2 assassins were killed, their hopes of victory would drop. Therefore, they used the little bit of energy they had just recovered to attack Long Chen. Long Chen smiled slightly. The runes on his boots lit up, and it was like he had teleported. He arrived in front of the 2 assassins. Their swords stabbed toward him from 2 different sides. Although they were enemies, Long Chen had to admit their combination arts were practically flawless. Even in such desperate straits, their attacks weren't chaotic. They weren't panicked at all, and their control over their sword, timing, and power was still at their peak. One sword was aiming for Long Chen's heart, while the other was aimed at his ribs. It looked like they were launched at the same time, but their timing was different. There was no way to block them at the same time, but if he blocked them separately, it would give them a breather. Long Chen raised his arm protector to block one sword, while he allowed the other sword to stab through his ribs. That sharp blade contained all the assassin's energy, and even Long Chen's body couldn't block it. It pierced through him. No, the assassin whose blade was blocked let out a startled cry. As for the other assassin, at the same time as his sword stabbed through Long Chen's body, Long Chen's saber slashed through his waist. Last time, he had also been cut at the waist by Long Chen, but he hadn't died. This time, he wasn't so lucky. The power contained in Long Chen's saber directly blew him apart. One of the twin assassins had fallen, causing the other assassin's eyes to almost tear out of their sockets. He went insane, roaring furiously. Long Chen pulled out the sword stabbing through him, causing his blood to spurt. He icily looked at the other assassin and shook his head. Aren't you the killing god servants? Didn't you say death is returning to the embrace of the killing god? I sent your brother to see your killing god, so shouldn't you thank me? Why get angry? Long Chen's voice was full of disdain. When they killed others, they were merciless and vicious, treating their lives as nothing more than blades of grass. But now he became so fierce upon having his brother killed. Since he knew pain, why could he be so indifferent when it came to killing others? Die! The remaining assassin attacked Long Chen like he was insane. He had already lost the calm of an assassin. Losing his twin brother made him crazy. Attack together! The three ancient race experts' hearts turned cold upon seeing Long Chen kill one of the assassins. But it had happened too quickly for them to stop him. Now seeing the other assassin enter a crazy state, they launched all-out attacks. They knew if they didn't, Long Chen would quickly send the remaining assassin to the killing god, and then it would probably be their turn. Right now, each bit of combat power was incredibly precious. Once the fourth of them charged at him together, Long Chen suddenly shouted. Violet flames exploded out of him, their heat incinerating the world. Chapter 1224 Exchanging Weapons of War for Gifts of Jade and Silk. Not good. The three ancient race experts' expressions changed. When those violet flames enveloped them, they were shocked to find they were unable to resist at all. The instant the flames touched them, their skin turned black. The eagle race expert's feathers were all incinerated, and his wings became charred. Those feathers were so powerful that even blades couldn't break them. They were even stronger than treasure items. But they weren't able to stop the soul-devouring violet flame. This was just the start. The flame energy continued to wreak havoc over their bodies, trying to turn them to ash. If they were in their peak state, they would have been able to use their powerful spiritual yuan to resist, but now, they didn't have the energy to block these terrifying flames. Once their last dregs of energy were used up, they would be instantly incinerated. The three of them fell back at the same time. These terrifying flames weren't something they could handle. Just as they retreated, Long Chen's saber slashed through the assassin who was also wrapped in flames. Another Bloodkill Hall assassin died. Long Chen kept their swords. They were incomparably sharp king items. Not only had Long Chen gained 2 powerful king items, but he had also gained 2 rank 8 heavenly Dao runes. Adding on the slain Dan Chu, Li Wanji, and Han Baijin, he had a total of 5 rank 8 heavenly Dao fruits. After that, he shot after the 3 of them. He also expanded the domain of his flames. The 3 of them had just managed to reach the edge of this flame domain when it explosively grew, once more trapping them. Their expressions turned green. At this moment, Long Chen appeared in front of him, his saber slashing down. The 3 of them were horrified. Suddenly, the elephant race expert took out a white, crescent object. This crescent object was only an inch long, looking like nothing more than an ornament. But it was covered in divine runes that emitted a terrifying pressure. The small object shot out at Long Chen's saber. The instant it left the elephant race expert's hand, it rapidly grew, becoming 3,000 meters long. Boom! The saber image and that object collided. Long Chen's saber image was instantly blown apart, and Long Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood as he was knocked back. An ancestral item. Long Chen was shocked. He hadn't expected the elephant race expert to have also brought in an ancestral item. Furthermore, it was such a terrifying ancestral item. At this time, he managed to see that it was clearly an elephant's tusk. This tusk was covered in blood-red lines. It's the tusk of a 10th rank magical beast. Long Chen let out a startled cry. This kind of aura was something he remembered. In truth, This wasn't the tusk of a magical beast, but a 10th rank Zon beast. It was left behind by a true expert of the barbarian elephant race. This tusk contained the power of that expert's terrifying cultivation base. It possessed its own spirituality. Long Chen rejoiced inside that he had launched a saber image attack just now. If this tusk had struck Blooddrinker's true body, it would have been damaged. Lend me your power, the elephant race expert shouted and suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, forming hand seals. That blood transformed into a rune that landed on the tusk. Once the tusk received the nourishing of the essence blood rune, it unleashed blinding light and seemed to come alive. The eagle and tiger race experts placed their hands on the elephant race expert's back. Their little remaining spiritual yuan poured into the elephant race expert's body. With that help, the elephant race expert's hand seals quickened. The tusk shot toward Long Chen. This time, the tusk's runes all lit up, and wherever it passed, space collapsed. It was full of apocalyptic power. Long Chen's hair stood on end. This tusk was absolutely horrifying. It was a true killing item. Little pot, you are an existence left behind by an expert on the level of gods and immortals. You can't fail me now. My life is in your hands. Long Chen clenched his teeth and took out a seemingly unremarkable pot. When he looked from it to this 3,000-meter elephant tusk shooting toward him, his scalp turned numb. Fuck it, Long Chen threw out the black pot. It smashed into the elephant tusk. No light came from the pot. It still seemed as ordinary as ever. But the mountain-like elephant tusk stopped on contact with an explosive sound. Long Chen saw the pot and tusk deadlocked in the air. This small pot and huge elephant tusk were completely mismatched in size, but they were motionless in the air. The eagle, tiger, and elephant race experts all violently vomited blood at the same time, their faces losing all color. That elephant tusk had sucked away all their spiritual yuan, and its collision with the pot caused them a backlash. What shocked the three of them was that this pot was like dogshit, refusing to get off the tusk. The tusk was trembling violently, unable to escape the pot. Its runes began to rapidly dim. Bastard, that pot of his is an absolute treasure. My ancestral item can't handle it. Activate your ancestral spirit's soul-calming jades. The elephant race expert placed a finger on his forehead. His forehead began to cave in. This was a suicidal move. But just as his own power was about to kill him, a jade plate on his waist lit up, and a barrier of light enveloped him. Within this light was an elder with elephant tusks. He was filled with shock. The eagle race expert and tiger race expert also tried to suicide, activating the protection of their soul-calming jades. 3 light barriers enveloped the 3 of them. The elder from the elephant race jumped in shock when he saw the tusk, and he hastily formed hand seals. Energy transmitted out of the light barrier. The elephant tusk seemed to gain some kind of support, and its runes once more brightened. A terrifying pressure came from it, one far stronger than before. Seeing that the pot was being shaken by some kind of energy and might be thrown off at any moment, Long Chen hastily flew over and placed a palm on it. He poured in his spiritual yuan. With Long Chen's support, the pot became stable again, once more sticking to the tusk firmly. Through this, Long Chen sensed the pot crazily absorbing energy from the tusk. Not only was it absorbing the tusk's energy, but it was also absorbing the energy the elder was pouring into it. That elder was the top expert of the elephant race. But due to the spatial difference, he could only transmit some energy through the soul-calming jade. The amount of power he could use was less than 1/10,000th. Seeing that he was unable to extricate the tusk from the pot, he hastily called out to the other 2 ancient races, elders. Those 2 also poured in their energy through their soul-calming jades, giving it to the elephant race elder. They worked together to support the tusk. The tusk blazed with light as it attempted to shake off the pot, but then it quickly dimmed back down. Wave after wave of energy was absorbed by the pot. The elephant race elder's expression changed upon seeing that. He shouted, "Long Chen, the ancient races and you still haven't reached the point of you die or I die. I hope we can all take a step back and exchange our hostility for friendship." How does that sound? This elder finally realized the situation. Although he had great power in his own right, he was unable to use it through the soul-calming jade. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Long Chen, and he would lose his ancestral item and his disciples. What did you say? The wind here is too strong. Long Chen tilted an ear toward him, acting like he hadn't heard. Did this old bastard think he was an idiot? Exchange hostility for friendship. Furthermore, they only represented 3 of the countless ancient races. How could they speak for the ancient races in their entirety? And even if they could represent the ancient races, did asking for a ceasefire now have any meaning? Just at this time, a mass of people rushed over. It was Xianxia and the others. They had annihilated their enemies and had captured Han Wenjun alive. Thus, they came to support Long Chen. Seeing Long Chen holding an iron pot while facing 3 experts of the ancient races shocked them. I'm going to help Long Chen. Sha Yuluo and Sha Yunchang both started flying over. Although they didn't have much spiritual yuan left after this intense battle, they still had some. Come back, your actions are a violation of the Four Nations Treaty, ordered Sha Yunfeng. According to the Four Nations Treaty, the ancient nations were outside the scope of the cultivation world, and they could not interfere in the cultivation world's affairs. In the same way, the 4 ancient nations would not be disturbed by the cultivation world. This was a rule transmitted down through countless years. Previously, the ancient races, Grand Han, and Pill Tower experts had attacked them. Naturally, they were allowed to fight back. But now it was different. Now it was an enmity between Long Chen and the 3 ancient races. If they interfered now, the nature of their actions would change. It would be giving their opponents an excuse to find trouble for the Grand Shah. Are you stupid? Long Chen only became enemies with them because of us. If we just watched to the side, would we even be human? Roared Sha Yunchang, ignoring his orders. Sha Yuluo and Sha Yunchang were both grabbed by Sha Yunfeng. He shouted, do you realize that this courage of yours is putting the safety of the Grand Shah's millions and millions of commoners in danger? Sha Yunchang's expression changed several times. He clenched his fists. They already broke the treaty. Why would we need to endure? Because we are the Grand Shah's princes. Everything we do is for the Grand Shah's commoners. If you are willing to see the 4 nations be devastated, go ahead. Sha Yunfeng glared at Sha Yunchang and Sha Yuluo. Chapter 1225 The Pot's Power. Flames were raging in Sha Yunchang's eyes. The 4 ancient nations were outside the scope of the cultivation world. They were publicly acknowledged as peaceful lands by the entire Martial Heaven continent. The 4 ancient nations had had peace for countless years. They were protected by the entire continent's righteous path. The people within could live without worry about participating in the struggles between sects. However, this had been ruined by the Grand Han's wild ambitions. If Long Chen hadn't come and reversed the tide, the outside world wouldn't have even known such a treacherous thing had occurred within the 4 nations' ancient remnant. Their grievance would be forever buried here along with the truth. Now that Long Chen needed help, helping him was equivalent to participating in the cultivation world's struggles. What kind of idiot logic was this? However, in reality, the world was just that idiotic. Now that the Grand Han's experts had all been killed, Long Chen was losing against the 3 ancient race experts, and if they helped, the consequences would be dire. There were many powers eyeing the 4 ancient nations like wolves in the dark. The 4 ancient nations had many precious resources within them. Like greedy hyenas, those powers wanted their dragon vein karmic luck. Third brother, all the dragon vein energy is now with you. You are the future emperor of the Grand Shah, so look after the nation properly. Starting today, I, Sha Yunchang, am leaving the Grand Shah's imperial family. Everything I do has nothing to do with the Grand Shah. Sha Yunchang patted Sha Yunfeng heavily on the shoulder. His expression was calm. Since ancient times, it has always been difficult to be both loyal and righteous. I don't want the Grand Shah's commoners to be in danger, but I cannot stand to the side as Long Chen fights a bitter battle for the Grand Shah. Take care. Sha Yunchang flew out together with Sha Yuluo. Both of them went to help Long Chen. Sha Yunfeng's expression was bitter. He knew that Sha Yunchang and Sha Yuluo had resolved to advance and retreat with Long Chen. By helping Long Chen this time, if any of the 3 ancient races demanded to hold them accountable, Sha Yuluo and Sha Yunchang would have to bear the consequences. In other words, they were prepared to sacrifice themselves. Crown Prince, we should go too. Otherwise, it'd be too sullen. The ancient races have gone too far, said one of the other princes upon seeing Sha Yunchang and Sha Yuluo fly out. Their losses this time were immense. Of the 3,000 people that had entered, less than 200 remained. All of them were full of hatred. 2 of their princes had even died. Sha Yunfeng was also struggling with this decision, as he was the future emperor of the Grand Shah. His responsibility was greater than others, and he saw problems more clearly than them. If it was in a chaotic battle and they, accidentally, helped Long Chen, that would be one thing. But right now, all their enemies had been annihilated. Going to help Long Chen would give the ancient races an excuse to no longer care about the old taboo. When the time came, the flames of war would sweep over the Grand Shah. But Sha Yunfeng was also a hot-blooded man, and he was furious. His killing intent was starting to affect his intelligence, and seeing his little brother and sister charge out. Fuck, whatever, attack. Sha Yunfeng suddenly went against his brain for the first time in his life and led everyone to charge over. Grand Sha Brats, if you dare to interfere with the personal grievance between my ancient races and Long Chen, my ancient race alliance will sweep through your Grand Sha tomorrow. Roared the elephant race elder. Fuck off, you old ghost. I am no longer a member of the Grand Sha. If you want to play, then I'll accompany you. Cursed Sha Yunchong furiously. Ignoring his threat, both he and Sha Yuluo arrived beside Long Chen, placing their hands on his back to transfer their spiritual yuan. But they had only just arrived beside him when a lightning dragon appeared and forced them back. Sha Yuluo bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. Long Chen was actually refusing their help. If it hadn't been for him, the Grand Han's scheme would have killed them all. But now, in order to not implicate them, Long Chen refused their help. Sha Yuluo felt even worse. What do you think you're doing, Long Chen? Are you looking down on me? Do I not even have the qualifications to fight to the death alongside you? Demanded Sha Yunchong. He knew this was Long Chen's good intention, but he was unable to accept such a thing. It was a kind of insult to him. Stop shouting so loudly. Today is a rare opportunity for me to show off. Just watch as I destroy these 3 ancient ghosts. Long Chen smiled as he replied. But that smile was a bit forced. Facing these 3 incredibly powerful experts, even Long Chen felt like he was walking on thin ice. But fortune was found in danger. Higher risk signified higher rewards. Facing the full energy output of these 6 people from the junior and senior generations of the ancient races, Long Chen felt that there was a slight change in the pot. Its aura hadn't changed, and the rune that the mysterious elder had placed on the bottom of it was still dim. All he really felt was that it seemed the iron pot had become darker. Although there was no way to confirm whether the pot was growing stronger, Long Chen could clearly sense the pot absorbing the energy from the tusk in those 6 people. That was definitely a good thing. Since it was a good thing, Long Chen was happy to continue like this against them. This was using other people's food to fatten his own pig. It was delightful, so how could he allow Sha Yunchong and the others to interfere? However, the fact that the 2 of them had been willing to come touched him. And even the always calm Sha Yunfeng had charged over. That filled him with gratitude. He knew Sha Yunfeng wasn't cold-hearted. He had simply been influenced by his father's teachings. All his decisions had to be for the good of the Grand Sha's commoners. In truth, that was a great sacrifice on his part. Not just anyone was capable of doing such a thing, treating millions of commoners as his own family. Lei Long blocked them outside. His divine ring revolved and his violet flames incinerated the sky, drawing out endless energy for himself. He had made his preparations for a drawn-out fight. Long Chen, why don't we stop? We can end things harmoniously, shouted the elder from the elephant race. He could see something was off. As Long Chen continuously absorbed spiritual yuan from the air through his divine ring and violet flames, they were deadlocked. But he had suddenly noticed the elephant tusk was starting to run out of energy. Its core energy was constantly being sucked out by the pot. Continuing like this was not good. What did you say? I couldn't hear you. Long Chen continued acting like he couldn't hear because the wind was too strong. I said let's stop. We can resolve this matter peacefully, exchanging weapons of war for gifts of jade and silk. Shouted the elder. What? I can't hear you. You. The elder was infuriated. Long Chen was clearly acting stupid. He shouted, Long Chen, don't you know how to appreciate kindness? Don't force us to use a killing blow on you right now. Damn, you're this badass. Even now, you have a killing blow left. I almost pissed myself. But you know, I'm naturally distrustful. Can you show me that killing blow first to allow me to broaden my horizons? Long Chen put on a terrified expression. That exaggerated expression definitely needed a spanking, and the elder fumed. Seeing that Long Chen refused to bend no matter what he tried, the elder's expression sank. Taking a deep breath, his hand seal suddenly changed. The light barrier grew brighter, and a powerful pressure descended, causing Long Chen's heart to shake. Long Chen circulated his spiritual yuan around himself to guard. Following the elephant race elder, the other 2 elders also did the same. Their energy poured through the light barrier and into the elephant tusk. The elephant tusk's runes once more lit up, and the void shook. Powerful chi waves blew away xianxia and the others. Even Long Chen could barely keep his grip. Suddenly, the pot was blown off from the elephant tusk along with Long Chen. After that, the elephant race elder's hand seals changed. The elephant tusk unleashed barriers of light that wrapped around the three ancient race disciples. Space began to twist. Fuck, you want to run? Don't even think about it. Leave behind the elephant tusk and your lives first. Long Chen shot forward with his boots. If they escaped like this, he'd cough up blood. The elephant tusk was already starting to merge into space under the control of the elephant race elder. Boom! Long Chen slammed the pot onto the tusk. Its light dimmed a bit, but the spatial energy didn't pause. It actually directly gave up on blocking the pot and focused on fleeing. Long Chen smashed the pot over and over, roaring furiously, "Hurry up and stop, or I'll smash you to death." Space exploded and the light faded. The three elders' images completely dissolved. Suddenly, three bodies dropped from the sky. They were the three talented geniuses from the ancient races. Their transportation had failed. A dim elephant tusk hung in the air, its body covered in cracks. It transformed to become an inch long and floated in front of Long Chen, trembling. It transmitted its emotions of terror and surrender to him. "You deserve it. If you had surrendered earlier, wouldn't you have avoided that pain?" Long Chen grabbed it, fuming. If it had only surrendered earlier, he would have obtained another supreme treasure. But now he had beaten it to the point that it was half crippled. It would also be unable to help him in the short term. But he sensed that the elephant tusk was different from the blazing dragon cauldron. It was a true killing item. In truth, in this place, it couldn't even unleash 1/100th of its power. An ancestral item was not something a foundation-forging disciple could control. As for the elephant race elder, his power was unable to reach this place. So the elephant tusk hadn't even been able to display its power before being beaten into this state. If it had still refused to submit, it would have been completely shattered. Long Chen put away the elephant tusk and then turned to the three ancient race geniuses. Their auras were listless. Being forced out of their spatial transportation had caused a backlash that had almost killed them. Their bones were all shattered, and they lay there like lumps. Long Chen smiled icily. Blood drinker on his shoulder, he slowly walked toward them. Chapter 12:26. A storm was brewing. Step, step. Long Chen got closer and closer. The eagle, elephant, and tiger race experts were unable to move at all. They were filled with horror. At this time, they had lost the attitude of an aloof expert looking down on all others. Now they looked like sheep about to be slain. They could only watch as a death god slowly walked over to them. "Long Chen, I don't believe." The eagle race expert did his best to put on a calm expression, but he had only just opened his mouth when a saber cut through his head. "Were you going to say you don't believe I'll kill you? Now, do you believe it?" asked Long Chen indifferently. Long Chen had seen many similar people who liked to look down on others, and he had killed many of them. If they could beat someone, they bullied them to death, and if they couldn't, they used their background to frighten others away. He had seen all kinds of ugly faces now. He could easily predict what this eagle race expert was going to say. Even at this time, he still wanted to threaten him. His saber once more returned to his shoulder. But now there was a large bloodstain on it, and blood slowly dripped down its tip. That blood was the essence blood of the eagle race expert. It contained his life's purest energy, which was why it was stuck to Blooddrinker. At this time, xianxia and the others were looking in shock at Long Chen. They watched as he personally slaughtered a rank 8 celestial of the ancient races. What gave them goosebumps was his calm expression. It was like he hadn't killed an ancient race expert, but simply harvested a cabbage he had noticed on his way. He didn't even bat an eye. Now Long Chen walked over to the tiger race expert. He was terrified and tried to back up, but his body didn't listen to him. He begged, "Long Chen, please don't kill me." Long Chen's saber mercilessly slashed down. The tiger race expert followed the eagle race expert to death. Did you ever listen to other people's begging when you killed them? Disdain appeared in Long Chen's eyes. Swinging his saber, he walked to the final ancient race expert. He was filled with despair. He had witnessed his two companions being killed, and he was extremely unwilling. They were members of the ancient races. It had always been them killing others, but now the tables had turned on them. They had encountered an even more vicious and domineering fellow, one who had no misgivings about their background. Long Chen's saber fell. The elephant race expert was slain. We're all busy, so I won't waste time with you. Long Chen flung his saber, getting rid of the blood. He then reached out to take their spatial rings. These three were experts from the ancient races. They definitely had to be rich. They were different from the Bloodkill Hall's experts. The Bloodkill Hall's assassins didn't bring much when they went out to execute their missions. Their wealth remained in the Bloodkill Hall's headquarters. This was one of the rules of the Bloodkill Hall. Each assassin lived by the blade, and they could die at any moment. So they naturally wouldn't bring anything too valuable on their missions. As for the ancient races, they were rich. Perhaps if it was someone else, they wouldn't dare to take their spatial rings, afraid of drawing killers. But Long Chen had long since drawn those killers, so he naturally didn't care. If he could take something, he'd take it. Suddenly, heaven and earth shook. The four nations' ancient remnant began to shake. Xianxia's expression changed, and he shouted, "The ancient remnant is about to close. We have to leave." There was no time to speak. They scrambled for the spatial portal. But Sha Yuluo suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion on the way. She had fought in a suicidal manner just now and suffered countless internal injuries. She had suppressed them before, but now as soon as the pressure lightened, her injuries erupted out of her control. Just as she began to lag behind, a powerful arm wrapped around her waist and pulled her along. Long Chen. The person carrying her was Long Chen. For some unknown reason, Sha Yuluo felt happy yet also pained and sad. Looking at Long Chen, 100 different feelings rose in her heart, and her tears dripped down. In her heart, Long Chen was a fellow who liked to make trouble and was never proper. She had no idea when he was being serious and when he was intentionally acting wacky. But when something big happened, he would place the heaviest burden on his own shoulders, using his power to protect everyone. In comparison, she felt herself to be useless. She had fallen for Han Wenjun's sneak attack without having the slightest guard against him. Then she had become a hostage, and Sha Yunchong had knelt toward them in submission in order to save her, destroying his Dao heart. His cultivation base would never advance again. Sha Yuluo wished she was dead. Long Chen. Sha Yuluo began to bawl. She was full of regret and hatred. She hated herself for being useless and not able to block the rain when danger came, unlike Long Chen. "Foolish girl, what are you crying for? Everything's over. We won. You should be happy," said Long Chen. "But I implicated everyone. I implicated my big brother." Sha Yuluo began to cry harder until she wasn't even able to form words. Long Chen also felt helpless about this. In truth, this couldn't be blamed on her. This was the result of her living environment and her teachings, as well as the pampering of her parents and brothers. Now that the consequences of that had caught up to her, the blame couldn't be placed solely on her. Furthermore, Sha Yuluo had already escaped her dreams of Han Wenjun. Putting it another way, even if it was another expert of the Grand Sha, if they weren't on guard, they also would have been easily captured by Han Wenjun. It was just that Han Wenjun was truly garbage to actually choose to target Sha Yuluo. The pure-hearted Sha Yuluo had never imagined that a human heart could be so dark. After being given such a huge blow, she felt like her world was crumbling around her, and she felt herself to be the world's most useless person. Sha Yuluo suddenly began to cough, and blood dripped out of her mouth. Her internal injuries were getting worse. Long Chen hastily fed Sha Yuluo a top-grade healing pill. This pill's effect was extremely strong and would quickly suppress her injuries. But it was like Sha Yuluo couldn't even sense her injuries. Her beautiful eyes were only filled with sadness. Long Chen's heart shook slightly. Thinking about it, he took out another medicinal pill and fed it to Sha Yuluo. Sha Yuluo instinctively swallowed it and quickly fell asleep in his embrace. Quick, the spatial portal is about to close. Everyone suddenly saw a large spatial portal in the midst of rapidly shrinking. According to this speed, they wouldn't make it. "Everyone come with me." Long Chen handed the sleeping Sha Yuluo to Sha Yunchong. He summoned Lei Long. Lei Long swallowed everything and then transformed into a bolt of light that charged through the portal. The portal closed, but right before that, Lei Long streaked by. This minor world returned to silence. However, now it had a bit more blood and quite a few resentful ghosts. "Long Chen, you bastard, I'll definitely tear you to pieces." This sentence came out of the three elders of the ancient races at the same time from different places. Their words and tone were almost identical. The eagle and tiger races had each lost a rank 8 celestial. That was not just a rank 8 celestial, It was the person they had been grooming to become their future leaders, existences they had spent countless resources on. But their soul jade slips had shattered, meaning they were already dead. The most unlucky one was the elephant race. They had not only lost a genius, but even their ancestral item had been stolen away. They had lost any connection to it. There were only two possibilities for such a thing to happen. Either the ancestral item was already destroyed, or it had been willing to unstintingly use up a huge amount of its core energy to dissolve their contractual rune. An ancestral item could not easily dissolve a contractual rune. That would cause huge harm to it. In living memory, there were few cases of ancestral items dissolving their contractual runes on their own. But they didn't know that this ancestral item was just like the blazing dragon cauldron. If it didn't submit, it would have been destroyed by the pot, so it had been forced to submit. As for the elephant tusk, although it was left behind by their ancestor, the item spirit was not their ancestor. It didn't care about them. An ancestral item's spirituality was extremely high, and its intelligence was comparable to a child. It had its own emotions, and it knew how to feel fear. They were different from king items. King items were only able to vaguely express their emotions. But an ancestral item could actually communicate with people. Most importantly, ancestral items were normally constricted by slave runes, and due to that, they didn't feel much sense of loyalty. There was no way around it. As long as ancestral items were being nourished by someone, their lifespan was unlimited. But human lifespans were limited. Normally, the powerful experts in control of an ancestral item would place a slave mark on their weapon before dying and leave it to their descendants to nourish and use it. This was also where the name of an ancestral item came from. But while an ancestral item was loyal to the first-generation expert, it didn't have too many feelings for that expert's descendants. They were simply enslaved. Many people treated them as simply tools, and they placed the slave marks so they wouldn't rebel or run. Gather all the race's experts. We're going to attack the Grand Shah, forcing them to hand over Long Chen, and then we'll force him to hand over the ancestral item. Roared the elephant race elder. Icy killing intent filled his eyes. It wasn't just the elephant race. The tiger race and giant eagle race were also gathering all their experts. The Pill Tower had long since started making moves. A huge storm was brewing. Chapter 1227 deciding to counterattack. Long Chen and the others flew out of the Four Nations' ancient remnant, and they saw an army of hundreds of thousands at the exit. Imperial Father, Master, Sha Yunchong hadn't expected that his master and his father, Sha Yuyong, would be waiting for them. What moved him was that Sha Yuyong's emotionless and stern face now had a relieved smile on it. The light in his eyes was also not so sharp as it usually was. Instead, his eyes were full of emotion and even slightly red. You're all back alive. Good. Sha Yuyong was emotional to see Sha Yunchong, Sha Yunfeng, and Sha Yuluo return alive. According to his original estimates, there was less than a 1 in 1,000 chance of them surviving. After all, since their enemies had dared to attack, they had to have been 100% confident. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so brazen as to target their dragon vein. Seeing them alive, even someone like Sha Yuyong couldn't keep control of his emotions. Sorry father. Yunlin, Yunhua, they. Sha Yunchong was aggrieved. Those two were his brothers, but they had died in the battle. Battle is not a game. There's no way that no one will die. My Grand Shah's men are all heroes who will bleed for the Grand Shah and even sacrifice their lives. Their actions were honorable, so don't feel grief. Sha Yuyong patted Sha Yunchong's shoulder. Although he was comforting them, the sadness in his eyes couldn't be mistaken. Master, disciple had disappointed you. Sha Yunchong suddenly knelt in front of the white-haired elder, too ashamed to look at him. The white-haired elder looked at Sha Yunchong with remorse. He shook his head and helped him up. He could see that Sha Yunchong's undefeatable aura had vanished. He couldn't help but sigh inside. Cultivating the undefeatable Tao was incredibly difficult. Not being defeated in a whole lifetime was almost impossible. Right now, the one who felt the worst about this had to be Sha Yunchong. He was powerless. Imperial Father, you were. Sha Yunchong looked at this huge army that was burning with killing intent. They were the elites of the Grand Shah, and the majority of them were kings. If you hadn't come out alive, I would have personally mobilized the Grand Shah's army and annihilated the Grand Han's capital as revenge for you. Sha Yuyong's voice was full of killing intent. He had seen a few clues and knew this was done by the Grand Han. It's not so simple. We have to quickly return to the Imperial Palace. I need to give you a full report, said Sha Yunchong hastily. Seeing how serious xianxia was, and knowing his character, xianxia didn't say another word. He directly activated a transportation formation, and they all arrived in the capital. What? The Bloodkill Hall, ancient races, and Pill Tower all participated. Xianxia was in a room at the palace with Long Chen, Xia Yunchang, Xia Yunfeng, and the white-haired elder. When Xianxia heard the whole story, he was shocked and infuriated. The white-haired elder's expression was also cold. The four ancient nations were situated outside the cultivation world and didn't participate in the cultivation world's struggles. These powers had truly gone too far. But whether it was the ancient races or the Bloodkill Hall, the Grand Shah wasn't able to provoke them. And there was no need to even mention the Pill Tower that was supported by Pill Valley. However, for these three great powers to publicly violate the Four Nations Treaty and support the Grand Han in annihilating the other three nations' people was going too far. Long Chen, tidy up your affairs. I'll send you away, said the white-haired elder suddenly. Xia Yunchang nodded along. Long Chen, let my master send you away. My Grand Shah won't be able to protect you this time. Leaving now is your best option. Long Chen shook his head, relaxed. There's no need for you to worry about me. In truth, I was the one who implicated the Grand Shah this time. Don't spout nonsense. The Grand Han had clearly been plotting this for a long time. If it hadn't been for you. Xia Yunchang was infuriated to hear Long Chen try to take responsibility for this. Long Chen waved his hand. Don't get so emotional. Let me finish. I don't care how long the Grand Han was plotting this secretly. My arrival definitely caused them to carry out their plans in advance, so I was still a factor in this. For so many of the Grand Shah's brave warriors to lose their lives, I feel guilty, and there is an inescapable responsibility that rests on me. Child, if it hadn't been for you, this generation of my Grand Shah's experts would have been annihilated. Don't even mention the word guilt, said Xianxia. He was speaking from the heart. Originally, he had already made his preparations for a battle to the death. But because of Long Chen, the Grand Shah's flame of life was not yet blown out. Xia Yunchang had even absorbed the dragon vein energy of the Grand Han, Grand Chu, and Grand Zhou from Han Wenjun. Now that he had returned, his dragon vein energy reconnected to the Grand Shah's dragon vein, strengthening the Grand Shah's karmic luck. In the end, the Grand Shah had benefited because of Long Chen. In the future, the leader of the four nations would definitely be the Grand Shah. As for the other three nations, they had no excuse to reclaim their dragon vein energy. The only other possibility was that the Grand Shah, Grand Chu, and Grand Zhou would devour the Grand Han, and the four ancient nations would become the three ancient nations. However, the four nations wouldn't do such a thing. This was also part of the Four Nations Treaty. Because the four ancient nations were the only peaceful lands within the Central Plains, if the four nations chose to go to war, the Central Plains would no longer have any pure lands. The Central Plains powers would definitely interfere. So even though such a huge-scale war was essentially impossible, the Grand Han had done such an outrageous thing, and the three ancient nations had countless other ways to target them. Their decline was set in stone. As for the Grand Shah, so much karmic luck had gathered there. They would flourish in the future. Long Chen's contributions to the Grand Shah were immense, so Xianxia told him to never say he felt guilty about this. Since Uncle Shah wishes for me to not say it, I won't. In any case, I'll just say that this matter has irritated me extremely. In the Four Nations ancient remnant, I didn't even have time to search for treasures. I was simply hunted like a dog. If I didn't have such a hardy life, I'd have long since died. I, Long Chen, am not the kind of person to accept such a thing lying down. I have to give them their corresponding reprisal, said Long Chen. Hearing this, even Xianxia and the white-haired elder were shocked. They looked at him in disbelief, feeling like they had misheard. Within the Four Nations ancient remnant, Long Chen had killed 7 rank 8 celestials. Li Wanji and Han Baijin had even been killed in one blow by him. The Bloodkill Hall's twin assassins, the Eagle, Tiger, and Elephant races, experts, not one of them had managed to escape. They had heard that Long Chen had even used a pot to snatch away their ancestral item. After killing that many of their experts, after snatching away their ancestral item, he was the one who felt like he had lost out. Wasn't he a bit too crazy? Even people like Xianxia and the white-haired elder who had seen the world had never seen someone as domineering as that. Long Chen, when the ancient races, Bloodkill Hall, and Pill Tower join hands, this region is basically dominated by them. That's especially true of the Pill Tower. They have numerous henchmen that will respond en masse to their call. The Grand Shah will soon be surrounded, and even if your Xuantian Dao sect's master came, he wouldn't necessarily be able to save you, said Sha Yuyang. The Pill Tower can be basically eliminated from any calculations. That old idiot Dan Tang, I can play him to death with his pitiful brains. As for the Bloodkill Hall, they only assassinate targets in the same realm. Within the same realm, those twin assassins said that they are this region's strongest assassins. For now, there won't be any stronger assassins sent, as it's impossible for them to send Jade Core assassins after me. Then they would really lose all face. As for Foundation forging assassins, I can send them all to reincarnate and see their killing god. So, the only power that can threaten me is the ancient races. The ancient race alliance is truly powerful, but I am just a Foundation forging disciple, and they couldn't possibly use their full force to attack me. If those three races asked for support from the entire alliance, they'd also lose face. And so at most, the opponents should be limited to the experts from those three races. Although each one of them has the power of a sect, I'm not afraid of them. That's why I don't need to leave. The Grand Shah also doesn't need to care about them, nor is there any need to mobilize your army. Just leave it to me, said Long Chen calmly. Seeing that Long Chen could remain so calm in the face of the three powers threat, Sha Yuyang and the white-haired elder were shocked. His analysis of the problem was spot on. For him to be able to see a problem so clearly while under such a threat, it seemed like his sudden rise was no coincidence. But despite how confident he seemed, the two were still worried. Long Chen, think carefully. You are dancing on the tip of a blade like this, warned Sha Yuyang. If Long Chen left now, then with the white-haired elder's power, it was extremely likely that he could be sent away without anyone else being the wiser. But the more time that passed, the more dismal those odds became. It could be imagined that the Pill Tower and those three races would immediately send people to lock down the Grand Shah, making sure to cast an inescapable net. I know, don't worry, Long Chen smiled. In truth, Long Chen had his own calculations in his mind, and those calculations told him that leaving now was already too late. He was sure that after he had killed Dan Chu and snatched the blazing dragon cauldron, the Pill Tower had already started sealing the Grand Shah's border. Not even a mosquito could fly out of those transportation formations. Whether it was Dan Chu, the blazing dragon cauldron, or his own secrets, the Pill Tower had to take them back. The thing that gave Long Chen the biggest headache was that bastard Zhan Jizi. It seemed that the old fellow truly had skill. If he could predict which way he would leave, then no matter how powerful the white-haired elder was, he wouldn't be able to protect him. So it was impossible for him to leave. But he didn't get that angry about this. He felt that as soon as he had started cultivating the 9-star hegemon body art, there had never been a pause in being hunted. He had long since grown accustomed. The one thing he refused to allow was for him to implicate others as he was hunted down, especially not people like Sha Yunchang and Sha Yuluo who he treated as his own family. Long Chen had to give them an explanation, or he'd feel bad inside. Seeing how Long Chen had already made his decision, Sha Yuyang didn't try to force him to leave. Sha Yunchang was called over by his master. From his tone, it seemed that they were going to get closer to Han Wenjun to see if Sha Yunchang could rediscover his undefeatable Dao. This was why Sha Yunfeng had stopped Sha Yunchang from killing Han Wenjun in the Ancient Remnant. Sha Yunfeng had been calm. Sha Yunchang's undefeatable Dao had been broken because he had knelt to Han Wenjun. He who caused the trouble should fix it. That was why he had kept Han Wenjun alive. Long Chen also took his leave and went to the Wine God Palace. But he had only just walked out of the palace when he suddenly smiled coldly. Turning, he slapped a person across the face. Chapter 1228 Building an Underground Power. The person Long Chen slapped appeared to be a Confucian scholar in his 30s. He carried a folding fan in his hand and truly looked scholarly. He was in the midst of walking down the road and admiring the scenery when Long Chen's slap struck him across the face. The scholar blasted into the distance, and a clear handprint appeared on his cheek. His face even deformed. "Bastard, why would you hit me?" roared the middle-aged scholar. This caused quite a disturbance. Even some of the city guards came over. Currently, Long Chen was not that far from the imperial city's entrance. That was a restricted area, limited to the royal family. Normal people weren't allowed to approach. For them to cause a ruckus in front of the imperial city, the city guards were just about to scold them when they saw Long Chen's face. They hastily shut their mouths. Last time, Long Chen had cut off Li Wanji's head in the Imperial Palace, and that had shaken all of Grand Sha City. Within Grand Sha City, only a few people didn't know who Long Chen was. Thus, seeing that it was him, those guards acted like they didn't see anything. Did no one ever teach you it's rude to curse at people? Long Chen also roared back at this person. The scholar almost coughed up blood. You're the one who hit me out of nowhere. I hit you so you think you can curse me? Completely unreasonable, shouted Long Chen. You. The scholar didn't even know how to retort to that. He had never seen anyone so unreasonable as to declare a person couldn't curse back when someone hit them. His face was swollen like a pig's. You're a Confucian scholar, making you a disciple of Confucius, a model for etiquette, an embodiment of morality and virtue. Even if I hit you, you should have asked me why, to determine the truth of the matter rather than instantly cursing me. Understand, sneered Long Chen. In truth, this fellow was no Confucian scholar. His cultivation base was hidden, but he couldn't hide his hostile aura from Long Chen's senses. For this person to have put on such a meticulous disguise, he was clearly here to spy on him. So Long Chen had directly slapped him to test it out. As a result, Long Chen found that this person was a soul transformation expert, a person on the level of a hall master. Although he had done his best to disguise himself, at that moment of life and death, he had reflexively defended. The power of Long Chen's slap could kill a king if they were caught off guard. But this person was only left with a handprint. His status was instantly exposed. The scholar then roared back at Long Chen, quibbling over whether he had a right to curse him. He hadn't even noticed that he had already revealed himself. Long Chen was full of disdain. For such an idiot to still be alive was a miracle. Why did you hit me? Demanded the scholar. Don't try such useless things on me. Go back and tell your master that I'll be busy for the next few days, and I'll handle them when I have time. Scram. Long Chen once more slapped the scholar. He was still shocked over how he had been recognized when he was struck, and as a result, he was once more sent flying. This slap was even more vicious, and the scholar shot out like a shooting star, crashing into a wall. That wall let out a light barrier, causing him to rebound. The scholar vomited a mouthful of blood. Within it were also dozens of teeth. Just at this moment, the scholar's aura was fully released. Everyone was shocked to find that he was actually a soul transformation expert. He had no choice but to unleash his aura, as that slap from Long Chen had almost killed him. If he continued to hide his cultivation base, he'd be killed. He rapidly retreated, on guard for Long Chen's next attack. A bright sword appeared in his hand, and sword chi wrapped around him. His expression was solemn. This was his first time encountering such a powerful slap. He was preparing himself for a mighty battle when he suddenly realized Long Chen's figure had vanished. There's no need to look. He already left. You should hurry up and scram. Your little cultivation base isn't worth a second glance in my Grand Sha, said one of the city guards disdainfully. Thinking about it for a moment, he couldn't help but add, soul transformation experts as weak as you are truly rare. It's my first time seeing such a thing. Can I ask, how did you possibly survive to this point through the cultivation world's struggles? The scholar's expression sank. He left without a word. With his status exposed, he had no choice but to leave. Long Chen didn't kill him, because he wasn't even worth it. He was just a spy, with an ordinary cultivation base and weak combat power. He was clearly just an errand boy, and killing him had no meaning. Most likely, such a person would only be able to suck up to others for the rest of their life. Their true power was pitifully weak, and Long Chen couldn't be bothered to kill him. Long Chen simply wanted to use him to pass on the word to the Pill Tower. It was unlikely he came from the ancient races, because the ancient races disdained to work together with other sects. Only those people who wanted to suck up to the Pill Tower would act as errand boys. Long Chen was warning the Pill Tower. They wouldn't dare to enter Grand Sha City because the Wine God Palace was there. When the Wine God Palace had expelled Pill Valley's experts back then, they had said that Pill Valley's subordinates were not permitted to set foot within the Grand Sha. The Wine God Palace was a mysterious existence. No one knew their true power. But Pill Valley truly hadn't dared to start any conflicts with them in the past few years. So within Grand Sha City, Long Chen was definitely safe. As for why he was warning the Pill Tower, he was intentionally infuriating them to make this matter even bigger. Long Chen continued forward. Suddenly, He felt someone pull on him. He was startled and he followed him into a winehouse. Seventh Elder, what is it? Whispered Long Chen after they found a table to sit at and ordered a few wines and refreshments. I heard you're in trouble. Do you need my help? Asked the Seventh Elder. The current Seventh Elder looked like a traveling wanderer. His face had been transformed. But Long Chen instantly recognized him through the specific aura of the original devil race. I'm fine. It's just some insignificant trouble I can handle. Seventh Elder, let me offer you a cup. Long Chen poured out 2 cups of wine and offered one to him. The Seventh Elder smiled and drank the cup. But his expression quickly changed. What fine wine. Of course it was fine wine. This was the wine made by the wine god Palace's disciples. The Seventh Elder had never drunk such wine before. I'll give you a few jars. How is the development on your side? Asked Long Chen as he poured more wine for the Seventh Elder. Everything's going smoothly, but the more we grow, the more we find that we don't have enough money. Many of my skyscraping world's resources cannot be taken out and sold openly. We can only grow slowly, said the Seventh Elder. The original devil race had been gathering all kinds of resources, but as they expanded, their wealth was unable to keep up. After all, developing a business required capital. That took time to accumulate, but they were all in a race against time. Time was pressing. The Martial Heaven continent had countless resources, but the original devil race could only gain through their regular channels, as they didn't have special connections. Hence, their progress was slow. Furthermore, the original devil race had to be extremely careful. Any clue might expose them, and then it would be extremely troublesome. A horse only gets fat by eating at night, and only a person that adapts and goes beyond conventional means gets rich. As I see it, you should see if you can form a connection with the ancient races. One reason is that they have plenty of money and a huge amount of resources. And the other reason is that I have a good relationship with them. In the future, I'll be able to cooperate with them many times. I'll plunder them, and you sell the things back to them. Use their own money to make money, said Long Chen. Do you really think that's a good idea? The Seventh Elder was shocked. Long Chen truly had guts. After taking what was theirs, he wanted to sell it back to them. That was too evil, as well as too dangerous. It would raise suspicions. Hee, Seventh Elder, have you not heard of money laundering? Long Chen smiled. Hee, it's something that can't see the light of day. After reselling something several times, it'll become true gold. To put it more simply, first, you have to shock the ancient races with your power, making them feel like you aren't easy to provoke. You will buy a few treasures of the ancient races from a mysterious underground organization, and then you will sell them to the ancient races. They will definitely have suspicions, but that's fine. The cultivation world has many black markets. Some people will obtain objects from the corrupt path, even from the righteous path's hands, and then they'll stealthily sell those things to the corrupt path. This is a common occurrence. The ancient races' items are also sold on the black market, but for their face, the ancient races will always disguise themselves as another power when they buy them. That's why you need to form another underground power, so you will be able to work on this from 2 angles. Furthermore, that underground organization must be vicious. It would be best to immediately snatch some of the property of some other underground powers to intimidate them. It'll be difficult at the beginning, but if it succeeds, the profits will increase by tens of times. Only by making money from both the open market and the black market is it possible to quickly accumulate wealth, said Long Chen. Right now, this was the only way to accumulate wealth quickly. Long Chen's target was the ancient races, because he had quite a few things from the ancient races in his hands. Those 3 spatial rings from the 3 ancient race geniuses were filled with treasures. But those things were mostly only useful to the ancient races. Furthermore, many of them were marked, and selling them openly would be a slap in the ancient races' face. In this case, any open sellers would be hunted down. But it was also true that these were things that ancient races needed. They knew the black market had sellers of these things, so they always had people stealthily buying them in the black market. Things sold on the black market were all normally at least 30% cheaper than at the open market. Alright, since you think this is possible, I'll go gather a few experts and establish an underground power. The Seventh Elder wasn't able to resist this enticement in the end. Don't worry, Seventh Elder. As long as this is done properly, it'll definitely make a killing. After all, the things you're selling came to you for free. Long Chen handed over 3 spatial rings. Chapter 1229 Punched and Kicked. Long Chen spent a long while conversing with the seventh elder. The original devil race didn't know that much about the situation in the outside cultivation world. Long Chen hadn't personally come into contact with the black market, but he had been told of it by Zheng Wenlong. Apparently, the profit that could be gained in the black market was frighteningly high. But it was also extremely dangerous. Many of the things sold there were objects that could not see the light of day. They could easily incite hatred and hostility. It was precisely because they were objects that couldn't see the light of day and couldn't be sold in the open market that they could be obtained for sometimes just a tenth of their true price on the black market, and then sold for 50 to 80%. That kind of profit was enough to turn anyone's eyes red. Long Chen suggested this risk because it was worth it. It might be a bit difficult in the beginning, but once everything was set up, they would obtain unprecedented profit. Furthermore, he knew the original devil race was extremely powerful and was definitely capable of establishing themselves in the black market. In truth, those underground powers were usually formed of runaways or fugitives. This was a high-risk and high-reward option, because while there was a huge profit to be gained, they could easily anger the other powers. A single mistake could cause their own destruction. Furthermore, the underground powers were very complicated, and any of them was capable of pulling dirty tricks for their own profit. But with the original devil race's power, Long Chen was confident they could establish one or even two underground powers and slowly infiltrate their way in. With that done, the original devil race would have businesses in both markets and could rake in more profit. Long Chen warned the seventh elder that the underground world was violent and bloody. They had to treat it differently than the open market, or there would be consequences. He proposed a feasible strategy to the seventh elder. By carrying out that plan, it wouldn't be long before they could establish their own territory in the underground world. Originally, Long Chen didn't need to make things so troublesome. He could simply send word to Xianxia or Zheng Wenlong, and the original devil race would be able to develop rapidly. But he chose not to do this. If there came a day when the original devil race was exposed, he would have implicated his friends. So he only wanted to rely on himself. Furthermore, he predicted he would be fighting a long battle against the ancient races in the Pill Tower. Unless he died, they would fight to the last man. Long Chen wasn't a kind-hearted man. If someone dared to raise their blade against him, he would dare to cut off their head, no matter who they were. The Pill Tower's items were usually useful to him, but the ancient races' treasures were mostly useless. They would just be trash if he kept them. So hearing the seventh elder's troubles, he thought of this business. In this way, when he snatched the ancient races' treasures, he could give them to the original devil race to sell. After ironing out some details, Long Chen once more asked about Yu Xiaochen. But she had yet to come out of seclusion. Leaving the wine house, he went toward the wine auction house. But after 2 streets, he sensed he was being watched. There was a king at the end of the road wandering aimlessly. He looked completely ordinary in the crowd, but Long Chen clearly sensed his hostility. With the 9-star hegemon body art senses, it was completely obvious to him. No matter how much someone tried to disguise themselves, he would recognize them as enemies. They dared to act so brazenly. Long Chen frowned. Whether it was that middle-aged scholar or this ordinary king, they were all idiots with garbage combat power. Although their disguises were good, they were unable to hide their hostility. This kind of person was just cannon fodder. Why would the Pill Tower send such people to observe him? But Long Chen quickly realized the crux of the problem. These fellows were probably not even sent by the Pill Tower. They were simply taking this initiative to suck up to them. Because the Pill Tower's ability to summon supporters was so great, all they had to do was put out some news and there would be countless people willing to work for them. Of course, the more people there were, the more the good and bad would be intermingled. The Pill Tower's experts didn't dare to enter the Grand Sha due to the Wine God Palace. But the disciples from other powers could enter. As long as they didn't cause trouble in the Grand Sha, they wouldn't be violating the 4 Nations Treaty. 1, 2, 7, 8. Damn, the Pill Tower's influence truly is immense. As Long Chen continued walking, he sensed over 10 hostile auras. Some of them didn't even bother disguising their actions. They directly took out jade plates and wrote something on them. They should be transmitting some information. He had seen brazen people, but never anyone so brazen. Long Chen was infuriated. Long Chen walked up to one of them, and without a word, slapped him across the face. The king's mouth split open, and half his teeth flew out. "Do you know why I hit you?" After slapping him, Long Chen clutched his throat. With half his face caved in and his throat caught in Long Chen's grasp, the king was absolutely horrified. He had only been sent here as an extra. No one had told him there would be danger. Seeing him not speak, Long Chen slapped him a dozen times. Who said you could not speak? You're pretty tough, brother, it's not that he doesn't want to speak, but that he can't speak with your hand on his throat. One of the passers-by couldn't bear to continue watching and spoke out. Oh, it seems that's true. Long Chen, apologetically, let that person go. As soon as he was free, that person raged, why did you beat me up? But he had only just spoken and Long Chen once more slapped him multiple times across the face. If I knew, why would I ask you? This king's cultivation base was completely ordinary, and he wasn't even close to a match for Long Chen. He was like a chicken caught in his grasp, unable to even fight back. At this time, the person who had advised him realized something was off. He saw quite a few people suddenly retreat into the distance. Just at this moment, someone in the crowd charged at Long Chen, trying to subdue him. As a result, Long Chen sent out a kick that landed squarely on his crotch, sending him flying. As for the king in his hand who was almost unconscious, he threw him out so that he crashed into the other one. They crashed into a building, and that building's formation activated, causing them to rebound and cough up blood. To the idiot spying on me, you should back off a bit. Right now, my mood's not very good. If you anger me, don't blame me when I execute you before saying anything. Long Chen's gaze swept over the crowd. Long Chen truly was furious. Even if they had to spy on him, they should do it from further away. Seeing them be so brazen as to watch him from so close, his fury soared. This was too far. They were looking down on him. Bastard, we only came to the Grand Shah for some sightseeing. For you to say we're spying on you, what proof do you have? One of the kings stood up and pointed at Long Chen in righteous indignation. As a result, a blood-colored light flashed, and he exploded into a bloody mist. Living a too peaceful life really has turned you into an idiot. I'm not a judge or a bailiff. I'm not going to play the proof game with you. If you want to follow me, then fine. But remember, my temper's not good. I like to use the blade in my hand to talk reason with others, said Long Chen coldly. You tyrant, is this what the Grand Shah has become? Another king stood out, but his words were cut off halfway as the same blood-colored light flashed, turning him into a bloody mist as well. Everyone was shocked. Long Chen's first attack had come too suddenly for them to see, but they had seen the second slash. That saber instantly sealed any of that person's retreat paths, and despite taking out a martial weapon to block, that king was still killed, his weapon shattered. If you want to die, go ahead and follow me. Long Chen turned and walked away. But he had only walked down 2 roads when his figure vanished. Just at this moment, another figure hastily fled in the crowd. I said that people who want to die can follow me. Looks like you really want to die, so I won't let you down. Long Chen let out a punch. That person didn't even have time to release his aura. He hastily took out a huge shield, but what shocked everyone was that Long Chen's fist blew through the shield and blasted that person to bits. This king item shield had no effect. The shield landed on the ground with a clank, like thunder in their hearts. They became covered in a cold sweat. Then looking back at Long Chen, they saw he had already walked away. At this time, everyone slowly approached the king item shield. When they saw it clearly, they sucked in a cold gasp. The king item was covered in cracks. It had just been a bit away from shattering. He broke a king item barehanded. What a terrifying physical body. The surrounding people felt their hair stand on end. This was too frightening. How could a physical body become so terrifying? Amongst them were people who had been sent by their sects to monitor Long Chen. They felt a burst of fear in their hearts. When they had been given this mission, they hadn't been told how dangerous Long Chen was. They had thought they were just spying on an insignificant foundation-forging disciple and treated it as just some easy work. But now they all knew that they had been thinking too simply about this. Spying on Long Chen was too dangerous. He was practically a demon star. No, I've suddenly gained some insights and have to go into seclusion. One of them shook his head and made a random excuse before running. This was too dangerous. It was nothing like what he had heard. The others also left. Their sects wanted to suck up to the Pill Tower, but in truth, the Pill Tower didn't care about them. They were essentially snubbed no matter what they did. They had only been doing this to perhaps gain a favor. But this favor wasn't so easy to gain. Long Chen ignored them. He directly walked into the wine auction house. Once the boss came to see him, Long Chen handed him a photographic jade. Chapter 12:30 Sending you enormous good fortune. Long Chen stopped in the wine auction house for a full 2 hours. He only left once he was sure he had clearly expressed all his intentions. Long Chen knew that the entire Grand Sha was under the watch of the Pill Tower. The few transportations formations were definitely under their control, and as soon as he left, he would meet terrifying experts waiting for him. Even if he didn't use transportation formations, the Pill Tower had countless dogs to do their work. Getting out of their blockade was extremely unlikely. Once he left the wine auction house, he found that those amateur idiots had lessened by quite a bit. One in the opposing tea house and one in the alley. Yes, and there's one in an even further place. It's much more peaceful. Long Chen smiled faintly. It seemed his intimidation had been quite effective. Those people were too irritating. For them to be so brazen and treat him as if he was prey was unbearable. Long Chen went to the Wine God Palace. On the way, he sensed countless experts within Grand Sha City. Practically every place was under the watch of an expert. It was clear the Pill Tower was already monitoring all of Grand Sha City. But these people were in set places. They were eating, drinking, or simply sitting in some corner. They didn't dare to follow Long Chen. Long Chen ignored these people. As long as none of them dared to follow him like a housefly, he wouldn't be bothered to kill them. Entering the Wine God Palace, the first thing for him to do should have been to offer incense to the Wine God's portrait. But this time, the greeter didn't give him any incense and allowed him to enter directly. Once he was inside the Wine God Palace, as he walked through the tranquil land, he felt his worries fall from his heart. No matter how chaotic and bloody the outside world was, the Wine God Palace still felt like a wonderland, a pure land untouched by the mortal world's vexations. The mountains and scenery were still the same, but he didn't see a single person. He arrived in front of the High Priest's palace gate and was just about to open his mouth when the High Priest's soft voice rang out. Walking into the palace, he saw the High Priest sitting in lotus style with a faint smile on his face. He didn't even look like a cultivator. He seemed more like a content and kind elder. Come and sit, have a taste of my new product. The High Priest placed 2 small wine bowls on the table. He poured out a bowl of wine from a jar for Long Chen. The wine was amber-colored and viscous like honey. It had a fragrant aroma, and seeing it, Long Chen was absolutely shocked. This wine actually had countless runes flowing within it like stars flowing in the night sky. High Priest. You succeeded, cried Long Chen. It can't count as success. It's just a start, but I have to thank you for it, so try it. The High Priest smiled. Long Chen raised the bowl and drank it in one gulp. When the wine entered his throat, it felt warm and his whole body relaxed. Then his body shook. The 108,000 immortal platforms in his body automatically began to revolve. At the same time, the orbit of the stars in the night sky appeared in his mind. Their revolution contained boundless mysteries, making him feel enlightened. His heart became clear. High Priest's skills are truly divine. You really did succeed in merging the void-breaking star pill into the wine. The wine energy moves the stars, the fragrance frees the cosmos. The revolution of the stars is the movement of the cosmos, and the fragrance cleanses the mundane heart. This is a realm of shedding one's mortality and becoming an immortal. This little one is far too lacking for this wine, and my drinking of it is a waste of a treasure. Long Chen was full of admiration. Back then, Long Chen hadn't had any hopes of this really working. He had picked out an extremely ancient pill formula from his pill sovereign memories that could theoretically be merged into the High Priest's wine. But while the theory worked, there were many areas that could cause failure. Long Chen had simply felt that giving other people formulas and not the High Priest would make it seem like he was lacking ability, so he had thickened his skin and wrote what he could. But he hadn't expected the High Priest to really succeed in merging the void-breaking star pill into the wine, and so quickly at that. Furthermore, there was no way for him to evaluate the effect of this wine, because its level was too high. It wasn't something Long Chen could comprehend with his current realm. All he felt was this wine had already merged with the heavenly Tao's and had surpassed the scope of his understanding. Inside, he prostrated himself in admiration toward the High Priest. All he had done was propose a general framework and given some suggestions, but the High Priest had actually managed to make such a unique divine masterpiece. Haha, I'm humbled. Not just anyone could state the wine's mysteries so simply. Furthermore, this wine formula was greatly beneficial to my own enlightenment. Through a few alterations, it can be said that I have peered onto a new path. Long Chen, I am extremely grateful to you, said the high priest emotionally. No, this little one does not dare to accept your praise. Long Chen bitterly smiled. The high priest's realm had reached a level he couldn't imagine, so he naturally couldn't accept credit. Child, here, these 2 jugs are my current greatest masterpieces. I'll give them to you. The high priest handed 2-foot-tall jugs to Long Chen. These were treasures, and Long Chen wouldn't stand on courtesy, nor would he act like he was. He directly took them. I heard you've run into some trouble. If you have any difficulties, you can go ahead and voice them. Although my wine god palace doesn't like battle, we have some ability, said the high priest. To tell the truth, I actually have some plans for the wine god palace. Well, more accurately, I have some plans for a certain person. Long Chen scratched his head, embarrassed. Ha 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 ha, I understand, little fellow, you really are evil. That's fine, my wine god palace will not interfere with the personal grievances of its disciples. The high priest suddenly laughed. He had clearly seen through Long Chen's intentions. Child, you can go now. You were extremely helpful to the wine god palace this time, and if you need any help, just ask. This was a promise. Long Chen hastily rose and bowed. Many thanks, high priest. I will remember this favor. This promise was far too precious. What kind of joke was this? The wine god palace was an existence not even Pill Valley dared to provoke. With this promise, his confidence grew. Long Chen didn't like asking for help, and he definitely wouldn't unless he had no choice. But with this promise, he had another layer of protection. Leaving the high priest's palace, he felt completely relaxed. He hadn't gotten far before someone blocked his path. Little brat, I've been waiting a long time for you. The one blocking Long Chen's path was the fierce-looking xianxia. Oh, Fatty 2, are you challenging me again? To tell the truth, I really admire your ability to continue challenging me despite losing over and over and over again. Long Chen smiled evilly at xianxia. For some unknown reason, he felt like today's xianxia was different from before. Cut the bullshit. This time, I'll definitely beat you. But before our fight, come try my new peerless divine wine. Xianxia suddenly summoned a table and poured 2 bowls of wine. Xianxia was different from the other disciples. He roamed about the wine god palace without a specific area to himself. He went wherever he wanted. Xianxia and Long Chen sat down, touching their bowls. Long Chen gulped it down. While watching Long Chen drink his wine, Xianxia smiled. You fucker, you damn fatty, you dare. Long Chen's expression suddenly changed. Long Chen's divine ring suddenly appeared behind him, and 4 stars emerged in his eyes. His 108,000 immortal platforms crazily revolved as his energy involuntarily erupted, causing the void to shake. Long Chen did his best to suppress this energy. If he allowed it to simply erupt, the surrounding land would be blown apart. His face turned red from how hard he was holding back. Now he understood why he had felt the fatty to be a bit different today. So he had already made a new kind of wine and was conning him. If he allowed his energy to erupt, then the surroundings would definitely be destroyed. Although the wine god palace wouldn't say anything, it would be too embarrassing for Long Chen. Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed upon seeing Long Chen's miserable plight. Xianxia felt like he had never been so carefree. Ever since knowing Long Chen, he had been stifled to the point of wanting to murder someone. Now he was finally venting, and he felt like dancing. You damn fatty, cursed Long Chen. But then he suddenly shut his mouth and focused. Xianxia's wine was like gunpowder. It instantly ignited all his energy, and Long Chen needed to vent this energy somehow. But he also couldn't release it and had to continuously suppress it. He was shocked. This wine's energy was absolutely terrifying. It was actually stimulating his potential. Although he had only drunk 1 bowl, he could feel the wine stimulating his body's hidden potential. His physical body was once more strengthening after being strengthened by the Mandara body tempering pills. Don't worry, let it out. No one will laugh at you. The more you hold back, the smellier it'll be when it comes out. Xianxia laughed uproariously. Long Chen ignored him. After several breaths' time, he managed to suppress this torrential energy. But he was truly moved. After suppressing it, he could clearly feel his physical body had been strengthened through this domineering stimulation. You damn fatty, you dare to con me like this. Long Chen glared at Xianxia, who was currently smiling. Hee, don't be so petty. A man should be magnanimous. Tu Qiansheng patted Long Chen's shoulder. But that smile made Long Chen want to slap him. This wine's not bad. Give me as much as you have. Long Chen patted the wine jug. Do you have no shame? Why should I give it all to you? Demanded Tu Qiansheng disdainfully. Because I'm about to send you some enormous good fortune. Long Chen laughed mischievously. Chapter 1231 Swindling Tu Qiansheng. Tu Qiansheng suddenly had a bad feeling upon seeing Long Chen's look. Brat, don't even think about doing anything crazy. Although he didn't know what Long Chen was planning, after drinking with him a few times, he could tell just from Long Chen's eyes that he was up to something evil. TCH, coward. I haven't even said anything, and you're already beating the drum of retreat. In the future, don't ask me to drink with you again, said Long Chen disdainfully. You think you can provoke me like this? Who do you think I am? Before I fled to the Wine God Palace, I dominated these lands. I've seen all sorts of people, and I know your type. I'm not going to take your shit. Clearly, Tu Qiansheng was someone with great experience and wouldn't fall for his baits so easily. He took out another jug of wine. This was a different wine that wasn't so intense. After all, that previous wine was not used for casual drinking. Long Chen received the jug and poured 2 new bowls of wine. He disdainfully said, "When did you ever dominate the lands? Weren't you chased down by the ancient races to the point that you had nowhere to go? Weren't you hunted like a dog? Saying that you fled to the Wine God Palace is truly accurate. If you didn't flee like a dog, all that fat on your body would have been turned into a great stew for the ancient races. HMPH, the ancient races just have too many people. They had hundreds of people in the same realm chasing after me and even people with higher cultivation bases. Was I not supposed to run and instead just throw my life away?" Raged Tu Qiansheng. Back then, Tu Qiansheng had exterminated several headquarters of the ancient races, completely infuriating them and causing them to move out in great force. But even surrounded by countless experts, he had killed his own path out. The number of experts he had slain had shaken practically the entire Central Plains. Most terrifying of all, through 3 years of running and counter-attacking, he used his soul transformation cultivation base to fight across realms and slay 3 of the race leaders hunting him down. Those race leaders had all been terrifying life-star experts. At that time, Tu Qiansheng had caused quite the sensation. However, his actions ended up completely infuriating the ancient races, and they sent out supreme experts, heavily injuring him. Just as he was about to be killed, the Wine God Palace's people saved him and he joined their worship of the Wine God. Although Tu Qiansheng had been defeated in the end, no one dared to laugh at him. Instead, they were full of admiration for his domineering manner. A defeat is a defeat. Why bother making excuses? When I was surrounded by powerful enemies, I was also fighting across realms. I've seen all kinds of sinister schemes. Well, that's not really important. Fatty, I'm planning on giving you some great fortune. Whether or not you can take advantage of it will be up to yourself. Long Chen drank a mouthful of wine and used his sleeve to wipe his mouth. Are you telling the truth? You're just a foundation forging brat. What kind of fortune can you send me? Snorted Tu Qiansheng, not believing him. You ungrateful fellow, if it hadn't been for my formulas, would you have been able to refine that wine? If it hadn't been for my formulas, would you have been able to reserve your baleful aura? Why don't you think for yourself? Who else bothered giving you such fortune other than me? Cursed Long Chen. He had noticed that Tu Qiansheng's baleful aura had lessened a great deal. Previously, his cultivation technique had been too domineering, and his accumulated killing intent had been too strong, which had caused a kind of special baleful aura. This baleful aura stemmed from the depths of his soul, and he hadn't been able to suppress it. That was why ordinary people hadn't even been able to approach him. They would be affected by that baleful aura and become berserk, easily infuriated, and might even have an urge to start killing. Only someone like Sha Yuluo, who possessed a pure and simple heart and had never participated in true slaughter, was an exception to that. Sha Yunchong had seen Tu Qiansheng several times before, but that had always been from a distance. He had also been afraid of being affected by that baleful aura. The other Wine God Palace's disciples all cultivated different wine daos, and most of them enjoyed a peaceful and quiet life. That was different from Tu Qiansheng's wine dao, and so the rest of them didn't interact with him either. That was why Tu Qiansheng was now unable to retort to Long Chen. It had been Long Chen's formulas that had benefited him, allowing him to gain insights during the winemaking process. He had learned how to reserve that baleful aura. It was also because he had reserved it that the wine he made had also become reserved. It now looked calm on the surface and would only erupt once it was drunk. That was also how he had conned Long Chen just now. Putting it nicely, Long Chen had already given him good fortune. This was something extremely helpful to his cultivation and insight, so there was nothing for him to say back to Long Chen's cursing. HMPH, it was just a joke, and you took it so seriously. What a petty little man. Just drink your wine, and conveniently, you can tell me what this good fortune is. Tu Qiansheng poured Long Chen a bowl of wine, which could count as an apology. Long Chen wasn't really angry, and drinking it, he said, due to the wine drunk between us, we can now count as brothers. What the fuck, are you taking advantage of me? Tu Qiansheng almost spat out his wine. He was someone who had swept through the continent 3,000 years ago, and now Long Chen wanted to call him brother. TCH, calling you brother is my respect for you. I feel like you're a hot-blooded man. Do you think just anyone has the qualifications to be my brother? Said Long Chen disdainfully. Fine, I can accept that. Thank you for looking favorably upon me, brother. Tu Qiansheng was speechless. This brat really was arrogant. But thinking of what the high priest had told him, he felt much more at peace with this. He was someone even the wine god wouldn't dare to accept incense or a kneel of worship from. Being the brother of such a figure seemed like it truly could raise his status. Seeing Tu Qiansheng listening seriously, Long Chen began to tell a story full of righteous indignation. When I heard you were hunted down by the ancient races, I was extremely displeased. Who do the ancient races think they are? They are just hybrids between the human race and the Zon beasts. Back then, the human race was the leader of the world, while the Zon beasts were nothing more than secondary existences, only fit to be the human race's mounts and war beasts. Envious of the human race, and in order to get closer to the heavenly Taos, the Zon beasts sent members of their race that could take human form to mate with the human race, and that's the only reason the ancient races were born. Then the human race declined, while the ancient races felt superior to them in terms of cultivation, and they abandoned their human bloodline, declaring themselves descendants of only the Zon beasts. For them to look down on us, for them to bully us, just looking at these fellows that forget their roots makes a person angry. Furthermore, they dared to hunt you down. That's completely unacceptable. If it were up to me, brother, that all happened many years ago. Can you get to the point? Tu Qiansheng was a bit speechless as he saw Long Chen become more and more indignant, as if the one who had been hunted down back then had been him. The point, I want to get justice for you. I definitely won't let this matter rest as is. How can I allow my brother to be bullied like this? I've already investigated this matter. Back then, there were 3 fellows who heavily injured you. Those ones were the most hateful, and one was the giant eagle race, one was the barbarian elephant race, and one was the tiger race, said Long Chen, staring closely at Tu Qiansheng. Wait a moment, I have some recollection of that barbarian elephant fellow. He hit me in the back with a club, almost taking my life. But I don't remember a giant eagle race or a tiger race. Tu Qiansheng frowned. Long Chen smiled inside that he had guessed one right. He said, do you not remember? Back then, there were too many people attacking you. But it was those 3 that formed a 3-side blockade around you. If it hadn't been for the giant eagle race and the tiger race's experts cooperating, would that barbarian elephant expert have managed to hit you? You know what, now that you say this, it's true. Back then, there were too many of those ancient race idiots around, and I was pretty much crazy with my slaughter. That's right, I remember. There was a fellow with wings who kept attacking me. And there was a clawed fellow too. So that's what it was. Tu Qiansheng nodded in comprehension. Long Chen laughed inside. There were quite a few ancient races with wings, and even more with claws. Well, as long as Tu Qiansheng felt like he was right, it was fine. In order to get revenge for you, I slaughtered the 3 races, rank 8 celestials. Don't you think your brother has worked quite hard for you? Long Chen patted his chest. His manner was as if he had only done it in order to help him vent. Long Chen gave a rough summary of what had happened in the 4 nations' ancient remnant. But the general meaning was that he found the ancient races distasteful and was getting justice for him. Hearing that Long Chen had killed 3 of their rank 8 celestials, all with higher cultivation bases than him, and even 1 against 5, Tu Qiansheng was truly moved. Wait, Didn't you previously say that you once provoked the Heavenly Fate Pavilion? At that time, you didn't even know me, said Tu Qiansheng suspiciously. As expected, the longer you talked, the easier it was to see through your lies. After bragging too much, it was hard to take it back. In order to express his own sincerity, Long Chen had even said that he had gone against the Heavenly Fate Pavilion because of Tu Qiansheng. Back then, if it hadn't been for Heavenly Fate Island, Tu Qiansheng might not have been defeated. But once he said that, the times no longer matched up. His own words ended up exposing him. But just who was Long Chen? When it came to the thickness of his face, no one could match him. Who said I didn't know you? You might not have known me, but I knew you. A long time ago, I heard about you and felt you to be a real man. Why couldn't I stand up for you? Said Long Chen. You shameless scoundrel, after spouting all that bullshit, you just want me to help you handle the trouble you caused for yourself. HMPH, don't even think about it. Tu Qiansheng wasn't so stupid as to fall for it though. You think I can't handle it without you? I'm just giving you a chance to get revenge. If you don't want to, then fine. Said Long Chen impatiently. Are you telling me you want to use the favor I owe you from last time? Demanded Tu Qiansheng. What nonsense. I, Long Chen, treat you as a brother. Do we need to calculate our favors like this? Let me tell you, this has nothing to do with that favor. As your brother, I helped vent for you, so you have to help vent for me. Furthermore, you'll still owe me that favor. Declared Long Chen. What the fuck, how are you so shameless? Raged Tu Qiansheng. But a bit of his iciness faded. If Long Chen was using that favor from back then for this, he would have found it unacceptable. But this shameless method of Long Chen's made him feel a bit closer instead. So what if I'm shameless? When your brother needs help, are you not going to help? Furthermore, do you not want revenge? Said Long Chen dauntlessly, once more putting out the bait. I do, but I'm a disciple of the Wine God Palace. It's not convenient for me to do such a thing, said Tu Qiansheng hesitantly. It was true that he had never had a chance to relieve his anger of that matter, leaving a knot in his heart. Hee, no worries, I've already helped you handle the high priest. Long Chen smiled mischievously. Really? Then let's teach them a lesson they'll never forget. A vicious light appeared in Tu Qiansheng's eyes, as well as a trace of excitement. Chapter 1232 watched by all parties. Within the Xuantian Dao sect, Li Tianxuan, the tower department head, and Lu Kang were in a private room, their expressions somewhat grave. Zan Master, Long Chen is trapped within the Grand Sha ancient nation by the Pill Tower. They've already set up layers of blockades. The ancient races are also moving. Long Chen is in danger, said Lu Kang worriedly. News of what was occurring on the Grand Sha had already spread. Within the four nations' ancient remnant, Long Chen had killed the Pill Tower's top genius, Dan Chu, as well as snatched away their ancestral item, the blazing dragon cauldron. He had completely infuriated the Pill Tower. The Pill Tower had already sent out word that anyone who dared to harbor Long Chen would be viewed as their enemy. Following the fury of the Pill Tower, those powers closely related to the Pill Tower sent out their experts to seal the Grand Sha's borders. The transportation formations were packed with experts. Apparently, there were dozens of sects helping, and of course, one of them was the heaven-suppressing magic sect. In order to put on a show of its power, the Pill Tower had all those sects move out in full force. There were even over 10 experts on the level of sect masters, as well as innumerable soul transformation experts. Clearly, the Pill Tower was doing this as an intimidation tactic, to make sure Li Tianxuan had no ability to stop them. It was also a warning to the other sects not on the side of the Pill Tower. This matter has grown too big. Our Xuantian Dao sect can do nothing, said the tower department head. The news the Pill Tower had released was that the Pill Tower's expert, Dan Chu, had been invited into the ancient remnant by the Grand Han in order to help them search through the remnant's secrets. He had had no ill intent, but Long Chen had grown greedy for Dan Chu's treasures and killed him for them. Although this kind of nonsense was something anyone with the slightest brains would see countless holes in, the Pill Tower was the Pill Tower. What they said was the truth. Furthermore, this truth would be testified and confirmed by countless other sects. That was there, irrefutable evidence, that no one could quibble with. To put it even more simply, if Pill Tower pointed at a pile of crap and said it smelled good, then countless other sects would say that it smelled good. There would even be people who would grab it and lick it to prove that was the truth. In the cultivation world, the actual facts weren't important. Only power was important, and the pill tower had that power. Li Tianxuan was silent, his eyes closed in thought. He looked like he was thinking about how to resolve this problem. I think the best option would be to go request aid from the Martial Heaven Alliance, proposed Liu Kang. The tower department head shook his head. It's useless. The Martial Heaven Alliance only looks after things that happen within the Alliance. This matter occurred in the Four Nations' ancient remnant, and there are no eyewitnesses or proof. The pill tower just needs to continue with their story that Long Chen killed their disciple for his treasures, and there's nothing anyone can do. The Martial Heaven Alliance has no excuse to interfere, and it's not in accordance with their rules. As for the four ancient nations, they are situated outside the cultivation world, and there's the Four Nations Treaty making this matter even more complicated. One little mistake can cause a huge, chaotic war that will destroy the four ancient nations, leaving their territory and resources to be snatched by the various large sects. Slaughter will ensue. With option after option shut down, Liu Kang couldn't help but sigh, bitterly smiling. That little fellow's ability to provoke trouble grows greater and greater. Even we can't handle it anymore. Ever since Long Chen had arrived at the Xuantian Dao sect, the sect had basically been flipped by him. Now he had only left for a short time, and he had provoked unprecedented trouble. It was like he was intentionally trying to prove his ability to cause trouble. Zan Master, what is your opinion? Asked Liu Kang. Li Tianxuan slowly opened his eyes and lightly said, there's nothing to do. We'll just watch for now. If there really is no other option, then there's no need for the reincarnation mirror to maintain our karmic luck. I will bring it out and kill them until heaven and earth are flipped. What? Liu Kang and the tower department head's expressions changed. The reincarnation mirror and the Xuantian tower were the Xuantian Dao sect protecting divine items. They were also what maintained the sect's karmic luck and could not be used lightly. Using them would damage the sect's karmic luck. Last time in the Eastern Sea, because the reincarnation mirror had to be used to maintain the sect's karmic luck, Li Tianxuan had merely used the reincarnation mirror's projection. If he had used its true body, it would have caused major damage. Long Chen must stay alive. Even if the price was greater, it would have to be done. That little fellow once said an interesting thing. The weak fear the strong fear the stronger, and the stronger fear the fearless. If the pill tower wants to play, we'll accompany them. My Xuantian Dao sect has been silent for too long, making others think we're a toothless lion. We need to prove our teeth are still sharp. Li Tianxuan smiled slightly. That smile contained confidence and resolve, showing how serious he was. Liu Kang and the tower department head's hair stood on end. It seemed the Zan Master was truly infuriated. Perhaps the central planes were about to be shaken. Just at this time, light flashed through the room, and a runic letter appeared in front of them. A secret message from the Huayan sect. Li Tianxuan couldn't help being shocked. This was a secret communication method between the Huayan sect and him. It usually wasn't used except in urgent cases. Li Tianxuan pressed a finger against the letter. The letter immediately turned to dust, while a formless wave of energy spread. Haha, that little fellow Long Chen has some skill. We don't need to worry about it. Li Tianxuan suddenly laughed, causing Liu Kang and the tower department head to look at each other blankly. In a distant place, there was a high mountain with a sharp cliffside. It was like a heavenly blade that had been stabbed through the ground. Atop the cliff was a simple wooden room. The cold wind was like blades sweeping through the peak, bringing with them a whistling sound. The wooden room had countless scars on it like blades had slashed it. If a forging master saw the room, they would definitely be shocked. That was because this room was actually made of an extremely rare golden thread spirit wood. Its hardness was comparable to a king item, and its toughness was even greater than a king item. Such a powerful material had actually been made into a shabby room. Those scars on it were from the wind, showing just how terrifying these blades of winds were. Even a soul transformation expert would be annihilated without defending. In front of the room was an elder with drooping white eyebrows and gray robes. He was sitting with his eyes closed, shockingly ignoring the terrifying wind. Old man, it seems Long Chen is in trouble, reported a very tall and large muscular man. Is it big trouble? Asked the elder lightly with his eyes still closed. So, can he handle it himself? I doubt it. Then tell old Seventh to take a trip. It's still the old rules. If he doesn't have to, he's not to interfere. Children need to mature on their own. Taking advantage of when they're still young to suffer a bit isn't a bad thing, said the elder. Is he to be brought back this time? Up to him. Don't force him. The large man nodded and his figure disappeared from the cliff. The elder was still sitting with his eyes closed, as if nothing had happened. Returning from Tu Qiansheng's home, Long Chen felt especially relaxed. He had finally managed to get Tu Qiansheng to agree to help him. In truth, Tu Qiansheng's enmity with the ancient races was deep. In the past, he rarely mentioned what happened, even when drinking. But this time, it was unknown if he had drunk too much, but he had gotten emotional and told Long Chen a bit about what had happened. Back then, he had had a little brother who had also been shockingly talented. Although he had also been someone with a fiery temper, he had been an upright person. According to Tu Qiansheng, the reason for his enmity with the ancient races stemmed from how the ancient races had once been making things hard on a beautiful female cultivator, and his little brother had helped her, killing several of the ancient races, experts to save her. Later, that woman had ended up becoming Dao companions with his little brother. But good things rarely lasted. The ancient races surrounded them, and although his little brother fought valiantly, that female cultivator still died under their assault. In his grief, his brother started a slaughter, and as a result, he became surrounded by experts from the ancient races. The first son of one of the ancient races, leaders, was killed by him. That infuriated that ancient race, and they established a heaven-encompassing net to kill him. Tu Qiansheng had immediately rushed over to help when he heard the news, but he was still one step too late. He arrived just in time to see his brother die. The ancient race's experts were about to take off his brother's head and investigate his origins. They wanted to exterminate his entire family to defend the prestige of the ancient races. Tu Qiansheng had immediately exploded. He had not only killed all those experts, but he had also gone to hunt their race and annihilated them, even killing the race leader through a suicidal move resulting in a heavy injury. His vengeance for his brother caused the ancient races to hunt him down. There was no room left for mediation. The ancient races also didn't care about any excuse. There was no reasoning that would stop them from their hunt. They just had one thought: those who offend the ancient races must die. When he mentioned this matter, Long Chen could sense Tu Qiansheng was still filled with resentment over it. Even this many years of cultivating the Wine Dao hadn't erased that hatred in his heart. Now that he had agreed to work with Long Chen, the two of them were immediately on the same page. Returning to the imperial palace, Long Chen asked Sha Yuyong about the situation. He learned that all of Grand Sha City was under the watch of the Pill Tower. There were also countless experts from many sects surrounding the Grand Sha. At this time, there was zero chance that Long Chen could leave. Furthermore, he heard that people from the ancient races had come, but they hadn't entered the city. That's all fine. This is just the start. If things go as I expect, they'll quickly come and apply pressure to the Grand Sha. At this time, not even the Grand Zhou or Grand Chu sent people to communicate with us. That means that the Pill Tower has already used some kind of means to make them temporarily set aside their condemnation for the Grand Han. So in all likelihood, the Pill Tower's next move is to build up public opinion, to make it so people think I am an irredeemable devil, a heaven Caesar, whatever fits. Have they already started? Long Chen suddenly noticed that Sha Yuyong and the white-haired elder's expressions became a bit odd. Yes, they've already started. Everywhere in the city, people are stealthily spreading propaganda about you. But how did you know they would do that? Asked Sha Yuyong. Hehe, the Pill Tower only has a few childish tricks. They know that if everyone in Grand Sha City is cursing me, my family, and my friends, I'll have to either start killing them or leave. Killing them won't solve any problems, and with the pushing of a few people, it'll just make me seem worse and cause more problems. So I'll only be able to leave. They probably only know how to make such a simple strategy. Long Chen spread his arms helplessly. Sha Yuyong and the white-haired elder were speechless. Long Chen was practically more wily than a wily old fox. But seeing how indifferent and prepared he looked for such a thing, they could only allow him to do what he wanted. Ah, Senior, how is Brother Yunchang? Has he rediscovered his undefeatable Dao? Asked Long Chen, but after asking this, he saw their expressions become dim. Chapter 1233 Yuluo's Suicide. Seeing their expressions, Long Chen had a bad feeling. As expected, the white-haired elder shook his head and sadly said, "Heart Devil." Han Wenjun had been killed by Sha Yunchang. Originally, by killing the person who ruined his undefeatable Dao, there was a definite chance of recovering that undefeatable Dao. But regretfully, Sha Yunchang's Heart Devil was too heavy. It might not just be Han Wenjun. I suppose I am also within his heart devil, said Long Chen. The white-haired elder and Sha Yuyong were both startled, but they quickly realized what he was saying. On one hand, Sha Yunchong had been forced to kneel. That disgrace was one thing. But also, in terms of combat power, he had been shaken by Long Chen's power. Within the Four Nations ancient remnant, he had instantly killed Li Wanji and Han Baijin. He had then fought against 5 powerful rank 8 celestials. And finally, when his opponents unleashed all their trump cards, unleashing ancestral items and being supported by their powerful elders, they were still slaughtered. That had deeply shaken Sha Yunchong. Of course, everyone else seeing it had also been shaken, but Sha Yunchong was the only one who cultivated the undefeatable Tao. This had been a large blow to him, and adding on his previous humiliation, it had become impossible for him to recover it. Ah, people get foolish when they're old. Why didn't I think of this? The white-haired elder sighed remorsefully. In truth, the reason he hadn't thought of this detail was because he had been in too much of a panic. Regretfully, Han Wenjun was now dead, and everything was futile. Don't give up just yet. I have a method that might be able to work. Long Chen stood and said goodbye to them, going to Sha Yunchong's residence. Once he was gone, Sha Yuyong and the white-haired elder looked at each other, feeling like they had lived so many years for nothing. We're old now, they both sighed, but a trace of hope had now appeared in their eyes. According to the Dragon Vein calculations, Yuluo was fated to run into a huge calamity. I thought something would have happened to her this time, but instead, she's fine, and the calamity struck Yunchong instead. Is this because of Long Chen? Wondered Sha Yuyong. The Dragon Vein calculations are very accurate. But those calculations can only deduce the fate of your Sha family. Long Chen is not a member of your Sha family, and due to his arrival, everything has become muddled. There's no way to calculate anything. Let's just watch. The white-haired elder looked at the wall, and an image appeared on it. Long Chen was walking into Sha Yunchong's residence. Sha Yunchong was currently staring blankly at a pool. Did you come here to comfort me? Sha Yunchong's voice was bitter. This matter was a huge blow to him. It felt like he had instantly gone from an unrivaled expert to a pitiful wretch. He had also become more sensitive. What would I comfort you for? You're a man. I came to drink with you. I swindled quite a bit more wine from the wine god palace this time, so let's drink. Long Chen dragged Sha Yunchong into a small pavilion and took out a jug of wine. Sha Yunchong originally wanted to say that he wasn't in the mood to drink, but then he felt like declining would be saying he was weak, like he couldn't handle his loss. So he sat down. Here, drink this one first. It was made by a female cultivator. It's incomparably rich, with a long-lasting aftertaste. Long Chen poured Sha Yunchong a bowl of wine. Sha Yunchong drank it in one gulp. At this time, all he was doing was acting fine. There was no way for him to appraise how good the wine was. His heart was already filled with chaos. Long Chen also drank a bowl. The two of them didn't speak as they continued drinking. After over 10 bowls of wine, Sha Yunchong suddenly collapsed on the table and began to bawl. Long Chen didn't say anything. He continued to pour wine and drink himself. He knew the wine's energy had already taken effect. This female cultivator's wine focused on the heart, on stimulating the 7 emotions and 6 desires. It allowed a person's emotions to be released completely. Sha Yunchong was an iron man. He had bled countless times in his life, but he had never cried. He kept his sorrows in his heart. In that aspect, he was similar to Long Chen. They never said everything to others, simply suppressing what was within their hearts. With his undefeatable Tao broken, his heart in chaos, and the stimulation of this wine, all Sha Yunchong's emotions poured out. After a while, Sha Yunchong seemed to be feeling much better. He took a deep breath. Brother Long, thank you for the wine. I feel better. Do you want to rediscover your undefeatable Tao? Asked Long Chen, putting down the wine. Brother Long, you. Sha Yunchong looked at Long Chen with shock. If this question came from someone else, even his own master, he'd think they were just trying to comfort him. But coming from Long Chen, it made his dead hope rekindle once more. I asked if you wanted to rediscover your undefeatable Tao. Long Chen poured out another bowl of wine, repeating himself. I do, of course I do. Brother Long. Please help me. Sha Yunchong clenched his fists, filled with expectation. Then let me ask you, what is the undefeatable Tao? Long Chen looked at Sha Yunchong. It's. Sha Yunchong became stupefied. Long Chen sipped his wine and smiled. Your undefeatable Tao depends on walking on a path of Cultivation where you remain undefeated. But can such a thing truly exist? With an undefeatable Tao heart, can you really be undefeatable? If you really were undefeatable, you wouldn't just be undefeatable in the same realm. You would be undefeatable regardless of cultivation base, power, and rank. All experts should be cabbages waiting for you to harvest however you want. By pissing, you could drown them; by farting, you could blast them to death. That is the only way to be truly undefeatable. But that's impossible. Xianxia shook his head. Within the imperial palace, Sha Yuyong and the white-haired elder were calmly watching this scene to see how Long Chen would talk Xianxia around. But this undefeatable Tao he was describing was far too exaggerated. Exactly. So you shouldn't care about some undefeatable Tao, because that thing is just nonsense. Previously, you asked me if I also cultivated the undefeatable Tao, and I said I didn't. Back then, you didn't quite believe me, but in truth, even I don't know what exactly I'm cultivating. All I know is that whoever provokes me will die. Even if I can't beat them, I'll wipe some snot on their faces. On the other hand, just like you, I maintained an undefeated record against the same realm. But I never meticulously did anything to maintain that record. Even if there came a day when I was defeated, it wouldn't matter. Because what I seek is not to be undefeated, but to protect the people by my side. Victory or defeat means nothing to me, said Long Chen. To protect. Xianxia seemed to understand. Let me tell you a story from my childhood. It came from a drunk bald man bragging near the city gates. He said this: the body is like the Bodhi tree, while the heart is like a mirror. It must be constantly and diligently wiped to prevent dust. Back then, I didn't know what that Bodhi tree was. But that person said that it was a kind of legendary tree of wisdom. It is a symbol of wisdom and comprehension. You can be likened to that. Your undefeatable Tao is like that Bodhi tree. You carefully grew it, defending it, afraid of any little bit of damage. But do you think if the Bodhi tree is damaged, a person would become an imbecile? Without the undefeatable Tao, will you become a coward? Asked Long Chen. Xianxia was silent. It seemed Long Chen's words were reasonable. At the same time, he felt like he truly had overlooked something. Then that Baldy said this: the Bodhi had no tree, and the mirror had no back. Neither existed, so where did the dust come from? Hearing Long Chen say such a thing, Xianxia's entire body shook. He looked at Long Chen in shock, seeming to grasp hold of some crucial thing. Even Sha Yuyong and the white-haired elder were shocked. Their eyes shone brightly as they comprehended something. Whether or not the Bodhi tree truly exists is something no one knows. It is just a metaphor for your undefeatable Tao. For example, you planted a Bodhi tree and it grew with you, making you feel like the Bodhi tree made you smarter, wiser, capable of comprehending 10,000 Taos. Now that you've lost the Bodhi tree, you have no direction. You don't know how you're supposed to exist without the Bodhi tree. But without the Bodhi tree, your wisdom is still there. Without your undefeatable Tao, your undefeatable heart still exists. You simply blinded yourself to its existence, said Long Chen. Brother Long, I think I understand. Xianxia felt the knot in his heart weaken. No, you still don't get it. Being undefeatable isn't something you have to maintain all the time. That would just be a mental illness. Could it be that when we drink, you always have to drink more than me? That you always have to eat more than me? Could it be that when it comes to pissing, you have to make sure you can piss further than me? Asked Long Chen. No, said Xianxia awkwardly. Since there's no need for that, why bother about temporary losses or wins? Being undefeatable isn't something constant. There is only one time you must be undefeatable: when the things you care about are threatened. Because at that time, if you are not undefeatable, you will lose the most precious existence in your life. That kind of pain isn't something we can bear. So when we are undefeatable, it is because we must be undefeatable, because we have no choice but to be undefeatable, said Long Chen. Brother Long, I understand. Xianxia suddenly regained his confidence. His eyes also recovered their light. Sha Yuyong and the white-haired elder looked at each other, both of them incomparably gratified. The knot in Xianxia's heart had been undone. That was amazing. This way, he could slowly find his undefeatable Tao heart once more. Sometimes just understanding isn't enough. You need to experience it. Here, try this wine. Long Chen handed Xianxia a bowl of wine. Xianxia was too preoccupied to even notice that this was not the same wine that they had been drinking before. Think of when Yuluo had her throat caught in someone else's hand. Her life might have been crushed at any time like an ant. What would you do? Long Chen's voice suddenly changed, seeming to echo from all directions. His vast spiritual strength moved with his voice. Xianxia drank the wine. His eyes became scarlet and all the energy in his body erupted. He was just about to suppress it when he heard Long Chen's voice and seemed to see Sha Yuluo caught in someone else's hands. Xianxia's energy erupted like a volcano, and a powerful qi wave unfurled. An undefeatable will shook heaven and earth. Long Chen finally sighed with relief. Even duping people was tiring work. It needed a step-by-step sequence. Xianxia had regained his undefeatable will, and he was full of delight. He was just about to thank Long Chen. Not good. Princess Yuluo has committed suicide. Xianxia's expression completely changed, and with a furious roar, he flew out like a gust of wind. Chapter 1234. Don't be too evil. Sha Yuluo was lying on her bed quietly. Her face still had tear stains on them. Her eyes were closed, and she looked like she had simply cried herself to sleep. But right now, her heart had already stopped, and her spiritual fluctuations had disappeared. The lively and cute girl had become a lifeless body. Sha Yuyang, the white-haired elder, Sha Yunchang, Sha Yunfang, and the others were all present. Sha Yunchang was crying as he held his little sister, unable to believe this reality. Sha Yuyang was holding a piece of paper with beautiful lines of words on it. After reading through those words, Sha Yuyang closed his eyes in pain. Sha Yuluo had said that this time, so many of the Grand Sha's experts had died because of her. Her brother's Dao heart had also been destroyed, severing his cultivation path. She blamed herself. She felt herself to be a disgrace to the Grand Sha's imperial family, and she was too ashamed to face her father, brothers, or sisters. She was also too ashamed to face the commoners. Only by dying could she retrieve the Grand Sha's imperial family's dignity. How could you be so foolish? This wasn't your fault. Sha Yunchang held Sha Yuluo, weeping. Sha Yuluo was the little sister he had doted on the most. He would rather he have died than her. But now, he was unable to do anything. In the end, it was still impossible to escape this calamity. Sha Yuyang sighed in pain. Originally, he had thought the calamity had already passed. But in the end, calamities weren't so easily avoided. It's all right, stop crying. Yuluo hasn't died, she's just in a state of quasi-death, said Long Chen suddenly. Everyone was startled to hear that. Right now, her spiritual fluctuations had completely vanished. How could this possibly be a quasi-death state? Let me. Long Chen sat beside Sha Yuluo's bed. Seeing the tears on her face, he couldn't help but sigh. Why bother? This matter was not Sha Yuluo's fault at all. The Grand Han had long since laid down this trap. Even without her, the Grand Sha wouldn't have escaped their losses. By being captured, the only one she had implicated was Sha Yunchang, but she had foolishly thought that everyone had lost their precious time to run away because they had been waiting for her, which was why they had died. Long Chen pressed his hand against her forehead. He had just raised his left hand when he awkwardly said, "Uncle Sha, maybe you should all back up a bit. Yuluo stopped her own heart, and I have to restart it. Cultivators don't have so many misgivings. Go ahead." Sha Yuyang knew what Long Chen was saying, but he didn't care. As long as he could save her, the rest wasn't important. Long Chen could only continue. He took out a drop of the divine life elixir for her and then placed his right hand gently over her chest. Sha Yuluo had severed her heart muscles. This was the suicide method most cultivators chose. With the heartbeat stopped, a person would slowly fall unconscious, and in the end, their soul would dissipate without the slightest pain. Long Chen needed to reconnect her heart muscles. This was not difficult with the divine life elixir. But with her spiritual fluctuations gone, reviving her was something even a god couldn't do. Everyone was holding their breaths as they watched Long Chen work. Sha Yunchang's fists were clenched tightly, his palms sweaty. He hoped Long Chen really could create a miracle and revive Sha Yuluo. You don't need to be so nervous. Yuluo definitely won't die. In the ancient remnant, I already sensed her mental state was a bit off, so I gave her 2 pills at that time. One was a healing pill, while the other was a 9-revolution rebirth pill. When she committed suicide, as her life energy faded, the 9-revolution rebirth pill automatically took effect, harboring her soul within the Niwen, allowing it to enter the most primal state. So you can't sense her spiritual fluctuations, and when she wakes up, her soul will feel weak for a while. But after this rebirth, her mental state will have risen. If you talk to her then, she won't continue being so stubborn and thinking this is all her fault. I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier, but I didn't know she would really do this. I only gave her the 9 Revolution Rebirth pill to guard against all possibilities, said Long Chen as he worked. Hearing his explanation, they all had an urge to prostrate themselves toward him. It was all thanks to how meticulous Long Chen was that Sha Yuluo hadn't died this time. Long Chen's hand began to shine as spiritual strength entered Sha Yuluo's head. At this moment, her head shook slightly and her spiritual fluctuations returned. Although Long Chen had told them not to worry, seeing her spiritual fluctuations actually return allowed them to all relax. Her soul had revived, and her heart was once more beating. This kind of short-term quasi-death state posed no harm to her. Alright, let Yuluo sleep for a while. Later, have someone watch over her to talk her around when she wakes up. Now Brother Yunchong's undefeatable Dao has returned, so she has even less reason to feel guilty. Furthermore, she really doesn't need to feel any guilt for what happened in the Four Nations Ancient Remnant. It should be an easy misunderstanding to fix. Long Chen stood and stretched. I'll look after her. Sha Yunchong was the first to open his mouth. Sha Yuluo's suicide this time had made him feel even more dearly for her. It should be me. I owe this child Yuluo too much. Don't fight with me over this. Sha Yuyong sat beside Sha Yuluo, rubbing her head gently. He was filled with shame. Living in the imperial family was sometimes sorrowful. Whether it was the emperor, the princes, or the princesses, living like that was a kind of sorrow. They couldn't even enjoy the feeling of familial love like others. Seeing Sha Yuyong personally volunteer to look after Sha Yuluo, Sha Yunchong didn't argue. He left with Long Chen and the others. The next day, as Long Chen had predicted, all kinds of propaganda disparaging him began to spread. Long Chen was a heaven Caesar. Long Chen was a homicidal maniac. Long Chen intentionally drew a disaster to the Grand Shah. Long Chen wanted the Grand Shah destroyed. Long Chen was an evil star. All kinds of rumors spread. The streets were filled with countless people discussing this. Through the full power of the Pill Tower's dogs, all kinds of proof spread, and the public opinion toward Long Chen grew worse and worse. Some people unrelated to the Pill Tower were already starting to call for Long Chen to leave the Grand Shah. There was even a large group of the Grand Shah's original inhabitants that were shouting in the streets for Long Chen to scram. Long Chen merely smiled and said it was fine. Having the Grand Shah's commoners make some extra income was fine. These people were all bought by the Pill Tower, and it seemed they had been bought at quite a high price. Long Chen even had Sha Yuyong tell the guards that if they had nothing else to do, they could also join that group. Of course, they would have to ask for a slightly higher price. After all, they had a special status. When Sha Yuyong heard Long Chen wanted him to do this, he was absolutely flabbergasted. But after asking around, he found out it really was the truth. These commoners were all being paid a shocking price. Shantian experts were paid 100 middle-grade spirit stones for 1 day of shouting. Sea expansion experts were given 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones, and foundation forging experts were given 10 yuan spirit stones a day. Damn, they really are rich. I even want to bring my brothers from the Xuantian Dao sect to join in. They'll shout enough to make them bankrupt. Long Chen couldn't help but curse when he heard the price. It was unknown what the price was for Jade Core or Soul Transformation experts. But looking at the previous prices, it was definitely not low. Long Chen, what should we do? This truly is an enticing work. Even Sha Yunchong was affected by this bait. Let's do this. Starting tomorrow, announce that there's a curfew at night. If they still want to shout, they'll have to pay a noise tax. The tax will be in accordance with a person's cultivation base. There's no need to take that much, just half is enough, said Long Chen. A 50% tax, that's not that much to you. Sha Yunchong was speechless. He had never heard of such a heavy tax. This was too evil. Even if it was higher, they'd continue shouting. Furthermore, the Pill Tower's people have plenty of money. Not making a killing off them would be a waste. Tell the guards to join, and tell them it's time for their families to get rich. We can't let the wealth go to others. Furthermore, it'll make it easier to control. Once more people join in, start raising the price. If they refuse to pay, have your people stop shouting, and since they're not allowed to shout, the others also won't be allowed to shout. If they don't accept the prices, the guards will beat up whoever shouts. As for the price, don't raise it too fast. Just raise it once every few hours, and only raise it by 10%. Remember, don't be too evil, said Long Chen. Raising it 10% every few hours wasn't too evil. Xianxia wasn't able to keep up with Long Chen's thoughts. Is this really possible? Xianxia had never done something like this, and he had no confidence in it. Don't worry, according to my years of conning people, this matter has a 100% chance of succeeding. This is your territory. If you didn't con them, wouldn't you be looking down on them? How would you face the commoners of your Grand Shah? You should hurry with this, because after a while, the pill tower will be forced to scram, and there won't be another chance like this to get rich. Under Long Chen's urging, Xianxia thickened his skin and went to see the guards. During the next little bit, the people funding the shouting encountered a great misfortune. The Grand Shah was collecting taxes, and whether people wanted to or not, they had to pay. Those shouters naturally refused for this tax to come out of their own pockets, so the price naturally rose. Furthermore, not only was the price increasing, but even more and more people were joining in on the shouting. The amount of money required to pay them rose slowly, so the backers reduced the number of paid shouters to cut down their expenses. As a result, all of those shouters protested, saying that they wouldn't shout if they didn't bring out enough money for everyone. They were extraordinarily united. If those people didn't shout, they would have failed the mission that the pill tower gave them. As a result, those sects that had been ordered to carry out this mission gathered up their resources to pay them. A single sect would be unable to bear such a price. But they were infuriated to find that more and more people were joining in on the shouting, and they couldn't refuse them. If they refused, the rest would all stop shouting in protest. And there were too many of them, and they refused to allow others to shout if they weren't. There was no way the payers dared to use force against them within the Grand Shah. Either they brought out more and more money, or there would be no shouting. Eventually, there came a day when several million people were there to receive their pay, and every few hours, they would inflate the price. They didn't even shout that much. Most of the time, they were only coming to them for their pay, making the employers infuriated. The Grand Shah's people were absolutely shameless. But this was the mission the pill tower gave them. If they failed at it, they would not only have failed at currying favor, but they would even be kicked away. So those sects could only clench their teeth and bear the pain. They continued paying a huge amount of money each day. Inside, they prayed for Long Chen to hurry up and leave, or they'd end up bankrupt. But today, Long Chen leisurely went to see Sha Yuluo. She had woken up today. Chapter 1235. A piece of news. Within the Imperial Palace's garden, there was birdsong and fragrant flowers, rock gardens and flowing water, as well as small pavilions elegantly placed in various locations. The scenery was so beautiful it looked like the work of a god. This scene had a special kind of feeling to it. Long Chen, thank you. Sha Yuluo was walking alongside Long Chen. Her face had recovered a bit of its past rosiness, and her eyes contained a particular expression now. However, she no longer had her old mischievous and unruly air. It was as if in a single night, she had matured to the point where Long Chen wasn't accustomed to it. There's no need to thank me. After all, we are battle companions, and our accomplishments, whether it be fighting in the Four Nations Ancient Remnant or swindling wine in the Wine God Palace, are not things ordinary people can compare to. Long Chen smiled. Sha Yuluo also smiled slightly. She thought of when she had first accompanied Long Chen to swindle wine from the Wine God Palace. That day, there had been crying and laughing, as well as fighting. Now thinking about it, she felt like it had been a lifetime ago. Long Chen, was I really dislikable back then? Sighed Sha Yuluo sadly. What are you talking about? It's not like you're very likable now either. After saying this, Long Chen immediately felt things were different. According to Sha Yuluo's old character, she should have immediately flown into a rage and started beating him. But now, she simply lowered her head and didn't say anything. He awkwardly said, "Girl, if you're going to be like this, I won't joke around with you any longer." Long Chen still preferred the previous naive and simple Sha Yuluo. Although that Sha Yuluo had been unruly, willful, and somewhat violent, those were her characteristics. She was like a newborn baby, and whatever she did, she had no schemes or other intentions. Everything she did was instinctual. But after experiencing what she had, it was like she had matured overnight. But by maturing, she was no longer the old Sha Yuluo. Maturity did not depend on age, but on experience. Only by experiencing pain would a person mature. That was because they had no choice but to mature then. Now she knew her own responsibility and how she was supposed to bear it. Once a person matured, they naturally had to lose some things. Perhaps that was the price of maturity. Long Chen, can you still hold my hand as we walk? Sha Yuluo was a bit red, and her voice all quivered slightly, but there was hope in her eyes. How could I do such a thing? Do you think I'm the type to take advantage of others like that? Although that was what came out of Long Chen's mouth, he had already taken hold of Sha Yuluo's hand. Sha Yuluo smiled. Feeling the warmth of Long Chen's hand, she felt an unprecedented sense of peace. Walking while holding Long Chen's hand, she said, Long Chen, you're a good person. Thank you, but you absolutely can't say such a thing. Long Chen shook his head. Why not? Asked Sha Yuluo. Long Chen looked up at the sky and worriedly said, people who often say things that go against their conscience will be struck by lightning. Sha Yuluo laughed and lightly hit him. Don't tease me, I'm being serious. I'm also being serious. Do you not hear those people shouting at me to leave Grand Sha City? How could a good person be treated like that? Sha Yuluo covered her mouth and chortled. Don't think I don't know that you and brother Yunchong are up to mischief. Those people shouting are all your people. You're just taking their money. It's not mischief. One side wants to beat others, while the other side wants to be beaten by others. Both sides are getting what they want. At most, this could be called cooperation. Yes, this is a mutually beneficial cooperation, said Long Chen. That righteous expression of his made Sha Yuluo laugh once more. Her face was rosy, and a faint sheen covered her nose. Combined with her laughter, it was a picture of lively vitality. This appearance couldn't be called peerless beauty, but it was extremely infectious, enough to make anyone feel like smiling. You should know that this wasn't your fault. There's no need to take all the blame for it. If you want to blame someone wrongly, you can blame me instead. But then it wouldn't be wrong. Long Chen smiled. It could be said that Long Chen was partially at fault. The Pill Tower, ancient races, and Bloodkill Hall all wanted to kill him. This scheme had been to target him. My father already told me everything. Only then did I realize he loves me. And my brothers, my mother, they all love me, but my own willfulness blinded me, making it so I couldn't see that. I was full of resentment and dissatisfaction with reality. So I felt like the scenery on the other shore would be much more beautiful, without any flaws, and so I willingly sank into other people's lies. Long Chen, tell me, don't you think I'm very foolish? Asked Sha Yuluo. Can I not answer? I don't want to be beaten, said Long Chen worriedly. You're asking for a beating. Sha Yuluo hit Long Chen. I just knew this would happen. In truth, I don't feel like you're that bad, or that foolish. Hey, don't hit me. I'm telling the truth. In truth, it was because of your innate pure heart and your father. He pampered you. In truth, Sha Yuyong hadn't particularly pampered her. But he had known that there would be a tribulation in her life that she couldn't escape. It was fated, so he hadn't been willing to scold or beat her. Even when Sha Yuluo went too far sometimes, thinking of her fate, he hadn't been willing to punish her. The Grand Shah's fortune-telling arts with their dragon vein were extremely powerful. Those arts could be traced back to an extremely ancient era. Although they couldn't be compared to Heavenly Fate Island's fortune-telling arts, they practically never made a mistake when it came to the Shah family's fortune. But because of Long Chen's arrival, those calculations had grown muddled. Even the Grand Shah's fate had become covered in mist, and it was impossible to calculate anything even with the dragon vein. So what happened is also partially your father's fault. What shape a tree grows into is definitely dependent on the gardener. There's a good proverb, a person should suffer as soon as possible. The earlier a person suffers, the more it will temper their will. Grass that grows in the wild has to endure the tempering of wind and frost as soon as it's born. The reaping of blades, the trampling of horses, it goes through cycles of growth and decline in order to survive. But a flower raised in the imperial greenhouses for 18 years will wither upon a single night's frost. As for you, you were sheltered from a young age, then you suddenly encountered such a huge setback. Let alone you, even I probably wouldn't have been able to bear such a thing. So don't think that you're to blame. Who wouldn't have made the same mistake? Experts have to learn through their mistakes and grow through their struggles. Sha Yuluo knew Long Chen was saying that her suicide was the act of a weak person trying to skirt responsibility. Suicide only passed on the pain and sorrow to others. That was the least responsible way to act. Before her suicide, she felt like she had let down her big brother, she felt herself to be foolish, and she felt like she had caused the deaths of so many warriors of the Grand Shah. She had thought that only her death could wash away this stain on the Grand Shah. But once she woke up, she realized how foolish she had been. She began to blame herself even more, but now she was also full of warmth and emotion. She knew that everyone around her loved her. After speaking with Long Chen, she felt much better. She grew cheerful once more. Long Chen, how do you know so much? I feel like a child in comparison. Although Long Chen was only a few years older than her, he was much more mature. She wished she also had the same ability as him. Isn't it because I had no choice? Sighed Long Chen. Martial strength wasn't the only requirement to live happily. A person needed to be skilled in all kinds of areas to be able to resolve various problems. Long Chen sometimes felt the heavens were forcing him to become skilled in every area. Long Chen, can you tell me some of your stories? Asked Sha Yuluo eagerly. What's the point of such immoral stories? There's no brilliance to my stories at all. Let's go to the Wine God Palace instead. Long Chen didn't want to talk about himself. He felt like his cultivation path was nothing more than a rain of blood. Since the knot in Sha Yuluo's heart had already been undone, he pulled her toward the Wine God Palace. He had learned that some of the Wine God Palace's disciples had already finished making new medicinal wines with his formulas, while others were still in the testing phase. Every few days, there would be a disciple who succeeded. Under the glorified pretense of appraising their wares, he would drink and take all they had. Then, he would point out a few flaws, causing those disciples to almost view him like a god. Other than the high priest, he was the one they revered the most. Once the two of them left the imperial palace, midway, they heard a group of over 1 million people shouting their slogan. Long Chen, scram from Grand Sha City. Sha Yuluo's expression changed. This phrase was irritating, and she icily stared at those people. Those people also sensed something was wrong. They gradually quieted until they were silent, looking awkwardly at Long Chen. Don't stop shouting. After taking their money, you have to do your work. Otherwise, if we were to take their money and not do what we were paid to do, it would harm the prestige of the Grand Shah's people. Called out Long Chen. Long Chen didn't mind. If they wanted to shout, then fine. He would just chop off some more of their fat. As long as their cursing didn't target his reverse scale, it was fine. Ah, that's right, the money. It's about time for us to go back and raise the price. Let's go, cried out one of them suddenly. As a result, this group of over 1 million people surged out of the city like an angry dragon, instantly disappearing. Even Long Chen was struck dumb. Sha Yuluo was laughing, holding Long Chen's waist to keep herself standing. The people paying for all this were probably going insane. It seemed the wages of those shouters had already risen over 10 times. The price for 1 million of them had to be frightening. Long Chen was calm toward this. Everything was within Sha Yunchang's control. After all, was this supposed to be a joke? This was his home, his domain. If the other side intentionally came to do business, who else would he con? Long Chen and Sha Yuluo arrived at the Wine God Palace. The days passed very contentedly. Those sects sucking up to the Pill Tower were feeling the pain of paying this price. Even dozens of them were unable to bear such high expenditure. In the end, the Pill Tower sent out orders that there was no need to continue shouting. They were gathering hundreds of experts from their sects to speak with the Grand Shah's emperor. But at this time, a piece of news spread, dumbfounding the Pill Tower completely. Chapter 1236. A loud and resounding slap. The Pill Tower's experts found that commanding the crowds to pressure the Grand Shah was useless. The Grand Shah was too obstinate, refusing to hand over Long Chen. They finally lost their patience. The reason the Pill Tower wanted to force Long Chen out was because they didn't want this matter to blow up any bigger. The Pill Tower might be able to dominate these lands, but the 4 ancient nations were special territories within the continent. They were protected, and even the Pill Tower didn't dare to directly start using martial force. Other than that, there was also the Wine God Palace within the Grand Shah. That was an existence even Pill Valley was apprehensive of. A single Pill Tower wouldn't dare to mess around with them. But now, Long Chen refused to come out, and they were simply throwing money at the Grand Shah with no effect. It was like a bottomless pit. So the Pill Tower had gathered various experts right outside Grand Shah City, all at the Life Star realm. They would enter Grand Shah City and force the emperor to hand over Long Chen. If he still refused, they would take him forcibly. As long as they didn't harm the commoners, then with the excuse that Long Chen had killed the Pill Tower's disciple and snatched their ancestral item, the blazing dragon cauldron, it wouldn't count as breaking the rules. Instead, it would be the Grand Shah who was wrong for harboring a criminal. But just as they gathered this huge army and were preparing to move out, a piece of news caused Dan Tang's face to feel like it had been viciously slapped. Pill Valley had sent him an order to return. And it was the highest order. In other words, he had to return to Pill Valley as soon as possible. Along with that order was a photographic jade. When he activated it, Dan Tang turned pale. It revealed a scene. Long Chen was pointing at Dan Chu and coldly snorted, "HMPH, is the Grand Han not afraid of the other three nations learning the truth and joining hands to destroy them?" Dan Chu sneered, "Learning the truth? Once they're killed, due to the lost connection with their dragon veins, not even their emperors will know who did it. The truth is, some mysterious lifeforms appeared in the four nations' ancient remnant this time, and they slaughtered the four nations' experts. 3 of those nations' elites were all killed, while the Grand Han also took heavy losses, with only a few imperial disciples managing to escape. What do you think about this truth? Of course, the truth needs to be defended by others. The Grand Han will have my Pill Tower's support, as well as the ancient races' protection. And if the 3 nations refuse to behave, the Bloodkill Hall will pay them a bit of special attention. Tell me, what kind of waves could the 3 nations possibly cause?" When he saw Dan Chu expose all these secrets, even clearly exposing the collusion between the ancient races and the Bloodkill Hall, Dan Tang clenched his teeth so hard that they almost broke. He couldn't comprehend how this brat had been so stupid as to say this. Could it be he hadn't even been able to sense the clear fluctuations of a photographic jade being activated? In truth, Long Chen activated the photographic jade from the primal chaos space, and it couldn't be sensed from the outside. Dan Chu couldn't have known that Long Chen had been recording his crimes. Of course, quibbling over that was meaningless right now. Dan Tang knew this matter was about to get even worse for him. Tower Master, not good. There's a photographic jade that's very unfavorable to the Pill Tower rapidly spreading. Just at this time, one of the Pill Tower's experts rushed over, panicked and holding a photographic jade. But when he saw the photographic jade in Dan Tang's hand, he fell silent. At this time, all the experts Dan Tang had gathered had their expressions change. They had already noticed this matter was about to get serious. Even Pill Valley had been disturbed by this. What happened outside? Dan Tang did his best to calm his voice, but he couldn't stop it from shuddering. That Pill Tower's expert gulped and said, "I'm not sure." But suddenly, countless photographic jades spread throughout the cultivation world. There are people selling them in bulk all along the streets. On my way here, I even saw the people guarding the transportation formations watching it. The contents of these photographic jades were what Long Chen had sent to the Huayan sect for Zheng Wenlong to disseminate. In order to get a better slapping effect, Long Chen told the Huayan sect not to immediately spread them. The best time was for the Pill Tower to have gathered all their power and made huge movements to the point that all the various sects and powers were aware of their movements. Only then had Long Chen allowed the Huayan sect to spread the massive number of photographic jades they had already duplicated. It had to be known that the photographic jades were spread throughout the world. Spreading this in bulk was far too easy for the Huayan sect. Furthermore, there were others who, when they saw the shocking secrets recorded within, also crazily duplicated and sold them to others who still didn't know. As a result, it was like an epidemic had erupted. Let alone just the cultivation world's people, even the ordinary people learned of it. Previously, they had heard the rumors that Long Chen had killed one of the Pill Tower's genius disciples to take his treasures. After the special details from the Pill Tower and the other large sects, Long Chen had been painted as an irredeemable devil. But now, this photographic jade caused an instant reversal. That Pill Tower's disciple had entered the four nations' ancient remnant as a trap targeting Long Chen. They had even ignored the four nations treaty, ignoring the rules of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Now all those sects supporting the Pill Tower were dumbfounded. With this photographic jade, the truth was made known to the masses. Who was right and who was wrong was indisputable. Those people targeting Long Chen, targeting the Grand Shah, targeting the Xuantian Dao sect, all felt their faces be slapped. Those people making a hubbub immediately shut their mouths. Everyone knew the Pill Tower had caused a disaster for themselves. They had interfered in the internal matters of the four ancient nations, ignoring the Martial Heaven Alliance's rules for their own selfish desires, and then even intentionally slandered others. That gravely damaged Pill Valley's image. It had to be known that at least on the surface, Pill Valley had to maintain an always neutral appearance. They never directly interfered with the disputes of the large sects. They resolved disputes as neutral mediators, only helping others resolve their problems. But this time, the Pill Tower had gone too far, and they had been caught. The Martial Heaven Alliance was probably about to show its furious side. It's definitely slander from the Huayan sect. I've long since heard they have a relationship with that criminal Long Chen. No one else could spread fake news this quickly, said the heaven-suppressing magic sect's vice sect master, Ma Xingkong. Ma Xingkong truly knew how to speak. Calling it fake news first instantly drew the heaven-suppressing magic sect closer to the Pill Tower. But it wasn't able to quell Dan Tang's worry. He felt like his head was about to explode. He didn't even know what to do, and fear started to creep into his heart. Everyone, Pill Valley has ordered me to return, so I must leave. Dan Tang sighed and thickened his face. Then what about us? Everyone was dumbfounded. They had only gathered for him as a show of power. You can do as you please. After saying that, Dan Tang vanished. Everyone looked at each other blankly. The host had fled, so staying here was meaningless now. Even if Long Chen swaggered out of the Grand Sha brazenly, would they dare to touch him? What reason did they have? This photographic jade was a supreme slap in their faces. Long Chen was the victim, while the Pill Tower was the bully whose scheme had failed. Even though they hadn't known the truth, they were probably about to get cursed for being blind. Now they had all become idiots who made groundless accusations. They had blindly sucked up to the Pill Tower and slandered a good person. Well, although Long Chen couldn't exactly be called a good person, it was a fact that they had all become laughingstocks. Everyone can busy themselves. My sect has some things I need to handle, so I won't be accompanying you. I remember, my sect's disciple trials are about to start. I have to go as well. After a moment of dumbfounded silence, they began to scatter. Some hurriedly rushed to Grand Sha City to inform their disciples to pack up. There was no need to waste any more time or money there. Most of them left, but there was one group that didn't. That was the ancient races, people. They didn't care about the righteous path. They simply wanted to settle their debts with Long Chen. No matter what reason Long Chen had, anyone who killed their disciples had to pay in blood. They weren't afraid of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Their ancient race alliance was also powerful, and Long Chen had killed 3 of their race's strongest geniuses. The ancient races would not swallow this anger. On the other hand, the fact that the Pill Tower's people had left delighted them. Now there was no one to fight over Long Chen with them. Otherwise, if Long Chen landed in the Pill Tower's hands, they couldn't have personally killed him. Although they had already discussed it and decided Long Chen's head would be sent to the ancient races, not personally killing him was still a blow to their prestige. Idiots from the ancient races, are you still not fucking off? Your mother wants you to return home to eat. Just at this moment, a young man shouted over in their direction from atop the city gates. With that evil smile and lazy manner that looked like he needed a beating, who else could it be but Long Chen? Long Chen was extremely refreshed. As expected, leaving this matter to Zheng Wenlong had been the right decision. He guessed that Dan Tang had even formed an urge to kill himself. Long Chen hadn't said anything to those people slandering him, all to give them more time to cause a ruckus. The bigger a ruckus they caused, the better. And the Pill Tower hadn't disappointed him. They had caused such a disturbance that it shook heaven and earth, as if they had been afraid of people not knowing about this matter. Now they had done it. This slap was absolutely resounding. Not only the Pill Tower, but its dogs were also struck dumb. It had been a long time since he had done something so satisfying. Long Chen, you little bastard, if you have any guts, you'll come out right now. Roared the elder from the elephant race. Seeing Long Chen made his killing intent rise to its peak. Thinking of his dead disciple and how his ancestral item had been snatched away, he almost couldn't stop himself from charging in. Idiot, of course I have guts. I am a human cultivator. If I didn't have guts, how could I have created you hybrids? Sneered Long Chen. For this idiot to make such a pitiful provocation, was he looking down on him? The ancient races, experts were infuriated. They were just about to attack when all of Grand Sha City's buildings began to shine, and countless runes whirled over. A terrifying pressure shook the heavens. The protective formation of the city had actually been activated. At the same time, a cry rang out. Anyone who dares to attack within the territory of my Grand Sha will be mercilessly annihilated. The same word for guts also means seed, as in the human race's seed made the ancient races. Chapter 1237 Sha Chen. This mighty and domineering sound came from the imperial city. It was the voice of the Grand Sha's emperor, Sha Yuyong. An insignificant ancient nation dares to go against my ancient race alliance. Don't think that we're the Pill Tower. No one can stop the footsteps of my ancient races. Sneered the elephant race. Expert. How noisy. Who dares to be so unbridled where my wine god palace is? Just at this moment, a cold cry came from within Grand Sha City. Space shook slightly, and a beautiful woman appeared by Long Chen's side. Long Chen was shocked. Wasn't this the female cultivator who had sent him wine? Normally, she was so amicable, like a big sister. Although she hadn't released her aura, she still somehow seemed like a sharp blade about to come out of its sheath. Her eyes contained a reserved light that was incredibly icy. The three races, leaders were stunned. She was actually a powerful life star expert. Even Sha Yuyong was shocked. The wine god palaces had never interfered with the outside world's matters. Even if he went to ask them for help, it would be useless. But now, the wine god palace was willing to come out for Long Chen. Sha Yuyong found that extremely strange. The place where the wine god palace resides cannot be blasphemed. You should leave quickly, or don't blame my wine god palace for being rude and forcibly expelling you. The woman icily stared at the ancient race experts. Their expressions sank. They hadn't expected the wine god palace to interfere in this matter. Furthermore, they were so impolite. The ancient races might not care about the Grand Sha, but they definitely wouldn't dare to look down on the wine god palace. But for the wine god palace to be so rude, if they really left like this, wouldn't they become laughingstocks? Just as the ancient races were stuck in a hard spot, outside the Grand Sha City, there was a large figure wearing a conical hat with a huge broadsword on his back that was indifferently watching. His figure was very large and impressive, but that sword was even larger, and it gave off a heavy pressure. This fellow seems to be Long Chen. What is with that naughty smile? Does he not have the slightest bit of backbone? The large man frowned. Long Chen didn't know that there was someone secretly observing him. Looking at the ashen-faced ancient race experts, he called out, "Hurry up and fuck off. In 3 days, I will be leaving the Grand Sha through the Western Pass. If you have guts, come and fight me then." After saying that, Long Chen and the woman returned to the city. The ancient race experts' expression sank. "I heard this brat isn't the kind to lie like this. Let's go wait at the Western Pass." The ancient races were extremely clear on Long Chen's character. They had already started investigating him in the Eastern Wasteland. Although Long Chen was crafty, when his blood became hot, he would easily do some foolish things. But there was one thing that was certain: he always stuck to his word. The ancient race experts left. That large man with a broadsword nodded slightly and also disappeared. Long Chen returned to the imperial palace. Sha Yuyong, the white-haired elder, Sha Yunchong, Sha Yuluo, and the others were all waiting for him. "Long Chen, are you really going to leave?" asked Sha Yuluo worriedly. They were clearly surprised. The wine god palace had already appeared and essentially said they would protect him. This decision to leave was unwise. "Yes, I don't like having to seek asylum with others. Whether it's the Grand Sha or the wine god palace, they can only protect me for a while, they can't protect me for a lifetime. Furthermore, if I'm protected by experts, I'm afraid of losing my drive. I have many things I have to do, and this trial in front of me is just a way for me to temper myself. If I don't even have the courage to temper myself, how will I face my future challenges? So, 3 days from now, I will leave. The reason I'm not leaving immediately is to say goodbye to you all." Long Chen smiled. Sha Yunchong said, "Brother Long. Brother Sha, I've already decided. Don't try to change my mind. You've rediscovered your undefeatable Tao, but as for me, I have to continue with my journey. Don't be sad, because as long as I live, my name will definitely shake the heavens and transmit throughout the Central Plains. Parting or not parting is nothing more than a concept of space and time. We'll be close in spirit. Actually being together isn't important." Long Chen patted Sha Yunchong's shoulder. "All right, then tonight we'll drink until we're drunk. I'll treat it as helping you practice." Sha Yunchong was also an open-minded and optimistic person. That very day, the imperial palace held a large banquet. But during this banquet, Sha Yuluo ended up drunk, and she laughed and cried while holding Long Chen, making Long Chen a bit upset. Originally, he had had some dislike for this obstinate girl, but later he had seen her kind and pure side behind her willful character. He knew she had formed emotions for him, but these kinds of emotions were very complicated. No one could be sure if it was actually love. After all, Sha Yuluo had once entrusted all her feelings to Han Wenjun. Later, Long Chen had appeared, and her emotions had subtly changed. She had preferred to stay with Long Chen, but it was very possible it was just a young woman's curiosity in something novel, or perhaps a kind of worship for the strong. That wasn't true love. As for Long Chen, he had viewed her as a little sister from the start and hadn't even thought of romantic feelings. But now that they were going to part, he was a bit unwilling. The four ancient nations were outside the cultivation world. They were like a clear pool, and Long Chen had only managed to stay a few days within it before he would have to return to the mud that was filled with endless dangers. Having to go on different paths was truly a sentimental thing. Long Chen didn't even know when he ended up drunk. He didn't even remember being carried away by others. The Wine God Palace's wine was truly powerful, and practically all the Grand Shah's junior generation of disciples had collapsed. The next morning, Long Chen went to see Sha Yunchang. He learned that Sha Yunchang had been summoned to the palace already, and the attendant told Long Chen that everyone was waiting for him. Long Chen hastily rushed over, and he saw Sha Yuyang and the others already present. There was a beast hide on the table. Atop the beast hide, in immortal characters, were written two characters, Sha Chen. At this moment, everyone was looking at the beast hide with complicated expressions. The beast hide was touched with bloodstains, and they gave off shocking fluctuations. That was the essence blood of a soul transformation expert. Long Chen was shocked. This was no ordinary essence blood either. It contained all the grievances of a soul transformation expert before their death. Seeing Long Chen arrive, Sha Yuyang said, "The capital of the Grand Han was razed to the ground by someone." Other than two Life Star experts, the rest of the Grand Han's imperial family were all slaughtered. Now Long Chen really jumped in shock. Who would dare to do such a thing to the Grand Han? The Grand Zhou, the Grand Chu, that was impossible. Even if they were to do such a thing, they would have done it together with the Grand Shah. Furthermore, they had secretly received payment from the Pill Tower. They had no reason to directly target the Grand Han like this. As if seeing through Long Chen's thoughts, Sha Yuyang said, "It wasn't done by the Grand Zhou or the Grand Chu. It was done by an expert from a branch of my Grand Shah. Originally, I thought this branch had already died out. I didn't think they would appear now." Sha Yuyang sighed. He told Long Chen one of the Grand Shah's secrets. Thousands of years ago, the Grand Shah had fractured, and a branch of the Shah family had left. Then they had vanished without a trace. The Grand Shah had always thought this branch had already disappeared. But the appearance of this beast hide made Sha Yuyang recall that history. This Sha character, it contains the bloodline energy of my Sha family. It was definitely done by a descendant of my Grand Shah. Furthermore, based on the power of the fluctuations, that bloodline power came from a youngster around the same age as Chang'er and Yun'er. However, to be able to annihilate the Grand Han's imperial family on his own and still escape under the attacks of two Life Star experts, this expert from the branch is truly terrifying. Sha Yuyang was full of shock and gratification as he looked at the name written on the beast hide. Truly terrifying. I wonder what kind of expert that person is. Long Chen was shocked. For a single person to challenge the Grand Han's imperial family, and for that person to be the same age as Sha Yunchang and the others, that person had to be absolutely monstrous. Sha Yuyang shook his head. It happened too fast, and no one had time to record it. According to the reports from some experts, that person was a formation cultivator. He stealthily established a grand formation within the Grand Shah's imperial city, instantly annihilating it. Other than Life Star experts, the rest were killed instantly. As for the Grand Han's two Life Star experts, they attacked that person, but he used a formation to escape. He threw a bunch of beast hides like this into the air before leaving. This is just one of them. What is it supposed to mean? Long Chen didn't understand. These two characters should be that person's name. Was it a show of power? No. Long Chen suddenly understood. It was to show why he killed those Grand Han experts. Sha Yuyang nodded. Correct. The four ancient nations' disputes are supposed to be resolved through the power of the four nations. It is prohibited to use other people's power. This Sha Chen did this in order to give an explanation to the rest of the world. This is retribution from that branch of the Sha family. Sha Chen. It seemed he was also a supremely terrifying expert. He had challenged the Grand Han's imperial family on his own. Were formation cultivators truly so terrifying? Long Chen muttered to himself inside. But this branch of the Grand Shah didn't communicate with them. Since they had left, they didn't want to return. Sha Chen caused huge waves in Long Chen's heart. There were plenty of terrifying experts in this world. Perhaps one day, he would have to fight this Sha Chen. 3 days passed quickly. Long Chen plundered all the medicinal wine produced by the wine god palace's disciples before saying goodbye to the high priest. Under Sha Yuluo's tear-filled eyes, Long Chen bid farewell to the Grand Sha's experts. He stepped onto a transportation formation and disappeared. When Long Chen reappeared, he was at the border of the Grand Sha. Seeing the huge city gate tower with Western Pass written on it, he took a deep breath. Tidying his robes, he stepped outside. Chapter 1238 The Emperor sent me to patrol the mountains. There were quite a few of the Grand Sha's warriors staring at Long Chen's back from the western gate. They were full of reverence. Although Long Chen's time in the Grand Sha ancient nation had been short, practically everyone from the Grand Sha knew him. In the Four Nations ancient remnant, he instantly killed Li Wanji and Han Baijin. Then on his own, he fought against 5 incredibly powerful experts, preventing the Grand Sha's army from being completely annihilated. Now that he was leaving, they had a bad taste in their mouths. Even these guards knew that the ancient races had long since laid down a heaven-encompassing net and were just waiting for Long Chen to leave. After an hour of travel, Long Chen suddenly sneered. He took out an iron pot and a hammer, banging the hammer against the pot like a gong. Clearing his throat, he began to sing. The Emperor sent me to patrol the mountains, but he warned me to beware. Little bastards nest within these mountains. An iron pot opens the way, little bastards scramble to the side. Long Chen banged the pot as he sang. It was definitely not a pleasant song to listen to, as there was no rhyme nor key, but each and every word was crystal clear. The ancient race experts hidden within the mountains instantly turned dark-faced. Long Chen was walking through the major national path. There were countless mountains to the sides, and it was unknown how many ancient race experts were hidden within. But this singing of Long Chen's had already broken their plot. He was essentially pointing and cursing at them, making them feel like their lungs would explode. Little brat, just a bit longer. Just wait, once I capture you, I'll definitely make you regret this, cursed one of the ancient race experts. Although Long Chen had already come out, he was still too close to the Grand Sha's border. They were waiting for him to get a bit further before attacking. When the sun sets over the western mountains, every family has to lock their doors. The bastard stew is accompanied by tiger bones and eagle wings. Banging the pot, words simply flowed out of Long Chen's mouth. They became smoother the more he sang. Elephant tusks on barbecue, tiger skin as warm clothes, eagle wings as fans. Plenty of stuff to exchange for tips. That bastard, I'll kill him, I'll definitely kill him right now. One of the eagle race experts had to be held back by another expert. The eagle, tiger, and elephant races, experts were all infuriated. They had never seen such a hateful brat in all their lives. This was the absolute worst kind of humiliation. It was disdain toward all of the ancient races. He was actually treating them as commodities. Long Chen continued, singing as he wrapped his pot. Tiger skin is loved by everyone as medicinal paste, and elephant tusks can be traded quickly for big money. Suddenly, 3 ancient race experts appeared in front of Long Chen. There was one from the elephant race, eagle race, and tiger race each. They all possessed powerful soul transformation auras. Their eyes were scarlet, their killing intent almost solid. Now they were finally far enough from the Grand Sha's border and were finally attacking. But to be safe, they decided to send out 3 soul transformation experts as a test while the other experts secretly watched. They were also there to prevent anyone else from launching a sneak attack and saving Long Chen. Seeing those 3, Long Chen put on a delighted expression. Wow, how fortunate. I was calling you for so long that my throat's sore, but at least I've finally encountered my clients. For your eyes to be so bright, I can tell that you know what's what. This little one has some excellent eagle wings, elephant tusks, and tiger claws here. Are the 3 of you interested? The 3 soul transformation experts roared furiously and slammed their palms at Long Chen. With the 3 of them attacking at the same time, heaven and earth rumbled, and incredible pressure locked onto Long Chen. How rude, are you trying to steal my wares? Long Chen suddenly formed hand seals. A huge medicinal cauldron appeared in the air and smashed down at the 3 of them. Its runes caused the void to buzz. The 3 soul transformation experts were instantly blown apart by the medicinal cauldron. 3 translucent figures appeared in the air. It was their Yuan spirits. It's an ancestral item. Impossible. How can he possibly use an ancestral item? The ancient races, experts were all stunned. Ancestral items were normally things that could only be controlled by life-star experts. A soul transformation expert would only be able to use 30% of its power. Ancestral items had their own pride, and they wouldn't submit to people weaker than them. But Long Chen's attack had clearly brought out the ancestral item's full power. Even 3 of their soul transformation experts were unable to block it. What they didn't know was that their understanding was based on the fact that ancestral items needed to be enslaved in order to be used by those weaker than them. That was to avoid a backlash against their master. So although the slave mark was safe, it inhibited the ancestral item's power. The ancestral item would only use its power in accordance with the power of its master. With a slave mark, a foundation forging cultivator wouldn't even be able to use 1/100th of its true power. They had all known that Long Chen had an ancestral item, but they hadn't cared. They were unaware that Long Chen hadn't placed a slave mark on the Blazing Dragon Cauldron. In other words, nothing was inhibiting the Blazing Dragon Cauldron from freely using its power. Although its core had been heavily injured by the Black Pot, it was still able to instantly kill 3 soul transformation experts in one attack. "Get in!" Suddenly Long Chen shouted, and 2 flame dragons began to revolve around the Blazing Dragon Cauldron's mouth. It formed a huge whirlpool that began to cover the 3 Yuan spirits. Regretfully, it was too late. The 3 Yuan spirits were sucked into the medicinal cauldron. A violet flame appeared over the cauldron, sealing them. Long Chen put away the Blazing Dragon Cauldron. Yuan spirits were treasures to Cloud, so it was best to leave them be. Just as Long Chen's hand was about to touch the Blazing Dragon Cauldron, he found that he suddenly couldn't move. A large hand reached for his throat. A life-star expert was finally attacking. In front of this kind of expert, Long Chen had no ability to resist. But he had no fear. Instead, there was a faint expression of ridicule on his face. The tip of a huge saber tore through space and thrust at that person. Astral winds unfurled, and an intense will shook the sky. The one who had attacked Long Chen was the tiger race's leader. Seeing this huge saber, his pupils narrowed and he coldly shouted, "Fierce young butcher to Xianxia, you actually dare to come out now." The huge saber was blown away by the tiger race expert. Tu Qiansheng's figure appeared in the air. Tu Qiansheng had a huge saber resting on his shoulder, one that was even thicker and longer than Long Chen's blood drinker. The strange thing was that the blade was 3 feet wide. It was extremely strange. It was just like a huge butcher's knife. "Fuck, you really were right. This is one of the fellows that attacked me back then. Fuck you." Tu Qiansheng's eyes turned scarlet when he saw the tiger race expert. His saber slashed out at him. Countless runes revolved around Tu Qiansheng's saber. His suppressed baleful aura erupted, causing the clouds to change color. That tiger race expert was blown back. Tu Qiansheng, if you dare to help Long Chen right now, that's fine. I don't mind killing you together to settle that enmity from back then. At this time, the elephant race and tiger race leaders came out. Heaven and earth shook intensely, as if it was the end of the world. "Fatty 2, will you be alright? How are you still at the soul transformation realm? You didn't advance at all after all these years." Long Chen was shocked. Back then, Tu Qianshan had already been at the soul transformation realm. So many years had passed, so how was he still in the same realm? "I'm stuck in a bottleneck, so how the fuck was I supposed to advance? However, I can handle these 3 old ghosts. You should leave quickly, or you'll get crushed," said Tu Qiansheng. "Alright, then I'll leave first. Don't get used as a stew by them. I see the way they've been looking at your fat and drooling." Thunder force erupted around Long Chen, and lightning wings appeared on his back. The boots on his feet also lit up. With a single step, he transformed into a bolt of lightning with incomparable speed. "Don't even think about getting away." 2 figures appeared. These 2 were soul transformation experts, and they blocked Long Chen. "That cauldron has already used up its energy. Let's see how you fight now." Those 2 soul transformation experts attacked Long Chen at the same time. But they were clearly trying to capture him alive, and weren't using killing blows. "Go fuck your ancestors' tusk." Long Chen suddenly waved his hand, and an elephant tusk flew out. It smashed into the 2 of them. When those 2 saw that tusk, their souls almost fled in terror. They were both from the elephant race, and they naturally knew the power of this ancestral item. They had never imagined that their ancestral item would also be subdued by Long Chen. It was actually willing to allow Long Chen to use it. Although the 2 of them ran as soon as they saw it, it was still too late. The tusk slammed into their bodies, exploding them. Their yuan spirits had just fled their bodies when the blazing dragon cauldron reappeared and swallowed them. Ancient race idiots, your daddy is leaving. You can slowly play here. After killing those two soul transformation experts, an opening had appeared in their encirclement. Long Chen fled. After him, the ancient race experts hastily chased him, but the elephant race and tiger race experts had to stop. Long Chen was too fast for them. Only the eagle race had any hope of catching up to him. Long Chen was pushing his speed to its peak. When he looked back, he saw over 10 soul transformation experts stubbornly pursuing him. He was unable to throw them off. Fine, then let's see whose endurance is greater. Long Chen clenched his teeth and continued onward, disappearing over the horizon like a shooting star. The runes on the eagle race experts' wings lit up, and they chased after him. When they had all disappeared, space twisted slightly and a large man with a broadsword on his back appeared. It seems that Brat has some skill. He should be fine. I should go back to make sure that Tu Qiansheng doesn't get slaughtered. The large man vanished. Chapter 1239 Chased by Experts. Long Chen was fleeing when he suddenly heard a distant bang. Heaven and earth changed color. He looked back to see the world had turned black in the distance. It was like a black hole was swallowing that space. Even from this distance, he felt a terrifying pressure. Painful spiritual fluctuations washed over him. It was like a battle of the apocalypse. He was unable to see any figures. All he saw was space constantly breaking and healing and then breaking again. Sometimes, he managed to see a huge saber image cut apart heaven and earth as if trying to cut the world in two. It was a shocking thing to witness. So when Life Star experts fight all out, even the void crumbles. Long Chen was shocked. The power of Life Star experts surpassed his current understanding. It was truly power capable of destroying heaven and earth. Back then when Li Tianxuan had fought against 4 Life Star experts, it hadn't caused such a manifestation. It wasn't that they were weaker, but that they hadn't dared to go all out. If they had, then anyone below the Life Star realm would have been annihilated by their power. Whether it was Li Tianxuan or his opponents, they had all had misgivings about that, which had prevented such a thing. But this time, Tu Qiansheng had nothing to care about. His hated enemies were right in front of him, and the grievance accumulated over thousands of years erupted. It was truly terrifying. It seems I underestimated that fatty. The Wine God Palace has countless experts, and any one of them could come and help him suppress his opponents. He should be fine. I should worry more about myself. Long Chen bitterly smiled as he glanced back at the eagle race experts that refused to give up chasing him. The ancient races truly viewed him highly to send out so many experts. But he knew the reason why the eagle, tiger, and elephant races had deployed in full force. It wasn't just to capture him, it was a show of power. This was the habit of the ancient races. They were used to using absolute martial strength to suppress others in order to show their prestige and dominance. Although the ancient races claimed to be neutral and didn't provoke trouble, that was actually something from the ancient era. In the recent era, the ancient races were growing more and more hostile. There would often be stories of ancient race disciples incurring the hatred of other experts. They were getting tyrannical. Currently, the 3 race leaders were held back by Tu Qiansheng. It was hard to say who would win that fight. But 5 of their soul transformation experts had been slain by Long Chen. This time, the ancient races had lost their faces. No matter what trick Long Chen had used, he was still just a foundation forging rookie. For him to kill people 2 realms above him was an unremovable stain for them. Now, over 10 of the eagle race's soul transformation experts were furiously chasing Long Chen. If he managed to escape, the ancient races would become the laughingstocks of the world. Long Chen was running as fast as he could. His legs moved so fast that from a distance, they looked like spinning wheels. Lightning circulated around him. He had already reached his peak state. But the eagle race specialized in speed, and their cultivation bases were also at the soul transformation realm. He was unable to get further than 100 miles away, and they were also unable to get closer. Bastard, you won't get away. Once I catch you, I'll tear off all your skin and simmer your bones in oil, making you live a life worse than death. Roared one of them. Idiots, even the descendants of animals dared to capture your ancestor. Keep dreaming, replied Long Chen, his footsteps not pausing in the slightest. Those ancient race experts' hair stood on end from fury. They hated it the most when people called them descendants of animals. This was an unacceptable provocation. But even after 2 hours of chasing, even after going as fast as they could, they were unable to get any closer. Long Chen was also unable to throw them off. This was becoming a long-distance race. He took out a map and checked his position. According to this speed, I'll arrive at the heaven-splitting battle sect tomorrow. At that time, someone will save me. But that'd be embarrassing, wouldn't it? The first time I go over, I'm being hunted down like a dog and need to beg for help. Long Chen was irritated. In the eastern wasteland, Feng Xingli had come to help him. He had told Long Chen to come to the heaven-splitting battle sect, that he didn't need to have any worries about learning split the heavens, and that he should treat the heaven-splitting battle sect as his own. But he hadn't had any time to go. Now that he finally did, it was because he was running from a bunch of soul transformation experts. Wasn't that too embarrassing? Although rumors were that the heaven-splitting battle sect was so domineering that no one dared to provoke them, Long Chen was uncomfortable with doing such a thing. Just as Long Chen was wondering how he should throw off his enemies, an arrow pierced through the space between them. Long Chen hastily blocked with the pot. Space exploded and Long Chen felt his internal organs shake. He vomited a mouthful of blood and tumbled back. At this time, 3 of the soul transformation experts chasing him had joined together to push one person forward. That person had taken out a golden bow and launched this powerful attack. In order to avoid that person's speed dropping while unleashing this attack, the others had helped him keep moving. Long Chen had just been injured by the first arrow when the second arrow came. A distance of 100 miles was crossed in an instant by this arrow. Long Chen could only raise the pot once more, and as a result, he vomited another mouthful of blood. Each time he was sent flying, he would need to readjust himself. His speed was dropping. Keep going like this. We'll catch him quickly like this. Capture him alive, shouted one of them. Capture your fucking mom. Long Chen suddenly roared. Chanting filled the air, and a huge sphere appeared in his hand. It shot toward them. Long Chen was finally counter-attacking, and as soon as he did, he unleashed this berserk starfall. The expert launching the arrows was in the midst of pulling back his bow, and as a result, starfall struck him before he could do anything. Boom! Violet flames devoured that space. But Long Chen was shocked to find that this terrifying starfall was unable to cause any significant damage to them. Long Chen continued running. Now he realized that the ancient races, soul transformation experts, could not be compared to the heaven-suppressing magic sect's soul transformation experts. They weren't existences he could defeat. Back then at the Eastern Sea, the reason why he had been able to kill soul transformation experts was because the physical bodies of the heaven-suppressing magic sect's experts were too weak, while another reason was that the Xuantian Dao sect's experts had been working together with him to entangle them. Another aspect was split the heavens. It possessed an innate effect of breaking through barriers and shields, which was the bane of the heaven-suppressing magic sect's defenses. But now, the Eagle race's soul transformation experts possessed powerful bodies and even greater combat power. Long Chen couldn't beat even a single one of them. After using ancestral items to slaughter them twice, he had inevitably started to look down on these soul transformation experts. But now he woke up from that delusion. Even that soul transformation expert from the Bloodkill Hall that he had fought in Grand Sha City, that had also been a special case. He had been disturbed by Long Chen during his meditation, resulting in him almost going insane. His combat power had been less than a tenth of what it normally was. Otherwise, there was no way he would have been slain by Long Chen and Sha Yuluo. Damn it, now this is a pain in the ass. I can't beat them, and I can't run away from them. Long Chen continued running, but those soul transformation experts were still chasing. They were now charred a bit black. Starfall wasn't so easy to endure, and it had caused the distance between them to widen quite a bit. But it wasn't enough for Long Chen to throw them off. Boom! And so, another arrow struck Long Chen, sending him flying. Fuck, if this continues, I won't even make it to the heaven-splitting battle sect before being caught. If only the pot wasn't still in slumber. It only knows how to eat and doesn't do any work. Long Chen felt helpless. Seeing the twisted expressions of the soul transformation experts, he saw another arrow fly at him. Long Chen blocked with the pot. The pot was fine, but Long Chen was continuously injured. And if it was anyone else, the power contained within these arrows would have directly blown them apart even with the pot. Long Chen, if you surrender now, there'll be a chance for you to live, shouted one of them. They knew Long Chen wouldn't be able to continue like this for long. They weren't worried about destroying his physical body. As long as his soul remained, it was fine. Then they could peruse his secrets. You want me to surrender? All right, I'll surrender it. Long Chen clenched his teeth and suddenly tossed out a small elephant tusk. That was the elephant race's ancestral item, and it had been subdued by Long Chen. But unlike the blazing dragon cauldron, its item spirit was very vicious, and Long Chen could entrust it like the blazing dragon cauldron. He had placed a slave mark on it, which was the only way he dared to use it. Now it no longer had any power to help him, so he tossed it out. It arrived in front of the ancient race experts in an instant. Seeing that, their expressions all changed. The elephant tusk rapidly grew until it exploded. Long Chen had actually detonated such a precious ancestral item. Because he had placed a slave mark on it, the item spirit was unable to control itself. An ancestral item that had existed for who knew how many years was destroyed just like this. Its detonation was truly worthy of an ancestral item. Countless runes erupted like a volcano, devouring the world. Not good. It was too late to summon the blazing dragon cauldron. Long Chen hadn't expected such an immense explosion, and he could only curl up behind the pot. The destruction of the ancestral item unleashed a terrifying shockwave. Long Chen's entire body violently shook, and he heard the sound of his own bones shattering. His vision darkened and he fainted. Powered by Chapter 1240 Odd Disciples. After an unknown amount of time, Long Chen woke up. There was a foot in front of his face giving off a disgusting stench. What a familiar smell, what a familiar taste. Isn't this my own foot? Aw fuck, how painful. Only after a moment did Long Chen realize he had accomplished an extremely difficult pose. His body was rolled up, with his butt resting on his head and his feet in front of it. When he realized this, he also suddenly felt intense pain all over his body. He sensed that his skeleton had been broken all over. Enduring the pain of getting out of this position, he swallowed a mouthful of the divine life elixir. His bones slowly healed. In just a few breaths' time, he was able to move. He grabbed the pot that was lying not far from him. The pot wasn't damaged in the slightest. However, there was a bottomless pit in the distance. Everything within thousands of miles had vanished. Damn, so an ancestral item's explosion is actually this powerful. Seems like I underestimated that elephant tusk. How regretful, sighed Long Chen. Now he finally understood that ancestral items fundamentally weren't things that he could control. The elephant tusk only showed how terrifying it was in its explosion. Over 10 soul transformation experts of the eagle race were blown to bits, not even their yuan spirits escaping. But he also hadn't had any choice but to throw away the elephant tusk. He spat on the ground. Instead of gaining anything from these people, he ended up losing an ancestral item. Wait a sec. Long Chen was just about to leave when he suddenly had a thought. He closed his eyes and spread his divine sense, searching the edges of the pit. As expected, there are still some gains. Long Chen dug out a spatial ring from a pile of dirt. It went without saying that it was one of the soul transformation experts. If struck head-on from an attack, a spatial ring would instantly explode, and whatever was inside would be drawn into the chaotic flow of space, disappearing forever. But as long as it wasn't a head-on collision, there was a chance it could survive. Previously, he had killed 5 of the ancient race experts, and their physical bodies were gone. However, their spatial rings remained. It was just that they were still in the hands of their yuan spirits. But those yuan spirits were in the blazing dragon cauldron and sealed with the soul-devouring violet flame. There was no way for them to run away. Doing a quick search, Long Chen found 6 spatial rings. He checked all over the pit, but he wasn't able to find anything more. Those other spatial rings had to have been destroyed. The wealth of 6 soul transformation experts is truly great. Long Chen looked inside. There were quite a few good things. But there were also weapons, cultivation techniques, and medicinal pills that were specialized for the ancient races. Humans were unable to use them. He had no time to look through them carefully. He rushed off. He was worried about the other ancient race experts catching up. Although the other soul transformation experts and below who weren't from the eagle race were unable to catch up to him, he didn't dare take that risk. He had only just left when a figure with a broadsword on his back appeared above the pit. Looking at this scene, he couldn't help but shake his head. That little brat really is ruthless. No wonder he would end up with 2 xianxia. Not bad, not bad. After saying that, the large man vanished, leaving behind only this huge hole that was like an open maw recounting this bloody battle. 3 days later, Long Chen arrived in front of a huge mountain pass. This was the entrance to the heaven-splitting battle sect. He had rushed for a day and then found a place to rest. He had recovered until he was in his peak condition before continuing onward. No matter how he put it, the heaven-splitting battle sect was like a second sect to him, and he couldn't go in looking like a mess. In front of him was a huge mountain dozens of miles high. The rocky mountain was bare without the slightest blade of grass. It was full of an ancient and desolate air. There was a narrow passage through the peak of this mountain, looking like a natural pass. Looking from a distance, it was like a sword had split this path open. It possessed a wild and domineering flavor. As Long Chen advanced, he became more and more shocked. When he was 100 miles from the entrance, a terrifying energy began to target his soul. It was like an invisible blade was pointed at his head. As long as he dared to get closer, he would be killed. Is this a trial? Long Chen didn't pause. He continued onward, but as he advanced, the pressure increased. He closed his eyes and sensed that will. In his mind, an image of a figure holding a huge blade appeared. When that blade fell, the heavens and stars trembled. Split the heavens, so that's what it was. First, you have to possess the will to split the heavens, and only then can you cultivate the power to split the heavens. Long Chen was shocked. It was an extremely domineering principle. It was no wonder the heaven-splitting battle sect's people were all natural madmen. Long Chen walked in past the entrance. In truth, this couldn't count as a mountain pass. It was just an opening in the mountain that was exceptionally crude and simple. And yet, this was a grand simpleness. It embodied the meaning of letting things come naturally instead of treating everything meticulously. Long Chen now concluded that this pass had been created through an attack, and the will of that attack was still present in the form of this terrifying pressure. Once Long Chen was at the entrance, he saw several figures inside. He hastily rushed over and was about to speak when he heard the sound of cursing and fierce winds. Dumbfounded, he went past a corner and saw over 10 experts constantly cursing and hitting each other. The sound of their fists whistled. What startled Long Chen was that these sea expansion disciples were all large and burly like bulls. All their muscles bulged greatly. They were fighting intensely, their fists flying. The sound of their fists striking rang out over and over, followed by pained groans and furious curses. It was a lively scene that struck Long Chen dumb. What was going on here? Stop, stop. Suddenly, one of those disciples saw Long Chen and hastily waved. Fuck, you think we'll stop just because you say stop? Why should I stop? That first disciple's shout was unable to stop them, and due to his distraction, a fist landed squarely on his face. Blood spurted out of his nose, and even tears streamed out of his eyes. You fucker, you dare to attack me. Just watch as I kick your balls out. That disciple ignored Long Chen and rejoined the fray. There were over 10 of them, and they were all covered in large bruises. Long Chen's jaw dropped as he watched these disciples fight intensely. Wait a moment, someone's arrived. Another disciple saw Long Chen and cried out, and just the same, he was knocked down by a punch. Who do you think you're fooling? You think I'm an idiot? That disciple who saw Long Chen ended up being misunderstood as trying to play a trick. A flurry of fists came for him. Long Chen now realized this brawl was split between two sides. He had no idea why they were fighting, but profanities spouted out of all their mouths. Long Chen simply watched as they fought. This was his first time seeing such a thing. They were fighting so intensely that they completely ignored him. Eventually, they were panting for breath, and all of their heads were swollen as large as a pig's head. Probably even their mothers wouldn't recognize them. Only then did they slowly pause. It seemed neither side had managed to get an advantage over the other. Brat, who are you? Why did you come to the heaven-splitting battle sect? One of them finally turned to Long Chen. He seemed like a chief. Do you want to wipe the blood off your face first? It's strange to look at. Long Chen truly found it a bit hard to endure as that person ignored the blood dripping out of his nose. What does my blood have to do with you? Hurry up and speak. If you have no business here, you should scram. We're busy. That person wiped off some blood, speaking impatiently. This junior is, I don't care if you're a junior or senior. Hurry up and get to the point. That person cut him off. In truth, Long Chen smiled. Fuck, do you need to speak so slowly? Brothers, beat him up first and then we'll hear what he says. That person impatiently cut him off once more and attacked him with a punch. Hey, there's no need to have such a fiery temper. You should calm yourself a bit, or you'll suffer in the future. Long Chen blocked that person's fist with his palm, shaking his head. Were these people temperamental bulls? How were they so violent that they attacked before someone finished speaking? Fuck, who do you think you are to tell me to change my temper? Attack together. Just looking at that face, he's clearly not a good person. You are as skinny as a monkey, but you want us to change our tempers. If we don't beat you until you become a shit-eating dog, you can count yourself as awesome. Banging rang out. Long Chen gave each of them a punch, making them all vomit blood and fly back. They were only at the Sea Expansion realm, while Long Chen was at the Foundation Forging realm. Even if both parties didn't release their auras, they weren't on his level. Fuck, he's too strong. We can't beat him, cried one of the disciples, holding his chest where a fist had left a deep imprint. But of course, they weren't stupid. They knew Long Chen was being merciful. Otherwise, these punches would be heavily injuring or killing them. Just who are you? Cried one of them. Long Chen now understood that there was no need to be courteous with these fellows. In fact, you couldn't be courteous. You had to be direct. So you're Long Chen. Fuck, why didn't you say so earlier? It was intentional, wasn't it? Raged that disciple. Long Chen rolled his eyes. They hadn't even given him a chance to speak in the first place. Which one of you is Long Chen? At this moment, hundreds of experts rushed over, all of their auras powerful. They were all Foundation Forging experts. You are Long Chen. Those people looked at him. Correct. Long Chen couldn't help but frown slightly upon seeing these people. He felt like he had entered a bandit lair. Beat him. Shockingly, these Foundation Forging disciples charged at Long Chen without explanation, attacking him. These disciples are referring to themselves as Lao Zi, which is the same way Long Chen refers to himself when he's being haughty. It is an arrogant way to refer to oneself. Sometimes it is translated as, your daddy. At this point, I will also note that a few chapters ago, there was an elder referred to as, old man. He will continue to be referred to as the old man as a title. Old man is translated from Lao Tu Zi, and this is what you might call the leader of a gang, so you can also view it as another form of boss that the Dragonblood Legion calls Long Chen, except Lao Tu Zi would only be used for an elderly person. Chapter 1241 Chong Hao. These Foundation Forging disciples directly charged at Long Chen, brandishing their fists. Although they hadn't released their auras and were just relying on the power of their physical bodies, there were too many of them. With hundreds of them charging at him at the same time, Long Chen's fists and legs were in a flurry. Unable to stop them all, he felt a punch land on his back, as well as a kick to his butt. That punch and kick were powerful. An ordinary Foundation Forging expert would definitely cough up blood from them. Do you all have some illness? I came here to pay my respects to the sect, roared Long Chen furiously. These fellows were too uncivilized. You're the one who's sick. And even if you aren't, we'll beat you until you are. Cried one of the heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples. Long Chen raged, are you all idiots? Do you not know how to talk fuck, I get it now. Long Chen suddenly recalled how Feng Xingli had told him that when he went to the heaven-splitting battle sect, he could talk anything except reason. That was because no one here would talk that kind of thing with him. Fuck, you think I'm easy to bully, Long Chen was no longer so polite. He directly brushed aside one person's punch and landed his own fist on his nose. With a pained groan, that person retreated while holding his nose, tears streaming down his face. That wasn't from emotion. Even with his nose bleeding, that person didn't give up. With a furious curse, he rejoined the fray. Fuck, how painful. Long Chen sent another one of the disciples flying when a fist landed on the back of his head, raising a large bump. He didn't know how these heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples possessed such strange power. There was some kind of energy within their punches that caused continuous destruction to a person's physical body, making it impossible to heal quickly. Long Chen now realized why those previous disciples would be beaten into such a sorry state without using their heavenly Tao energy to heal. The reality of it wasn't that they didn't want to, but that these injuries would take a certain amount of time before fading. In truth, this was the result of the heaven-splitting battle sect's special core technique, the Battle God Sacred Cannon. Its power was extremely domineering. If a person was slapped by the heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples, they would be doomed. That mark on their faces wouldn't heal without several days' time. Holding the egg-sized bump on his head, Long Chen became infuriated. Seeing three of the disciples charging at him, Long Chen viciously sent out a kick at one of them. Long Chen didn't hold back with this kick. That guy flew back, smashing into the crowd behind him. Long Chen then smashed his fists at the heads of the two others. Now Long Chen was truly infuriated. As a result, both those people's heads caved in and they were knocked unconscious. Long Chen grabbed their legs and began to ruthlessly whirl them around, using them as human weapons. Miserable cries rang out as a mass of people around him were knocked back. You think I'm easy to bully? I just don't like going crazy, because even I'm afraid of myself when I'm crazy. Long Chen was like a furious lion that had been provoked by a pack of wolves. His fists danced, beating back those disciples. Although these disciples were foundation forging experts, the majority of them were rank 5 or rank 6 celestials. Furthermore, they were competing with Long Chen in terms of physical strength. They naturally started to suffer when Long Chen became angry. Damn it, this brat's fists are hard. We have to xianxia. One of them was in the midst of formulating a battle plan when Long Chen's kick landed on his butt, blowing him into the sky. At first, these people had been ganging up on Long Chen, but now it was Long Chen hunting them down, causing them to yell and scream. Long Chen ignored their cries. Whenever he caught up to one, he'd beat them up. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, the majority of them were on the ground, while the rest had miserably fled. We're done, we're not fighting. Count yourself badass, cried someone. Only then did Long Chen pause. But what shocked Long Chen was that despite him having beaten these fellows miserably, they quickly recovered to normal. The injuries he left on them quickly vanished, while on the other hand, the scars caused by blows between them in the confusion ended up staying longer. Fuck, we came to welcome you. Did you have to be so heavy-handed? Grumbled one of them as he shook out his arm. Just now, his arm had been broken by Long Chen. Let me warn you, if you keep acting like this, you won't have any friends, mumbled another. The two of them had only just spoken when a figure appeared and kicked them both, sending them flying. Little brats, a loss is a loss. Is there a point to grumbling? And what was that crap about making friends? Are you trying to dupe our guest? Cursed a large man that was like an iron tower. Third uncle. Long Chen was delighted to see Feng Xingli, the one who had come to assist him in the eastern wasteland. Ha ha ha, you're not bad, little fellow. You're getting stronger. Come with me. After saying that, Feng Xingli once more cursed the disciples who had been beaten, cursing them for being useless and not being able to beat a single person with so many of them working together. Those disciples lowered their heads and didn't say a word. When Feng Xingli and Long Chen left, they once more became lively. At first, some of them were guessing Long Chen's origins, and then they discussed the battle just now. As a result of this discussion, it was like gunpowder had ignited. One person said that another person didn't know how to cooperate, another said that he misunderstood, and as a result, before Long Chen and Feng Xingli got far, they once more began fighting. Long Chen was speechless. Weren't these people too warlike? They just fought whenever they wanted. Children just have that kind of temperament. Young people are lively and full of energy, so fighting often isn't a bad thing. It'll make them tougher, explained Feng Xingli. With admiration, he continued, little fellow, you're quite amazing. I'm probably not your match any longer. Third uncle overpraises me. How could I dare be arrogant in front of you? I'm indebted to you for teaching me the fourth form of Split the Heavens. It allowed me to escape death several times and defeat my powerful enemies. I won't forget that favor, said Long Chen. Feng Xingli shook his head. Don't say such words in the future, or you'll get beaten. Our heaven-splitting battle sect doesn't have so many lousy rules. We're all direct men. What favor, what gratitude. Just remember it in your heart, and it's fine. If you say it out loud, the flavor changes and our heaven-splitting battle sect doesn't like that. You should treat this place as your home, or you'll be beaten. Well, to sum up, you'll probably get beaten no matter what within the heaven-splitting battle sect, so just prepare yourself. What the fuck? Long Chen suddenly had a bad feeling. It seemed his trip to the heaven-splitting battle sect wasn't going to go as he had planned. Passing the mountain entrance, he saw a mass of mountains. They were all rocky mountains without any vegetation growing on them, and all the buildings were built out of rocks. It was very simple. Walking through, Long Chen saw that there weren't many people in the heaven-splitting battle sect. Feng Xingli explained, the heaven-splitting battle sect has already lost its old splendor. Right now, there are only 13,000 disciples. There are 10,000 outer sect disciples and 3,000 inner sect disciples. How is that possible? Long Chen was shocked at how low that number was. The Heaven-Earth Divine Spring has a limited amount of energy, and there's not enough for more disciples to cultivate. There's no way to avoid this. But this isn't that bad either. Quality is better than quantity. After all, only top geniuses will be able to raise the sect's prestige, said Feng Xingli. Although he seemed calm, Long Chen could hear the worry in his voice. As they walked through the sect, Feng Xingli asked about Long Chen's experiences after arriving in the Central Plains. When he heard of the trouble he caused, he laughed. Excellent, I bet you'll definitely be to the old man's taste. Who is the old man? Asked Long Chen. The old man is our sect master. But our heaven-splitting battle sect doesn't really take that many disciples. The majority of our current disciples are descendants of the experts in the inner sect. So no one calls him the sect master, just the old man, said Feng Xingli. Eventually, they arrived in a large plaza. In truth, it was a huge mountain that had been severed at the waist to form the plaza. When they arrived, Long Chen saw over 1,000 disciples standing there, all of them foundation forging experts. What caused his heart to shake was that these people were clearly true experts. They were different from the people he had encountered at the entrance. These were experts who had lived through the slaughter of the battlefield, and their sharp auras were the result of bathing in blood and fire. These are all inner sect disciples, the elites of the heaven-splitting battle sect. In the outside world, each one of them has the power to fight across realms. They are the future pillars of our sect, said Feng Xingli with both gratification and pride. Most of these disciples were rank 5 celestials, some were rank 6, and there were dozens of rank 7 celestials. This lineup was truly powerful. Most importantly, they were true experts. Their killing intent was reserved right now, but they were elites unafraid of death. Just at this moment, a large man walked out from amongst them. He had sword-like eyebrows and the mouth of a lion. He was a rank 8 celestial. How powerful! Long Chen's heart shook. This was his first time feeling such immense pressure from a rank 8 celestial. He had already killed multiple rank 8 celestials. Those ancient race and bloodkill halls rank 8 celestials had been incredibly powerful. But even when those 5 people had joined hands against him, he hadn't felt as much pressure as he did just by seeing this person. How could he not be shocked? Chong Hao. The large man cupped his fists toward Long Chen. Long Chen. Long Chen returned the etiquette. Feng Xingli smiled. Long Chen, Chong Hao is one of our top experts in your generation. According to the heaven-splitting battle sect's few rules, he will definitely challenge you to a fight. That's a sign of his respect for you, because if he felt you weren't worth it, he could challenge anyone else. To sum it up, if you aren't able to satisfy everyone with your power, you won't be able to truly join the sect. The fiery light in those disciples' eyes grew stronger after Feng Xingli finished speaking. They were full of expectations. You're very powerful, I trust you won't decline. Chong Hao looked at Long Chen, his eyes full of battle intent. Chapter 1242 Challenge. Chong Hao looked at Long Chen, battle intent soaring out of him. Long Chen could tell that this wasn't malice, but a desire to fight against another expert. Chong Hao, with your current cultivation, this is somewhat bullying. Feng Xingli frowned slightly. His original intent had been for Long Chen to go pick his own opponent. But now that Chong Hao put it like this, there was no chance for Long Chen to retreat. And with Long Chen's character, he would accept this challenge no matter what. Chong Hao was a rank 8 celestial, and his cultivation base had reached the 9th heaven stage of foundation forging, while Long Chen was only at the 5th heaven stage. Most importantly, Long Chen hadn't gone through the heaven-splitting battle sect's baptism, which put him at an immense disadvantage. Third uncle, you don't understand. I can sense a strong feeling of danger from him. Other than me, no one else here is his match. I want to fight against him. Chong Hao shook his head. Chong Hao's words made Feng Xingli jump. He didn't know much about Long Chen, but he was profoundly aware of Chong Hao's power. He himself, a king, didn't have any assurance in being able to defeat Chong Hao. For Chong Hao to actually sense an intense feeling of danger from Long Chen meant that Long Chen should have the power to defeat Chong Hao. Let's forget about it. Fighting isn't my specialty. Long Chen was a bit hesitant. Are you looking down on me? Chong Hao's expression instantly sank. Long Chen bitterly smiled. No, if we don't have an all-out battle, it won't be enjoyable. But if we do go all out, I tend to not be able to control myself perfectly. Fighting truly isn't my specialty. Long Chen's specialty wasn't fighting. He was only proficient in killing people. That kind of battle where each attack was launched with the intent of killing his opponent was not a simple competition. Ha ha ha, domineering, but I like it. Don't worry, you can fight with your full strength. You won't be able to kill me. Chang Hao laughed confidently. Wait a moment, I need to report this first. Feng Xingli didn't dare to be the one to decide about this. If they want to fight, let them fight. What are you reporting it for? When did your guts shrink to this point? Are you a mouse? At this time, a middle-aged man walked over. Seeing that person, all the disciples immediately stood up straight. They respectfully cried out, "Seventh boss." Feng Xingli also bowed toward him. As a result, that seventh boss immediately kicked him, cursing, "Were all your years of living wasted? You even have to report such an insignificant matter. Just look at how cowardly you are. You're afraid of accepting the responsibility." Feng Xingli bitterly smiled, not daring to reply. He was naturally afraid. It wasn't that he was afraid of accepting responsibility for this, but what if these two ended up in an unexpected accident? He was just a king. Perhaps he might have some ability to fight Long Chen or Chang Hao, but if the two were to start an intense fight, he wouldn't be able to control it. What if something unexpected happened? Now he had a belly full of fire, and yet he didn't dare to release it. He knew that if he said one more word, this seventh boss would definitely beat him. Hurry up and start. Show us how much ability you have. A battle is not a game, so use all your skills. You don't need to worry about any problems. I'll handle it, said the seventh boss. Feng Xingli's lips curled. Of course there was nothing for the seventh boss to worry about. After all, he was strong enough to handle whatever happened. If Feng Xingli had that kind of power, he could also act like that. But he didn't dare to voice those thoughts. Within the heaven-splitting battle sect, what was important wasn't age and seniority. What mattered the most was whose fist was bigger. Whoever's fist was bigger was who could speak. If you didn't have any ability, then you had to keep your mouth shut. Long Chen, let's have a fun battle. It's been a long time since I've fought all out. I feel my blood heating up. Chang Hao tossed his outer robes to someone behind him, revealing a set of battle robes. Chang Hao was a whole head taller than Long Chen. His exposed arms looked like they were crawling with serpents. They were full of explosive power. Then I won't argue with you. Let's have a full power fight. Long Chen took a deep breath. Since there was someone here to control everything, he didn't have so many misgivings. In truth, Long Chen also longed to have a battle with a true expert. He also had warlike blood flowing through his veins. Then I'll start. Chang Hao stamped on the ground. The ground shook violently as he shot at Long Chen with just the power of his physical body. Without using any magical art or any battle skill, his fist caused space to tremble. It was like this fist was about to tear straight through space. This was the result of his physical body having reached a certain pinnacle. This kind of power was absolutely terrifying. That barbarian elephant race's genius was claimed to possess an unrivaled physical body, yet when compared to Chang Hao, the difference was immense. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. Shifting his right foot back, he also sent out a punch. Their fists collided, causing the entire plaza to shake. A powerful chi wave exploded. That chi wave was enough to exterminate ordinary foundation forging experts. Even these experts of the heaven-splitting battle sect were shocked. Some of the weaker ones involuntarily retreated a few steps. But their gazes were completely fiery. Power was worshipped by the heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples. Absolute power had an absolute charisma toward them. Their fists were still locked. Both sides looked at the other, and their auras slowly rose. Boom! Their other fists also collided. The ground violently shuddered. Long Chen was shocked. He felt Chang Hao's power continuously rising. This was the strongest physical body Long Chen had witnessed so far. Careful, I'm increasing my power, warned Chang Hao. Rumbling sounds came from his body as his power increased like a rising tide. Long Chen had to start circulating the power of his 108,000 immortal platforms to keep up with him. The ground beneath them was unable to bear their power and started to crack. The seventh boss had praise in his eyes as he watched. This kind of power was truly worthy of admiration. The heaven-splitting battle sect cared the most about power. Ha ha ha, how powerful, but I still haven't released my full power. Watch out, Chang Hao suddenly laughed. Runes appeared all around him as he summoned the manifestation of a rank 8 celestial. His power crazily soared. Just as Chang Hao summoned his manifestation, a divine ring appeared in the air, unleashing immense pressure. A sacred aura shook everyone's hearts. The ground under them was shattering. That hard rock suddenly exploded like it was mud. This Long Chen is truly powerful. He's actually able to match Chong Hao in power, said one of the ranked 7 celestials with shock. But that person had only just spoken when Long Chen warned, "Be careful." 4 stars appeared in his eyes. Green scales covered his body. A pillar of qi soared into the sky, breaking apart all the clouds. Seeing how powerful Chong Hao was, Long Chen didn't hold back. He directly summoned the 4-star battle armor and green dragon battle armor. Battle God Blessing. A rune appeared on Chong Hao's forehead. Following that, runes appeared all over his skin, forming a protective armor. Chong Hao instantly felt like a king who had donned battle armor. His own immense power crashed against Long Chen's mountain-toppling power. Powerful qi waves blew away the disciples. Even ranked 7 celestials were unable to bear it. Rock fragments were shooting out with great power. Several disciples were pierced through and hastily fled. Even Feng Xingli's expression changed. He had underestimated their power. When they erupted with their full power, even he had to retreat a certain distance. Only the 7th elder could continue watching indifferently. Any flying rocks that shot at him were blocked by an invisible barrier and turned to dust. And yet, the 2 of them didn't stop. Their power continued to rise. A huge hole began to appear around them, constantly growing larger. Chong Hao's a monster, and Long Chen is also a monster. The 2 of them are so strong. The heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples were absolutely shocked. Although they had often fought, they only fought with their physical bodies, as those were the rules. Due to their explosive temperaments, the heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples would often start fighting at the drop of a pin. If there weren't some restrictions, they would tear down the sect. Of course, the heaven-splitting battle sect had established itself in the middle of a mountain range for a reason. All the disciples could fight whenever they wanted. As long as they didn't use spiritual energy to use battle skills, it was fine. Anyone who broke that rule would be beaten. Since it was not permitted to fight all out, even these disciples hadn't known that Chong Hao was this powerful. Seeing their shocking power, they sucked in a cold gasp. Those fellows who constantly challenged Chong Hao every day were especially shocked. Normally they only fought with their physical bodies, and by fighting as a group, they were usually able to land a punch or 2 on Chong Hao. Although they had known he was stronger than them, they had thought they would have some ability to fight him. But now that he was using his true power, they realized the difference between them. In a true life and death battle, they weren't Chong Hao's match. Suddenly, the ground exploded and dust filled the air. 2 figures soared into the air, their fists flying. The true battle had just started. The term that I have translated as boss here is not an exact translation. This word, qi, is supposed to mean a senior man with authority while also sounding arrogant. Literally this character means grandpa, but the emphasis is that it is a manly, senior man. This term is essentially like an elder or grand elder in other sects, but it is given this special title in the heaven-splitting battle sect to emphasize how it is different from other sects, manlier, crazier, feeling almost more like a gang than a sect. I couldn't find any word that fit the bill, so I shifted my focus a bit. Rather than something literal like 7th Gramps, which is lacking the authority and arrogance to the word, or just ditching the meaning completely and calling him 7th Elder, I'm going with 7th Boss. Beware, for this term is not the same word that the Dragonblood Legion calls Long Chen when they call him boss. The Dragonblood Legion calls Long Chen, eldest brother, while here, it is more like a leader, an elder, a literal boss. However, I actually like the usage of boss here, because it ties into how everyone in this sect calls themselves Lao Zi, like how Long Chen calls himself Lao Zi when being arrogant. There's no way to show that literally unless I start having everyone, including Long Chen, refer to themselves as, your daddy, so this is kind of an alternate way to show how they use similar language but with a different word. Chapter 1243 Heaven Earth Divine Pool. Long Chen and Chong Hao soared into the sky like 2 furious dragons coiling around each other. Their fists and legs were constantly colliding, unleashing ear-piercing bangs. A terrifying pressure descended. As the 2 of them began to fight with their full strength, the disciples were unable to even track them with their eyes. They were only able to make out 2 vague figures crazily fighting. What an absolute monster! The heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples were all shocked as they looked up at the sky. Long Chen was shocked that Chong Hao's physical body was so powerful. It wasn't the slightest bit weaker than his own. Each time they clashed, his qi and blood surged within him. Other than wild, he had never seen an expert with such a terrifying physical body. Each kick and punch contained the power to break mountains. This was his first time fighting someone who could match his physical body. Each of their exchanges was direct without the slightest technique or flashiness. They were competing purely in power. When they used their full power, each of their attacks was definitely a killer blow. Each punch caused space to wildly twist. If these disciples weren't personally witnessing it, they definitely wouldn't have believed that physical strength could cause such a phenomenon. Not bad. With this power, fighting across realms in the outside world would be no problem. The seventh boss stood with his hands clasped behind his back, nodding slightly. Although the heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples were few in number, each one of them was an elite amongst elites. The reason they encouraged their disciples to beat each other up was due to their special cultivation technique. Intense battle would stimulate the growth of their bodies, and once they recovered from the beating, their physical bodies would be even stronger. When they felt the disciples weren't beating each other up hard enough, the elders would find various reasons to give them a special beating. Sometimes it was to help the disciples improve their circulation and stretch their muscles. Of course, most of the time the reason was that their explosive tempers needed venting. The two of them suddenly separated. Long Chen and Chong Hao looked at the other and suddenly laughed, their laughter full of joy at meeting someone so similar. Both of them sensed heartfelt admiration for the other. Neither Long Chen or Chong Hao often had a chance to fight in such a free and exciting way. That was especially true for Long Chen, who never had a chance to fight without having to think about schemes. Suddenly, a broadsword appeared in Chong Hao's hand. This was the specific weapon of the heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples. They all preferred terrifyingly heavy weapons. Although they weren't sword cultivators, each disciple would carry a broadsword on their back. That was the specific sign of the heaven-splitting battle sect. Because the broadsword was so heavy, carrying it all the time was also a kind of cultivation. With the broadsword in his hand, it was like a seal had been undone within Chong Hao's body. A fierce aura soared into the sky. The heaven-splitting battle sect's broadswords were made in accordance with a person's cultivation base. Only once they took out this broadsword would it represent they were truly fighting. It's been a long time since I've had this much fun. Long Chen, do you want to make it even more stimulating? Battle intent continuously soared from Chong Hao's eyes. In fact, his eyes were almost crazy, like he was a battle fanatic. Other than battle, he didn't think of anything else. Don't mess around. Feng Xingli's expression changed, but he had just finished shouting when he was kicked away. Scram, if I didn't say anything, why would you say something? If they want to fight, let them fight, said the seventh boss. He had clearly been a great distance from him, and yet when he sent out his kick, he magically appeared beside Feng Xingli. The seventh boss knew Feng Xingli was worried about something happening, but that was a slap in his face. It was saying he wouldn't be able to handle it if they continued fighting. Long Chen took out Blooddrinker in response to Chong Hao's action. He knew what Chong Hao wanted to do, and he was using his own actions to reply. After all, we aren't enemies, so there's no way for us to truly fight a life-and-death battle. Let's determine victory or defeat in one move. Chong Hao's battle intent soared. The heaven-splitting battle sect's strongest attack was Split the Heavens. That was their true trump card. Even after this intense of a fight, they were still even. And since they couldn't truly fight to the death, there was no way they could use any move they wanted. But they were also unwilling to end things just like this. So Chong Hao took out his martial weapon. If they were unable to determine a victory through their fists, then they could have one final exchange. Come, I also want to experience the heaven-splitting battle sect's unique skill. Long Chen raised Blooddrinker. Blood-red light began to shine from it. Be careful. Chong Hao slowly raised his broadsword. An incomparably fierce aura locked onto Long Chen. In that instant, Long Chen could clearly sense the change in Chong Hao's body. From his first acupuncture point, his energy began to superimpose. Furthermore, Long Chen sensed that when Chong Hao activated his acupuncture points, his dantian, which was unleashing a volcanic eruption of energy, suddenly became calm. That calm was a hair-raising calm. It was like a python that had coiled up as tightly as possible right before it launched a fatal blow. Long Chen didn't. Tari. His 4-chi season 108,000 immortal platforms circulated, pouring endless energy through his acupuncture points. The seventh boss looked at Long Chen with some shock. He could sense that Long Chen was using Split the Heavens, but it was different from the original version. Their weapons began to shine, and huge blade images tore into the sky. That scene was shocking. The heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples all felt their hearts pounding. This power was too great. With how much energy had been accumulated, it could only be unleashed now. If it was interrupted, there was no way to pull it back, and the user would probably die right there and then. They looked toward the seventh boss and saw his expression was still calm. He had no intention of stopping them. Long Chen and Chong Hao slashed their huge blades down. It was like the attack of a god, filled with a world-destroying pressure. Boom! Space caved in and a terrifying shockwave erupted, blowing back Long Chen and Chong Hao. They both vomited blood, their skin splitting and becoming covered in blood. At this time, the seventh boss waved his hand and it was like an invisible hand had appeared in the air. Their clashing energy was scattered without unleashing even a ripple. Only once that pressure was dissipated did the disciples sigh with relief. If the seventh boss had allowed that energy to run rampant, they would all have been sent flying and heavily injured. Who lived and who died would be up to the mood of the heavens. Long Chen and Chong Hao continued to hack up blood. They felt like all their bones had been broken. That collision of power had been too terrifying, and they themselves hadn't been able to bear it. When Chong Hao unleashed the fourth form of Split the Heavens, the spiritual yuan in his dantian had begun to ignite, pouring through his 36 acupuncture points a second time. In that instant, Long Chen had smelled the scent of death. This attack had had the power to kill him. Under that threat, there had been no way for him to hold back. He had poured in all the energy of his immortal platforms into his attack. Even though he had strengthened his body, he was barely able to handle the impact of using up all that energy. But with all his energy sent into this attack, just like Chong Hao, he hadn't had any spiritual yuan left over to defend himself. As a result, he was almost killed. Just at this moment, a large hand slammed toward Long Chen's chest. Long Chen's hair stood on end. He sensed that if this palm landed, all his bones would be shattered. Long Chen slashed his saber at his attacker's throat. That slash was crafty, vicious, and quick. Not a bad reaction, said his attacker. That person was actually the seventh boss, shocking Long Chen. The seventh boss raised a single finger and flicked Blooddrinker away. It flew out of Long Chen's grasp, turning into a blood-colored light that flew into the distance. Despite Long Chen doing his best to dodge that hand, he was shocked to sense all his bones shatter, and then his vision darkened and he lost consciousness. Long Chen lay limply in the seventh boss's hold. Then the seventh boss disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in front of a 300-meter pool. That water looked like it had mist within it, and multicolored light shone from it. It contained a powerful and sacred spiritual air. Long Chen was tossed into the pool, quickly sinking to the bottom. All the pool's water began to bubble like it was boiling, and mist began to rise from it. All his bones were broken, and he was out of physical strength as well. Now, within this pool, endless energy poured into his empty body. It was like Long Chen was a riverbed that had been dry for countless years and was finally receiving nourishment. He greedily absorbed this energy. Long Chen was unconscious and had no idea that this was the heaven-splitting battle sect's precious and mysterious heaven-earth divine pool. This pool was a marvel of the world. It contained the purest and most primal energy of the world, and it could greatly strengthen a person's body. In the heaven-splitting battle sect, inner sect disciples would have one chance to bathe within this divine pool once they reached the foundation forging realm. In order to make it the most effective, experts would first break the disciples' bones before they entered. Then the divine pool's energy would reforge their skeleton and make them even stronger. Furthermore, the person who attacked had to be a supreme expert capable of shattering the disciple's skeleton in one blow. That energy had to be extremely well controlled. At the bottom of the pool, Long Chen began to suck in the energy faster and faster. In the end, it felt like his body had awakened and begun to crazily absorb energy. A whirlpool formed within the pool as energy poured into his body. What a powerful physical body. The divine pool probably doesn't have enough energy. The seventh boss's expression changed. He hadn't expected Long Chen to absorb this much energy. This was just the start, and he had already absorbed 10 times the energy of ordinary disciples. If this continued, open the divine spring, let him absorb as much as he wants. Just as the seventh boss was hesitating over what to do, an ancient and commanding voice rang out. Chapter 1244 Continuous Advancement. Old man, the seventh boss looked in a distant direction. It was as if he was peering through space to see the elder sitting at the peak of the mountain. But there's not much left of the divine spring. At best, it can last us 1,000 years. If, the seventh boss was hesitant. Where did so much bullshit come from? No matter how poor my heaven-splitting battle sect becomes, do you think I'll allow my children to starve? Open the divine spring, and let him absorb as much as possible. This is his good fortune. Since I've accepted him as a disciple of my heaven-splitting battle sect, he is part of my family. You think I can mistreat him? If the heavens want my heaven-splitting battle sect to die, do you think 1,000 years is enough to turn things around? Truly foolish to the peak. If you're doomed to die, no one can stop it, and if you're not doomed to die, there will always be a chance to turn things around. Don't you think your fears are groundless? Is your skin itchy after not being beaten for a few centuries? Fine, your fist is the strongest, so I can't out-argue, said the seventh boss helplessly. He reached out and pressed down on a formation disc beside him. The heaven-earth divine pool trembled, and then its bottom slowly opened. There was actually a spirit spring below it that was slowly pouring up. The water had already sunk greatly through Long Chen's crazy absorption, and now it was finally slowly rising. But the speed of its rising was very slow because Long Chen had formed a huge whirlpool that was crazily absorbing the energy. This spirit spring water was the purest energy of the world. It was the most important thing the heaven-splitting battle sect used to raise its disciples. The heaven-splitting battle sect had declined from its former splendor, and the spirit spring did not receive enough nourishment. It had been slowly drying up over all this time. Now, all that remained was this final reserve. Lying within the pool, Long Chen felt himself to be a legendary heaven-devouring beast. He crazily absorbed that energy, nourishing his body. Back in the Four Nations ancient remnant, he had used medicinal pills to temper his body, allowing it to reach a kind of peak. But this was different. The seventh boss had beaten Long Chen's body into its weakest state. This was like a complete rebirth, and there was an immense difference between this and how he had upgraded his body himself. Suddenly, an explosive sound came from the pool, and a domineering pressure spread from Long Chen's body, causing the lake to shake. He advanced. Although Long Chen was still unconscious, he had absorbed so much energy that he had stepped into the sixth heaven stage of foundation forging. The seventh boss waved his hand, and an invisible energy sealed this space, preventing his advancement from causing too much of a disturbance. If the liquid in the heaven-earth divine pool left the pool, it would quickly evaporate into nothingness. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, another explosive sound rang out as Long Chen advanced once more. This time, the eruption was twice as strong as the last one, and he reached the seventh heaven stage. The aura Long Chen was releasing now was even stronger, over 10 times greater than before, because the seventh heaven stage was the barrier between the mid and the late stages. Although they were just one heaven stage apart, his power went through a heaven-toppling transformation. Long Chen's foundation has been accumulating for too long. Even after continuous breakthroughs, his foundation hasn't been shaken at all. And this aura is so powerful that it has already surpassed kings. In the future, he will be an amazing monster, praised the seventh boss. Long Chen finally woke from his unconscious state through this advancement. Sensing his newfound energy, he felt like he had been reborn, and he raised his head and laughed. Haha pfft. Long Chen flew out of the divine pool and had only managed to laugh for an instant when the seventh boss slammed his palm out, once more shattering Long Chen's bones and tossing him into the pool. The huge whirlpool once more formed, and this time it was even greater than before. The speed of his absorption had increased. Long Chen was once more unconscious. It felt like he had returned to the state of a fetus in a mother's womb. He was naturally absorbing the pool's energy without having to do anything. This was the kind of absorption that was closest to the heavenly Tao's. If Long Chen's body had been mud before, then through this tempering, it had been promoted to the level of stone. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Looking at Long Chen lying at the bottom of the pool, the seventh boss was filled with shock. The amount of energy he had absorbed in just this one go had already surpassed Chong Hao. Each disciple would be knocked unconscious and tossed in 3 times in a row, and Long Chen had already absorbed more energy than Chong Hao had in total. And his second run was even more shocking. The heaven-earth divine pool's tempering would give more energy to a person based on how strong the physical body and how great the potential they had. That was because the divine pool poured in energy in an attempt to excavate a person's natural potential. He's practically a demon. The seventh boss shook his head. The power of Long Chen's body had far surpassed his expectations. Whether or not he is a demon, he is still my family's child. There's nothing to feel begrudged over. Don't be stingy, and continue opening the heaven-splitting divine spring. The old man's voice once more rang out. The seventh boss helplessly waved his hand and touched a stone pillar. Its runes lit up, and another divine spring was opened up. More and more water was pouring out from below, and all that energy was being absorbed by Long Chen. After 2 hours, Long Chen suddenly opened his eyes, a brilliant light shining within them. His energy once more erupted, and a hurricane formed around him as he entered the 8th heaven stage. The 7th boss waved his hand, stopping the water from escaping. He also once more sent out a palm, sealing all of Long Chen's escape routes. Again, Long Chen suddenly unleashed Lei Long and Huo Long. Double Dragon Destruction. When he unleashed the Lightning Dragon and Flame Dragon, Long Chen clearly felt they were now mismatched. Lei Long's power was now weaker than Huo Long's by too much, making it so they no longer had their old combined power. An insignificant technique. The 7th boss smiled and smashed them apart with a single fist. But once he destroyed the 2 dragons, his smile also vanished because Long Chen's hands had caught his fist. Then using a strange move, he fiercely spun, his head facing down while one of his legs came from above. The 7th boss was a powerful expert in his own right with plentiful battle experience, but he had never seen such a strange move. Startled, he didn't know what Long Chen was doing. Take this. But this spin was only to draw his attention. Long Chen's other foot viciously slammed into the 7th boss's nose. The 7th boss felt a burst of pain and involuntarily teared up. Enraged, he roared, "Little bastard, you're asking for a beating." Light appeared on the 7th boss's fist, and Long Chen's sleeves were instantly blown apart along with his hands. The 7th boss's foot landed squarely on Long Chen's chest, causing him to vomit blood. His bones once more shattered, and he fell into the pool. Fuck, how painful. The 7th boss held his nose and cursed, his tears streaming out from how vicious that kick had been. Ha 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 ha. The old man's laughter rang out. He clearly felt it was funny that the 7th boss would suffer like this. What are you laughing about? I was just careless, roared the 7th boss. He had only just finished cursing when an invisible hand appeared and slammed into him. At the same time, the old man's cursing rang out. Who do you think you're quibbling with? The 7th boss hastily raised his arms. Runes appeared on his fists, but he was still blown away by that invisible hand, tumbling back into the distance. When he crawled up, he was covered in dust, looking miserable. Old man, just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll make you kneel before me, roared the 7th boss. With just your little ability, you should give up that thought. I probably won't be able to live to see such a day, said the old man disdainfully. Just at this moment, green scales appeared on Long Chen's body. Those scales had small whirlpools form above them, and they also greedily absorbed the divine pool's energy. Old man, these scales seem like dragon scales. That aura is very similar, said the 7th boss with surprise. Long Chen had summoned the green dragon battle armor before, but because of Long Chen's aura obscuring it, the 7th boss hadn't cared too much about it. He had thought it to be a kind of secret art. They don't seem like dragon scales, they are truly dragon scales. Furthermore, they are the scales of the dragon with the noblest bloodline, the true dragon. For his scales to be green, it should be the scales of a true dragon's first level. Even in the immortal era when the dragon race was still around, true dragons were rare. Now, these dragon scales are helping him strengthen his body. That means Long Chen should have received the dragon race's approval. This little fellow has had some good fortune, said the old man. But isn't the dragon race extinct? How could he receive their approval? Fool, if the books say they're extinct, does that mean they're definitely extinct? Just because you can't see something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You can't see gods anymore, but can you say gods no longer exist? Said the old man irritably. Fine, like I said, your fist is stronger, so I can't out-argue you, said the 7th boss helplessly. Do you believe me when I say I'll slap you right now if you speak like that to me? Raged the old man. Just at this moment, a strange sound came from the divine pool. The 7th boss hastily looked over, and his pupils involuntarily shrank. Chapter 1245 9th Heaven Stage of Foundation Forging. The water of the divine pool had run out. Long Chen had sucked 2 of the divine springs, water dry. Old man. The 7th both hesitated. The old man sank into thought for a moment before saying, "Open the final divine spring." The 7th boss hastily cried out, "Old man, if the final divine spring is sucked dry, then our heaven-splitting battle sect will end with this generation. The heaven-splitting battle sect only had 3 divine springs. At this time, there was no way for the 3 divine springs to produce new springwater. What they were using was their reserves saved from their past glory. If this final bit was used up, the heaven-splitting battle sect's inheritance would end here. Without the tempering of the divine pool, the disciples would be unable to strengthen their physical bodies, and the 4th form of split the heavens would be their limit. This was a huge matter of grave importance to the heaven-splitting battle sect. Open it. If the heavens really want my heaven-splitting battle sect to die, we don't have the power to stop it. There's no difference between dying sooner or later, sighed the old man. The 7th boss also sighed. He pressed his hand against another stone pillar. The pool shook slightly as another divine spring was opened, and gushing water poured in. This was the final divine spring. Once it was used, the heaven-splitting battle sect would have no more divine springs for future generations. The divine spring quickly filled up the entire pool. Long Chen's scales rapidly absorbed the energy. This final divine spring contained the most energy. It surpassed the sum of the previous 2 divine springs. The 7th boss was controlling things so that it didn't overflow. But he quickly realized that after the water reached a certain level, it stopped rising. That meant all its reserves had been used up. That made a sad light appear in his eyes. No matter how magnanimous a person was, there was no way they could treat this as nothing. After all, this would decide the future rise or decline of the heaven-splitting battle sect. On his own, Long Chen had absorbed almost the whole stock for the heaven-splitting battle sect's next 1,000 years. That was absolutely shocking. Long Chen's body was like a bottomless pit that wouldn't fill up no matter what. Long Chen's potential is unimaginable. Any other disciple would have long since exploded upon absorbing this much energy. Furthermore, the divine spring's energy only supposed to strengthen the physical body and one's potential. It's basically unrelated to cultivation base. But Long Chen absorbed so much energy that he broke through consecutively. This is already abnormal. This child isn't ordinary, so let him do as he pleases. Even if it causes the heaven-splitting battle sect to decline, we have to act in accordance with our original hearts. Being afraid of the wolf in front and afraid of the tiger behind isn't the style of our heaven-splitting battle sect, said the old man. The 7th boss's heart shook. He nodded. At this time, the water reached rock bottom. Long Chen's scales began to shine, and a powerful pressure erupted. He's actually advancing again, cried the 7th boss. Long Chen slowly opened his eyes. His energy formed a pillar of light that soared into the sky. Heaven and earth trembled intensely. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the border of the divine pool, causing the 7th boss's expression to completely change. Little bastard, don't advance in the divine pool. Scram up to the sky. Long Chen was unable to control himself. He had reached the limit of how far he could possibly break through, making it so his energy was not completely within his control. A vast energy was about to explode out of him. The continuous advancements caused his 108,000 immortal platforms to store up a ridiculous amount of energy. Long Chen hastily stamped on the ground and shot into the air. The rocks at the bottom of the divine pool blew into the air, causing the 7th boss to turn green. He hastily checked the core and found that it hadn't been destroyed, allowing him to sigh with relief. If he broke it, I'd beat him until he pissed out everything he took, muttered the 7th boss as he closed the divine pool. He looked up at Long Chen. Long Chen was standing in the air, his entire face red and his body inflating. He looked like a prawn being boiled. Are you constipated, Iya? The 7th boss had only just shouted when he was sent flying by a palm. The old man's furious roar rang out, can you not be so embarrassing? He is using his erupting spiritual yuan to once more widen his meridians. Long Chen truly was trying to use this torrent of energy to expand his meridians. He was not a disciple of the heaven-splitting battle sect, and he didn't cultivate the battle god's sacred canon. Normally, the heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples would use the heaven-earth divine pool's blessing to stimulate their dantians into widening their meridians to better fit their new bodies. But Long Chen cultivated the 9-star hegemon body art. His dantian was empty, and so he was unable to use it to widen his meridians. With his cultivation experience, he knew that if he wanted to adapt to his new body and new spiritual yuan, he had to widen his meridians. Otherwise, no matter how much energy he possessed, if the channels weren't wide enough, he would be unable to use it. Having power but not being able to use it was useless. He was using his own method to widen his meridians through the power of his continuous breakthroughs. Rumbling rang out from Long Chen's body. Each rumble represented his meridians had widened. This kind of suicidal method shocked the seventh boss. This was too crazy. Even the heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples with their powerful physical bodies wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Meridians could not be treated so crazily. Their flexibility was limited, and if pushed past their limit, they would easily explode. Broken meridians were extremely troublesome to heal. Too crazy. The seventh elder shook his head. In just a few breaths' time, Long Chen had widened his meridians 7 times, and he was still continuing. In truth, there was no way this was a real method of widening one's meridians. Long Chen's meridians were covered in cracks right now and about to break. But after widening, Long Chen would use the primal chaos space's energy to heal them and then once more widen them. This kind of opportunity wouldn't come again just because he wished it. He had to do his best to widen his meridians as much as possible before his breakthrough came to an end. His 108,000 immortal platforms had a huge amount of energy now, but without the strong meridians, he couldn't use that energy. It was like he owned a huge lake, but could only send out water through little streams. What he needed to do was turn those streams into mighty rivers. That was the only way for him to match the power of his body. His meridians widened, cracked, and then healed over and over. Long Chen suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The energy in his body was too berserk, and he was doing his best to suppress it to prevent his breakthrough from ending. Now that energy was starting to cause a backlash. This energy was too terrifying. Long Chen continuously coughed up blood, but he ignored it, doing his best to widen his meridians. After going through the nourishment of the Heaven-Earth Divine Pool, even Long Chen was unable to tell just how terrifying his new body was. Right now, his body was still highly malleable, but once he was past this point, his meridians would become set in size once more and highly difficult to widen. Continuous explosions came from Long Chen's body, and in the end, his skin broke apart and blood poured out of him, dyeing him red. The seventh boss's heart pounded. This was too ruthless. The heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples didn't need to suffer one bit through this tempering, but Long Chen was torturing himself. Furthermore, this was incredibly dangerous. The slightest mistake would cause either his meridians to erupt, or his body to explode from holding back all this energy. Despite being a terrifying figure in his own right, the seventh boss couldn't help being worried. Long Chen was dancing on the tip of a blade. But Long Chen had no choice but to dance, because he didn't cultivate the battle god's sacred cannon. Old man, did we make a mistake? Should we have let him cultivate the battle god's sacred cannon before going through this baptism? The seventh boss sent a message to the old man upon seeing Long Chen covered in blood. Do you think I'm as brainless as you? Long Chen's cultivation technique is far more terrifying than the battle god's sacred cannon, or how do you think he manages to use split the heavens? Furthermore, when he fought Chong Hao, his dantian was clearly completely still. Were you too blind to see it? He doesn't even possess a dantian, so how could he cultivate the battle god's sacred cannon? When will you start paying attention to details? Scolded the old man. Suddenly, Long Chen's skin exploded from his body, covering him in bloody mist. It was an extremely alarming sight, but Long Chen was still clenching his teeth and bearing with it. Does this little brat not want his life anymore? The seventh boss's scalp turned numb. Long Chen was now on the brink of collapse. If he continued, there would truly be a danger of dying. This child's Tao heart is extremely firm. His path from the eastern wasteland was filled with trials and dangers, slaughter and bones. He fought his way through this path with his life on the line, because he had no other choice but to do so to obtain the things that others obtain easily. My heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples are clearly blessed in comparison, sighed the old man. Old man, this little fellow's too ruthless. If he explodes, he'll really die since he hasn't condensed a yuan spirit. No one would be able to save him, said the seventh boss worriedly. Don't worry about it. This child has experienced so many battles, his sense of danger is sharp. He should know when he has to stop. Although that sounded reasonable, right now, Long Chen had turned into a figure of blood. Each time his body rumbled, more blood mist would fill the air. It was far too frightening. Fuck, how dare he make me so worried? Once he's done, I'll properly beat him. The seventh boss clenched his teeth in his fists. Each time he saw blood mist explode from Long Chen's body, he was worried Long Chen would die. Long Chen expanded his meridians a total of 36 times before he finally wasn't able to bear it. If he continued holding back his breakthrough, he would definitely die. Gulping down a mouthful of the divine life elixir, his injuries healed, and at the same time, that sealed energy within his body was completely released. A terrifying aura erupted, shaking the 9 heavens. Chapter 1246 Damn shameless bastard. The powerful pressure of the 9th heaven stage of foundation forging erupted, causing the heavens to shake. Seeing Long Chen advance properly, the 7th boss finally sighed with relief, a weight falling from his shoulders. This method of Long Chen's had been too dangerous. However, as Long Chen's aura continued to rise, the pressure grew stronger until the 7th boss began to frown. 9 is the limit, the peak. But his aura. The 7th boss looked at Long Chen suspiciously. According to reason, once a person reached the 9th heaven stage of foundation forging, their aura should become extremely steady and stable. It wouldn't be as turbulent as Long Chen's. For normal people, in the 1st heaven stage, they would condense 9 original runes and form a foundation. In the 2nd heaven stage, they would condense 8 runes into a slightly smaller foundation and solidly established it on the 1st foundation. The 3rd heaven stage condensed 7 runes, the 4th heaven stage 6 runes. Then the 9th heaven stage would condense 1 supreme rune into the peak. This final rune would link up with the foundation of the 9 original runes at the bottom to form an extremely stable structure. That was called the immortal platform. Foundation forging was the process of creating this immortal platform. The final rune sealed the whole platform, so once it was condensed, the immortal platform would be complete, and a person's aura would naturally stabilize. But Long Chen had clearly reached the 9th heaven stage, yet his aura was fluctuating fiercely. It didn't show any sign of that stabilization. Suddenly, the sky shook as Long Chen finished his breakthrough. He looked at his own hands with disbelief. This power. Long Chen felt like he had completely transformed. His body was brimming with power. Even without using any spiritual yuan, he felt like he could destroy mountains with just a punch. Long Chen beat his own chest with his fists, causing thunderous sounds to shake the air. This feeling told Long Chen that he wasn't dreaming. He had advanced from the 5th heaven stage all the way to the 9th heaven stage. And through the divine pool, his physical body had been strengthened as well. His body had reached an unprecedented strength, and despite the increase in his cultivation base, he didn't feel the slightest bit like his cultivation base was out of his control. In other words, with his current physical body, he was more than capable of using the power of his powerful cultivation base. The 108,000 immortal platforms were full of energy, but Long Chen found that the Feng Fu, Alioth, Life Fate, and Enlightenment Palace stars had all changed slightly. And yet, he was unable to clearly say what the difference was. The only major difference was that 4 whirlpools had appeared in his 4 chi seas, causing their energy to form an infinite cycle with his 108,000 immortal platforms. Other people's immortal platforms gradually shrank to the top, making them wider at the bottom than the top. But Long Chen's immortal platforms were cylindrical. Each of them contained immense power. Each one of them was like a volcano that Long Chen could cause to erupt with a thought. Long Chen was beating his own chest when suddenly a fist landed on his body, causing his organs to flip inside him. He shot out like a shooting star. He blew apart a stone pavilion in the distance and continued tumbling back before stabilizing himself. Not bad, not bad, this fist was able to break your bones before, but now you don't even cough up blood. The 7th boss stood in the air, nodding in praise. This punch had come from him. Long Chen's physical body had become so strong that even he was shocked. He had used the same power in this punch as when he had first shattered every bone in Long Chen's body. Even though Long Chen hadn't been on guard at all, he only suffered a completely insignificant injury. Long Chen was also shocked at the 7th boss's power. Although his aura clearly showed that his cultivation base was only at the soul transformation, his actual power was terrifying. Those ancient races' soul transformation experts weren't even on the same level when compared with the 7th boss. They weren't even fit to carry his shoes. Long Chen looked at the heaven-earth divine pool and suddenly saw that it was empty. His heart shook, and he was just about to speak when the 7th boss grabbed him. The two of them vanished. When they reappeared, they were at the peak of a mountain. Terrifying wind blades ruthlessly cut at Long Chen's body. Even with his new power, Long Chen felt pain from these wind blades. Tiny cuts appeared all over his body. But he was able to endure it. At the peak of the mountain, inside of a wooden room, there was an elder sitting lotus style. His white hair fell naturally, and his sword-like eyebrows pointed toward the sky. His eyes were electric, and although he was simply sitting there, Long Chen felt like a god was staring at him. His heart pounded. This was a terrifying existence. Behind the elder were 6 large men with broadswords on their backs. All of them had bare arms and bulging muscles. It was like they were about to explode. These men looked to be in their 40s or 50s. They were all square-jawed, direct men. The 7th boss now lined up amongst them. Long Chen suddenly realized that this 7th boss was called so because he was the 7th in terms of seniority here. None of them spoke. They simply stared at Long Chen, their gazes like blades. It was like they wanted to see through him. In front of the staring of this many terrifying experts, Long Chen's scalp turned numb. The pressure was great, but Long Chen couldn't act like a coward. He stared back at them stubbornly. Staring 1 against 8 put him at a disadvantage, but he was still able to do it. He supposed that it counted as holding his own, 1 against 8. Little bastard, eat my fist. Suddenly, the large man standing on the very left sent out a punch at Long Chen. Long Chen was shocked. The power behind this fist made his hair stand on end. He definitely couldn't take it. He tried to dodge. As this fist didn't contain any locking power, he could move. But even once he was a dozen meters away, for some reason, the fist was still in front of him. It was like his dodging was nothing more than a misperception. The fist was actually impossible to dodge. Long Chen flew back, pain racking his body. He felt like his body was about to collapse. He was shocked and infuriated. These fellows were truly uncivilized. This fist is your punishment for not returning home even after arriving in the Central Plains for so long. You didn't treat the heaven-splitting battle sect as your home, said that person furiously. He then once more smashed out a fist. Long Chen was just about to defend, but while that punch looked slow, it somehow struck him before he could do anything, smashing into his chest. He once more vomited blood and flew back. This fist is to punish you for running into a crisis and not asking your family for help. You don't view us as your family. That man's whole face darkened, showing how angry he was. These 2 punches didn't cause Long Chen to feel any resentment. Instead, he sniffed emotionally. He hadn't thought that the heaven-splitting battle sect which he had yet to properly greet would treat him like this. This 3rd fist. Wait, if you hit me again, you'll regret it. Long Chen suddenly took out a foot-tall wine jug. HMPH, you think an insignificant jug of wine can threaten me? Wait, could it be that this wine comes from the Wine God Palace? The Wine God Palace's wine was famous within the Central Plains. But the Wine God Palace didn't sell it, and if you wanted to drink it, you had to receive the approval of the Wine God Palace. Experts longing for fine wine viewed it as extraordinarily precious. When they drank it, they would savor every drop. The heaven-splitting battle sect had no relationship with the Wine God Palace, while their people were all explosive and violent, making it so there was no way they would lower themselves to beg for wine. That was why they had long since heard of the Wine God Palace's wine but had yet to try any. Gulp. An audible gulp rang out in the air. Long Chen was truly evil. He used spiritual yuan to protect the jug from the wind blades, but he intentionally allowed a single wind blade to cut through the top, unleashing a burst of fragrance. All these peak experts had sharp senses, and they were also people who loved wine. They involuntarily swallowed their saliva. HMPH, you want to buy me with a single jug of wine? You're looking down on me. It would take at least 2 jars. That person stuck out 2 fingers. After saying that, this person was sent flying by a kick. It was done by the old man. The person he kicked was the boss of the 7 people, and he also had an even more domineering name, Head Boss. After kicking him to the side, the old man looked at Long Chen. Child, you must remember that our heaven-splitting battle sect is very simple. Since we've permitted you to use Split the Heavens, we view you as family. But you don't view us as family back, which is hurtful. You're still young, so I can forgive this mistake once. But just once. I won't allow it a second time. The old man's eyes shone with a warning light. Long Chen realized many things from that look. Ashamed, he said, Junior knows his wrongs. Long Chen rarely admitted his mistakes, but this time was different. After admitting it, he felt more at peace and emotional. He now fully understood what kind of people the heaven-splitting battle sect's men were. They were truly odd people, but this kind of emotion was very sincere. Long Chen had struggled in the Xuantian Dao sect for a long time before fully trusting Li Tianxuan. But in the heaven-splitting battle sect, he instantly felt absolute trust. That was what made him the most emotional. That person you killed in the eastern wasteland was nothing more than a traitor with an impure heart. He was a disgrace to our heaven-splitting battle sect. However, he was nothing more than an accident. Our inner sect disciples are all pure-hearted children. They will be your brothers in the future, while we are your elders. No matter what kind of trouble you cause outside, as long as you stand on the side of reason, then even if the heavens collapse, I will hold them up for you. But if you encounter danger and don't ask for help from your family, that's innately a lack of trust. If such a thing happens again, I will no longer acknowledge you as a disciple, warned the old man gravely. Old man, that's about enough. Long Chen has already admitted his wrongs, so why keep nagging him? Child, come, this wine jug is too heavy, so let head boss carry it for you. I wouldn't want your hand to get tired. The head boss had finished scolding Long Chen and now reached out for Long Chen's wine jug. But he had only started reaching out when the old man sent him flying with a slap. He furiously cursed, "You damn shameless bastard." Chapter 1247, Violent Temper. How am I shameless? As the head boss, am I supposed to refuse when a child shows me his filial respect by giving me a gift? Quibbled the head boss. Despite being blown back, he still held on tightly to the wine jug. How did it become showing filial respect for you? I was the one who ran over to the Grand Shah to protect him in secret. If he's showing filial respect for anyone, it should be for me. Declared the seventh boss. Long Chen was surprised to hear that. Seventh boss, you went over to the Grand Shah. Little brat, considering how much trouble you caused, how could we be at ease knowing you were facing the ancient races alone? Snorted the seventh boss. Then seventh boss, Tu Qiansheng, he's fine, right? Asked Long Chen. He truly was a bit worried about him. After all, he was only at the soul transformation realm. What a worrywart. That Tu Qiansheng once exchanged blows with me, do you think he'd have any trouble against those ancient race idiots? Out of those 3 life star idiots, one was killed, one had his physical body destroyed, and the last one fled while protecting the other's yuan spirit, said the seventh boss. Long Chen was shocked. Tu Qiansheng was far stronger than he had imagined. Even 1 against 3, he had fought across realms and killed one of them. You don't need to be shocked. 1800 years ago, I encountered that fellow and we fought an intense battle. That battle lasted a day and night, but in the end, both of us got too hungry to keep fighting, so instead of wasting more energy, we drank wine together. In truth, Tu Qiansheng is his generation's genius and also a hot-blooded man. But because of his little brother's death, he ended up joining the Wine God Palace. If he could let go of his resentment from back then, he would have long since advanced to the Life Star realm. Due to you and all the built-up resentment over the years, he immediately went all out at the start. If the ancient races weren't such cowards, they'd have all died to his blade. Furthermore, due to getting to vent his resentment, that fellow will very likely be able to use this opportunity to advance to the Life Star realm. The seventh boss was full of praise for Tu Qiansheng. Learning that Tu Qiansheng was fine put Long Chen at ease. He also couldn't help but find it somewhat funny. Tu Qiansheng's character was truly to the heaven-splitting battle sect's taste. Old man, this little one didn't have the chance to gather any big gifts this time. But I specifically brought this particular jug of wine for you. This wine is personally made by the Wine God Palace's high priest. Long Chen took out another jug. This was one of the 2 jugs of peerless wine the high priest had given him. For Long Chen to drink this kind of wine was purely a waste. When he had obtained them, he had first thought to give one to Li Tianxuan and one to the heaven-splitting battle sect. The Wine God Palace's high priest. This time, even the old man stood up. The 7 bosses' eyes almost popped out of their sockets as they stared intently at the jug of wine. The old man carefully opened the seal on the jug, and a dense fragrance of wine poured out, one that caused all their minds to relax. What a fine wine! The 7 bosses all exclaimed in praise. They were all soul transformation experts who had lived for a long time and seen much. But they had never seen such a fine wine. With just a look, with just a sniff, they sensed the aura of the heavenly Taos, and even a strange change occurred with their spiritual yuan. The high priest of the Wine God Palace. Good brat, you actually received his wine. Hee, you have some skill, praised the old man. The high priest was a supreme existence, someone even Life Star experts wouldn't necessarily be qualified to meet. For Long Chen to have received his wine was an enormous honor. Hee, old man, what do you think you're doing? Why did you take the wine? In any case, you're still going to give us a taste, right? Seeing the old man take the wine with seemingly no intent to share it with them, the others all panicked. This was the wine of the high priest. Even if it was just one drop, they would at least be able to brag about it in the future. This is something Long Chen is gifting me as part of his filial duties. Does it have anything to do with you? Furthermore, with your cultivation bases, drinking this kind of wine is a waste of an absolute treasure. The old man shook his head, refusing to give them even one drop. Fuck. Brothers, charge, the head boss roared furiously, and what made Long Chen's eyes almost pop out was that the others also charged at the old man at the same time, clearly trying to take the wine back. HMPH, a few brats think they can rebel. Could it be that you've called me old man for so long that you actually think I'm old? Scram, the old man roared thunderously, and a terrifying chi wave instantly exploded, blowing back the 7 of them and causing them to vomit blood. Long Chen suddenly cursed and took out the black pot, hiding his body behind it. Bang! Long Chen was also struck by the chi wave and shot out like a shooting star. He vomited blood, feeling like his bones had been broken as he crashed into a distant mountain. This huge mountain was blown to bits by Long Chen, and when he crawled out from the wreckage, he once more vomited a mouthful of blood. These damn madmen! Long Chen was speechless. He hastily fled to a distant mountain peak. Where he had just been, there were the fierce rumblings of an intense battle between powerful experts. Watching such a thing would be extremely beneficial to him, but when he reached the peak of the mountain, he saw the battle had already ended. The old man was holding a pitch-black walking cane. The other 7 were lying on the ground in pain, all of them were beaten black and blue. The places they were injured had turned as black as the old man's cane. Looking from the black cane to their miserable plight, Long Chen realized that provoking the old man in a fit of passion came with a price. "Do you submit?" shouted the old man. "I submit." Long Chen jumped and hastily expressed his attitude. This old man's temper was truly violent. The old man glared at him and said, "I wasn't talking to you. I was asking these 7 little brats." The 7th boss crawled up and courageously declared, "Just wait, one day I will definitely make you kneel in front of me." Iya. The 7th boss was once more sent flying by the cane, and Long Chen even heard the sound of bones breaking. He shivered. This was too ruthless. The 7th boss's terrifying body was still injured so heavily by a whack of a cane. If it had been him instead, he'd probably have exploded. "If you don't submit, you can come at me again," declared the old man, but now, the 7 of them were covered in black spots and looked incredibly miserable. They had long since lost their previous air of experts. They could recover their spiritual yuan, but the old man's cane was strange. They were unable to expel the black color that seeped into their skin in a short time. This was the price of challenging the sect master's prestige. "Long Chen, I heard your guts are big. Do you want to try it as well?" The old man turned to Long Chen. "Me? Maybe not today. I know how to respect seniority." Long Chen hastily shook his head. Was he joking? Although his guts weren't small, he wasn't an idiot. He wouldn't send himself over just to be beaten. Head boss, don't worry. I still have a bit more wine for us to drink. Can you help me out?" In order to alleviate the awkward tension in the air, Long Chen took out a large jug of wine. The wind was too strong on the peak of this mountain, making it so Long Chen couldn't completely block it. He could only ask for help. Hearing that there was still wine for him to drink, the head boss immediately recovered and summoned a barrier that protected Long Chen. Long Chen took out a stone table and some wine bowls. He saw that the 7 bosses seemed very depressed after being beaten. "Brat, you don't need to worry about sucking up to them. Even once they drink your wine, they'll still beat you when you deserve it. They won't give you any face just because of this wine," warned the old man. "That's right, little brat, we won't neglect our teaching and discipline because of this wine. Of course, we'll still give you beatings when we need to," said the head boss, as if that was as it should be. "Hee, no problem. A family doesn't need to care about sucking up. Here, have a taste of this fiery wine." Long Chen switched out the wine jars once he heard the head boss's words. He poured all of them a bowl of this new wine. Long Chen felt that these people were truly interesting. This kind of character was truly unique. Long Chen had already drunk 2 xianxia's fiery wine several times before. Now he was able to suppress the impact. But the head boss, 2nd boss, 3rd boss, 4th boss, and 7th boss had never had it. At first, They hadn't sensed anything because of their powerful cultivation bases. But they quickly sensed their blood starting to heat up. Their courage grew in exchanging a glance. They suddenly charged at the old man all at once. Bai, Long Chen scuttled away, putting away the table and the wine. He hastily flew out a mile when he was sent flying by a terrifying chi wave. It was like a mountain had crashed into him, and he almost vomited blood. The fight had already begun. Tumbling into the distance, Long Chen's head was rattling as he tried to stabilize himself. When he managed to look back over, he saw the 7 bosses charging at the old man. The old man waved his cane, and black images filled the air, almost as if darkness was enveloping the world. Bang, 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 bang. Screaming and cursing rang out. When those black images disappeared, they revealed the old man standing in the air, with the 7 bosses lying on the ground like dead dogs. The 4th boss had suffered the most, with his body stuck in the rock and only his legs sticking out. Long Chen was struck dumb. The old man was truly powerful. Even 1 against 7, it was like he was beating children. Old man, you're so powerful and domineering. Long Chen hastily rushed over to the old man's side and said some boot-licking words, looking as if he was one family with him. He was confident the old man was the one with absolute authority in the heaven-splitting battle sect. Going with him was definitely the way of the king. Long Chen, you little bastard, you dare to con me. The head boss roared and reached toward him. He knew the 7 of them had been conned. Chapter 12:48 Domineering Men. With the head boss's hand reaching toward him, Long Chen snickered mischievously and hid behind the old man. As expected, his gift of filial respect hadn't been for nothing. The old man waved his cane, blowing away the head boss. Due to your own lack of ability, you take your anger out on a child. Can you feel the slightest bit of shame? Snorted the old man. Good brat, you have some guts to even scheme against us. Just wait, don't land in our hands. Threatened the other bosses. Alright, then you can go and I'll just drink alone with the old man. It just so happens that I have a few more fine wines I wanted to use to offer my respects. Long Chen took out several wine jugs, each one of them different. He intentionally opened them slightly to allow their fragrance to wash out. Even ordinary people would begin to salivate upon smelling this wine, let alone the heaven-splitting battle sect's people who loved wine. It possessed a fatal attraction for them. Cough, what would be the point of just the 2 of you drinking by yourselves? Don't worry, we'll accompany you. The head boss's fury instantly vanished in front of this fine wine. If the old man wasn't present, he'd have probably already snatched them away. But he now thickened his skin to stick around. Hee, just now I was just testing the old man's unrivaled divine power. It's not like losing to the old man is embarrassing. In this world, just how many people are able to challenge him? Comforted Long Chen as he poured the wine. He guessed the 7 of them hadn't been beaten like this in a long time, which had caused them to be irritated. For them to have been beaten in front of a junior was truly a bit embarrassing. He hastily gave them a way out of that awkwardness. That made them much more comfortable, but when they received Long Chen's wine, they were now much more cautious. The memory of Tu Qiansheng's wine was still burned in their minds, and they drank this wine slowly. It was because of Tu Qiansheng's wine that they had overflowed with a desire to fight, and adding on their desire to beat the old man, they had instantly attacked, which had resulted in a miserable defeat. But these wines Long Chen had brought out were basically unrelated to cultivation, and were only used for the taste. It made them all exclaim in admiration. Fortunately, the bosses knew that the wine god Palace's wine was exceptionally precious and couldn't be consumed willy-nilly. They all drank it slowly, savoring it. After a few jugs of wine had entered their bellies, they had all relaxed and forgotten about their previous depression. Their mood continued to rise. Long Chen, you're not bad. I look favorably upon you, praised the head boss, patting him on the shoulder. Long Chen was speechless. Why did this sound so off? He laughed and poured more wine for him, saying, Head boss, I suppose you stand at the top of the 7 bosses. But of course, my title of head boss was won through my own fists. For 300 years, no one has been able to shake my position, he bragged. The second boss snorted but didn't say anything. It was immediately clear to Long Chen that the ranking of the 7 bosses wasn't based on seniority, but based on whose fist was stronger. Then head boss, with your qualifications, you must be the strongest other than the old man. But why do I always hear people cursing you? Asked Long Chen. Cursing me? Tell me who. I'll smash their heads. But as he said this, He looked questioningly at the old man, clearly lacking confidence. What are you looking at me for? When do I ever curse you? Isn't beating you much more satisfying? Snorted the old man. Hearing that it wasn't the old man, the head boss was at ease and his confidence inflated. He asked Long Chen who was cursing him behind his back. Long Chen answered, there are too many of them to count. Many people say something along the lines of fuck your daddy, damn your daddy, screw your daddy. Little bastard, you want to be beaten? The head boss immediately raised his fist. Long Chen, who had long since been prepared, slithered his way to the old man's side. As a result, the old man knocked the head boss's fist back with a palm. The old man chided, what are you quibbling with a child for? Joking with you expresses how close he feels with you. How can you be so blind? The head boss almost couldn't breathe. The old man was being a bit too protective of this brat, wasn't he? What if he got used to that? Head boss, please don't get angry. I'm telling the truth, right? Said Long Chen. The head boss thought about it and nodded. It was true that people often cursed like this. His name was truly a bit off. But this title of his had been something he had fought hard for. He couldn't just toss it away. Fine, then don't call me head boss in the future. You can call me Boss Bao. Hee hee, Boss Bao, that sounds very mighty too, laughed Boss Bao. The other bosses were indifferent to this and simply enjoyed their wine. To them, changing their title was of no importance. It was simply there for a convenient ranking. They didn't mind. As they were drinking, the old man suddenly snorted. The bosses' expressions also sank. The old man said, there are 7 life star experts who've come. Who wants them? Long Chen was dumbfounded. What was going on? Old 4th and Old 6th, you two go. It's been a long time since you've gotten any exercise, said Boss Bao. The 4th boss and 6th boss nodded. Finishing off their wine, they got up and left. Long Chen looked at them like an idiot. Boss Bao explained, 7 of the ancient races, idiots have come into the territory of my heaven-splitting battle sect. Ignoring the warnings, they barged their way to our gate. The ancient races, are they coming for me? Fuck, these cowardly bullies, they don't dare to cause trouble for the Wine God Palace, so they have to set their sights on me, snorted Long Chen hatefully. For them to send out 7 life star experts at once, they were clearly trying to force the heaven-splitting battle sect to hand him over. Long Chen's original intent in coming to the heaven-splitting battle sect was to repay their kindness. Back then, Feng Xingli had gone to the eastern wasteland to support and pass on split the heavens to him, which had allowed him to escape countless life and death encounters. He had even detonated an ancestral item to escape the ancient races' entanglement. He hadn't thought they would be so obstinate as to chase him all the way to the heaven-splitting battle sect. And yet, how had they known that he would come to the heaven-splitting battle sect? He hadn't told anyone where he had been going. Zhan Jizi. It definitely had to have been done by Zhan Jizi. Long Chen suddenly realized that this entire matter definitely had Zhan Jizi's shadow behind it. According to the news that the Grand Shah had received, once that Sha Chen had annihilated the Grand Han's royal family, 2 life star experts had failed to hunt him down. And yet, the heavenly fate pavilion within the Grand Han hadn't even made a noise, as if none of that had anything to do with them. But the fact that the ancient races had actually followed him here allowed Long Chen to see Zhan Jizi's shadow. Killing intent raged in his eyes. Until that bastard died, he probably wouldn't have any peaceful days. Long Chen didn't like bringing his trouble to others, but in the end, that trouble had still been brought to the heaven-splitting battle sect, infuriating him. Child, remember, this is your home. Don't form any useless thoughts, or you'll be beaten, said the 7th boss, looking not worried at all. Old 7th is correct. You are now a disciple of the heaven-splitting battle sect. No matter how big the trouble you cause, we will help you bear it. Boss Bao nodded. The land quivered as a muffled explosive sound came from the distance. Long Chen could almost sense that terrifying pressure. But it was too far for him to see anything. All he could be sure of was that both sides had started fighting. Suddenly, 2 figures reappeared at the peak of the mountain. They were the 4th boss and 6th boss. They now had some bloodstains on them, and although they had reserved their auras, they were still unleashing boundless killing intent. What shocked Long Chen the most was that the 4th boss was carrying 2 heads, while the 6th boss was also holding a head. The 3 heads all contained the specific markings of the ancient races. From the pressure coming from them, they were clearly the heads of life star experts. Old 6th, you've gotten rusty. The fourth boss tossed the two heads to the side as if they were nothing and then poured himself a bowl of wine. The sixth boss also tossed the head in his hand aside. He grumbled, "It's the ancient races that are too cowardly. Otherwise, I'd have also gotten two heads." But when the sixth boss sat, Long Chen saw a bloody injury to his chest that looked like he had been clawed. That injury contained a destructive energy that made it so he couldn't heal it. Long Chen was shocked. These two had killed 3 of the 7 life-star experts of the ancient races in just a few breaths' time. That was too terrifying, wasn't it? Now Long Chen realized why Feng Xingli said that the heaven-splitting battle sect's experts were true masters compared to the outside world's experts. Fighting across realms was easy for them. Of those 7 idiots, 3.5 ran off, said the fourth boss to the old man. The half he was referring to was how one of them only had half his life. It was difficult to say if he would live, but even if he did, he would be half crippled. "Old man, have I brought trouble for the heaven-splitting battle sect?" asked Long Chen. "Wouldn't slaughtering the ancient races like this anger the Ancient Race Alliance?" The Ancient Race Alliance was comprised of tens of thousands of races. Their total power was terrifying, and not something a single sect could resist. No one wanted to provoke them. "Trouble, my heaven-splitting battle sect isn't afraid of that." The old man smiled. Seeing how dumbfounded Long Chen was, he continued, "You might not believe me, but those ancient race experts wouldn't even dare to let out a fart because of this." "What?" Now Long Chen was completely shocked. Boss Bao chortled, "Long Chen, do you know why we have such confidence?" This term for head boss is Da Ye, which is often used as a curse word, and literally the head boss says insert curse word look favorably upon you. Naturally, that sounds off. Here Long Chen is using the curses that have Da Ye, head boss, in them. Chapter 1249 Guidance to the Right Path. This was truly a question Long Chen had been wondering about. It seemed that amongst the 3 great sects of the heavens, it was the heaven-splitting battle sect that had declined the most. But they still seemed so confident. Suddenly, a flash of comprehension appeared in Long Chen's mind. He exclaimed, "A person with nothing isn't afraid of people with something to lose." Ha ha ha. The old man and the bosses laughed, pleased. "Good guess," praised the old man. Boss Bao said, "Previously, when my heaven-splitting battle sect was in its golden age, we also didn't fear anyone. And now, we don't have anything to worry about." What Boss Bao meant was that the heaven-splitting battle sect had been a dominating power back in its golden age. Now that it had declined, many sects thought of them as a group of half-dead madmen. It was the kind of sect that was most dangerous. Because they had already declined, there were few things that could intimidate them. In the eyes of others, the heaven-splitting battle sect had declined to the brink and was like a magical beast on the verge of death. It was very likely that right before it died, it would bring down the few people around it in its death throes. That was why no one wanted to provoke the heaven-splitting battle sect. "But we killed so many of them. Will there really be no problem?" asked Long Chen. Those were 3 life-star experts, not 3 chickens. This was a huge humiliation to the ancient races. If the Ancient Race Alliance was infuriated and all their races were mobilized, then let alone a single heaven-splitting battle sect, even 10 heaven-splitting battle sects would be annihilated instantly. "Child, even a broken boat has a few nails to attack with. And our heaven-splitting battle sect doesn't have just a few." Back when the 3 great sects of the heavens were in their golden age, the ancient races were nothing more than a pack of dogs. But now the world has changed and the 3 sects have declined. Although the heaven-suppressing magic sect managed to maintain their complete inheritance, there is no way for them to compare to their golden age. The Xuantian Dao sect's Xuantian catalog's interpretation was destroyed, making it so no one can see through its profundities, essentially half-crippling the Xuantian Dao sect. But fortunately, they have the Xuantian Tower and the Reincarnation Mirror, 2 powerful divine items to maintain their karmic luck, making it so others don't dare to humiliate them. That Li Tianxuan's a man with some guts and schemes. He has courage, and his last few plays have been very good. But in the end, he has been influenced by his master too much, and he still has too many misgivings. He doesn't truly dare to go all out. To tell the truth, I look down upon how cautious the Xuantian Dao sect acts. If a person lives like they're overlooking an abyss, like they're treading on thin ice, what is the point of them cultivating? If a person is afraid of death, they should just find a turtle cave and hide forever, said the old man a bit disdainfully. He didn't have a high opinion of the Xuantian Dao sect's conduct. "Child, you're also starting to be influenced by Li Tianxuan. You like to account for everything, to make a perfect plot with no holes. On one hand, that isn't a fault. It's one of the essential requirements for someone in power. But you are different, you are not a ruler, you are a cultivator. Yes, intelligence can resolve problems. But then remember, why do battles even start? It's because intelligence cannot resolve all problems, and then you have to fight. If you form a dependence on your intelligence, if you start being very cautious, if you start avoiding trouble, then your drive will unconsciously whittle away. At that time, you will no longer be a true cultivator. You might be able to solve some problems with intelligence, but you have to remember, this is the cultivation world. In front of absolute power, intelligence won't save you. That's why my heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples are not taught to make any schemes. The outside world considers my disciples idiots with muscles for brains, but in truth, thousands of years ago, my heaven-splitting battle sect was in its own league within the Central Plains. Even now, although we have declined, look, does anyone dare to bully us like they bully the Xuantian Dao sect? As men, whether your glory blinds the world or you decline to the point that you have nothing, you have to stand with your spine straight. If anyone dares to bully you, you fight them to death. We can die while standing, but we cannot kneel to live. In the end, we have to remember that we cultivate to live with dignity. The old man looked at Long Chen profoundly. That was because this time, Long Chen had used his intelligence to escape from the Grand Shah and come here. In the face of a death trap, he had used various plots to survive. But the old man didn't look favorably upon that. This intelligence would become a stumbling block for Long Chen's cultivation path in the future. A dependence on intelligence would cause a lack of trust in his own power. That was something fatal to an expert. Long Chen's heart shook and he began to sweat. As expected, the old man's vision was sharp. He had even seen this possible problem with just a glance. Long Chen had truly been affected by Li Tianxuan. Li Tianxuan's plotting had completely shaken Long Chen during the Battle of the Eastern Sea. A single person's plot could reap harvests hundreds of years into the future. That kind of ability to win victory without even being present was something he greatly admired. He had unconsciously been influenced by that and also started doing the same thing. He hadn't even realized it himself. But with the old man's warning, he felt a burst of fear. He had once more deviated from the 9-star hegemon body arts intent without realizing it. He needed that resolution to split mountains when he encountered mountains, to cut apart rivers when he encountered rivers. It was already starting to cause a problem. By thinking of how to avoid things while saving the most energy instead of directly blasting his way through them, he had lost his original heart. I understand. Long Chen nodded. When he said this, the 7 bosses all looked at each other with shock. When Long Chen said this, his air subtly changed. His eyes became sharper, and he seemed like a sharp blade. All of them were powerful experts, and they all sensed this subtle change in his air. They felt the change in his heart. Now it was like a blade, which had been abandoned in its scabbard, had decided not to hide its sharpness and release its light. In just this instant, Long Chen completed an inconceivable transformation. For his heart to follow his will so easily, it was a clear sign that his Tao heart had reached a crystal-clear realm. Little fellow, you're quite the rare sapling. Boss Bao patted Long Chen on the shoulder with praise. Head boss overpraises me, said Long Chen humbly. Don't worry, I will definitely look after you, making you into a towering tree capable of blocking the wind and rain. Not only will I help you, but even the other bosses will help you. It's only natural to repay you for your filial gift of this wine, laughed Boss Bao. The other bosses also laughed and looked at Long Chen, their gazes fiery, making Long Chen's hair stand on end. He felt that these fellows were harboring some evil thoughts. Don't be afraid, we won't be too hard on you. We'll just break your bones and muscles. Once you're used to it, you'll be fine. The second boss patted Long Chen on the shoulder as well. The power in that patting made Long Chen's bones creak. Long Chen instantly realized that these old fellows were about to put him in his place. No wonder the old man had said that even if he bribed them, they would still beat him. Long Chen looked at the old man with a pleading look, but the old man shook his head. It's useless to look at me. This is the inheritance of the heaven-splitting battle sect. They also went through the same thing back then. However, if you have the power, you can put them in their place instead. If you don't have that ability, just accept your fate. Put experts who could kill life-star experts in their place. That joke was a bit too crazy. Wasn't this like a tiger beating a dog? And looking at the 7 bosses who were looking at him like hungry wolves eyeing a sheep, Long Chen's scalp turned numb. He was just about to say that this was too unfair, when he suddenly recalled that he definitely couldn't say such a thing within the heaven-splitting battle sect. Whoever's fist was stronger was the boss. Well then, it's Long Chen's first time, so go easy on him. Take turns. You can go so I can properly cultivate. The old man shooed them off while holding the high priest's wine with a pleased expression. The 7 bosses brought Long Chen to an underground training room. This was a huge training room with countless runes revolving around its walls. The ground was inlaid with blood-red bricks. These bricks were originally blue, but after countless years, the blood of countless disciples turned them red. Each disciple will leave behind their own color on this floor. Come Long Chen, I look favorably upon you, ha ha ha. Laughed Boss Bao evilly. Alright, during the next 7 days, we will help you solidify your gains from the Heaven-Earth Divine Pool. The first day as the head bosses. Each of us will look after you during the next few days, so properly cherish this opportunity, laughed the 7th boss as he left with the other bosses. In an instant, the only ones left were Long Chen and the giant Boss Bao. Boss Bao was looking at Long Chen. With his arms that were even thicker than a normal person's legs, he looked like a beast staring at his prey. Go ahead and don't hesitate. No one ever escapes this misfortune. Back when I was here, I was also beaten. Regretfully, those old bastards that beat me are no longer present. A flash of pain appeared in Boss Bao's eyes, but it was quickly covered up by his powerful, rising aura. Come, fight like a man. Just standing there, his voice shook the space around him. His huge body was like a devil king's body, giving off incredible pressure. Fuck, I'm going all out. Long Chen clenched his teeth and summoned his divine ring. Stars appeared in his eyes, and scales appeared on his body. He charged at Boss Bao. Long Chen's fist smashed toward Boss Bao's face. That power caused space to quiver. But what stupefied Long Chen was that Boss Bao didn't even move. He simply allowed Long Chen's fist to smash into his face. He didn't even frown. Long Chen's face turned green. What kind of monster was this? His full power punch could shatter a mountain, but it was unable to cause any harm to Boss Bao. Is this all you have? Did you absorb that much of the divine pool's water for nothing? Let me help you stimulate your hidden potential. Boss Bao suddenly roared and a terrifying chi wave exploded. Long Chen didn't even have the power to block it, and he smashed into the wall, vomiting a mouthful of blood. He finally left behind his own contribution on the red floor beneath him. Chapter 1250 Fighting for Justice, Beating Bao Buping. Long Chen was sitting in the heaven-splitting battle sect's plaza. The early sun's warm rays illuminated his bruised and swelling face. This was his first time feeling that the sunlight could be so warm, his first time feeling that even breathing was such a blessed thing, his first time feeling just how fortunate he was just to be living. In the past 7 days, he had experienced what others called hell on earth. 7 devil gods had been passionately torturing him. Even with his willpower, he almost went insane. Each hour, even each breath, had felt so long. During his intense fight with them, no, it should be called during his intense beating. Although Long Chen had given it his all, he hadn't been able to cause them any real injuries. In relying on their cultivation bases, they didn't feel any shame or have any misgivings about beating him. These 7 days had made him almost start doubting what he was doing with his life. They had really been shameless, and no matter how many times he had provoked them, they wouldn't fall for it, refusing to fight him with a foundation-forging cultivation base. As he was beaten almost to death, he had tried to think of anything that could save him, but nothing had managed to stop him from being beaten. Into a dead dog. Perhaps this was just what the old man had meant when he said intelligence was useless in front of absolute power. In fact, Long Chen suspected this was a deliberate lesson arranged by the old man. But after 7 days of hellish torture, he clearly sensed that his physical body had grown stronger once more. The pure energy he had absorbed from the heaven-earth divine pool seemed like it had been fermenting in his body, and this beating had stimulated it. It was like a sleeping beast had woken and started to bare its fangs. Their cruel beating was like the sharpening of a treasured blade. Long Chen's aura had steadied, and shockingly he was able to get a few blows of his own back on them. But after those blows, he always had to pay a terrifying price. What Long Chen didn't know was that although the 7 bosses had acted indifferent and natural, they had been incomparably shocked inside. They had been constantly stimulating his potential, making his combat power rise without him even being able to sense it. That innate domineering pressure of his caused even them to feel intimidated. This kind of domineering will had nothing to do with cultivation base. It was a belief in himself, a belief that he could not be defeated, a belief forged through winning countless victories against impossible odds. Right now, he was facing 7 terrifying experts, and he didn't have the slightest hope of victory, but his Tao heart didn't break. It didn't even quiver. It was precisely due to his firm Tao heart that Long Chen suffered more than other disciples. When the other disciples, Tao hearts received an impact, the bosses would give them time to breathe and adjust themselves. But Long Chen's Tao heart was so firm that no matter how they beat him, he would still fight on. Sometimes, when they were too careless, he would make them suffer a bit too. Others would usually be taken care of for less than a day and then get a few days' rests. But Long Chen had continued with his torment for 7 consecutive days. After 7 days of beatings, he was covered in injuries, but by the 7th day, his fighting style had become stronger and more courageous, with his battle intent also growing. He was practically a monster. Long Chen was also like a devil that had killed his way out of hell to step into the mortal world just like the bosses now. His gaze was so sharp that others didn't dare to look directly at him. His aura continued to surge right at his fingertips, ready to explode at any moment. That was the instinctual reaction the 7 bosses had beaten into him. After 7 days of training, Long Chen had fully adapted to his new cultivation base and power. Compared to when he first arrived at the heaven-splitting battle sect, he was like a completely different person. Despite his bruised face, no one laughed at him. In fact, there were quite a few people who consoled him. Every single person here had gone through the same hellish beating. But they weren't beaten as much as him. Most of them were only beaten for half a day. Even people like Chong Hao were only able to endure the training for a day before needing to take a break. Just thinking of what it was like to be beaten by those ruthless figures, they shivered and felt that Long Chen was a prodigy just for surviving. Long Chen was currently resting. Ultimately, after 7 straight days of having his nerves stretched as tight as possible without any break, he had reached his limit. While resting, he also had a chance to make friends amongst these fellows without the slightest schemes in their hearts. The disciples' attitudes were very simple. Since they had acknowledged him, they treated him like family. Once he became friends with them, he found that they were truly pure and simple. Other than fighting, the only thing in their heads was cultivation. Their thoughts were very simple, and they could decide everything with their fists. Long Chen, let's go. I'll go fight for justice for you, called out one of the ranked 7 celestials as he passed by. It's okay, let me just take a break. Long Chen shook his head, somewhat speechless. These fellows truly liked to fight. Whether they were eating or sleeping, one word and they would start fighting. In fact, sometimes when 2 people were in the midst of squatting and pooping, they might start fighting with their upper bodies. That didn't impact the natural movements down below. The heaven-splitting battle sect's cultivation technique was extremely special. Even these cultivators pooped within the sect just like ordinary mortals. They didn't eat medicinal pills. They didn't sit in meditation. They did not fast. Actually, they ate a lot, mostly eating the flesh of high-ranking magical beasts. They walked an alternative cultivation path. Long Chen still hadn't gotten completely used to this new tempo. He had no interest in their fight for justice. He guessed it was just another game of fighting. Let's go fight for justice. Another person called out to Long Chen, using the same phrase. Long Chen declined again, but then curiously, over 10 people walked past, calling out to Long Chen, let's go fight for justice. What was going on? Just as he was wondering whether he should go with them to take a look, another person walked by. He was an extremely tall and square-faced man. Brother, let's go have some fun. Long Chen was startled, and he asked, why aren't you going to fight for justice like everyone else? The square-faced man curiously asked, I am Bao Buping. Have you ever met anyone who would fight themselves? Long Chen almost fell off his rock. When they said they wanted to go fight for justice, they just wanted to beat you. Don't listen to their bragging. They're the ones who are about to get beaten, said Bao Buping. Only now did Long Chen notice that Bao Buping was a rank 8 celestial, and his aura was maybe even stronger than Chong Hao's. Intrigued, Long Chen went with him. He knew that there was a valley in this direction, a beautiful place for fighting. The rocks were red there too, but they weren't as bright and garish as the bricks in the training room where he had just endured his hellish torment. This was why the heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples had to eat so much meat. It was to make up for all their lost blood. When you arrived, I was in seclusion. As soon as I came out, I heard you were being taken care of by those 7 old ghosts. Brother, it's been hard on you, said Bao Buping sympathetically. Long Chen bitterly smiled. It seemed each one of these disciples had said the same thing upon seeing him. Those 7 ghosts are all evil. That one from my family is especially vicious. I don't even know how many times I've been beaten by him. But once I achieve my Tao, I'll definitely return all the beatings he owes me. Bao Buping clenched his teeth. He had clearly also gone through an extremely miserable experience. Your family, are you talking about Boss Bao? Asked Long Chen, suddenly recalling that they had the same surnames. Who else? Said Bao Buping hatefully. Long Chen was speechless. It seemed Boss Bao treated his own family's children even more ruthlessly. But then thinking about it, of course he was ruthless. People who weren't ruthless were unable to reach such heights. Experts were all ruthless people, ruthless with others and ruthless with themselves. In the heaven-splitting battle sect, only Chong Hao and I are rank 8 celestials. We each have to receive the other disciples' challenges, so we switch off every month. Last month, it was up to Chong Hao to receive their challenges, and this month it's my turn. It's going to be a bitter battle. But I won't let them have it too easy, said Bao Buping. The 2 of them arrived at the valley. This valley was covered in rocks that were dyed red. That was the color of blood. The blood of experts was an excellent dye that wouldn't fade for a long time. It was a mark of what had passed. When Long Chen saw these red rocks, he had a sense of déjà vu. It reminded him of the marks he had left behind in the training room. The 2 of them had only just arrived when the many disciples that had gathered immediately roared, "Brothers, charge! Beat Bao Buping!" Thousands of elite disciples charged over in an instant. HMPH, I'll beat you all today. Bao Buping shot forward as well, charging at them. Bang! The sound of fists striking flesh rang out along with miserable screams and curses. The entire scene became chaotic. What shocked Long Chen was that Bao Buping was truly powerful. Those ranked 7 celestials were all knocked away by a single punch, and ranked 6 celestials were knocked back in waves. And yet, there were too many of them, and they were competing only with physical bodies. This was a barbaric battle with no technique. Very quickly, Bao Buping was submerged by the crowd. In just a bit, Long Chen saw Bao Buping leave his own mark here. Hey, wait a moment. I only came to watch. Long Chen suddenly cried out when he saw some people look at him. Brother, help, there's another one over here. Ah, one of the ranked 6 celestials had only just started shouting when Long Chen knocked him out with a punch. But he had still managed to attract quite a bit of attention. Long Chen's fist had established enmity. Because there were too many people, many of them were unable to reach Bao Buping. After failing to reach him several times, they saw Long Chen and charged over. The title, and what these people keep calling out to Long Chen, is Da Bao Buping, which is an expression meaning to fight for justice. The last 3 characters are Bao Buping, and here, that is that person's name, which turns the expression into fight, beat Bao Buping. So Da Bao Buping means both fight for justice and beat Bao Buping. Chapter 1251, The Pain of Geniuses. Fuck, you really think I'm easy to beat? Seeing a ranked 7 celestial charging at him, Long Chen slapped him down to the ground, causing him to vomit blood and faint. There were dozens of experts charging at him as well. With a single punch from Long Chen, they toppled back just from the wind. This was not a battle skill, but brute power. One punch blew back the majority, and after 3 punches, there was no one remaining around him. I feel like we came here to beat Bao Buping and should focus on that. One of the fellows gave himself a way out, turning and running back to Bao Buping. Others looked at the poor people Long Chen had knocked unconscious and decided to go for Bao Buping as well. For the moment, no one dared to go after Long Chen. He was too ruthless when they compared him to Bao Buping. Long Chen was also startled. The past few days, he had been beaten badly by the 7 bosses and hadn't sensed how much his power had grown. He had naturally brought out his battle state from that time, and now he immediately saw the difference. That beating wasn't for nothing. My own physical body has surpassed my expectations. Long Chen looked at his own palm in amazement. The wind from a single punch was comparable to a magical art. His power had reached a terrifying level. Long Chen calmly watched. After 2 hours, the battle ended with everyone collapsed but Bao Buping. He was standing there with his head raised and laughing. But at this time, Bao Buping's Robes were torn, and his face was bruised and swollen. There was quite a bit of blood on him, making him appear battered. It could be called a painful victory. According to his experience in the past few days, those scars would stay on Bao Buping's body for at least 3 days. So when a person first entered the heaven-splitting battle sect, it was not at all rare to see people with their faces black and blue. In fact, that was simply normal. Seeing people completely fine was the rare thing. As a celebration for Bao Buping's victory, Long Chen took out 2 jugs of fine wine, drinking with Chong Hao as well. Previously, the two of them worked in shifts, and every 10 days, one of them would be challenged by all the disciples. This kind of intense battle was a tradition in the heaven-splitting battle sect. But when Long Chen and Bao Buping found Chong Hao, Long Chen jumped in shock. Chong Hao was covered in blood, many of his bones broken. He was lying and wailing in pain on a stone bed. "What? Who did this?" cried Long Chen. "You don't need to ask. Other than those old ghosts, who would be so heavy-handed?" Bao Buping was used to such a sight, and he reached out to help Chong Hao reconnect his bones with his spiritual yuan. "Tch. Be gentle." Chong Hao clenched his teeth. Long Chen had medicinal pills for him, but he didn't give him any. The heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples cultivated the battle god's sacred cannon. Injuries that came from people with the same cultivation technique were a kind of catalyst. When their seniors beat them, the main reason was to help them grow. Although this kind of growing process made others speechless, Long Chen was sure that each one of the heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples was not just one level stronger than the outside world's so-called elites. Although 2 people could be rank 5 celestials, the heaven-splitting battle sect's rank 5 celestials would easily kill other rank 5 celestials from other sects in the same realm. This was the power of the battle god's sacred cannon. Whether it was the injuries themselves or the pain, they were good for stimulating their potential. If Long Chen gave Chong Hao a medicinal pill to reduce the pain, this beating would have been for nothing. Only after 2 hours of resting could Chong Hao manage to sit up. Curses poured out of his mouth. Only then did Long Chen learn that the one who had beaten him was the 4th boss. "Long Chen, this wine is amazing," Chong Hao and Bao Buping exclaimed in delight. Chong Hao instantly forgot about his previous gloom. The majority of what Long Chen gave them to drink was wine from the first time he and Sha Yuluo had gone swindling in the Wine God Palace. It wasn't that beneficial to one's cultivation, so Long Chen could bring it out to drink randomly. As for the new medicinal wines they had refined, Long Chen was leaving them for the Dragonblood Legion. They couldn't be wasted like this. But despite that, wine from the Wine God Palace was incredibly rare, and Chong Hao and Bao Buping felt like they were about to start floating. "Long Chen, you should just stay here instead of going back to the Xuantian Dao sect. Wouldn't staying here with your brothers be 100 times better than going out and dealing with the stupid scheming in the outside world?" proposed Bao Buping. "Right, you should stay. The 3 of us can work hard on cultivating, and then we'll quickly defeat those old ghosts. At that time, we can work together to knock them off their pedestals," said Chong Hao. Long Chen was speechless. This grand aspiration of theirs would probably be difficult to achieve, but his heart warmed from their sincerity. Although the old man and the 7 bosses hadn't said a word about the heaven-earth divine pool, Long Chen wasn't a fool. With just a few words from Chong Hao and Bao Buping, who were straightforward men without such thoughts in their heads, Long Chen managed to learn the truth of the heaven-earth divine pool, making him feel ashamed. With the heaven-earth divine pool completely used up, the heaven-splitting battle sect's inheritance would stop here. For him, the heaven-splitting battle sect had used up their final divine springs. This kind of kindness was far too great, so great that there was no way for him to repay it. Furthermore, he knew he had to act like he had no idea about this matter, because the old man and the bosses treated him as family, and they wouldn't want any repayment. Through the 2 of them, Long Chen learned that the heaven-splitting battle sect had only one divine item, the heaven-splitting blade. This heaven-splitting blade was sealed at the peak of the mountain the old man lived on. Right now, the heaven-splitting battle sect was relying on the heaven-splitting blade to maintain its karmic luck. It was the only thing the heaven-splitting battle sect could rely on. But they were unable to use the heaven-splitting blade, because it was connected with the heaven-earth divine pool. If they used the heaven-splitting blade right now, the heaven-earth divine pool would be crippled. In the ancient era, the heaven-splitting battle sect was able to use the heaven-splitting blade to absorb energy from the very air, replenishing the heaven-earth divine pool. But later, after an immense tribulation, the heaven-splitting battle sect had lost the last 3 forms of Split the Heavens, and any experts capable of using the 9 forms of Split the Heavens had fallen in a tribulation. Without the full 9 forms of Split the Heavens, it was impossible to activate the heaven-splitting blade's power to absorb energy from heaven and earth and replenish their divine spring. If a crisis occurred and the sect had to use the heaven-splitting blade, the seal on it would crumble, and then in the future, even if the full 9 forms of Split the Heavens were found, there would be no way to replenish the divine spring. That was why the heaven-splitting battle sect was currently at the end of the line. But the old man and the 7 bosses didn't let this matter suppress them. They continued living and eating as they had been, seeming to not care about the heaven-splitting battle sect's life and death. This kind of attitude of daring to stand up even if the heavens collapsed was admirable, but in the end, Long Chen continued to feel apologetic about this. He wasn't the kind of person who liked owing favors. But he was currently too weak to repay this favor. He could only wait until later. Come, let's toast to today's victory. Bao Buping raised his bowl of wine and touched it to theirs. After a few bowls of wine had gone down his throat, Chong Hao asked, Long Chen, do you know what my favorite color is? My favorite color is red, because when my family's boss beats me, all I see is blood. Only once I see enough blood will he stop. Chong Hao bitterly smiled. Although that was a bit exaggerated, Long Chen knew what he was talking about. The heaven-splitting battle sect's bosses were truly ruthless. But they also had their sorrows. Then do you know what my lucky color is? Asked Bao Buping. What? Yellow. Because when that fellow beats me, he won't stop until he beats the piss out of me, ha ha ha. Laughed Bao Buping. Long Chen, what's your favorite color? Both of them asked. Long Chen smiled. According to what you've described, my favorite color would be black, because those 7 bosses won't stop until all I see is black. The 3 of them looked at each other and laughed. They were the ones who were beaten the worst by the bosses and were all sympathetic to each other. Fuck, it's too unfair. They use their higher cultivation bases to beat us. If we were in the same realm, we'd definitely defeat them. Bao Buping clenched his teeth. Fortunately, only the 3 of them were present. If the bosses heard them cry about something being unfair, they'd definitely have to be beaten. After drinking this wine, Long Chen had to admit that the old man was right. The heaven-splitting battle sect's children were all beaten to the point that their skin became extremely tough. Just now, Chong Hao had been on the brink of death, but after drinking a few bowls of wine, he had fully revived. The 3 of them became boisterous, starting to play finger-guessing games and enjoying their drinking as much as possible. But Long Chen had only just taken out some more wine when a figure charged in and snatched away all the wine. Boss Bao. Long Chen jumped. The newcomer was precisely the head of the 7 bosses. Boss Bao's expression was furious. He knocked over Bao Buping with a palm, and taking off his shoe, he began spanking him hard with it. You little brat, you're getting more and more brazen. I told you to come over when your shift was over, and you made me wait 6 hours. You gave me the cold shoulder to drink wine. Boss Bao repeatedly smacked Bao Buping's butt with his shoe, causing him to wail. Didn't I just forget, you shameless thing, if you want to beat me, then beat me. How dare you steal our wine? Bao Buping might be a rank 8 celestial, but he was like a caught chicken in Boss Bao's hands, unable to even move. But as a man, in the face of his family's boss, even if he couldn't beat him, he could curse him. Brat, you dare talk back. Today, I'll beat you until you understand why roses are red. Bao Buping began to rain down harder blows. Boss Bao, this. Long Chen couldn't bear watching. This was too shameless. Not only did he steal a child's wine, but he also didn't let that child speak. Oh, Long Chen, you want to say something? If you dare to ask for leniency, I'll beat you with him. Raged Boss Bao, daring him to try it. Chapter 1252 Pot to the head. Ah, you misunderstand. I just meant that you've already beaten Bao Buping's butt to the point that it's numb. You should flip him over before continuing. Long Chen nodded with a smile. Then toward Bao Buping, he apologetically said, Sorry brother, I can only help you out so much. Long Chen, you fucker. Raged Bao Buping, but he quickly realized that Long Chen was making a strange gesture to him with one hand, and then he fell silent. At an angle from which Boss Bao couldn't see anything, while Long Chen respectfully bowed to Boss Bao, he also made a gesture to Chong Hao with his other hand. Seeing that, Chong Hao immediately understood. Clenching his teeth, just as Boss Bao was about to continue beating Bao Buping, he suddenly took out his broadsword and slashed it at Boss Bao. "Little brat, you dare!" Boss Bao laughed in anger. He sent a single palm at Chong Hao's broadsword. The three of them were all familiar with the power of this palm. If struck, it was unknown just how far Chong Hao would fly. But just as Boss Bao attacked, a fierce and cold saber chi suddenly slashed out. "You bastard, so it was you all along." Boss Bao's heart shook. Long Chen's attack was coming too quickly. His cast time for this move was extremely short, and it was slashing at him at the same time as Chong Hao's broadsword. Boss Bao found it inconceivable that Long Chen could use the fourth form of split the heavens so quickly. Even so, you can't flip the heavens yet. Although Boss Bao didn't understand how he was able to do this, Boss Bao laughed and with one hand holding Bao Buping. The palm he was sending toward Chong Hao now turned toward Long Chen's saber image. He knew just how powerful this move was. Two bangs rang out. The first one to land was Chong Hao's broadsword. When it landed on Boss Bao's shoulder, he didn't even flinch. But Chong Hao was blown back. The second bang came from when Boss Bao shattered Long Chen's saber chi. But he quickly found that something was off. This slash had contained the air of the fourth form of split the heavens, but it didn't contain any of its power. By the time he reacted, Long Chen's foot had viciously kicked toward his butt. "Brat, looks like you need a spanking." Boss Bao was infuriated. Within the entire heaven-splitting battle sect, the only one who dared to kick his butt would be the old man. If he allowed this to land, he'd have to find a piece of tofu to smother himself to death out of embarrassment. Suddenly, he twisted his body. He was about to dodge, but Bao Buping, who was still caught in his grasp, suddenly clamped onto his legs. Boss Bao was infuriated. If Bao Buping were his enemy, he'd easily let his aura erupt and kill him. But Bao Buping was his descendant, and there was no way he could kill him. That was the only reason Bao Buping dared to use such a shameless move. Long Chen's kick was just about to land. Helplessly, Boss Bao could only twist to the side to dodge. The twisting action also blew away Bao Buping. Boss Bao ended up rolling along the ground. To someone with his status, that could already count as losing. He couldn't help but smile, pleased. Today, these three brats had struck up the courage to flip the heavens. Attack together. Cut down this shameless bastard. Bao Buping stabilized himself and unleashed his strongest attack at Boss Bao. Bao Buping had already thrown caution to the wind. In any case, there was no way for him to escape a beating. It was better to fight all out. Chong Hao also unleashed his strongest move, which he had been brewing for a while. At the same time, Long Chen also took action. Violet flames sprang into existence around him, and holding a flame blade, he charged at Boss Bao. Seeing these three youngsters attack with such fierce power made Boss Bao nod in admiration. Although their cultivation bases were lower, limiting their combat power, this kind of undefeatable will was still incomparably sharp. This was the most important thing for experts. But although he had praise for them, he had no intention of showing mercy. Even toward his own family's child, he wouldn't be the slightest bit soft-hearted. "Today, I'll let you see what a true power gap is." Boss Bao unleashed a single fist. When he unleashed his fist, space caved in, causing rays of light to explode. This wasn't a battle skill or magical art. It was the result of pushing his physical strength to the point that it could cause space to explode. The three of them were blown away. This punch had contained the power to split heaven and earth, and was completely unstoppable. Chong Hao and Bao Buping hacked up blood. Boss Bao had brought out his true ability with this fist. That kind of power wasn't something they could withstand. On the other hand, Long Chen didn't react. Surrounded by flames, he shot into the distance. As three people looked at his flying figure, they were suddenly shocked to see him explode. A fake. Crap. Boss Bao was the first to react. He was just about to move when an explosive, clanging sound rang out. Boss Bao could no longer move. He stood there like a statue. Bao Buping and Chong Hao looked at him in disbelief. A black object appeared behind Boss Bao's head. "You damn brat." Boss Bao's eyes rolled into the back of his head, and he collapsed on the ground. Only once he was on the ground did Chong Hao and Bao Buping see that. The black object behind him had actually been a black pot. The black pot slowly moved aside, revealing Long Chen's pleased expression. His excitement and delight weren't masked at all. After so many days of beatings, he had finally managed to vent. In the end, this pot to the head was truly satisfying. From the start, Long Chen had known that the three of them were unable to withstand a single punch from Boss Bao. It was impossible to beat him. So when they had attacked, he had intentionally summoned the flame armor to trick him. When he had attacked, it had actually been Huo Long attacking with flames, while Long Chen slipped behind him. Boss Bao had little experience dealing with a crafty opponent like Long Chen. After all, the people in the heaven-splitting battle sect were all direct men who preferred straight-on clashes. As a result, he ended up with this tragic ending. The legend of an unrivaled hero was destroyed by a single pot. Bao Buping and Chong Hao's eyes almost popped out of their heads. Their jaws could not be lower. It was almost possible to see their stomachs from their mouths. Only after a breath's time did Bao Buping laugh, "Nice job, Long Chen. Starting today, you can be the boss of us 3 brothers." Then he ran over to the unconscious Boss Bao and kicked him a couple of times to vent, cursing, "You shameless bastard, who said you could beat me, who said you could bully me?" His first kick landed on Boss Bao's arm. That was fine, but the second kick landed on Boss Bao's butt, precisely where his tailbone was. Long Chen's expression instantly changed. "Fuck, are you trying to kill us? Run!" shouted Long Chen, dragging them away. Boss Bao's eyes suddenly flew open. Bao Buping's kick ended up kicking him in such a painful spot that he woke up. "Fuck, why does my head hurt so much? Wait a moment, you 3 bastards, get back here." Boss Bao felt the back of his head for a moment when he suddenly recalled what had happened. With a furious roar, Boss Bao flew into the air, seeing 3 distant figures fleeing. Who else could they be but Long Chen and the others? "You damn brats, don't even think about escaping." Long Chen was dragging the 2 of them. He had summoned lightning wings and activated his boots. This was as fast as he could go. But Boss Bao's speed was even greater than his. That shocked him. Boss Bao was faster than the Eagle Race's experts. "Long Chen, let's stop running. We'll do the same thing again," roared Bao Buping excitedly, battle intent soaring out of him. "We'll knock him out again. If we could do it once, we can do it again." Chong Hao also cried out excitedly. To knock out Boss Bao while still in the foundation forging realm was the most glorious achievement of his life. But that glory had come and gone too quickly for him to properly enjoy it. Now he wanted to relive it. Long Chen was speechless. Did they really think they had won just now through power? The only reason why there had been an opening was because Boss Bao had been careless. If they fought again, Long Chen would bet his life that Boss Bao would slam them into a wall so hard that they would never be able to get out. Knocking him out again, that kind of dream was far too unrealistic. "Old man, someone's trying to bully me," abusing his official position. Long Chen was flying straight for the old man's room. Long Chen charged to the peak of the mountain. Once he was at the wooden room, he saw the old man drinking wine out of a small cup, his eyes closed as he tried to comprehend the heavenly Tao's contained within the high priest's wine. Ordinary disciples of the heaven-splitting battle sect didn't need to comprehend the heavenly Tao's. Only someone who had reached the old man's level would need to in order to advance. That was why the old man refused to share the high priest's wine. "You little bastards, just wait for me to beat you to death." Boss Bao's eyes were scarlet as he chased after the 3 of them. But before he could even get close, he was sent flying by a black cane. The old man disdainfully said, "How can you be so shameless? After being knocked out by 3 children, you don't feel too embarrassed to get revenge?" At this time, the other bosses were also drawn over. Hearing that Boss Bao had been knocked out by 3 children, they all laughed, causing Boss Bao's fury to soar. "Old man, you've really gotten old. So you were even schemed against by a few children?" laughed the 7th boss. "We won through power," retorted Chong Hao, but that just caused more laughter, causing Chong Hao and Bao Buping to also be infuriated. "Boss Bao, why don't you take out the wine you snatched from me and share it with the other bosses?" Long Chen suddenly changed the subject. Boss Bao could only take out the wine jugs. When Long Chen opened them, he stealthily added a little something to them. The old man suddenly smiled. Shaking his head, he didn't say anything. Chapter 1253 Challenging Supreme Experts. The disturbance was easily suppressed by the old man. With the placating of dozens of jugs of wine, the matter was brushed aside. But Boss Bao was still extremely displeased. The other bosses were all teasing him over this. He had truly lost face today. The other 6 bosses even said that no matter what tricks Long Chen, Bao Buping, or Chong Hao used, they wouldn't fall for it. Long Chen could see that while the bosses weren't very harmonious and liked to fight amongst each other, they were actually very united. Their teasing of Boss Bao was clearly an attempt to bait Long Chen and the others to challenge them. Seeing Bao Buping and Chong Hao's eager expressions, it was clear they had fallen for it. Boss Bao was the leader of the 7 bosses. According to their ranking, the 7th boss was the weakest. When the 7th boss said that he would be able to crush the 3 of them with just a hand, Bao Buping almost immediately agreed to the challenge. He had to be held back by Long Chen. Hee, let's just calmly drink wine today. As for any challenges, let's discuss it after drinking the wine. Here, let me offer you some more wine. Long Chen laughed mischievously and poured out some more wine. As the bosses drank, the 4th boss irritably said, Long Chen, how can you be so slippery? Old 7th has already said he'd accept your challenge with just one hand, but you don't dare to accept. Are you even a man? Long Chen was speechless. This kind of provocation was far too low level. If he were to use his full power, was there really any difference between using 1 or 2 hands? But Long Chen patted his chest confidently and said, I, Long Chen, am also a man who pees standing up. When you say you'll challenge us with 1 hand, you're looking down on us. I, Long Chen, dominated the lands, well, for at least a few years. For the 3 of us to work together to defeat the 7th boss brings us no glory. It's not interesting. Haha, exactly. The 3 of us don't need you to hold back. We can defeat you through pure power. Laughed Bao Buping uproariously. Long Chen's face turned green. Was this brat an idiot? He even dared to say such a thing. Wasn't he just asking to be beaten? As expected, the 7th boss stood and laughed. Haha, that's the style of the men of my heaven-splitting battle sect. Come, today I'll properly give you some pointers. We'll treat it as learning from each other in front of the old man. No rush, no rush. First, drink. Chong Hao still hasn't fully recovered and can't fight at full strength yet. There's no point. In such a fight, it'd be better to first drink. We can fight 3 days from now, said Long Chen. The bosses' expressions were extremely calm, but there was an evil light in their eyes that completely sold out their inner hearts. It seemed even they had a wily old fox side that liked to scheme. The old man faintly smiled. That smile was extremely strange. When Boss Bao raised his wine jug and started pouring wine for him, he declined. Ah, no thank you. I rather like the taste of my wine. You can drink yours. Boss Bao and the others didn't see any clues from this. They just foolishly continued pouring out their wine, very pleased. They thought Long Chen and the others had been successfully baited into fighting with them. They didn't know that the old man was looking at them sympathetically. 3 days later, Long Chen, Bao Buping, and Chong Hao were hiding within a dark corner. They suppressed their breathing as much as possible, looking like furtive thieves. They were looking at a small room. Long Chen, didn't you say we were challenging the 7th boss? What are we doing here? Asked Bao Buping. This room in front of them was just a bathroom. They were suppressing their breath to avoid the smell. The heaven-splitting battle sect was different from other cultivation sects. It was truly like part of the mortal world. The heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples drank and pooped much more frequently than other cultivators. When I said I wanted to challenge the 7th boss, I didn't just mean him. I meant all 7 bosses, said Long Chen. Are you suicidal? Exclaimed Chong Hao. As a result, he forgot to hold his breath, and a burst of fragrance surged into his nose. He hastily pinched his nose with his hand. Bao Buping was also shocked by Long Chen's words. That was too crazy. If we're going to do this, we're going to it properly. A small little fight is boring. This time, we're going to catch all of them in our net in order to raise our fame in one go. However they beat us normally is how we're going to beat them. The 2 of you haven't turned coward, have you? Asked Long Chen. Are you joking? When have we ever been afraid of anyone? The worst case is we get beaten again, and we're used to that already. But Long Chen, are you really sure? Bao Buping wasn't confident in this. This was too crazy for him to have any confidence. Don't worry, everything's been arranged. Oh, shish. Long Chen suddenly made a shushing gesture. A figure suddenly rushed over to that room. That person was precisely the 7th boss. His speed was extremely quick, and he almost seemed panicked. As soon as he entered, they heard freedom ringing. The sound of a surging stream rang out. He got diarrhea. Chong Hao and Bao Buping found this inconceivable. With such a powerful cultivation base, even poison wouldn't cause such a thing, right? Just as the 2 of them were shocked, the other bosses also rushed over to that small room. The last one to charge in was Boss Bao. What the fuck happened? My stomach fucking hurts. Boss Bao's furious cursing rang out from that room. That roar was covered up by the sound of powerful farting and pooping. When the 7 of them exploded like this in unison, the sound was able to spread for 10 miles. Bao Buping and Chong Hao were dumbfounded. The 7 of them had diarrhea at the same time. They suddenly turned to Long Chen and saw an evil smile on his face. Following Long Chen's quiet exclamation, that small room exploded and 7 miserable figures were blown out, their bodies covered in filth. They were hastily pulling up their pants. So it was you 3 brats. Boss Bao's vision was sharp and he instantly saw the 3 of them hiding in the dark. Bao Buping and Chong Hao turned green. They could practically see the flames of fury coming out of them. Even if they didn't die this time, they probably wouldn't be living happily either. On the other hand, Long Chen was extremely calm. He shouted, "We agreed to have a heroic match today. We waited 6 hours, and now we find you messing around here. Just how old are you? Why is that you haven't matured at all? Could it be that you're afraid of us and don't dare to fight?" The 7 bosses exploded in fury. They were actually provoked by 3 little brats like this. They had never encountered such arrogant people before. "If I don't beat the piss out of you today, we'll change our surnames to yours." The bosses roared furiously, just about to teach a lesson to these 3 out-of-control brats. In truth, after drinking so much last time, they had all fallen unconscious and slept for 3 days straight. If it hadn't been for the intense pain in their stomachs, they wouldn't have woken. They still didn't know that Long Chen had put something in the wine he had given them. With Long Chen's alchemy arts and the Wine God Palace's wine energy, he was still able to pull an effective trick on them. "Hold, today, the 3 of us are challenging the 7 of you in front of all the heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples. With the name of us 3 brothers, with the hot blood flowing through our chests, we are challenging our superiors as the junior generation disciples of the heaven-splitting battle sect. This challenge is sacred, something that cannot be blasphemed. You should tidy yourselves up. The 3 of us will wait atop Tempest Dragon Peak," shouted Long Chen. The 7 bosses looked at the filth on their bodies, and their fury almost exploded out of control. But staying like this was too embarrassing, and they hastily rushed away to clean up. Tempest Dragon Peak was the highest mountain in the heaven-splitting battle sect other than the one the old man lived in. It was like a furious dragon coiled in its territory, which was where it got its name. Now, Tempest Dragon Peak was packed with people. All the heaven-splitting battle sect's experts had rushed over. Something big had happened today. The 7 bosses had been challenged. And it wasn't just one boss but all 7 of them. Most shocking of all, the challengers were 3 young disciples. "Long Chen, no matter how today ends up, this bravery of yours is enough for us to prostrate ourselves toward you." Bao Buping and Chong Hao both looked at Long Chen with admiration. Long Chen's guts were truly big. Something they had never dreamed of daring to do had actually become reality under his lead. Even if they failed today, no one would laugh at them. Instead, they would admire the courage it took to challenge the bosses. After all, not just anyone would dare to do such a suicidal thing. This didn't only require bravery. Most importantly, if their display was brilliant enough, they would become the heroes of the heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples. So no matter what happened, they would definitely end up recorded in the history of the heaven-splitting battle sect. Even if they were beaten dead, they would still be heroes. Bao Buping and Chong Hao had already been beaten into dogs countless times. They were already used to it, but it was their first time getting beaten as absolute heroes. So they truly prostrated themselves in admiration toward Long Chen. At this time, the 3 of them stood atop Tempest Dragon Peak, their auras surging around it. They were like 3 sharp blades emitting unprecedented light. They were very imposing, looking like 3 undefeatable gods. The heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples were cheering loudly, their voices full of worship and reverence for these domineering figures who dared to challenge the bosses. The cheering was like a tsunami, coming wave after wave. "Fuck, even if we're beaten dead, it'll be worth it." Seeing these disciples cheering so loudly that their faces turned red, Chong Hao's blood began to boil. "You 3 brats, prepare yourselves. If we don't beat you into pancakes today, I'll write my name Boss Bao backward." Just at this moment, 7 figures rushed over. Boss Bao was at the front, and he immediately sent a punch at Long Chen. Chapter 1254 Suppressed Cultivation Bases. Boss Bao was attacking with appalling power right from the start. He was clearly infuriated and planning on properly giving them a harsh lesson. But what shocked everyone was that when Boss Bao's fist collided with Long Chen's palm, the the scene of Long Chen being blown back, his bones broken and vomiting blood never occurred. Long Chen didn't even budge. For a moment, all the heaven-splitting battle sect's experts could only watch with their jaws dropped. The 7 bosses' power was the greatest within the heaven-splitting battle sect other than the old man. They were able to fight across realms and kill life-star experts. Boss Bao clearly hadn't been holding back in his rage. He had been planning on beating Long Chen and the others into flatbread to discipline them. But instead, Long Chen couldn't be budged and his expression was completely calm. That dumbfounded everyone. My spiritual yuan. Aiya. Boss Bao suddenly sensed that the amount of spiritual yuan circulating within his body was less than 1/100th of what it was normally. Long Chen's fist suddenly slammed into his nose, causing his blood to spurt out. For Long Chen to break Boss Bao's nose like this elicited shocked gasps from everyone. There had never been any disciple to make Boss Bao bleed, and certainly not a foundation-forging disciple. Fucking hell, what's going on? Why is our spiritual yuan suppressed? Roared the 4th boss. He was the second one to charge in, which resulted in Bao Buping landing a punch to his head. A large bump immediately swelled up. Bao Buping and Chong Hao looked at the bosses, pleasantly surprised. They didn't know what was happening, but they knew that their cultivation bases had been suppressed to around the foundation forging realm. Brothers, the bosses' cultivation bases have been suppressed to the foundation forging realm. Now's our chance to avenge our past grievances. Long Chen shouted and smashed his fist at Boss Bao, and Boss Bao blocked with his own fist. As a result, they were both blown back dozens of meters. Boss Bao was shocked and infuriated. With his first attack, he hadn't known his cultivation base was suppressed, and in order to not cause any accidents, he had been using the appropriate amount of power to beat them. That was what had resulted in Long Chen managing to injure him. But now, he was using all the power he could, and he ended up only in a draw. That made him finally feel a sense of unease. Attack. This is a rare chance to topple these shameless fellows. Today, we'll see who is the boss when we're in the same realm. Bao Buping and Chong Hao excitedly shouted and attacked, unleashing their powerful auras. Fuck, you evil brats. The 7 bosses still didn't know that Long Chen had done something to the wine he had given them. Previously, they had still had their cultivation bases despite the diarrhea. But once they had washed up, the cold water had touched their skin, and this had caused some kind of miraculous change, making their spiritual yuan sluggish and suppressing their cultivation bases. It had happened so silently that they hadn't even noticed it. Who cares if we're suppressed down to the foundation forging realm? Everyone, bring out your real ability. Don't let others laugh at you. Attack. Boss Bao was worthy of being the head figure of the 7 bosses, and he quickly calmed down, leading the 7 of them in attacking Long Chen's group of 3. In front of the dumbfounded gazes of the heaven-splitting battle sect's experts, 10 figures started a fierce battle, their fists and feet flying. Aiya, you little brat. You broke my front teeth. Today, all Aiya, my butt. Brats, your fists are pretty tough now that you want to flip the heavens. Brothers, fight. The 7 bosses shouted and cursed. There was no skill to this brawl, and they were quickly bruised black and blue. The 4th boss was especially miserable. It was unknown if he had paid too much special attention to Chong Hao or not, but Chong Hao covered the 4th boss's head in bruises, to the point that the swelling almost looked like a strange hat. It was shocking and funny. The 4th boss cursed repeatedly about how Chong Hao was a brat who would rather allow himself to be beaten by others than let him go, making Chong Hao so infuriated that he wanted to cough up blood. The 7 bosses were still powerful in their current state. Long Chen, Chong Hao, and Bao Buping were covered in blood, and it was unknown how many times they were struck. But Long Chen was extremely experienced in this kind of chaotic battle. He held back the strongest boss, Boss Bao, not letting him attack Bao Buping and Chong Hao. If Chong Hao and Bao Buping collapsed, all alone, he would also be knocked out by the 7 bosses. The 7 bosses might have their cultivation bases suppressed, but their physical bodies were too strong, and they also had immense battle experience. Fortunately, Long Chen had experienced hundreds of battles, and close-range fighting was his specialty. On his own, he faced Boss Bao, the 2nd boss, and the 3rd boss. They were the strongest of the 7 bosses, and Long Chen had to use every trick up his sleeve to hold them back. All his hopes rested on Bao Buping and Chong Hao. Bao Buping had the best chances. He was fighting the 6th boss and 7th boss. His chances of victory were the greatest. Bao Buping and Chong Hao both knew what Long Chen was thinking, and they launched all-out attacks. The heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples were incomparably shocked as they saw Long Chen with his limbs flying through the air, managing to hold his own against the three top bosses. Even against the three of them, he was able to attack and defend properly. But Chong Hao and Bao Buping weren't able to fight as easily as him. The two of them had been beaten badly, and their faces had swollen to the point that they could only see out of a slit in the swelling. They were basically blind, fighting only with intuition. Their fighting style was one of direct collisions. A fist for a fist, a kick for a kick. This kind of fighting style was not stupid. In fact, it could be called very smart. Despite their own great battle experience, they couldn't compare to the bosses. If they tried to be fancy, there would be no way to win. Instead, exchanging injury for injury gave them better odds. Although they had to suffer as well, victory would be decided by who was more ruthless and could endure the longest. This was an unprecedentedly fierce battle. In the end, Bao Buping was truly a man. He managed to defeat the seventh boss. With the seventh boss knocked unconscious, the sixth boss was only able to last for a few exchanges before he also collapsed while cursing. Bao Buping was already swaying weakly, almost unable to keep standing. Waves of exhaustion battered him, but his shocking will forced him to charge toward Chong Hao's side. With Bao Buping's assistance, Chong Hao quickly managed to defeat the fifth boss and the fourth boss. From the moment Bao Buping knocked out the seventh boss, the spectators went wild with their cheering. Not even in their dreams would they have imagined the three of them would be able to make the bosses kneel. Seeing the bosses collapse one by one, the cheering grew louder and louder. This cheering gave Chong Hao and Bao Buping even more willpower. Despite having long since been exhausted, they rallied themselves to join Long Chen. Without a word, they charged toward the strongest one, Boss Bao. Boss Bao was shocked. Now he finally realized just how terrifying these brats that he often put in their place were. If he, the second boss, and the third boss were also defeated, it would be a complete defeat for them. That was unacceptable. Seeing the two of them charging over, shockingly, Boss Bao chose to retreat rather than fight. He refused to be entangled by them. At the same time, the second boss and third boss charged at Long Chen fiercely. They could see that these brats were too ruthless. The slightest carelessness would result in a miserable defeat. Right now, Long Chen was clearly attempting to work with those two to get rid of the greatest threat, Boss Bao. Boss Bao's physical body was too strong, and his destructive power was too great. When Long Chen and Boss Bao exchanged head-on blows, it always resulted in both sides being injured. But he had it much easier against the second boss and third boss. In their current state, they were clearly weaker than him. Seeing that Boss Bao wanted to escape, Long Chen snorted and shot after him, appearing in front of him and sending a punch at him while ignoring the second boss and third boss behind him. "You little brat, you dare to ignore us." This action was undoubtedly an insult to the second boss and third boss. The two of them were infuriated, and they smashed their fists at Long Chen's back. Two explosive sounds rang out as the clothes on Long Chen's back exploded. Everyone clearly saw two black fist prints appear on his back. Although the second boss and third boss's cultivation bases had been suppressed to the foundation forging realm, their power was still immense. But after this attack, their expressions immediately changed and they shouted, "Watch out!" The second boss and third boss were shocked to find that Long Chen had used some unknown method to actually absorb a portion of their energy. Receiving their attacks on his back, Long Chen succeeded in borrowing a bit of their power to send a punch at Boss Bao. Boss Bao vomited blood and flew back. He flew right into Bao Buping and Chong Hao who were rushing over. However, they were incredibly weak now and unable to cause any effective injuries on him. Clenching their teeth, they suddenly spread their arms, one of them wrapping his arms around his waist, the other wrapping his arms around his legs, firmly binding Boss Bao. "Bastard!" Boss Bao tried to throw them off, but the two of them refused to let go. Just at this moment, Long Chen's fist viciously landed on Boss Bao's furious and unwilling face. His eyes rolled up and he fainted. With Boss Bao knocked out, Bao Buping and Chong Hao also collapsed. They had already reached their limit and had no energy at all. Long Chen was also exhausted now. The bosses were truly powerful, and his body ached with pain. Many of his bones were broken. This was a direct competition. The bosses, Chong Hao, Bao Buping, none of them had used heavenly Dao energy to heal. This was purely a stimulating battle to see who was stronger. Now the only ones left were the second boss and the third boss. All of their steps were unsteady as they tottered like drunkards yet continued to fight. After just a few breaths, the third boss was unable to continue and collapsed. With the third boss down, the second boss didn't last long either before being knocked out by Long Chen's punch. In the end, the only one standing was Long Chen. Heaven-shaking cheering rang out. Long Chen didn't even have a chance to enjoy the pleasure of victory when he felt the world spinning around him, and he also collapsed. Chapter 1255 Heaven-Splitting Divine Tablet. Old man, you have to get justice for us. We were conned by that little brat Long Chen. Boss Bao and the other bosses were lamenting their loss to the old man at the peak of the mountain. This time, they had truly lost face. Furthermore, the 7 of them were still bruised in the face and appeared wretched. Their cultivation bases were still suppressed to the foundation forging realm, so they couldn't even get revenge. The old man faintly smiled upon seeing their wretched appearances. All he spat out was, "You deserve it. Old man, how can you say that? It was those 3 brats who used a sinister plot to con us. You're not going to stand up for us," raged Boss Bao. "Do you think I have that much time? Furthermore, it can't count as conning. All your cultivation bases were suppressed to the foundation forging realm. They fought 3 against 7, when you had quite the advantage in terms of both experience and physical strength. After losing, you still have the face to complain. Were all your years of cultivation focused on thickening your skin?" snorted the old man. "How can you put it that way? We were completely unused to our suppressed cultivation bases, making it so we couldn't fight properly. Otherwise, how could we lose?" raged the 7th boss. His words were correct. Having your power suddenly suppressed would naturally cause your fighting style to become awkward. You really have gotten old and shameless. Do you have to find so many excuses for your loss? The old man looked contemptuously at them. "Old man, you can't pamper them so much. If you allow them to act so wildly, how are we supposed to look after them in the future?" demanded the 6th boss. The 7 bosses were the masters within the heaven-splitting battle sect. Other than the old man, they had the highest authority. And yet such figures had been beaten by 3 juniors, and in front of all their disciples at that. None of those disciples would revere them like they did before. If this continued, there would be no way to discipline those brats. That was why they joined forces to demand the old man deliver justice for them. He had to punish Long Chen's cheating. The few of you don't feel ashamed to complain. You should be thanking Long Chen. The old man shook his head and sighed. "Thank him? Are you joking? He made us get diarrhea, then covered us in crap, and then beat us. Why would we thank him?" The bosses felt that this kind of logic was insane. "The medicine Long Chen put in your wine expelled the toxins that have been accumulating for many years. You should know that our heaven-splitting battle sect's battle god sacred canon is too domineering. It places special emphasis on the physical body. Each stage of cultivation corresponds to one of the 9 forms of split the heavens, and using that form in the corresponding cultivation realm allows one to expel the toxins accumulated through practicing the battle god's sacred canon. As soul transformation experts, according to the normal process, you should be training in the 7th form of split the heavens. But we only have up to the 6th form now. The result is that your bodies grew without expelling the energy that would be used up with the 7th form of split the heavens, and that energy turned into toxins in your bodies. That's also the reason why even after all these years, you've been stuck at the peak of the soul transformation realm. Back in my day, I had a lucky encounter which allowed me to break through to the life star realm. That was luck, but Long Chen has completely expelled the toxins in your bodies, and after a few more days, when the wine energy fades and your cultivation bases are restored, you will sense the huge changes in your bodies. Long Chen completely opened all your impossible bottlenecks. Within the next 2 years, all of you should be able to advance to the life star realm." Toward the end, the old man couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. That little fellow Long Chen truly had some interesting ideas. He actually used such a method to repay his debt. After absorbing all the energy in the heaven-earth divine pool, Long Chen had been ashamed. Although he hadn't expressed it, it wasn't able to escape the old man's eyes. In the beginning, when he had first noticed Long Chen adding something to the wine, he had thought it was purely for revenge. He hadn't said anything, because they could mess around as they wanted. But once he saw the bosses' cultivation bases suppressed, he suddenly understood that Long Chen was doing this to silently repay the sect. The 7 bosses had been stuck at the soul transformation realm for countless years due to not being able to use the 7th form of split the heavens. Their chances of advancing had been extremely slim. But now, Long Chen had broken their bottlenecks, and he had done so in a way that looked like he was a child messing around and had accidentally caused such a result. If someone else did this, the old man wouldn't have realized it. But it was because that brat was too smart that he had thought it over and realized his intentions. Long Chen would simply refuse to admit that he had done this intentionally, and that made the old man feel a bit helpless, as well as grateful. Long Chen didn't like owing favors, but this repayment was truly great, far surpassing the value of the Heaven-Earth Divine Pool. In the next 2 years, the Heaven-Splitting Battle Sect would gain 7 Life-Star experts, which would surpass the level the Heaven-Splitting Battle Sect had ever achieved in recent years after declining. The 7 bosses were dumbfounded upon hearing this. They hadn't expected Long Chen had given them such great fortune without them even knowing about it. They almost couldn't believe that they would be able to break through their current bottlenecks. But the old man was personally guaranteeing this. That meant it was certain. Thinking of how they had been so furious just now, they all felt a bit bad. You can go now. Long Chen's wine came from the Wine God Palace, so it's very powerful. It'll probably take a few days before your cultivation bases recover. Even at that time, don't mention this matter. Just act like nothing happened. If a child isn't obedient, you should properly beat them, said the old man. The 7 of them nodded. They would probably continue being ruthless with the other disciples, but if they continued being so heavy-handed with Long Chen, it would be a bit ungrateful. Long Chen had given them a beating as well as a sweet. The conflicting flavor caused them to feel a bit awkward. Long Chen, Bao Buping, and Chong Hao spent 3 days drinking wine in high spirits. The battle record of them defeating the 7 bosses was too marvelous. Chong Hao and Bao Buping finally had the qualifications to brag. As they bragged, their saliva splattered through the air. The glory of this battle had left a rich aftertaste. Drinking wine as they repeatedly talked about how they had fought so well was addicting to them. They repeatedly brought up how the 2 of them had marvelously worked together with just a glance at a critical time to tie down Boss Bao. The 3 of them were in the midst of bragging when Boss Bao appeared, his expression icy. Long Chen and the other 2's expressions changed, and they hastily fled. Little brats, I heard your bragging a while ago. It was something about beating bosses into dogs. Fuck, if I don't beat the crap out of you today, then you can count your butts tight. Boss Bao instantly caught up to them and gave them a fierce beating. With his cultivation base returned, the 3 of them didn't have the slightest ability to resist. They were knocked down in just a few blows. You shameless old thing, if you have any ability, suppress your cultivation base back to the foundation forging realm so we can have a real fight. Cursed Bao Buping. This cursing got him another knock in head end. Boss Bao brought the 3 of them to the peak of the mountain where the old man and the other bosses were waiting. I called you over today because I need to discuss an extremely important matter with you, said the old man solemnly. The 3 of them sensed the atmosphere was off. Even the bosses had worried expressions. Their hearts shook. The old man said, after much consideration, I've decided to bring this up. This matter is very dangerous, so you'll have to think it over. Old man, are you talking about that matter? Bao Buping and Chong Hao's voice quivered slightly with excitement. The old man nodded. Yes, Long Chen still doesn't know about it, so I'll start from the beginning. He waved his hand, and a huge stone tablet appeared in the air. It was hundreds of meters tall and emitted an ancient air. The stone tablet was black as ink, and images were carved into it. Seeing those images, Long Chen's heart pounded. Those images were clearly the different forms of Split the Heavens. But the stone tablet was fractured. Only half of it was present. In that instant, Long Chen understood. The old man sighed as he looked at the stone tablet. This is the heaven-splitting divine tablet. It has the original illustration of the 9 forms of Split the Heavens. But due to the tribulation from back then, it fractured and its divine nature weakened. Because we no longer have the original guidance of the full tablet, the Split the Heavens we cultivate has probably started to deviate from how it's supposed to be. The heaven-splitting divine tablet is a special inheritance divine item, and a portion of it has been lost. With it lost, there is no way for us to comprehend the true essence of Split the Heavens. A sad expression appeared on the 7 bosses' faces. Thinking of back in the day, the heaven-splitting battle sect was the leader of the 3 great heavenly sects. Just how powerful did they have to be to have such a title? Just relying on a single powerful battle skill, they had been able to dominate the martial heaven continent. But now they had declined to the point that their inheritance was about to be severed. Just thinking about it distressed them. This was a humiliation. Old man, does the remaining portion of the heaven-splitting divine tablet still exist? Asked Long Chen. It definitely still exists. Otherwise, the divine nature of the heaven-splitting divine tablet would have completely faded, said the old man assuredly. Have you finally agreed to let us go search for it? Asked Bao Buping excitedly. Bao Buping and Chong Hao had both previously begged the old man to let them go search for it, but he had always refused. Now that the old man had taken the initiative to find them, they were incomparably excited. Yes, although I can't tell you the exact location, I can sense its general direction. But even after all these years, the divine tablet is still broken, while countless heroes have lost their lives, sighed the old man. Where is it? Asked Long Chen. One of the 7 great danger zones, Devil Spirit Mountain. Chapter 1256 Devil Spirit Mountain Secret. The 3 words of Devil Spirit Mountain smashed into Long Chen's heart like hammers. Although the martial heaven sea ring was also considered one of the 7 danger zones, its danger was actually the lowest amongst the 7. That was because it was too huge, and the main danger stemmed from the sea demons. The sea demon race's experts would rarely attack human cultivators unless the latter caused trouble for them first. But other than the martial heaven sea ring, the other danger zones were true lands of death. Humans were forbidden from entering. Zheng Wenlong had once mentioned Devil Spirit Mountain to Long Chen. At that time, it had become enshrouded in mist, making it impossible to gather the spirit-gathering grass that grew around it. That grass was the main ingredient of the Forging Heart Spirit Connecting Pill. When Long Chen had asked Zheng Wenlong about Devil Spirit Mountain, Zheng Wenlong had told him despite its name and fame as one of the 7 danger zones, there had never actually been any devils to come out of it. Instead, rather than devils, what people occasionally saw were scenes of an immortal wonderland. Many heard the sound of immortal music that allowed their cultivation bases to progress. Some would even suddenly break through their bottlenecks. It was extremely strange. There were many legends regarding Devil Spirit Mountain. Some of those legends were beautiful, and some of them were evil, making it impossible for people to tell exactly what it was. But Zheng Wenlong had warned Long Chen that he absolutely couldn't enter it. With Zheng Wenlong's status, for him to say such a thing meant that he knew some secrets regarding it that he couldn't disclose to Long Chen. All he could do was warn him. Now that he heard the Devil Spirit Mountain be mentioned by the old man, Long Chen's heart pounded. He had never imagined that the other half of the heaven-splitting divine tablet had been lost in Devil Spirit Mountain. Old man, are you sure about that location? Asked Long Chen. All I can say is that the other half of the heaven-splitting divine tablet is definitely in Devil Spirit Mountain. Let me tell you a bit about the Devil Spirit Mountain, information which pertains even to the whole continent's secrets. Long Chen, Bao Buping, and Chong Hao also hastily sat properly in anticipation. Even the bosses were solemnly sitting, wanting to hear. The old man sank into thought for a moment, most likely organizing his thoughts. He then began to tell them a story that was known only to a few people. Over 100,000 years ago, the martial heaven continent had gone through a tribulation that had changed it forever. That time was called the Dark Era. That was a time where the entire martial heaven continent had nearly been wiped out. This Dark Era has lasted for over 10,000 years. As for the cause of the Dark Era, no one could say any longer. But its conclusion had been passed down through the ages. The Dark Era ended with a huge calamity. Its darkness had caused the entire continent to be gravely injured. Countless foreign experts had invaded the martial heaven continent, attempting to slaughter all life. Faced with their death, the martial heaven continent's experts fought back. Rivers of blood flowed through the continent, and mountains of corpses piled up. Almost all the top experts of the various large sects were lost. But in the end, under the guidance of a sovereign, they managed to beat back the invaders to their own worlds, saving the martial heaven continent. A sovereign? What kind of existence is that? Asked Bao Buping. He had never heard of such a thing. Shut your mouth. Don't interrupt the old man. Boss Bao slapped Bao Buping on the back of his head. The old man ignored the disturbance, continuing with his story. That had been a true apocalyptic battle. If they had lost, all this world's lifeforms would have been slaughtered. At that time, every sect had fought with their lives on the line. Only a few supreme sects were able to survive, but even they took heavy losses. Their sect's treasures ended up crippled, severing their inheritance. With the full attack of all the sects, the invaders also lost countless experts. In the end, once they were forced back to their worlds, their entrance to this world was sealed, restoring the martial heaven continent's peace. But even though peace came back to the continent, it had been gravely wounded. After a period of resting, dissenting factions appeared like the ancient races, and it was at this time that the corrupt path suddenly showed up with great power. Another chaotic period of fighting occurred as all the large powers fought over resources, devouring other powers, trying to stabilize their foundations. A few neutral powers also appeared. Mysterious existences sprang up like spring bamboo. Although the martial heaven continent eventually recovered, after that dark era, the world had changed. Another sovereign never appeared. As for Devil Spirit Mountain, it was one of the entrances that the invaders had gone through back during the Dark Era. At that time, the heaven-splitting battle sect, Xuantian Dao sect, and other sects all paid a bloody price. The heaven-splitting divine tablet had been broken at that time, with a portion of it lost within. Devil Spirit Mountain now had a sovereign seal on it, but due to the encroaching of time, it had started to weaken in the past 30,000 years. It was now possible for the martial heaven continent's people to enter Devil Spirit Mountain. But the seal refused to allow people above the Jade Core realm to enter. Once the sovereign seal had weakened, countless brave experts had attempted to charge into Devil Spirit Mountain. Of course, this had included the elites of the heaven-splitting battle sect. But the experts who charged into Devil Spirit Mountain all died without exception at that time. As a result, most experts no longer dared to enter. However, there was an exception to that. Other experts braved the danger in search of treasures, but the heaven-splitting battle sect was trying to regain its inheritance. In the past 30,000 years, it was unknown how many generations of their top geniuses had attempted to find their lost inheritance. Regaining it was each of these disciples' sacred duty. Even though they had all died, not one of them had batted an eye. But as more time passed, the heaven-splitting battle sect's heart had grown cold. In all these years, only 2 of their disciples had ever managed to return from Devil Spirit Mountain. The first disciple died as soon as he got out without saying a word. The second disciple also didn't manage to say anything before dying right after getting out. But he had been tightly clutching a tile in his hand that had one word hastily written on it: hoax. Clearly this disciple had only barely managed to scrawl this down before dying. He had used his powerful willpower to charge out and bring this information. It was unknown what that disciple's true intent was behind what he had written, but it was clear that there was a huge conspiracy hidden within. That was why in the past 8,000 years, the heaven-splitting battle sect hadn't sent a single one of their disciples in. Furthermore, during this time, another few things occurred which further corroborated that disciple's final word. Just 3,000 years ago, strange sights had started appearing in the entrance of Devil Spirit Mountain. Sometimes flying immortals would appear, sometimes immortal music would ring out. Projections would also show up in the air. Amongst those projections was the heaven-splitting battle sect's priceless treasure, the heaven-splitting divine tablet. After seeing these projections, countless experts had once more charged in. Although they had known it was dangerous, they were unable to resist the temptation of so many treasures. Furthermore, they wanted to know the secrets of Devil Spirit Mountain. Experts had flocked over like a mob. It was said that at that time, at least hundreds of thousands of experts had charged in, but only a few managed to live to tell the tale. According to their stories, there were countless treasures inside, but there were also terrifying lifeforms guarding them. Those lifeforms were incredibly powerful, and humans were slaughtered by them. Although those lifeforms' cultivation bases had been at the King Realm, the human race's experts had been too weak to receive even a single blow from them. In the next few years, most experts no longer dared to think about invading Devil Spirit Mountain. But the greed and curiosity of humans were limitless. Although Devil Spirit Mountain hid countless dangers, there were still a few people who had heaven-defying luck that managed to escape with treasures. Some people obtained an eternal life fruit that allowed a cultivator whose lifespan was about to run out to live another 1,000 years. Some people obtained remnants of ancient cannons that allowed their cultivation bases to advance and shake the world, making them legendary existences. Some people also managed to obtain the ancestral items of their sects, restoring their declined sects. Some people also heard the pointers of powerful experts which allowed their cultivation bases to rapidly progress. To sum up, there were countless legends about Devil Spirit Mountain. Everyone knew the danger within. If you entered, your chances of leaving alive were very, very low. According to the experience of those who returned, the lifeforms within had extremely sharp senses to those at the King Realm. On the other hand, Foundation forging experts had a certain chance of dodging their senses. Our heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples have more than enough bravery, but they're lacking in their heads. But Long Chen, you possess both factors, so. The old man sighed. The old man had once told Long Chen that he had to trust his power instead of relying on intelligence. But now that he said this, he felt like he was contradicting himself. But the reality was just like that. When they just relied on power to try to solve things, they ended up losing the lives of countless disciples. On the other hand, it was those free cultivators who relied on their wits and luck who had a low chance of obtaining some treasures and leaving alive. So he had no choice but to admit that intelligence was also important. It just felt contradictory. I understand. When I handle things in the future, I'll rely on my power instead of intelligence. Power will be my number one choice. But when I run into an enemy with absolute power over me, I won't just foolishly send myself to death. Having a few schemes and thoughts is also necessary. It's up to my own control, and I won't let it rattle my Tao heart again, said Long Chen. Good, that's good, but Devil Spirit Mountain is filled with danger, so you have to think it over carefully, said the old man. Old man, I am also a member of the heaven-splitting battle sect. This is my duty, and I also want to experience just how terrifying this Devil Spirit Mountain is. Long Chen smiled slightly, because high risk signified high reward. Chapter 1257 Sovereign Blood Seal. Devil Spirit Mountain was situated near the south of the Central Plains eastern section. If someone were to buy a map with this location on it, the word forbidden would be marked on it with a human skull. Devil Spirit Mountain was just a name. Whether it was truly a mountain or not was something no one knew. All people knew was that the entrance to Devil Spirit Mountain was located at the peak of a mountain. This mountain was huge, but there was not a single blade of grass growing on it. All the earth here was scarlet. Even the dirt contained an aura of decay and yet also vast pressure. Legend was that this ground had been dyed with the blood of countless experts, and even after all these years, it still emitted that terrifying pressure. Cultivators below the Xianxian realm wouldn't even be able to approach this place. Only people at the Foundation Forging realm and above could withstand this pressure. There were two ancient stone pillars at the top of the mountain. They soared into the air, looking like the pillars of a gate that was propping up the sky. The pillars formed a huge entrance around a mile wide while emitting their own terrifying pressure. Blood-red runes revolved over the stone pillars, causing the void to quiver. Between the two pillars was a huge blood-colored runic seal. Its pressure was on a completely different level. It was something that could suppress heaven and earth. Below the seal was the entrance to Devil Spirit Mountain, while the two stone pillars were a huge sealing formation. As for the runic seal between them, that was the Sovereign Blood Seal. At this time, Long Chen, Chong Hao, and Bao Buping were standing in front of the gate, looking in shock at the huge seal. They felt power from that seal that they had never felt before. A reverence that came from their souls gave them an urge to kneel toward it. This is a seal created through the blood of a sovereign. Even after 100,000 years has passed, it still possesses such power. Just what kind of existence is a sovereign? Bao Buping looked at the Sovereign Blood Seal with shock. Just how terrifying did a sovereign have to be for a seal they had placed over 100,000 years ago to still possess such might? Even after all this time, this seal was stopping the lifeforms on the other side from taking a single step into the martial heaven continent. The old man said that sovereigns are the existences that stand at the peak of this world. They are literally and figuratively the sovereigns of the world, existences that are completely unrivaled, said Chong Hao worshipfully. Long Chen also looked at the Sovereign Blood Seal with shock. This seal condensed through blood energy was still able to protect the martial heaven continent from whatever creatures existed in Devil Spirit Mountain on the other side. When Long Chen looked at the Sovereign Blood Seal, the seal suddenly quivered slightly, forming an image that only Long Chen could see. That was an image of a white-robed man standing in the air, his eyes as bright as the sun and his hair falling to his shoulders. He was like a god, so imposing that others would feel it was a blasphemy just to look at him. He saw the white-robed man form a hand seal, causing heaven and earth to shake. The clouds were blown away as the earth suddenly soared to form a huge mountain. Long Chen's heart pounded. That mountain was very familiar. It was Devil Spirit Mountain. According to this, Devil Spirit Mountain had been personally formed by the white-robed man. As Devil Spirit Mountain took shape, the countless corpses littered on the ground were absorbed along with their blood, condensing into countless blood runes. Then two blood-colored stone pillars slammed down onto the mountain. Long Chen clearly saw those two pillars absorb all the blood runes. When the pillars fell, the entire world became blood-colored for an instant. It was like the world had been dyed in blood. The stone pillars rapidly absorbed that energy. At the same time, the white-robed man pointed out a single finger. Blood chains condensed of his own blood flew out. The blood vaguely shone with immortal light. The blood chains shot out, sealing heaven and earth, forming a huge runic seal between the two pillars. Long Chen didn't know why he was seeing this, but he could guess that this man was that legendary sovereign. This scene was how the sovereign had sealed Devil Spirit Mountain. The sovereign had used the blood of all the experts that had fallen in battle to condense a huge seal and then used his own blood to completely lock up Devil Spirit Mountain. Regretfully, Long Chen didn't get a chance to see any experts or different lifeforms from the other side. But just this was enough to completely shock him. Every move of this sovereign had brought with it the flow of the Tao. It was like heaven and earth was subservient to him. After forming the seal, the sovereign clasped his hands behind him as he stood there, looking around. Shockingly, he then turned to look at Long Chen. Long Chen's heart almost jumped out of his chest. Even across the river of time, he could sense this existence that could shake heaven and earth looking at him. Long Chen didn't say anything and neither did the sovereign. The two of them silently looked at each other. In the end, the sovereign smiled and sent him a divine message. The Gamebreaker has finally arrived. Long Chen's heart pounded. This was the second time he heard of the Gamebreaker. Back in the Four Nations Ancient Remnant, he had encountered that mysterious elder that had also said the same thing. For the sovereign to also say the same thing shocked him. Could it be that this sovereign and that elder were from the same generation and knew some heaven-shaking secret? What is it, Long Chen? Just at this moment, Bao Buping's voice rang out beside Long Chen's ear, and that scene instantly vanished as if it had never appeared. It was like everything he had seen had just been a dream. Long Chen saw the sovereign blood seal still floating there, but the image of the white-robed man had disappeared. "It's nothing, I was just entranced," said Long Chen. His heart was heavy. He felt like he had been drawn into an enormous plot, or perhaps he should say he had been drawn into a heaven-shaking game. He was like someone on the verge of death who was frantically trying to grasp the final life jacket. But even he didn't know what this life jacket was. In order to grasp this life jacket, he would need to continuously accumulate power. Right now, he felt a bit lost. Although he was now so much stronger than in the past, the sense of crisis only grew greater. He still had no idea what problem had occurred with the 9-star hegemon body art, and why the 5th star refused to appear. He suddenly felt an unprecedented feeling of crisis. "Long Chen, you're here." Just at this moment, a voice that had no good intentions rang out. There were quite a few people at the Sovereign Blood Seal, at least a few dozen people. They were mostly wild cultivators who had been preparing themselves to test their luck in Devil Spirit Mountain. Most of them had run into a bottleneck with their cultivation and no longer had any hope of advancing in their lifetimes. That was why they were determined to test this extremely remote chance while having prepared to die. But some of them were extremely confident experts with terrifying power and great ambitions who came to adventure in Devil Spirit Mountain. As for the speaker, it came from the latter group. It was a lanky man who appeared to be in his 20s. His arms went past his knees, and he was covered in dark red fur. Long Chen looked at him, and based on his appearance, it was easy to tell that he was from the ancient races. He was a rank 8 celestial with a powerful aura. His gaze was like a blade sweeping across Long Chen. He didn't bother concealing his hostility. "A monkey?" asked Long Chen. "Bastard, I came from the respected Scarlet Blood Gold Ape race. Long Chen, if you have any guts, you'll have a fair fight with me to resolve the enmity between you and the ancient races. Of course, you can also hide under the protection of the heaven-splitting battle sect if you're a coward. It's up to you," replied the ancient race expert disdainfully, a crafty light in his eyes. A rank 8 celestial wanted to challenge Long Chen. Bao Buping and Chong Hao exchanged a look and almost laughed. It really wasn't possible to stop people who wanted to court death. Long Chen smiled faintly and said, "I'm surprised you don't feel embarrassed to use such low-grade provoking arts. Aren't monkeys supposed to be smart? Why is there so much crap in your head?" The ancient race expert was infuriated, and he sneered, "All you need to do is agree to a fight." Where did all this bullshit come from? This expert had long since heard of Long Chen's name. He had heard how the ancient races had lost out because of him several times, and how they had suffered a huge loss especially during the matter of the Four Nations Ancient Remnant. Then several race leaders had gone to demand Long Chen be handed over from the heaven-splitting battle sect without receiving the ancient race alliance's approval. As a result, they had almost been annihilated. If they hadn't fled fast enough, not even a single one of them would have escaped. This matter had shaken the ancient races, and the Ancient Race Alliance had sent out the word not to provoke the Heaven-Splitting Battle Sect. The Heaven-Splitting Battle Sect was well known as a pack of madmen in the Central Plains. Even if they were annihilated, they would very likely launch a crazy counterattack as they died. Anyone who provoked them at this time would just be an idiot. The Ancient Race Alliance didn't support the race leaders who had acted of their own accord and instead gave them a vicious tongue lashing. They sent out orders to absolutely not to provoke the Heaven-Splitting Battle Sect. As for this disciple, he was extremely confident, but he remembered those orders. So he didn't directly attack. He wanted to infuriate Long Chen to make him fight, and that wouldn't count as offending the Heaven-Splitting Battle Sect. Long Chen looked at him with a strange light in his eyes. He helplessly said, "All right, I won't say any more nonsense. Let me experience your amazing moves. But let me first warn you, I'm not very good at holding back. If you die, don't blame me. Haha, you want to kill me? Keep dreaming. I'll show you the terrifying ability of the Scarlet Blood Gold Ape race." That disciple raised his head and laughed, his aura instantly exploding. Chapter 1258. Are you trying to be funny? The Scarlet Blood Gold Ape race's expert sneered and suddenly unleashed his aura. Runes revolved around him as his aura soared. What slightly surprised Long Chen was that his dark red fur suddenly became golden. In the instant that his fur changed color, a huge illusory image appeared behind him. The roar of an ape king shook the sky. Hee, Long Chen, get ready to face your death. My Scarlet Blood Gold Ape race's power can't be compared to other ancient races. I'll let you see what true power is. The ancient race expert sneered, a brutal light shining in his eyes. Raising his furry fist, he sent a single punch at Long Chen. In front of the startled gazes of Chong Hao, Bao Buping, as well as the wild cultivators who had come to take their chances, the Scarlet Blood Gold Ape expert was slapped across the face by Long Chen and swatted away like a housefly. This slap was too fast for them to even see it clearly. But that ancient race expert was already vomiting blood, all his teeth flying through the air. He slammed into one of the stone pillars. The stone pillar unleashed a blood-colored light that instantly blew him to bits. Not even his soul escaped. Are you trying to be funny? Even Long Chen was dumbfounded. What was going on? This arrogant Scarlet Blood Gold Ape expert was killed in one shot just like this. He almost found it hard to believe. This idiot really is unlucky. He actually slammed into the Sovereign Seal's stone pillar with such power. Of course the Sovereign Blood Seal was going to kill him. Chong Hao was also speechless. This result caught him a bit off guard. Those two huge stone pillars were connected with the Sovereign Blood Seal. Just touching it wouldn't normally cause any problems. But if you used any force, it would be viewed as an attack and the Sovereign Blood Seal would automatically counterattack. The Sovereign Blood Seal wasn't something a weak foundation forging expert could endure. In fact, even a soul transformation expert would be instantly annihilated without the slightest hope of survival. The Scarlet Blood Gold Ape expert had been either too arrogant or too stupid. He had actually neglected to pay heed to his surroundings. Rather than saying Long Chen had killed him, it was more accurate to say the stone pillar had killed him. So his death truly was a bit ridiculous. After being killed, he didn't leave anything behind. Even his spatial ring had been turned to dust. But Long Chen didn't gain nothing. Another Heaven Dao fruit had appeared in the primal chaos space. But this time was different. Previously, when a celestial was killed, their core heavenly Dao energy would be sucked away by the primal chaos bead instantly. This time, Long Chen had clearly felt the Sovereign Blood Seal had fought with the primal chaos bead over some kind of energy. However, in front of the primal chaos bead, that suction force had been too weak. The seal could only allow this energy to be taken away. This was Long Chen's first time encountering such a thing. He couldn't help being shocked. What was going on? Long Chen, let's go in, said Bao Buping. Seeing the entrance below the Sovereign Blood Seal, battle intent raged in his eyes. In the Heaven-Splitting Battle Sect, finding the Heaven-Splitting Divine Tablet was every disciple's most sacred mission. Even if they had to pay with their lives, they wouldn't frown. Even if they never found it, fighting for it was their glory. That was because the 9 forms of Split the Heavens were the lifeline of the Heaven-Splitting Battle Sect. In truth, Bao Buping, Chong Hao, and the other disciples didn't know that their Heaven-Earth Divine Pool had run out because of Long Chen. But even if Long Chen hadn't appeared, the heaven-splitting battle sect wouldn't have been able to survive for long. Right now, the heaven-splitting battle sect was already standing on the border of death. After reaching the Foundation Forging Realm, Bao Buping and Chong Hao had begged the old man to go to Devil Spirit Mountain countless times, but he had refused every time. In fact, once when the two had stealthily sneaked away, they had been immediately caught and fiercely beaten. Now that Long Chen arrived, they didn't know what the old man was thinking, but he suddenly permitted them to go. Seeing the entrance to Devil Spirit Mountain, they were impatient to search for the heaven-splitting divine tablet within. Long Chen looked around. He saw several wild cultivators looking at the entrance to Devil Spirit Mountain with conflicted expressions. They clearly hadn't made up their minds as to whether or not they wanted to step into this land of death. These wild cultivators all had low statuses and limited resources. After reaching the Foundation Forging Realm or perhaps the Jade Core Realm, they no longer had any hope of advancing again. That was the only reason they would come to Devil Spirit Mountain. This was their final chance. Losing meant dying without a corpse, but if they could leave alive, they would definitely return with amazing gains. No matter what they brought out of Devil Spirit Mountain, it would benefit them for a lifetime. They had used their final savings to buy a supreme teleportation talisman. If they did manage to get out of Devil Spirit Mountain, they would immediately use this teleportation talisman to flee far away so they didn't need to worry about anyone coveting their treasures. The ironic thing was that after Devil Spirit Mountain had started opening up to adventurers, the prices of these supreme teleportation talismans spiked, making the talisman cultivators rich. In the end, these people standing in front of Devil Spirit Mountain were unable to gather their courage to enter, resulting in them dithering over the entrance. The chances of dying once they entered were too high. No one laughed at them. In front of death, only a few people were able to act confident. Long Chen looked at the two of them surging with battle intent and shook his head. If they entered like this, they would definitely die. He pulled them to the side and gravely warned them, "The reason the old man allowed the three of us to come here is mostly because of me. So the two of you have to listen to me once we're in. We know, you're the one with the best head. We'll do as you say." Bao Buping and Chong Hao nodded. Ever since Long Chen had led them to defeat the 7 bosses, allowing their names to shake the entire sect, they and the rest of the heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples had started viewing him as a godlike existence. They would naturally listen to his orders. This was also something the old man had strictly ordered them to do before coming. Good. Then before entering Devil Spirit Mountain, we'll need to talk to them first. Long Chen nodded and led them to the entrance. At this time, there were quite a few people struggling over their decisions. "Everyone, the three of us want to enter Devil Spirit Mountain. But there are some things I have to say first. Devil Spirit Mountain is filled with countless dangers, and the odds of death are shockingly high. Since everyone has come here, I know you've come here to gamble with your lives," began Long Chen. These people looked at Long Chen warily. The fact that he had killed a rank 8 celestial with a slap had shocked them all. Although they all knew it was actually the sovereign blood seal that had killed him, it was indisputable that Long Chen had slapped that powerful expert like he had been a child. His power was shocking enough for them to all listen carefully. "So I think that while we aren't allies, we can't count as enemies, so there's something I must tell you all. After we enter Devil Spirit Mountain, for the next 6 hours, no one else is permitted to enter. If anyone wants to take advantage by following us, the three of us won't be merciful." Long Chen's gaze swept over them. Long Chen's meaning was obvious. After entering, he didn't want to be implicated by anyone else. If someone else caused a disturbance that drew out some terrifying existence, the three of them would be dead. So he first gave them a warning. If anyone really wanted to court death, Long Chen would definitely kill them. This was Devil Spirit Mountain, and he couldn't be the slightest bit careless. After saying this, Long Chen didn't give them any chance to declare their own positions. He led Chong Hao and Bao Buping to the entrance. He wasn't discussing this, he was warning them. Bao Buping and Chong Hao exchanged a glance. They had never thought about such details before. The three of them walked between the 2 stone pillars. The huge sovereign blood seal floated above their heads. Only once they were close did they truly sense just how terrifying it was. In front of this huge seal, they felt themselves to be insignificant ants. They were filled with reverence and shock. The energy accumulated within the sovereign blood seal was enough to exterminate this entire world. It possessed unimaginable power. The three of them were like 3 ants scuttling in front of this huge entrance. With the sovereign blood seal's pressure above them, they all felt like their hearts were going to rise out of their throats. Even with the guts of Chong Hao and Bao Buping, their faces were pale. Although they didn't sense any hostility from the sovereign blood seal, that kind of world-destroying power evoked terror in their souls. The stone pillars and the sovereign blood seal between them formed a huge gate. But at the bottom of this gate was a crack, a tear in space that was dozens of meters wide. 3 people now stood in front of this crack. The 3 of them exchanged a glance. Taking a deep breath, they stepped into the crack. The wild cultivators outside were deeply shaken to see the 3 of them walk in just like this. They were filled with admiration. According to reason, the heavenly geniuses of the various sects had limitless futures. They would soar like shooting stars. Their lives were incredibly valuable, but they hadn't even frowned before charging into one of the 7 danger zones. 6 hours from now, I want to be the next one to enter. I hope everyone will give me this face. One of the wild cultivators clenched his teeth. I will be the 3rd. Having been influenced by the 3 of them, these wild cultivators who had been unable to gather their courage finally decided to hesitate no longer. They had only come here because they had no hope for their futures, or because they had no choice but to put their lives on the line. Either way, seeing that the powerful heavenly geniuses were able to ignore death like this allowed them to resolve to go in. If even such valiant figures were willing to risk it, why did they need to be so reluctant? When Long Chen, Chong Hao, and Bao Buping entered the crack, they felt their bodies tighten. Space seemed to vaguely change. When they saw the scene around them, they sucked in a cold gasp of air. Chapter 1259 The Trap. The stone pillars were still present, and the sovereign blood seal still hung in the air. But what they were seeing around them was different. There were black strands of chi coiling up ahead. Those black strands of chi were like countless sinister pythons that were constantly attacking the sovereign blood seal. Rumbling sounds rang out so loudly that it shook their ears and caused pain in their souls. Seeing this black mist in front of them made their scalps turn numb. That sinister energy felt like countless blades pointed at them. As long as they moved, they would be pierced through the heart. This should be the buffer zone of the sovereign blood seal that the old man mentioned. Constantly sealing the entrance of Devil Spirit Mountain, the sovereign blood seal receives this constant encroachment. Long Chen couldn't help being shocked as he saw the black mist constantly attacking the sovereign blood seal. Just what kind of existence did a sovereign have to be for a single seal that they left behind? To have such power after being attacked like this for over 100,000 years. This zone was close to the sovereign blood seal, which made it safe. It was said that this safe zone was a semicircle covering hundreds of miles. Long Chen, in which direction should we go? Asked Bao Buping. Their divine sense was unable to pierce the black mist in front of them. They were all blind. Most people would choose to go along the edges here. So let's just go straight in. Perhaps this will lower the danger slightly, said Long Chen. Although the odds of this were very low, it was probably best to walk a different path from others. Looking at the sovereign blood seal behind them to determine their orientation, they continued onward carefully. All of them were suppressing their heartbeats, their breathing, and even the opening of their pores as much as possible. Even though the 3 of them had big guts, they didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless here. This was Devil Spirit Mountain. It was unknown how many peerless martyrs had died here in the battle back then. And it was also unknown just how many geniuses had died here in the past tens of thousands of years. Bao Buping and Chong Hao were tightly holding their broadswords, while Long Chen held the pot in his left hand and blood drinker in his right hand. This black mist could block their divine sense, but it wasn't able to block the danger sense the 9-star hegemon body art possessed. Long Chen was using those senses to advance. He had the utmost confidence in the 9-star hegemon body art, and it was the greatest factor that allowed him to dare to come to Devil Spirit Mountain. Even with this sharp danger sense, Long Chen was still advancing slowly and carefully. It took 4 hours for them to reach the point that the black mist began to fade and their sight restored. Long Chen waved his hand. Bao Buping and Chong Hao immediately stopped. The 3 of them hid behind a black rock, peering out of a crack to see the scene outside. Now that they were within Devil Spirit Mountain, they didn't dare to use their divine sense to avoid anyone sensing it. Using just their eyes was safer. They saw an unending mountain range. The mountains were barren, and it was impossible to see their end. Due to the rising and falling mountains, it was impossible to see what could be inside the gulches. Now that they were here, Bao Buping and Chong Hao couldn't help being a bit surprised. This didn't seem as terrifying as the land of death they had imagined. They didn't see a single powerful lifeform. Long Chen also didn't sense any danger. He was curious, and having a thought, he turned toward the black mist and crushed a medicinal pill. The medicinal pill transformed into powder that slowly floated toward the black mist. But once it did, the powder was suddenly blocked by some invisible energy. Seeing this, Bao Buping and Chong Hao's expressions changed. Long Chen nodded. As expected, it's a trap. What do you mean? Asked the two of them. This region outside the black mist has its own formation around it. It only allows people to enter, but not leave. My guess is that as soon as we try to leave, the formation will stop us and also alert the lifeforms of this world, said Long Chen gravely. He looked at the ground and saw a batch of dirt that was scarlet a few hundred meters away. That further confirmed his guess. Then we can't go back? Asked Bao Buping. He then shook his head and said, no, that's impossible. If it was impossible to go back, how did one of our disciples manage to return with word that this was a hoax? Furthermore, what about those people who managed to escape with treasures? There must be an exit somewhere. Long Chen shook his head. There's no chance of that. There's no way they would leave an opening in this formation. That's completely illogical. This is the territory of this world's creatures, and this formation was clearly established by them. If you put yourself in their shoes, would you leave an opening? This is not a trial. They're our mortal enemies. Hearing this, Bao Buping's burst of confidence vanished. It truly didn't make sense for there to be a back door. Then what do you think is going on? If there really is such a formation, how did two disciples of our heaven-splitting battle sect escape, as well as those lucky adventurers? Bao Buping and Chong Hao didn't bother wasting time thinking about it themselves. They directly asked Long Chen. Long Chen looked at the medicinal powders that were blocked from the black mist. This formation isn't something we should touch right now. I don't know how powerful it is, but this world's creatures aren't idiots. The power of this formation must surpass the power a Jade Core expert can possess to make it so even they are unable to get through it. As for why those two geniuses of our heaven-splitting battle sect could escape Devil Spirit Mountain, I feel like it's very likely to do with Split the Heavens. Split the Heavens has a barrier-breaking effect. Whether it's a formation, a magical art, or a shield, they become flimsy in front of Split the Heavens. Furthermore, the old man said that those two disciples were extremely powerful, not at all weaker than us. Bao Buping and Chong Hao nodded. This comforted them a bit. If this was the case, there was a high chance for them to get out. If a single disciple had been able to break out, then it should be no problem for the three of them. That's not right. What about those lucky adventurers? How do you explain that? Asked Chong Hao. Those adventurers weren't disciples of the heaven-splitting battle sect, nor did they know Split the Heavens. How had they managed to escape? This probably has to do with how one of our deceased seniors said it was a hoax, said Long Chen, sinking into thought. What about it as a hoax? I'm just guessing, so I can't be sure. But when the old man first told us about those people that returned from Devil Spirit Mountain with their cultivation bases advancing, their brilliant treasures, and their names resounding throughout the world, I immediately felt it was odd. Were those people idiots? Why would they start widely announcing that they had obtained treasures as if they were worried other people wouldn't know of it? In reality, none of those people had good endings. The majority of them were secretly killed by other experts, and those treasures transferred owners. There are even some who simply vanished. Basically, none of them managed to escape calamity. That also doesn't make sense. That sounds right. Those people really were stupid. Weren't they deliberately making other people greedy for their treasures and drawing killers? Chong Hao and Bao Buping both came to a sudden understanding. So that didn't make sense, and looking at this formation, as well as how that disciple said it was all a hoax, I feel like those lucky people are most likely just a con made by the lifeforms of this world. They should have used some kind of method to control those people's souls, allowing them to bring out a few useless treasures. They had those people spread the word as much as possible to draw more people here, when in reality, they're just drawn to a death trap. Long Chen's gaze grew sharper and colder as he looked around. He smelled something was off. He felt like he was currently in the middle of some mysterious riddle. Just why had the Dark Era occurred at all back then? No one knew. There were a few legends that had trickled down from that time, but they were confusing and contradictory, making their credibility very low. Now that they had entered Devil Spirit Mountain, Long Chen's sense of crisis grew. It felt like a heavy rock was crushing his heart. Long Chen, the two of us are too dumb for this. Can you explain it more clearly? Bao Buping scratched his head. They didn't quite understand. It was no wonder the old man hadn't allowed them to enter Devil Spirit Mountain before. Their heads truly didn't work too well. What I mean is that those people that escaped only managed to do so because this world's creatures let them. They intentionally let them out to draw more people here. As for why they would do such a thing, we don't know yet. There's no need for you to think about this. All you need to do is follow me. If a single person was able to break out of this formation with Split the Heavens, there should be no problem for the three of us. But since we've come, we definitely can't leave empty-handed. Otherwise, the bosses would look down on us. We have to bring back some good stuff for them. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to explain too much to them. In any case, they wouldn't understand, so there was no point. As expected, their eyes began to shine as they thought of the heaven-splitting divine tablet. They were almost able to see the few bosses kneeling on the ground before them as they brought it back, their eyes popping out of their heads, and their mouths opening so widely that they were bigger than the rest of their heads. Their blood began to boil. Seeing them enter such a state, Long Chen hastily patted them on the shoulder and said, "Don't get too excited. This will probably be much more difficult than we thought. To be safe, each one of us should eat an aura concealing pill and apply medicinal powders to conceal our presence. Let's also change into clothes that match the color of the terrain here." Long Chen took out 3 medicinal pills. After making these preparations, they stealthily continued onward. The mountain range was completely empty here. They didn't see a single person. But every now and then, they would see bloodstains that had almost lost all their color after the encroachment of time. They were sometimes able to sense the leftover aura of the deceased experts. Those stains told them that they could lose their lives at any moment. They definitely couldn't be careless. So they didn't go very quickly. Even after over 4 hours, they had only crossed a dozen mountains. But on the way, they had seen quite a few rotted corpses and broken weapons. Long Chen even saw the remnants of an ancestral item. Picking up one of them, he still sensed its terrifying pressure. From its shape, it should have been the fragment of a set of armor. Although it was only the size of a chicken's egg, it was as heavy as a mountain and incredibly hard. Such a terrifying ancestral item had been destroyed, leaving behind just this small piece. The battle back then must have been horrific. "Quick, get down." Long Chen's expression suddenly changed and he pulled the 2 of them into a crack in the rocks. They had only just hidden themselves when a terrifying pressure appeared. Chapter 1260 Creatures from Another World. Long Chen pulled Chong Hao and Bao Buping into a crack in the rocks. He saw a strange figure in the air whistling over. It was a humanoid creature with wings. Its size was essentially the same as a human, but it had bat-like wings and its nose was slightly sharper. It had a mouth of sharp teeth, and its eyes glowed. It looked extremely terrifying. A winged devil. Long Chen was startled. This creature was extremely similar to the winged devils he had encountered in the Julie Secret Realm. But the winged devils he had encountered in the Julie Secret Realm had been tens to hundreds of meters tall, while this one was much smaller. This creature clearly had a protruding spot on its forehead that looked like a closed third eye. There was powerful energy flowing within it. But this creature rapidly flew by, and Long Chen also didn't dare to look too closely for worry of it sensing him. Looking in the direction it was flying, it was clear it was going to the entrance they had come from. "Probably someone exposed themselves," whispered Long Chen. The 3 of them stealthily crawled up to a slightly taller mountain. They quickly heard shouting and fierce whistling from the entrance. Although they had entered quite a while ago, they hadn't gotten that far. From here, they were able to still see the black mist. In front of the black mist was a man wielding a halberd and fiercely fighting that creature. He had done the same thing as many adventurers once they entered Devil Spirit Mountain. The first thing he had done was test his way back, which had activated the formation and drawn over this creature. At this time, Bao Buping and Chong Hao looked at Long Chen with admiration. If he hadn't warned the adventurers not to enter after them within the next 6 hours, the 3 of them would very likely have been implicated by this adventurer. That adventurer was a Jade Core expert. He was extremely powerful, but shockingly, despite his halberd being a king item, he was unable to do anything to this creature. The creature's wings had countless runes unleashing blinding light, and its sharp claws allowed it to fight the adventurer barehanded. Sparks flew and a metallic ringing rang out whenever its claws clashed with the halberd. Its claws and wings were both as hard as king items. "This creature doesn't seem as terrifying as I thought. I could definitely defeat it," said Bao Buping. Although it was powerful, its aura was not in the Jade Core realm. Bao Buping had absolute confidence in easily defeating it. You're thinking too simply. That adventurer was most likely noticed because he touched the formation. In other words, he definitely caused information to be sent to the creatures overseeing this place. They knew it was just one ordinary adventurer, and that's not important to them. So they just sent an ordinary expert, said Long Chen. No matter how he looked at it, he felt this creature to be just like the winged devils he had encountered in the Julie's secret realm. That raised his alarm. The winged devils were incredibly powerful. Even after they had died, just their skeletons possessed terrifying combat power. Just how powerful did they have to be when they were alive? This winged devil was the same size as an ordinary person. It was likely that it was the lowest level of the winged devils here. It was probably just a regular guard who came to eradicate the invader. Suddenly, a miserable scream rang out, rousing Long Chen from his thoughts. He saw blood mist erupt as that Jade Core expert was torn apart by the creature. After killing him, the creature looked icily around. Carrying the adventurer's weapon, it flew away on the same path it came from. When it was near Long Chen and the others, Bao Buping wanted to attack it, but he was held back by Long Chen. Once it flew past, Long Chen said, "This place is too close to the entrance. It's probably within the area that they monitor. Let's continue onward and get further away before we decide to do anything." They slowly continued forward. The entrance grew further and further away. 6 hours later, another powerful aura flew by, and the three of them hastily hid themselves. As expected, another adventurer had entered and immediately tested whether he could return. As a result, he touched the formation, causing him to be sensed. This expert struggled, a bit before being slain by another creature. In front of it, these Jade Core adventurers had no ability to resist. "Long Chen, what should we do?" Bao Buping and Chong Hao stared at the creature. Long Chen clenched his teeth. "Bring it down." After killing the adventurer, the creature gathered his weapon and flew away. But as it was flying, it suddenly saw a person in front of it. Bao Buping was blocking its path. "Long Chen wanted me to ask you if you're a winged devil," said Bao Buping. The creature's eyes shone with a fierce light. It opened its mouth, revealing a set of sharp teeth. Its mouth actually extended all the way to its ears. "Jiahiaji." The creature laughed sinisterly, a laugh that could cause a person's blood to turn cold. Its sharp teeth flickered. It looked like a demon and sent a claw at Bao Buping. "Jia, your father, taste my blade." Bao Buping snorted and slashed his broadsword. Bang! The creature's claws were shattered by Bao Buping's attack. It was not a match for Bao Buping. It let out a miserable cry, not having expected the foundation forging Bao Buping to possess such power. The creature's aura was also on the level of the foundation forging realm. Yet, it was able to slay Jade Core experts with ease. Therefore, it could be seen how terrifying its power was. But this power wasn't enough when compared to Bao Buping, who was at the 9th heaven stage of foundation forging. The creature turned to run, when sword chi slashed down from the heavens, landing on its back and causing blood to fly. Sensing the fatal danger, the creature hastily folded its wings, blocking Chong Hao's sudden attack. But now its wings were broken by Chong Hao's attack. At the same time, it let out a howl and began to run. But having lost its wings, its speed fell dramatically. A black martial weapon ruthlessly struck its head, causing its body to go limp and fall from the sky. "Nice work." Long Chen grabbed the unconscious creature, flying back toward Bao Buping and Chong Hao. He pressed a finger to the creature's head and sent in his powerful spiritual strength. Soul Search. Long Chen's spiritual strength invaded the creature's head, rushing into its mind sea. But suddenly, its head exploded automatically as Long Chen seemed to have touched some kind of restriction. Long Chen snorted and his spiritual strength enveloped the sky. The creature's scattering soul was still caught by his spiritual strength. Even these fragments could be useful to him. "Fuck, we were noticed so quickly." Long Chen cursed, his expression changing. He sensed danger rapidly approaching. He grabbed the creature's headless corpse and flung it into the distance, while he fled in the opposite direction. The three of them had only just disappeared when over 10 similar creatures rushed over, flying toward the headless corpse. These experts had terrifying auras. Seeing the headless corpse, their icy eyes were filled with killing intent. One of them waved a hand, and they all split up, searching for the killer. Long Chen, Bao Buping, and Chong Hao were hiding under a boulder. Long Chen had dug out a small hole for the three of them to hide in. As for the outside, he had covered their aura with medicinal powders and erased any tracks. Lying within this hole, none of them dared to move. They lay there for 3 whole days. Killing that creature had caused a huge disturbance. After 3 days of hearing them searching, things returned to calm. However, Long Chen knew that probably quite a few more adventurers had entered Devil Spirit Mountain during this time. Perhaps the creatures thought that the murderer was one of those adventurers and had already been slain. Now what? Whispered Bao Buping. Let's wait another 2 days for the disturbance to completely die out. Now that we're here, we're not in a rush, said Long Chen. Although the creature's head had exploded in the end, Long Chen had used the fragments of its soul to piece together some information. This information was extremely helpful to him. That risk had definitely been worth it. After 2 days, they stealthily crawled out of the ground and continued onward. According to that creature's memories, this location had over 10 hidden sentries in charge of defending it. If a person touched the formation, one of them would go kill them. Due to its soul exploding, Long Chen wasn't able to get its complete memories, so he didn't know the location of those hidden sentries. But he could use his sense of danger to avoid them. As they advanced, they saw more and more marks of battle, as well as broken fragments of weapons. They even saw a few broken skeletons. Those skeletons were even harder than king items. There were some bloodstains on the ground that still possessed auras that made their hair stand on end despite how much time had passed. A terrifying battle definitely occurred here before. Perhaps this is the battlefield from the Dark Era, said Bao Buping nervously. The aura that came from the ground here made them feel a chill. There were definitely countless corpses buried here, corpses of heroes slain in battle. Long Chen suddenly pulled the 2 of them to the ground. A flash of light appeared overhead. Chapter 1261 Mysterious Pit. A huge light beam swept through the air, shocking Bao Buping and Chong Hao. If Long Chen hadn't pulled them down, they would have probably been hit. But curiously, this light beam didn't give off any sense of danger. That was what made it so they hadn't sensed it at all. What is that? Bao Buping stared closely at the huge light beam. Within this light beam was the image of a huge sword. It appeared heavy enough to shake the sky. With its countless runes revolving around it, it had to be a world-shaking divine item. Long Chen looked closely at the projection of the sword and then in which direction it was coming from. As expected, this world's creatures are up to no good. They're intentionally projecting the images of divine items toward the sovereign blood seal. That way, the outside world will see the reflections of a few divine items on the Devil Spirit Mountain, and more people will be baited over. Bao Buping and Chong Hao nodded. This light beam was pointed precisely in the direction they had come from. But what's the point in drawing over more people? Asked Bao Buping. The answer to that question isn't something we can rush. Just now, when I did a soul search of that creature we killed, I didn't find any answers in those regards. But this light gives us a direction. The projection has to have the true treasure behind it, so, you understand, laughed Long Chen. Long Chen, are you saying we can obtain that treasure? Bao Buping and Chong Hao's eyes began to shine. But of course, otherwise, what would be the point of taking such a huge risk in coming here? But right now, our main goal is still the heaven-splitting divine tablet. Let's go take a look at it. The 3 of them carefully crept in the direction of the light. But while the light looked like it had come from very close by, even after 2 days and tens of thousands of miles of travel, they didn't see the light's source. On the 3rd day, the light had faded, but they had already determined its direction, so there was no problem. The 3 of them stealthily passed by many sentries. Once, they almost ran into one of them, causing the 3 of them to immediately find a hole to hide in. They wouldn't have a problem dealing with a group of just 10 of these creatures, but if they were exposed, then even more terrifying. Lifeforms would come to surround them, and they would be doomed. On the way, Bao Buping and Chong Hao's admiration toward Long Chen continued to rise. They realized the only reason the old man had agreed to let them go to Devil Spirit Mountain was because of Long Chen. Without Long Chen, then with their characters, they'd probably have just charged their way in, and quickly be surrounded and killed. Long Chen brought them along a winding path, avoiding countless dangers. Although they were still surrounded by danger, it could be said that the old man's theory that power was greater than intelligence was not always true. When just intelligence wasn't able to solve a problem, you would need to rely on power. But when your power wasn't enough, intelligence could save your life. Without Long Chen's intelligence, they'd have definitely long since died. This clash of principles was quite conflicting. From the time they saw that light beam, they traveled for a whole week before seeing a distant mountain. The mountain was huge and pitch black. Its circumference was in the tens of thousands of miles, but it wasn't steep. It was like a huge pile of dirt. However, it was so huge that it was shocking. When they saw this mountain, Long Chen, Bao Buping, and Chong Hao felt a suffocating feeling. It was like the mountain was trying to crush them flat. When they reached the foot of the mountain, they felt like they were about to cough up blood from looking at the mountain. This mountain is way too sinister. How is it giving off such an evil feeling? Bao Buping gulped and cursed. Just at this moment, the mountain quivered and a majestic aura suddenly soared. Chong Hao and Bao Buping suddenly took out 2 hollow rocks and hid the 3 of them inside. The rocks were specifically made by Long Chen. When they ran into certain situations, the rocks could save their lives. Their edges had been ground down to be seamless. No one would suspect the rocks were anything but ordinary. In an extremely unremarkable part of the rocks were 3 small holes. The 3 of them could see outside through them. Long Chen saw a set of golden armor slowly rising on the mountain. A ray of light illuminated it, and a huge projection shot into the distance. That direction was Devil Spirit Mountain's entrance. That's a terrifying ancestral item. Bao Buping stared at the armor enviously. But as the armor slowly rose, Long Chen saw a single thin chain binding it. As expected, it was bait, and we're the fish. Chong Hao cursed when he saw the chain. Clearly, this ancestral item armor was bait this world's creatures had put out in order to draw more people over and then kill them. Although they weren't able to see the chain clearly, for it to be able to contain an ancestral item showed how terrifying it was. Ancestral items had their own spirits. If the chain wasn't strong enough, it would have fled on its own. Let's get closer. The 3 of them came out of the rocks. Based on their previous experience, this light beam would continue for 2 days. Going now under the shadow of the light would be safer. Now that they had reached this point, this region was no longer defended by hidden sentries. However, they were still careful. When they reached the top of the mountain and saw the situation, they all sucked in a cold gasp of air. At the top of the mountain were countless holes. Some were large and some were small. They were placed randomly. There would at least be 1 hole every 100 miles. As for the golden armor, it was floating above one of the holes, and the chain binding it was coming out of the hole. Long Chen, do you want to try seeing if we can sever the chain and take away the golden armor? Bao Buping was tempted. No rush. There are countless treasures here. Perhaps the heaven-splitting divine tablet is in one of these holes. But we can't check them all one by one. If we tried, we'd probably draw the attention of this world's creatures. Right now, we should investigate the situation around here. But remember, we have to stay calm at all times, warned Long Chen. The 2 of them hastily nodded. As they got closer to the secrets of Devil Spirit Mountain, they were starting to lose control of their emotions. On the other hand, Long Chen was still as calm as ever, his emotions not even rippling because of the treasures here. Just this one point made Bao Buping and Chong Hao ashamed. Compared to Long Chen, they were clearly too immature. Long Chen looked around and said, "Let's go look at the center." This mountain was too huge. Even though they had reached the top, they still weren't able to see what was going on in the center. The 3 of them carefully approached. But just a couple 100 miles in, they were struck dumb by what they saw. None of them had imagined that at the center was actually a huge square pit. It was hundreds of miles wide, and so deep that all they saw was darkness. But they were vaguely able to see some things on the walls. They couldn't see clearly with their eyes, but they also didn't dare to use their divine sense. "Let's go down." Looking at the darkness below, he beckoned to the 2 of them. They began to climb down the wall like geckos. "Be careful. Don't touch these black lines. Those are formation lines," whispered Long Chen suddenly as they climbed. Huge black lines had started appearing on the walls. They were not all conspicuous and looked just like natural rock veins. But Long Chen's senses warned him they were traps. Bao Buping and Chong Hao heard his warning and became even more careful, focusing all their senses on avoiding the black lines. The 3 of them descended straight down. After several miles, a notch appeared in the wall. This notch was 4 feet deep and 2 meters tall. Seeing it, Long Chen, Bao Buping, and Chong Hao almost let out a startled cry. That was because a person was standing within the notch. "Don't move, he's already dead." Long Chen hastily stopped Chong Hao and Bao Buping from attacking. If they did, it would cause huge fluctuations. Bao Buping and Chong Hao stopped their hands that were already starting to attack. Only now did they realize that this person was standing still. However, he possessed a powerful aura. He was clearly a soul transformation expert. Carefully examining him, they saw he was very young, looking to be in his 20s. Within his aura were the fluctuations of heavenly Tao energy. He's a rank 7 celestial, said Bao Buping with surprise. A rank 7 celestial who had reached the soul transformation realm. He was definitely a powerful existence, and such a young soul transformation expert was truly rare. Furthermore, this person was exceptionally calm, looking like he was in his meditative state. He wasn't moving at all, and his body was constantly absorbing energy from heaven and earth like he was cultivating. If Long Chen hadn't said that he was dead, they really would have thought that he was a living person. His soul has already vanished. All that's left is a husk. Long Chen's spiritual strength was powerful, and he instantly saw through this person's condition. In truth, he was also very shocked. If a person's soul had vanished, then it meant that they were dead. But his corpse was still cultivating. That went completely against the cultivation world's laws. He carefully pushed the corpse lightly, and it moved aside. Seeing what was behind him, the three of them were once more shocked. Chapter 1262. A ghastly sight. There was a black chain stabbing the corpse through its spine. The chain was extremely strange, but the most shocking thing was that this chain seemed to be alive, as if it was pulsating flesh. It contained its own living aura. It was like the chain was growing out of the corpse's back. It connected to the stone wall behind him, and they could clearly sense the corpse's energy slowly being extracted. Long Chen, Bao Buping, and Chong Hao's scalps turned numb. This sight was simply appalling. They continued downward and quickly saw another notch with another corpse. This corpse was of a female, and its aura was even stronger. She had fire-red hair and was very beautiful. There was a scale growing on her forehead. It's an ancient race expert, whispered Bao Buping. She possessed the specific aura of the ancient races, and it was easy to recognize her just from her appearance. She was also a rank 7 celestial and had reached the soul transformation realm. If she had been alive, her power would have been terrifying. Are these corpses from the Dark Era? Asked Chong Hao. Long Chen shook his head. Her robes don't look like they come from that era. And based on the texture of her hair, this corpse's age must be under 10,000 years. As an alchemist, he had to be knowledgeable about the corrosion of time. It was a fundamental skill for alchemists when distinguishing the ages of medicinal ingredients. How is that possible? If she only entered once the sovereign seal weakened, how could her cultivation base be above the Jade Core realm? Said Bao Buping. It was only after Devil Spirit Mountain's sovereign blood seal had weakened that the Martial Heaven Continent's experts had been able to probe Devil Spirit Mountain. Basically everyone who went in never came out. It was unknown how many heavenly geniuses had been devoured. Long Chen looked at the two of them. The only possibility is that she broke through to the soul transformation realm after becoming a corpse. Their expressions changed. Such a thing was too bizarre. Sensing the woman's aura, it was like she was meditating. Then looking at the chain behind her, they were unable to refute this theory. Long Chen's expression was also grave. Devil Spirit Mountain was even stranger and more dangerous than he had expected. Once more warning the two of them to absolutely not touch the black marks, they continued downward. As they continued descending, they saw more and more notches in the walls with corpses. The atmosphere was so tense that it was hard for them to breathe. These corpses were all young and powerful celestials. Seeing them stabbed through the back by chains in the wall was a ghastly sight. The notches were lined up in even rows. There would be one every 300 meters. The majority of the notches had corpses in them, but some were empty with only a chain inside. Seeing this, Long Chen's heart sank. This square-shaped giant pit was like a deep well. If these notches continued in this pattern, then just how many notches did there have to be within this pit? Just how many corpses? As they went deeper, they noticed that the corpses actually grew stronger. There were rank 8 celestials amongst them. Seeing rank 8 celestials had been turned into corpses, Bao Buping and Chong Hao's hearts pounded. These were existences on the same level as them. Bastards, this is a senior of our heaven-splitting battle sect. As they continued downward, Bao Buping and Chong Hao suddenly saw the robes of the heaven-splitting battle sect. Their killing intent immediately soared. But before they could reach out to sever the chain, Long Chen held them back. Now isn't the time to save them. Unacceptable. I won't allow these bastards to blaspheme the corpse of my heaven-splitting battle sect senior. Raged Bao Buping. Long Chen furiously replied, do you still remember why we came here? If you sacrificed all our lives to save a corpse, just how stupid would you be? Since they've come to Devil Spirit Mountain, all of these people knew what they were getting themselves into. Our goal is the heaven-splitting divine tablet and Devil Spirit Mountain's secrets. If you cause our deaths here, will you be able to face the heaven-splitting battle sect's ancestors in death? Buping, the old man already told us to listen to Long Chen. And he's right. Chong Hao was equally infuriated, but he still retained some of his rationality. Bao Buping gradually calmed down as he stared at Long Chen's iron-stiff expression. Looking at the corpse, killing intent raged in his eyes, but he didn't say any more. Just at this moment, the sound of the wind changed. They immediately recognized it to be something flying through the air. What now? Bao Buping and Chong Hao were both caught off guard. This sound was clearly not just one person. There had to be several of this world's creatures flying over. In this kind of place, let alone fighting, just the slightest carelessness could end up causing them to touch the forbidden restrictions here, while these creatures could probably come and go as they please. Long Chen couldn't care that much any longer, and he spread his divine sense to find the empty spots. Get over here. There are 3 empty spots. We'll disguise ourselves as corpses. They stood in the notches, taking the same posture as the other corpses. They even made the fluctuations of their aura as steady as them. They had only just set themselves up when over 10 of those winged creatures flew over. They held a person in their hands. He was a cultivator. Long Chen stealthily used his divine sense to see that it was a rank 8 celestial who was also at the foundation forging realm. He clearly had to be a disciple from a powerful sect. However, his robes were foreign to him, so he wasn't able to tell what sect he came from. But such a powerful genius couldn't possibly be a wild cultivator. Long Chen closed his eyes and didn't move. Bao Buping and Chong Hao did the same. They solemnly acted dead. Long Chen suddenly realized that they were coming for him. That was because there was an empty spot beside him for the cultivator. As soon as this thought formed in his head, those creatures arrived beside him. He could smell the scent of blood coming from them. It was like they were the offspring of evil and violence born in blood. One of them tossed the cultivator into the notch beside Long Chen. The cultivator let out a pained grunt. He was actually not yet dead. These creatures icily stared at him like he was a pig for the slaughter. One of them grabbed the chain coming out of the wall. Its tip flickered with a cold, sharp light. The chain stabbed through the cultivator's back, causing him to let out a miserable scream that resounded throughout the pit. GG. The creatures laughed bizarrely. That laughter was as painful to listen to as scraping iron. But from that laugh, it was possible to tell that they delighted in his suffering. Long Chen involuntarily clenched his fists. Although he wasn't a friend of this cultivator, seeing these creatures torment a fellow human like this still infuriated him. The cultivator's screams lasted for a few breaths before his body turned stiff. His screams came to a halt, and his twisted and pained expression became calm. Using the 9-star hegemon body art senses, Long Chen sensed the chain absorbing the cultivator's soul. Once his soul was stripped from him, he entered an extremely strange state. It was like he had become a living corpse. A strange energy also came out of the chain, causing the cultivator to suddenly become covered in runes. Then he entered a bizarre cultivation state just like the other corpses. After a few minutes of watching, seeing that the cultivator was completely motionless, the creatures flew away. But although they had left, Long Chen didn't move. He still felt a sense of danger that hadn't passed. Seeing Long Chen hadn't moved, Bao Buping and Chong Hao also didn't move. It took a full 2 hours before a figure appeared in the sky. It was another one of this world's creatures. This creature once more checked the cultivator that had just been caught before leaving. Only once it left did the feeling of danger pass. Long Chen sighed with relief. Confirming there was no more danger, he slowly began to move. Fuck, what a crafty thing. We almost got duped. Bao Buping wiped off some sweat. Just now, he had almost spoken. Fortunately, he had been smart enough to glance at Long Chen and see him standing there motionless. Otherwise, they would have been screwed. Perhaps after being with Long Chen for so long, he had also learned to use his head a bit. That creature wasn't targeting us. It was targeting this cultivator. His soul was sucked away by the chain, and the creature wanted to see if he had split his soul and created a spiritual clone, said Long Chen. Many cultivators made spiritual clones to protect against the worst-case scenario. At a critical time, they could sacrifice the clone to protect the main body. This creature had been lying in wait to prevent this. Now that 2 hours had passed, that person's spiritual fluctuations had completely vanished, allowing it to leave. Let's go. I want to see what secrets Devil Spirit Mountain is hiding. Long Chen waved his hand, and the three of them once more began to carefully descend. After 2 hours, they finally saw the end of the pit and a huge altar. Seeing that altar, they were filled with shock. Chapter 1263 The Mysterious Coffin. At the bottom of this huge, square pit was an altar suspended in the air by 4 huge chains. These chains were all 10 meters thick and flowing with energy. They were like 4 black dragons connected to the altar. There was a huge amount of energy slowly flowing from the chains into the altar. Divine runes floated around the altar, and its terrifying aura made Long Chen, Bao Buping, and Chong Hao's hair stand on end. What damn thing is this? Bao Buping and Chong Hao became covered in cold sweat. It's probably connected to the corpses in the notches. Let's go take a look, said Long Chen. Don't you think we'll startle this world's creatures? Asked Chong Hao gravely. They couldn't help but feel terrified in front of this altar. That was a feeling that came from the core of their souls. Since we've come, we have to take a look. Long Chen suppressed his aura as much as possible and carefully stepped onto one of the chains. The chain didn't react to him at all. Long Chen felt like he had stepped onto a powerful current. He could sense boundless energy pouring into the altar. This current of energy is extremely complicated. Looks like the corpses on the walls really only exist for this altar, muttered Long Chen. Bao Buping and Chong Hao exchanged a glance. Clenching their teeth, they also stepped onto the chain. The chain was so huge that the three of them were like 4 ants crawling along it. It took them 6 hours to walk across. As they got closer, the pressure grew more terrifying. When they reached the divine runes, they were blocked from getting any closer. The divine runes blocked their sight as well. Now what? Bao Buping and Chong Hao were dumbfounded. It had taken so long to reach this point, but it had been for nothing. Long Chen looked at the divine runes and sank into thought. He slowly moved the black pot closer to them. Long Chen was also extremely nervous. These divine runes were clearly some kind of formation. If they touched them directly, probably the three of them would be instantly killed by the formation even before this world's lifeforms sensed them. The only thing that could possibly work was the black pot. This mysterious treasure had to have its own miraculous abilities. After all, it came from that mysterious expert from the 4 nations' ancient remnant. Seeing Long Chen get closer to the formation, Bao Buping and Chong Hao's hearts rose into their throats. Even if they were unafraid of death, to say they could be fearless in front of such a formation and in such an oppressive environment would be nonsense. Death wasn't to be feared. But a meaningless death would be too stupid. When the black pot got close to the formation quivered ever so slightly. Seeing this, Long Chen sighed. There was no way this would work. The formation was already starting to react even at this distance. Although the pot was strange and didn't unleash any aura, it was still unable to hide from the formation's senses. Just as Long Chen was preparing to give up, the pot shook slightly and a small burst of particles flew out of it. Those particles were like the rust that formed on the bottom of a pot. That rust flew out and merged into the formation's divine runes. A small opening a few feet wide opened up, delighting Long Chen. The pot really is mighty. Long Chen praised the pot inside. It was truly worthy of being a treasure left behind by a transcendent power. It had boundless, marvelous uses. Let's go. Long Chen beckoned to the two of them. They slowly walked through the opening the pot had formed for them. Once they were inside the formation, Long Chen put the pot away, and the formation returned to normal. Once they reached the altar, the first thing they saw was an 8-sided formation of divine runes covering a huge coffin. Let's check the coffin. Long Chen directly jumped and flew over to it. Bao Buping and Chong Hao nervously followed, now realizing that when it came to guts, they weren't on the same level as Long Chen. Once he reached the coffin, Long Chen realized it was sealed and he couldn't tell what was happening inside. It's sealed tight. Come and help me open it. Bao Buping and Chong Hao jumped in fright. Long Chen, what if there's some terrifying existence inside? It's fine, just open it. Otherwise, we'll never know what secrets are within. Long Chen took out a king item spear and slowly inserted it between the coffin and its cover. The cover was too heavy. On his own, he was unable to move it. Bao Buping and Chong Hao looked at each other. Taking out the broadswords on their backs, they also jammed them in. They could only rely on their physical strength to move it. The coffin cover was even heavier than a mountain. The three of them had to use tremendous strength to slowly push it aside. When they finally pushed open a meter-wide crack, they looked down to see immortal mist surging from within the coffin. With just a whiff, they felt their spiritual yuan rapidly circulating, and their cultivation basis slowly grew. "It's several times more effective than our heaven-earth divine pool," exclaimed Bao Buping. Just this mist was able to allow their cultivation basis to rapidly advance. Bao Buping estimated that if he were to cultivate here for 10 days, he would have an 80% chance of breaking through to the Jade Core realm. "There's actually a divine spring below," exclaimed Chong Hao suddenly. Long Chen and Bao Buping looked closely through the mist. They were vaguely able to see the light of the liquid below. "This huge coffin is using the cultivator corpses outside to absorb heaven and earth's energy and condense a divine spring," cried Bao Buping. "Then did we strike gold?" Chong Hao's eyes began to shine. A pool of this divine elixir was an absolute treasure. "No, we won't be able to get a single drop. The master is right there." Long Chen pointed. Bao Buping and Chong Hao jumped. Following Long Chen's finger, they saw a 10-meter board floating across the divine spring. There was a person lying on the ground. Below his head was a brick being used as a pillow. That person was covered in divine runes, and it was unclear if it was a female or male. Seeing it, Bao Buping and Chong Hao's hair stood on end as they felt a chill. They sensed an extremely terrifying feeling from this person. It was like it was a sleeping god. If it opened its eyes, their souls would explode. They gulped. They had never seen such a terrifying existence before. Even when the old man exploded in anger, they hadn't felt such a terrifying feeling. This existence was simply lying there, seemingly asleep. If it were to stand, would it be able to kill them with just a look? Is this a legendary divine fetus? Long Chen also found it hard to breathe. He suddenly understood why this world's creatures were wasting so much energy to bait the martial heaven continent's experts into coming to Devil Spirit Mountain. The legends of inheritances, the projections of treasures, the fortunate adventurers who returned, they were all without exception part of the trap Devil Spirit Mountain had laid down. There were now countless corpses and chains within this pit, seemingly connected to this coffin and its terrifying master. Just what kind of plot was this? Thinking of this, Long Chen's scalp turned numb. Was this to say that this world's creatures were using the energy of geniuses to raise a powerful lifeform? What was their end goal? Seeing the huge amount of divine elixir lying within the coffin, there was no way to estimate how much or what energy this was. Boundless runes were giving off light within the divine elixir. There was clearly a special formation at work here as well. If that was all, perhaps Long Chen would be so brazen as to try seeing if he could dredge up a few pots of the divine elixir. But there was also some kind of energy within the divine elixir that linked it to the divine fetus. Once they touched the divine elixir, they would probably wake the divine fetus. Then the three of them wouldn't even have a corpse left. If we can't take the divine elixir, let's take the mist. Bao Buping and Chong Hao exchanged a glance. They each took out a bottle which was a storage tool. They carefully sucked in the mist. Long Chen didn't move. He carefully observed the divine fetus and its connection with the divine spring's elixir. He noticed that its body was directly connected to the divine elixir. That connection was like a fetus and its amniotic fluid. Touching the divine elixir would definitely disturb the divine fetus. It was like a sleeping baby now. But once roused, the consequences would be too horrible to imagine. Bao Buping and Chong Hao pulled out the immortal mist. Although the quantities of that were limited, no matter what, it was still a treasure. There had been plenty of immortal mist when the coffin had been opened, but it gradually grew sparse. The scene within the coffin also grew clearer to them. That pillow's something good. Long Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. The divine fetus was using a brick-like object as a stone pillow. He sensed great spiritual energy coming from it. If he hadn't used his spiritual strength to scan it, it would have looked like nothing more than an ordinary brick. But it was actually an extremely powerful treasure. Long Chen flew into the coffin. He slowly descended toward the edge of the divine fetus. Seeing this, Bao Buping and Chong Hao's eyes almost flew out of their heads. "Long Chen, are you crazy?" demanded Bao Buping quietly. He and Chong Hao felt like he had gone insane. If he disturbed the divine fetus, they'd all be doomed. "Come over here and help me out. I've taken a fancy to this pillow." The more he looked at the brick, the fonder he grew toward it. He began to excitedly rub his hands. Chapter 1264 Obtaining the Brick. Long Chen's words almost made Bao Buping and Chong Hao faint. He had actually set his sight upon the divine fetus's pillow. Wasn't that like plucking a hair from a tiger? If they disturbed it, they would all die. They were unable to imagine that the person the old man viewed highly, the calm and intelligent Long Chen, would do something as crazy as this. Long Chen, do you really think that's possible? Bao Buping gulped, unable to believe his ears. Don't worry about it, as long as we don't form any hostility for the divine fetus, we'll be fine. The brick isn't connected to the formation, so as long as we're careful, we would succeed. Long Chen was extremely confident. He was sure that this brick was being used as nothing more than an ordinary pillow. I'll hold the head, and you switch out the brick. Long Chen reached out toward its head. The divine fetus was like a statue. When Long Chen raised its head, its entire body was raised into the air, leaving about an inch of space between it and the brick. Bao Buping and Chong Hao began to sweat, but since Long Chen wanted the brick, they hastily pushed it out. This brick seemed like an ordinary cyan stone pillow, but it was actually extremely heavy, and even the two of them had to work hard to push it out from beneath the divine fetus's head. Take something out to replace it. It just has to be of the same height, whispered Long Chen. What should we use? Asked Bao Buping. Anything, as long as the height's the same. This thing's about the same weight as a normal human, so it'll be fine, said Long Chen. How about a wine pot? Asked Chong Hao. Sure. Long Chen nodded. Chong Hao quickly took out a pot-shaped object and placed it beneath the divine fetus's head. Its height perfectly matched the stone pillow. Long Chen carefully placed the divine fetus back down. Seeing that it didn't react at all, he sighed with relief. But then just a moment later, he sniffed a few times. A strange expression appeared on his face. This is your wine pot. It's clearly a chamber pot. You use a chamber pot to drink wine. Ah, fuck. I mixed them up. I'll switch it. Just leave it. It's not worth the effort. Being able to sleep on a chamber pot is its fortune. Long Chen shook his head. Ignoring the divine fetus, he looked at the stone pillow. It was extremely heavy and truly just like a brick. Yes, it appeared to be just an ordinary cyan brick. But the 8 corners of it had extremely tiny divine runes. He had only decided to take it because he had seen those divine runes. Those 8 divine runes were things he didn't recognize, but he felt that they had the same air as the divine rune the mysterious expert in the 4 nations ancient remnant had left behind on the black pot. That was why he had deduced that it was an absolute treasure. Fortunately, the brick wasn't connected to the divine fetus. Taking it didn't disturb the divine fetus at all. There was no time to examine the brick any closer. He put it in the primal chaos space and prepared to leave. At this time, he saw Bao Buping staring at the divine elixir unwillingly. Don't look, you can't touch it, and seeing but not being able to touch it is just torture. Why bother? We have more important things to do. Bao Buping and Chong Hao nodded. Since Long Chen said that they couldn't touch it, then they definitely couldn't touch it. They followed Long Chen out of the coffin. Restoring the cover, they opened the altar formation again and returned to the wall along the chain. Climbing up the stone wall, they didn't encounter any of this world's creatures again. Other than when they escorted geniuses here, it seemed that they didn't come here at all. Perhaps they were too confident in their defenses and had never imagined that someone would be able to enter this deep. Once they had climbed back up to the peak of the mountain, they looked down at the endless darkness below, their hearts heavy. They had discovered a heaven-shaking plot. But right now, they were too weak. Even though they had discovered this plot, they were unable to do anything about it. Now what? Should we go back and report this? Wondered Chong Hao. During this trip, they had investigated many parts of Devil Spirit Mountain and would be able to make a map whenever they wanted. They would be able to bring the secret of the altar out as well. Even if they hadn't found the heaven-splitting divine tablet, this was still a miracle, and it left a path open for future disciples of the heaven-splitting battle sect who came here. They would find surviving easier, and there would be greater chances of finding the heaven-splitting divine tablet in the future. Maybe one of us should go back now, said Bao Buping. His meaning was that they shouldn't put all their eggs in one basket. If they split up, their probability of success would increase. One person could go back with the secrets they had learned, while the other 2 could continue searching. If those 2 died here, at least one person would have escaped. If all 3 of them died, all their efforts would have been useless. Long Chen shook his head. That won't work. Was this a joke? Whether Bao Buping or Chong Hao was sent, the chances of them managing to escape were too low. And if Long Chen went, then with the 2 of them searching for the heaven-splitting divine tablet, with their characters, they'd probably be noticed within the day. This suggestion was lacking any thought. Don't worry so much, just listen to me. In any case, we're not in a rush, said Long Chen. What are we supposed to do now? Asked Bao Buping. Right now, we should start searching around this pit. If this really is a trap, then the bait should be here as well. Long Chen marked an unremarkable spot on the terrain as their starting point, and they began to search. It wasn't long before they saw a formation ahead. The formation's runes were causing space to twist around it. There was a recess at the center of it with a powerful martial weapon inside. Even through the formation, they could sense its shocking power. It was a halberd, but this halberd had a chain wrapped around it that tightly bound it to a red stone located at the very center of the formation. So the bait's here, but we can't touch it. Bao Buping stared at the halberd. That was definitely a powerful martial weapon. But since this world's creatures dared to put it here, that meant they weren't afraid of others taking it. Although the heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples had simple minds, they weren't fools. Such an obvious trap was still something they could see. Although it looked like it was just floating there was no way they could touch it. Long Chen nodded. This world's creatures are truly ruthless. Let alone entering this formation, just getting close would cause you to be sensed. The flow of space around the formation is strange. We'd be instantly exposed if we got close. Although Long Chen wasn't a formation master, he had powerful spiritual strength, as well as the sharp senses of the 9-star hegemon body art. Such a trap was something he wouldn't possibly fall for. Of course, if the bait was strong enough, then there'd be no telling what he'd do with his Xia treasure and can't walk away disease. The three of them continued to search. Within 4 hours, they passed by over 10 formations, as well as over 10 treasures that made them drool. There were martial weapons, strange weapons, sets of armor. Every single one of them was tempting. Seeing these treasures but not being able to touch them was painful. However, they had to endure. Their goal was the heaven-splitting divine tablet. That was the most important thing. After another few hours, they encountered a patrol of this world's creatures. The three of them relied on the hollow stones they had made to hide, and they easily passed by them. As they continued, they suddenly heard the ground rumbling, and they hastily hid within the hollow rocks once more. The ground split open and a huge skeleton appeared. It was several miles long, and its bones looked as if they had been made of gold. A terrifying pressure descended, making it difficult for them to breathe. It's the skeleton of a Zon beast. That's a priceless treasure. Bao Buping stared in shock. The Zon beasts were the ancestors of the ancient races. Their bloodlines were extremely pure, and they were all ancient beasts that possessed innate divine abilities. Their power was immense. This skeleton definitely belonged to the Zon beasts. There was a huge fang at its front that made it look like a tiger Zon beast skeleton. The golden skeleton had countless runes revolving along it. Long Chen involuntarily gulped. If he could obtain the golden skeleton, he'd have definitely struck cold. This skeleton had dozens of parts that could be used to create ancestral items. But thinking about it, he gave up. Even ignoring whether or not he could obtain it, even if he did, such a thing couldn't see the light of day. The Zon beasts would definitely flip the heavens if they saw it. As the skeleton appeared, a huge light beam shot out from the sky, shining on the skeleton and projecting its image to the front of Devil Spirit Mountain. Seeing that, Long Chen sank into thought and said, "We have to restart. It seems that powerful treasures won't appear on the surface. For example, this skeleton came from underground, and we wouldn't have noticed while it was like that. So the heaven-splitting divine tablet is probably in a similar state. If we just search blindly like this, we won't be able to find it even if we search for a lifetime. So we have to start over," said Long Chen. "But if we can't notice it when it's underground, how would restarting help?" Bao Buping and Chong Hao became a bit frantic. This was related to their ultimate goal. The heaven-splitting divine tablet is the absolute treasure of the heaven-splitting battle sect. As we search, you should silently circulate the battle god sacred canon. As long as the heaven-splitting divine tablet is nearby, you'll definitely form a resonance with it, said Long Chen. "Ah, that's right, if it's here, then as long as we use our full power, it'll definitely form a resonance and support us with its power." Bao Buping clapped his leg. "Don't do that, we came here to steal it in secret, not snatch it by force, understand?" said Long Chen hastily. He was afraid that these two brothers of his might really do something like that. The two of them nodded. Starting back from the beginning, they began to search once more. Bao Buping and Chong Hao silently circulated the battle god's sacred canon as they did. With Long Chen at the front, they searched for 7 days, avoiding patrols several times. Finally, Bao Buping and Chong Hao cried out at the same time, "Found it." Chapter 1265 The Heaven-Splitting Divine Tablet appears. Bao, Buping and Chong Hao had delighted expressions. After 7 days, they had circled around most of the mountain but hadn't sensed anything the entire time. They had started growing uneasy. The heaven-splitting divine tablet was their ultimate target. Now hearing their delighted cries, a stone also fell from Long Chen's heart. They continued to a level area. This place was totally flat, and it looked completely ordinary. There was nothing remarkable about it. The heaven-splitting divine tablet is probably below. The feeling grew more intense once we got here, said Bao Buping excitedly. As the top disciples of the heaven-splitting battle sect, as cultivators of the battle god sacred canon, they had an inseparable relation to the heaven-splitting divine tablet. If it hadn't been for the fact that they couldn't fully circulate the battle god sacred canon for fear of being sensed, they'd have long since found the heaven-splitting divine tablet. Let's start digging. Chong Hao rubbed his hands. Are you crazy? Do you think this is the same as digging up potatoes? Everything down there is covered by a formation. If we touch it, we'll immediately be sensed, scolded Long Chen. Dig? Just how simple-minded did someone have to be to think of such a method? Long Chen also had to admire their intelligence. He was starting to question the old man's words now. Sometimes just relying on power wasn't enough, and sometimes just relying on intelligence also wasn't enough. His path couldn't be either. As for Chong Hao and Bao Buping, they could not use their heads because they lived under the old man's shelter. With the old man to block the wind and rain, all they had to do was properly cultivate. But Long Chen wasn't the same. He didn't like relying on others. He hoped to rely on himself to resolve things. Without any brains, he'd have long since died. So the old man's words were very correct but didn't completely suit him. He would need to have both brawn and brains to live. But then what else are we supposed to do? We can sense it, but we can't see it. Bao Buping and Chong Hao looked at the ground with obvious desire. With their hasty natures, they couldn't calm themselves. Just wait. Wait for it to come out. Let's go investigate some other things. Long Chen shook his head. He also didn't have any solution at this time. The three of them found a secluded corner and hid themselves within their hollow stones. This wait lasted 6 days. During these 6 days, 3 patrols came by them, but not one of the creatures even looked at their unremarkable rocks. These 6 days felt as long as 6 years to Bao Buping and Chong Hao. Each minute had been torture. On the other hand, Long Chen was still calm. As he waited for the heaven-splitting divine tablet to appear, he pondered everything he had seen in Devil Spirit Mountain. According to his experience, Devil Spirit Mountain was actually a scheme of unprecedented size. That divine fetus alone was absolutely terrifying and exceeded his current understanding. Just as Long Chen was tidying up his thoughts and pondering the implications of Devil Spirit Mountain, the ground shook and a huge stone tablet broke through the ground, appearing in the air. The heaven-splitting divine tablet. Long Chen was shocked. Originally, he had been prepared to wait for a few months or even a year with his bad luck. But for it to appear in just 6 days, he had clearly been helped out by the other two's presence. The stone tablet was black and covered in complicated images. It was over 600 meters tall with a clear crack on its bottom. It was the other half of the heaven-splitting divine tablet. It really appeared. Bao Buping and Chong Hao were almost sobbing. Finding this half of the heaven-splitting divine tablet had been the dream of countless generations of the heaven-splitting battle sect. The two of them had an urge to grab it right now. But that wasn't possible. Right now, the heaven-splitting divine tablet was tightly wrapped by many chains. It had over 10 times the number of chains binding it as any other divine item they had seen before. It was clear that this world's creatures also viewed it as a peerless treasure. Seeing those chains, Bao Buping and Chong Hao's killing intent soared. They wanted to go up and tear the chains off right now. Long Chen, what should we do? Bao Buping and Chong Hao turned toward Long Chen. Our chances of bringing back the heaven-splitting divine tablet aren't very high. Long Chen shook his head as he examined the chains. But I've already recorded everything on it with a photographic jade. Even if we can't bring it out, the 9 forms of split the heavens can just barely count as restored. As long as we escape alive, we didn't come for nothing. Bao Buping and Chong Hao were delighted. They hadn't expected Long Chen to be able to activate a photographic jade here. It had to be known that activating a photographic jade caused fluctuations that were easy to sense at their level. With the 9 forms of split the heavens, the bosses would be able to advance smoothly, and if they were able to cultivate all 9 forms of split the heavens, the heaven-earth divine pool could slowly be replenished. Then the heaven-splitting battle sect could continue. Thinking of that, they were incredibly excited. They were filled with unswerving esteem for Long Chen. Without him, there was no way they would have been able to do this. Most likely, they'd have ended up like those corpses in the pit, tools used by this world's creatures. Long Chen's gaze swept across the heaven-splitting divine tablet. Taking it away isn't very likely. But we should still try. However, there are 2 things we have to do before that. Bao Buping and Chong Hao's eyes brightened. Long Chen was different from them. He definitely had some assurance to say that they could try, or he wouldn't have said anything. What things? Asked Bao Buping. To take those 2 things you wanted. As brothers, I can't let you get nothing, right? Long Chen smiled. You're talking about. Bao Buping and Chong Hao were startled and delighted. Long Chen waved his hand, and the 3 of them went off in a certain direction. This time, they were very quick, and in less than a couple hours, they arrived in front of another formation. In the center of the formation was a golden sword. It was an extremely powerful ancestral item. Long Chen took out the black pot. Slowly approaching it, the black pot didn't let him down. A speck of rust on the bottom of it turned to dust and sprinkled across the formation, forming a small hole for Long Chen. Bao Buping's heart clenched. When they had first seen this golden sword, he had said that even dying would be worth it if he could obtain the sword. Clearly, Long Chen had remembered what he had said and was helping him steal it. That made him incomparably grateful. Holding the pot, Long Chen arrived in front of the golden sword. Looking at the chain wrapping around it, he silently sensed it. The chain was only lightly wrapped around the sword's hilt. As long as the chain was slightly undone, he would be able to bring out the sword. HMPH, another trap. Only an idiot would fall for it. Long Chen sneered at the chain. No matter what he used to touch the chain, he would be sensed. Even the pot was no exception. The formation outside was just the first defense. This chain was the second defense. By making the chain look so easy to remove, they set up this immoral trap. The chains had strange fluctuations. If he wanted to touch this chain, he would need something that was made of the same material as it or that had the same fluctuations. Coincidentally, it just so happened he did have such a thing. A cyan brick appeared in his hand. He gently touched it to the chain and found that there was no reaction, nor was there any sense of danger. Only then did he feel at ease and use the brick to smash the chain a few times. The chains were undone. In that instant, the golden sword's light blossomed and it actually tried to escape into the sky. Just as it began to fly away, Long Chen, who had been prepared from the start, smashed it with the pot, forcing it back down. Fuck, after I saved you, you don't know how to repay kindness. Raged Long Chen. He smashed the golden sword several times with the pot. Its runes began to dim, and the item spirit let out terrified fluctuations and sent a message begging for mercy. It had been terrified by the pot. The huge coffin might have been something Long Chen wouldn't dare to smash, but an ancestral item was something he was confident in handling with the brick. After all, he had experience in that regard. Seeing the golden sword begging for mercy, Long Chen left the formation with the pot and the sword. When he came out, the formation returned to its previous state as if nothing had happened. But the golden sword within it had vanished. The only thing remaining was the chain floating in the air. Long Chen handed the golden sword to Bao Buping. When Bao Buping received it, the ground beneath him shook as the golden sword was incredibly heavy. It was 10 times heavier than the broadsword he was currently using. That was an ancestral item. Within the heaven-splitting battle sect, there was not a single ancestral item. Even the bosses didn't have one. But he, Bao Buping, was the first to obtain one. Don't get so excited. Hurry up and place a drop of blood to become its master, urged Long Chen. Bao Buping hastily dripped a drop of his essence blood. It formed a contract seal. This was the way to form a contract with an ancestral item. However, a barrier appeared around the golden sword, refusing Bao Buping's contract. It clearly wasn't willing to accept Bao Buping as its master. Oh, Long Chen raised the pot threateningly. The golden sword shook slightly and the barrier vanished. It instantly absorbed Bao Buping's essence blood. Ha. Bao Buping laughed for a second before he clasped his own mouth. In his excitement, he had forgotten this was a land of death. Once Bao Buping got his weapon, Long Chen also did the same thing to take out a broadsword for Chong Hao. It was also an ancestral item. The two of them almost passed out from happiness. Long Chen, let's go get a few more. Seeing Long Chen obtain 2 ancestral items so easily, their eyes were shining with the light of someone who had just gotten rich. Long Chen shook his head. There's not enough time. Right now, we have to return to the heaven-splitting divine tablet. We have to take it away before it sinks back down to the ground. After saying that, he brought them back to the heaven-splitting divine tablet. Chapter 1266 Heaven-Flipping Seal. The huge heaven-splitting divine tablet was suspended in the air. Its body was bound tightly by crisscrossing chains. Even Bao Buping and Chong Hao couldn't help but get goosebumps upon seeing how tightly it was bound. The 2 ancestral items they had obtained had only been bound by 1 chain. But the heaven-splitting divine tablet had to be bound by thousands of chains. Furthermore, these chains were tightly knotted to make sure there was no way to undo them. And even if they could be undone, there wasn't enough time. During this time, Long Chen had managed to figure out some of the rules of this place. Ordinary ancestral items would normally hover in the air for a day. Only some of the extremely powerful existences would stay in the air for 3 days at a time. But with how many chains were wrapped around the heaven-splitting divine tablet and with the thousands of knots they formed, even if no one noticed them, not even 30 days would be enough to free it. How are we supposed to release the heaven-splitting divine tablet? Asked Bao Buping. Directly cut it loose. All we need to do is sever these chains. Long Chen slowly took out Blood Drinker. Bao Buping and Chong Hao couldn't believe their ears. In their eyes, Long Chen was incredibly smart. Was such a reckless method really his style? Seeing their disbelieving expressions, Long Chen smiled. The old man has already said that when intelligence can't solve things, you'll need to use power. These chains have tightly bound the heaven-splitting divine tablet, and not even a god would be able to use intelligence to undo them. There's only one option remaining to us. These chains aren't exactly metallic, and they're extremely flexible and tenacious. We'll need both power and sharpness to sever them. I'll handle the sharp aspect, and you two handle the power aspect. With the combination of power and sharpness, we should have a 10% chance of severing these chains. Bao Buping and Chong Hao looked at the thousands of chains on the heaven-splitting divine tablet and had no confidence. Do we really only have a 10% chance? 10%'s already not bad. Sometimes luck is also a kind of power, so let's see how lucky you are. Long Chen intentionally didn't bring up his luck, because when it came to luck, he would have to rely on them. But what are we supposed to do even if it works? This will definitely alarm those creatures. Long Chen, you should go. You have a brain, and you can definitely escape. The 2 of us will try to free the heaven-splitting divine tablet. If we fall, you'll still be able to escape with the secrets we learned, so it would still be a success, said Chong Hao. Whether they succeeded or not in severing these chains, their chances of actually bringing the heaven-splitting divine tablet out of Devil Spirit Mountain were far too low. But none of them was willing to give up without trying. The heaven-splitting divine tablet was the heaven-splitting battle sect's inheritance divine item, and its usage was not limited to just recording the 9 forms of Split the Heavens. Only the complete heaven-splitting divine tablet could bring the heaven-splitting battle sect back to its old peak. This related to the secrets of the heaven-splitting battle sect. This was why despite recording what was on it, they still wanted to bring it away. Right now, they had learned quite a few secrets of Devil Spirit Mountain. Being able to bring out those secrets was a huge victory. They were like a gambler who had already won many chips and was now debating whether to continue with a final gamble. If they lost, they would be left with nothing. That was why Chong Hao wanted Long Chen to leave first. Even if he and Bao Buping died, their mission would still be a success. But if the 3 of them died, they would all become unwilling ghosts. Don't worry about it, I've already thought of how to get out. None of us will die. Do you think an insignificant Devil Spirit Mountain can make things hard on me? Long Chen smiled. In truth, he was extremely emotional now. Bao Buping and Chong Hao were both iron-boned men, true heroes willing to die for their cause. That kind of bearing and aspiration was admirable. Prepare yourselves. We have to succeed in one try. Long Chen placed the 3 of them around the heaven-splitting divine tablet. He had already started accumulating energy, while Bao Buping and Chong Hao solemnly took out their newly obtained ancestral items. Although they were unable to bring out an ancestral item's full power, using them would increase the power of their attacks. Don't waste your energy, you won't succeed. Just at this moment, a voice rang out in their heads, causing them to jump. Senior. Are you the divine tablet? Bao Buping's voice quivered. Yes, Children, you're very brave and very loyal, and most importantly, you possess brains and brawn. I'm very gratified, said that voice. Bao Buping and Chong Hao's eyes reddened from emotion. Bao Buping's voice was choked with sobs as he said, Senior, without you, our heaven-splitting battle sect has already declined to the edge of death. Our inheritance is about to be severed. Please tell us how we can bring you out. Even if it ends up with my body turned to dust, I am willing. The heaven-splitting divine tablet was too important to the heaven-splitting battle sect. It was their only hope. I have been bound by the Netherblood people's soul addicted to life formation. My essence has been sucked out, and I don't have the power to escape here. Furthermore, one of these chains is a life-devouring chain. It's a chain of life and impossible to sever with power. So if you do try, you'll just expose yourselves for nothing and lose your lives here. It's meaningless, said the heaven-splitting divine tablet. Then what should we do? Asked Bao Buping unwillingly. There's nothing you can do. With your current power, there's no way for you to help me. Your current Split the Heavens has already deviated from the original. I will transmit the core of Split the Heavens to you now. You won't be able to comprehend it with your current power, so give it to your seniors when you get back, said the heaven-splitting divine tablet. Suddenly, the heaven-splitting divine tablet's runes lit up slightly, and a golden light shot into Bao Buping's head. Bao Buping's whole body shook as new knowledge appeared in his mind. These were a set of sealed memories the heaven-splitting divine tablet had given him. He didn't dare to probe it right now. Such a thing had to be left to the old man. Quickly leave before you're noticed, said the heaven-splitting divine tablet. Senior, perhaps I have a way to help you escape the life-devouring chain. Long Chen sank into thought for a moment and took out a cyan brick. That was the divine fetus's stone pillow. The heaven-flipping seal. Seeing this cyan brick, the heaven-splitting divine tablet let out a startled cry. Senior, you recognize it? Long Chen was surprised. Child, how did you obtain it? The heaven-splitting divine tablet answered with a question. Long Chen directly told it about the corpses on the walls and the divine fetus. After a while, the heaven-splitting divine tablet sighed. This is a huge trap. Perhaps from the start, it's been one huge heaven-shaking plot. Long Chen, Bao Buping, and Chong Hao exchanged a glance. Clearly the heaven-splitting divine tablet knew some things, but since it didn't say, they didn't dare to ask. The heaven-flipping seal is the core weapon of the heaven-flipping venerate. During the war in Devil Spirit Mountain, he killed countless invaders. Regretfully, the heaven-flipping venerate fell in battle, and the heaven-flipping seal's item spirit has been erased. Now, all that remains is its body. It has no soul, so it's also crippled. Unless what? Asked Long Chen. When he had first seen the brick, he had felt it to be extraordinary. Now he learned it was actually a treasure possessing an astonishing history. Hearing that it was crippled, he was dismayed. But from the heaven-splitting divine tablet's words, it seemed there was still hope. The heaven-flipping seal's power is extremely great. But with its item spirit dead, it only has a powerful body but does not have the soul of a martial weapon. The heaven-flipping seal is a powerful soul item, as the heaven-flipping venerate was a soul master. When the two of them worked together, they were practically unmatched. The heaven-splitting divine tablet seemed to be lost in its memories. In order to let the heaven-flipping seal return to its former glory, you'll need to forge a new item spirit for it. Otherwise, it'll always be a dead object, unable to bring out even 1,000th of its former glory. How can I forge an item spirit for it? Asked Long Chen hastily. I remember the alchemy world seemed to have a secret art known as the 10,000 spirit birth art. It's used to impart spirituality into pills. I heard this secret art can also be used in forging items. If you can command that kind of ability, maybe you can allow the heaven-flipping seal to be reborn. The 10,000 spirit birth art. Could it be the 9 heavens 10,000 life spirit technique? Long Chen searched through the pill sovereign memories but didn't find this 10,000 spirit birth art. However, he did find a similar one. Going through the technique carefully, he found that it truly was similar. It was able to impart spirituality to a medicinal pill or martial weapon. Realizing this, Long Chen was delighted. He wanted to start testing it right now to see if he could create an item spirit for the brick. Although the heaven-flipping seal is crippled, it truly can help me out greatly in my current state. The heaven-splitting divine tablet's runes shook slightly, and the brick in Long Chen's hands flew up to the chains binding it. The brick smashed into one of the chains, the only one that was translucent. A few tiny cracks appeared on the chain. Senior, will we be able to bring you out like this? Without even thinking about it, this was clearly the life-devouring chain it had told them about. Bao Buping and Chong Hao were delighted. The life-devouring chain is connected to all of Devil Spirit Mountain's restrictions. Right now, I only caused a small fault to appear in it. Through that, I can slowly escape the formation's restrictions and recover my energy. But I can't leave now, or I'll be immediately sensed. Children, I don't have much more time. But don't worry, with the life-devouring chain cracked, I'll be able to regain my freedom eventually. I'll leave on my own later. You should take care. Just at this moment, the heaven-splitting divine tablet began to slowly sink back into the ground. The formation closed the earth around it, and a cyan brick flew back into Long Chen's hands. Let's go. We really profited this time. Bao Buping and Chong Hao were ecstatic over what the heaven-splitting divine tablet had said. The heaven-splitting divine tablet would return to the heaven-splitting battle sect on its own. All they needed to do was leave Devil Spirit Mountain alive. You want me to go back empty-handed like this? That's not good. Long Chen looked around Devil Spirit Mountain with an unwilling expression. Chapter 1267 Being Noticed. Long Chen, this is already enough. We should get going now, gulped Chong Hao. Right now, Long Chen had obtained the heaven-flipping seal, while the two of them had obtained 2 ancestral items and the complete 9 forms of Split the Heavens. They had even helped the heaven-splitting divine tablet break part of its seal, making it so its return to the sect was nothing more than a matter of time. They had solved everything they had come to solve. They had even learned some heaven-shaking secrets, so the best decision was to hurry up and scram. As long as they left alive, this would be a complete success. But seeing Long Chen's wolf-like gaze, the two of them got goosebumps. Since we've come, we can't leave empty-handed. Long Chen shrugged. We aren't empty-handed. Are you planning on emptying all of Devil Spirit Mountain? Bao Buping and Chong Hao were speechless. They finally realized that the greediest one amongst them was Long Chen. Even after obtaining so much, he wasn't satisfied. I have many brothers in the Xuantian Dao sect who need to be equipped. I want to see if I can get a few more treasures. It's fine, the black pot is right here. Let's go, once we miss this chance, there won't be another. Long Chen started rushing off. Bao Buping and Chong Hao helplessly followed with bitter expressions. They had always considered themselves to have big guts, but they felt when compared to Long Chen, their guts weren't that big. A feather dress unleashing rainbow light escaped from its chain. It was an extremely powerful ancestral item made from the feathers of hundreds of different kinds of powerful magical beasts. Those weren't ordinary feathers. They were the core feathers of those magical beasts, similar to the true feather of the red-eye sacred blood phoenix that Meng Qi had possessed back then. That true feather had been used to release all its divine abilities. As for this rainbow feather dress, the masters of all its feathers had been exceedingly terrifying existences. Each feather unleashed its own powerful pressure. This was the 9th treasure now. But amongst the 9 treasures, it was the strongest, delighting Long Chen. This rainbow feather dress was most suited to Meng Qi. After obtaining 9 ancestral items, Long Chen felt like flowers were about to bloom in his heart. This feather dress actually possessed a great spirituality, and after he saved it, it didn't try to flee immediately like the other ancestral items. Long Chen could even sense a kind of gratitude coming from it. He easily pulled the feather dress into the primal chaos space. The other ancestral items hadn't been so fortunate. They had all been smashed half dead by the pot before being willing to submit. As he used the pot to subdue these ancestral items, he found that it continued to grow darker. There was a block of it in the middle that was now starting to shine with a glossy light as if it had just been used to stir-fry food. It was looking more and more like an iron pot used for cooking. As for the bottom of the pot, it was starting to accumulate that rust. This rust seemed to be both a secretion as well as a layer of armor. Long Chen was unable to see through its mysteries. But his intuition told him that this treasure left behind by that mysterious expert in the 4 Nations ancient remnant was currently undergoing some kind of transformation. However, no matter what he tried, the pot refused to connect to him. He was unable to communicate with it. Even now, he had no idea how he was supposed to use it. The only attack method he had with it was to smash. Oh, we've been noticed. Long Chen suddenly felt a vague sense of danger. Some of this world's creatures had to be rushing over with killing intent. He felt like he had done things flawlessly, but it seemed he had still been noticed. Most likely, he had stolen too many treasures and activated something similar to an alarm system. Well, That's about enough anyways. Let's go. Long Chen laughed. Taking out his saber, he fiercely hacked at a huge boulder. Very quickly, a sneering smiley face appeared on the rock. It was a very simple, very crude drawing, but it was definitely very expressive. Bao Buping and Chong Hao's hair stood on end. Long Chen was truly brazen to even have an urge to do such a thing at this time. Long Chen, if we don't get going, it'll be too late, urged Bao Buping. Running now is already too late. They're coming from 3 different directions. No matter which way we go, we'll be found. Long Chen shrugged, unhurried. What the fuck? Why are you still so calm then? Risking their lives wasn't something Bao Buping and Chong Hao were afraid of, but right now, they had obtained the inheritance of the 9 forms of split the heavens and so many treasures. They were unwilling to die. It's fine, don't panic. We can't run, but we can roll our way out. Long Chen smiled. As he spoke, he raised his saber. A huge saber image tore into the sky and then slashed into the ground. Bao Buping and Chong Hao were dumbfounded as they watched Long Chen's saber strike the ground. The ground exploded, blowing dust and rocks into the air for 1,000 miles. Let's roll. Bao Buping and Chong Hao now understood. Hiding in their hollow rocks, they shot out with the other flying rocks, rolling down the mountain. Damn, so this was also a method. Why didn't I think of it? Said Bao Buping admiringly. Shish. Long Chen hastily whispered. As they hid in the hollow stones and were rolling away, a large squad of creatures whistled over their heads. This squad had over 100 members. Bao Buping and Chong Hao felt a burst of fear. These creatures were extremely powerful. In a 1-against-1, Bao Buping wasn't afraid of them, but if he was surrounded by this many, there would be no chance of him getting away. These creatures completely ignored the rolling stones below them as they flew over. Explode. Long Chen suddenly let out a quiet cry, and an explosion erupted where they had been. The creatures rushed over in that direction without hesitation. But when they got there, all they saw was a huge hole. They didn't see a single person. Just as they were wondering what had happened, another explosion echoed in the distance, and they once more shot off. After this repeated several times, they suddenly stopped, seeming to realize something. One of them squatted down and used its claw-like hand to dig out a translucent string thinner than a hair. This thread was impossible to see unless you looked closely. The creature quickly found a talisman connected to it. It had clearly been used and was now garbage. This was something Long Chen had left behind. These talismans came in a set. One was the explosive talisman, while the other was the detonator talisman. The level of this talisman actually wasn't very high. Long Chen had bought them when he first joined the Xuantian Dao sect. Back then, he had felt talismans to be very marvelous and mysterious existences, and so he had bought some to study. As a result, these talismans, which couldn't even kill a sea expansion expert, achieved a heaven-defying effect here. Long Chen had long since put these mechanisms in place, while Chong Hao and Bao Buping didn't even know when he had done it. First, Long Chen caused a disturbance to draw the creatures over, then he detonated a distant talisman. When the creatures reached that place, he detonated the second, forming a cycle to lure the creatures away. Suddenly, one of those creatures let out a furious roar. They knew they had been duped. After that, they rushed back to the first spot, but they didn't see any oddities. By the time they reached that spot, it had already been a full incense stick's worth of time since Long Chen had slashed the ground. The 3 of them had rolled off the mountain and run off without a trace. The leader of the creatures then took out a blood-colored jade talisman and crushed it. Suddenly, Devil Spirit Mountain shook intensely, and an ear-piercing alarm rang throughout every corner of it. Following the alarm, countless creatures swarmed out like hornets whose nest had been poked. Patrols filled heaven and earth. In an instant, all of Devil Spirit Mountain became turbulent as powerful creatures whistled to and fro. Their powerful auras shook the sky. At this time, Long Chen, Bao Buping, and Chong Hao were flying as fast as they could. Long Chen, are we supposed to charge out right in the open? We're going to be noticed, shouted Chong Hao as they flew. This was completely different from when they arrived. Long Chen had no intention of being hidden. They weren't even suppressing their auras any longer and were simply flying as fast as they could. There's no other choice. We have to get to the exit before they seal it. Otherwise, we'd be turtles in a jar, said Long Chen. According to his estimates, as long as these creatures weren't complete idiots, the first thing they would do was send experts to seal the exit. But they had a limited number of experts that were close to the exit. If they wanted more, they would need to send assistance from other regions. Right now, they were in a race against time. They had to slaughter their way out of Devil Spirit Mountain before those powerful reinforcements arrived. If they moved as carefully and as slowly as they had when they had arrived, then there really would be zero chance of escaping. The three of them were flying rapidly when they suddenly encountered a group of over 10 creatures. They had powerful fluctuations, and according to the standards of human cultivators, they were probably around the level of a rank 6 or 7 celestial. When those creatures appeared, they immediately spread their bat-like wings and emitted sharp cries as they attacked the three of them. Kill them at full power. We can't slow down. Long Chen had already sent out a blood-colored light with Blood Drinker. 3 of those creatures were instantly killed. Those creatures were unable to block the 3 of them. Under their attacks, they instantly transformed into bloody mist. But this mist wasn't red, it was black. These creatures, blood was black as ink. HMPH, this world's creatures are only at this level, snorted Bao Buping. Don't worry, there'll probably be an intense battle in a bit, said Long Chen. The 3 of them rushed away, killing 3 waves of creatures trying to block them before they saw the exit. But when they did, Bao Buping and Chong Hao couldn't help but suck in a cold gasp of air. Chapter 1268 Intense Battle with Another World's Experts. There's too many of them. Bao Buping and Chong Hao felt a chill. Right now, there were thousands of this world's creatures blocking the exit, staring coldly at them. Even Bao Buping and Chong Hao felt their hearts clench in the face of this many of them. It had to be known that while these creatures might have auras similar to the human race's foundation forging realm, their actual combat power was much greater. Their bodies were especially tough, comparable to king items. They were incredibly quick and powerful. Didn't you want to get revenge for the generations of seniors from the heaven-splitting battle sect? Now's the best time. Bring out your full power and let these creatures experience the power of our heaven-splitting battle sect, said Long Chen, battle intent soaring out of him. Long Chen was disgusted with these creatures. They actually used the human race as prey. This was a humiliation to the entire human race. Kill these bastards. Vengeance for the heaven-splitting battle sect seniors. Bao Buping and Chong Hao both roared, their eyes scarlet as they unleashed their full power. The 2 of them now looked almost insane. They had both thought of that corpse of their senior that they had seen in the pit. They hated these creatures to the core. They charged out, unleashing terrifying power that forced back these creatures. But Bao Buping and Chong Hao were also shocked to find that these creatures were extremely powerful. Practically, each one of them had power comparable to a rank 8 celestial, and when a dozen of them blocked at the same time, they were unable to kill even a single one. Although some of them were vomiting blood, those injuries weren't heavy enough to affect their combat power. The 2 of their attacks had only just landed when a huge blood-red saber image soared into the sky, slashing down with a boundless air of death. Long Chen's sharp attack landed right on the creatures that had just blocked. Nice. Bao Buping and Chong Hao both cheered. Long Chen's attack had been perfectly timed. Those creatures had just blocked their attack and had yet to summon forth more energy before this terrifying attack landed. 7 of them were killed in an instant. But 7 was nothing compared to the army of thousands in front of them. The other creatures let out furious roars and poured forward like the tide, instantly devouring them. Long Chen's roar was like the roar of a god. A 4-colored divine ring appeared behind him, unleashing boundless pressure. A pillar of light soared into the sky. 4 stars revolved in his eyes, and a powerful chi wave directly blew back the charging creatures. Kill. With a thunderous roar, Long Chen unleashed a mile-long saber image at the creatures. Those powerful creatures were blown apart like tofu in front of Long Chen's attack. Any of them touched by the huge saber image were killed. Bao Buping and Chong Hao also unleashed their full power. They pushed the battle god sacred cannon to its peak, following behind Long Chen as they slaughtered. Although the creatures did their best to stop them, the 3 of them were like tigers amongst a crowd of sheep. Anyone who blocked them was mercilessly cut down. Long Chen was being vicious now. Time was pressing. They couldn't waste even a breath's time. Right now, he was finally experiencing how strong he had become after the baptism of the heaven-earth divine pool. He felt inexhaustible energy pouring out of his body. Those creatures in front of him were either slain or blown away. However, there were still too many of them, and they didn't fear death. They continued to pounce on the 3 of them. As time passed, more and more of them appeared. There was now a sea of them, while Long Chen and the others were like 3 small boats trying to stay afloat within the turbulent waves. Damn it, There's too many of these bastards. We can't kill them all, cursed Bao Buping. In the beginning, there had only been several thousand of them. But now, although the three of them had killed hundreds, the numbers of their enemies had soared past 10,000 and continued to climb. The only good thing was that the three of them were still rapidly pushing forward, getting closer and closer to the exit. There was less than 100 miles in front of them before they would reach the formation. Once they broke in, they would be able to leave. 100 miles could be crossed with a single step during ordinary times for people on their level. But now, they were blocked by these creatures, and even advancing a single step was difficult. Each slash of Long Chen's saber killed several of the creatures, but it still wasn't enough to keep up with the arrival of reinforcements. The thing that made him feel helpless was that these reinforcements only became stronger. His guess was that the lifeforms that guarded the border were all low-level lifeforms, while these new ones were the real elites. The creatures they had seen at the beginning had black wings. But now some silver-winged ones had started to appear. These silver-winged creatures were several times stronger than the other ones. In a one-against-one, Bao Buping and Chong Hao were unable to kill them within a few moves. Fortunately, their cultivation bases were still equivalent to the human race's foundation forging realm. No Jade Core realm creatures appeared. The three of them pushed forward with difficulty. More and more of the silver-winged creatures were appearing, increasing the pressure of them. But now they were just tens of miles away from the exit. Suddenly, an explosive sound rang out. A dozen of the silver-winged creatures worked together to push Long Chen back several steps. Damn it! Long Chen's heart shook. To be pushed back while advancing was not just a setback, it would dampen their sharpness. If they continued to be knocked back while advancing, it would become extremely difficult to get to the end. Without hesitation, Long Chen's arms shook, and a lightning and flame dragon flew out. The two dragons roared and intertwined, blowing apart the silver-winged creatures. Black blood filled the air and was incinerated. They're weak to lightning and fire. Long Chen was delighted. He had never expected these silver-winged creatures to be so weak to this. Anywhere Lei Long went, the silver-winged creatures would have their bodies turn stiff. Their tough bodies became as weak as a block of ice. Then violet flames would go by, and these creatures were like cold cups that had been thrown into a blazing furnace. They instantly exploded. Anywhere the two dragons went was wiped clean. A huge path appeared in front of them, delighting them. They hastily rushed forward. Suddenly, space rumbled as a large winged devil appeared in the air. Its wings were actually golden. The other creatures immediately opened a path for the golden-winged creature. They were clearly terrified of it. Golden light flowed around it, making this creature look like a golden fiend. Its eyes were completely icy. Despicable human race, die. The golden creature actually spat out human words. It sent a single punch at the three of them. Its fist was also golden. There was some strange energy circulating within it, and space rumbled wherever it passed as if it was being compressed to the limit. Bao Buping and Chong Hao unleashed powerful sword chi at its fist. An explosion caused the world to shake. The ground exploded and dust filled the air. Bao Buping and Chong Hao vomited a mouthful of blood as they were knocked back, almost losing their grip on their weapons. They were filled with shock. This golden creature was absolutely terrifying. Even when the two of them worked together, they weren't able to receive its punch. The golden creature sneered upon punching them away. It let out another punch, this time at Long Chen. "Be careful," cried Bao Buping and Chong Hao. Having experienced its power, they knew that it surpassed their understanding. "Do you think a piece of crap like you is fit to look down on me?" Long Chen sneered. In terms of power, he had never feared anyone. Long Chen's body became covered in green scales. When his 108,000 scales appeared, his 108,000 immortal platforms began to revolve rapidly. Each one of them corresponded to one of his scales. When his immortal platforms and scales formed a resonance, a mysterious energy appeared, feeling like countless tiny threads connecting all of them. In that instant, Long Chen let out a roar that shook the heavens. His power exploded like a volcano as he sent a punch at the golden creature. Chapter 1269 The Amazing Pot Dominates. A golden fist collided with the green fist. Powerful chi waves erupted in every direction. The surrounding creatures were blown back by the chi waves, and a few of the weaker ones were directly killed. This incredible power was so great that even Bao Buping and Chong Hao had to stab sword chi into the depths of the earth to avoid being blown away. Yet, they still coughed up blood. They were injured by their clashing power. The two of them couldn't help being shocked. They hadn't expected this golden creature to be so terrifying. But fortunately, Long Chen was able to fight on even ground against it. They saw their fists still intertwined. Countless ripples were erupting from their fists, soaring like waves clashing against heaven and earth. Clearly, the two of them were constantly increasing their power. With his hair fluttering in the wind, Long Chen looked like a god as he faced that golden creature. The thing that made Bao Buping and Chong Hao uneasy was that the formation just tens of miles away did not shatter after enduring this immense power. It merely quivered ever so slightly. Such immense power was unable to damage the formation. Was it really possible for them to break out of it? A bad feeling rose in their hearts. If they couldn't break the formation, the three of them would die here. Just death was one thing, but they would probably end up being used, turning into those corpses in the pit. Furthermore, all their efforts would have been useless. But now that things had reached this point, their worry had no use. All they could do was place their hopes on Long Chen. They focused themselves, ready to attack at any moment. The golden creature's sneer of disdain had already vanished, replaced with an expression of shock. It couldn't believe Long Chen was this powerful. Inferior human race, how can you possess such power? The golden creature icily looked at Long Chen as it spoke, but it continued to increase its power. This time, Bao Buping and Chong Hao clearly saw that this creature wasn't actually speaking the human language. When it opened its mouth, it was able to unleash spiritual fluctuations that expressed its meaning, making it seem like it was speaking their language. Who do you think you are to look down on the human race? Is the winged devil race so amazing? Sneered Long Chen. The golden creature's expression suddenly changed. How do you know of the winged devil race? Long Chen hadn't expected this little test to actually reveal such a secret. So these creatures really were part of the winged devil race. But the previous winged devils he had seen were huge. How were these ones so small? Idiot, how could I not know? I also know you are nothing more than a brat of the winged devil race. The pure-blooded winged devils are far stronger than you, sneered Long Chen. Although he put on a disdainful expression, he was actually carefully paying attention to this winged devil's countenance. When he spoke, he clearly saw its pupils shrink slightly. It was shocked by his words. Then this meant that this golden creature was likely just a branch of the winged devil race, or perhaps the winged devil race's descendants. Based on its reactions, the skeletons of the winged devils he had seen in the deep abyss of the Julie secret realm should be the ancestors of this world's creatures. As for the barbarian race expert, in order to slay those winged devils, he had sacrificed his own life. That must have been something related to a war waged in a time far more ancient than the Dark Era. If these creatures were descendants of the winged devils, then didn't that mean the battle in the Dark Era was related to that previous battle? Yu Xiaochen had said that the so-called Mother Star had collapsed, and the barbarian race had been exterminated. Just what were the causes and consequences of all this? Just as Long Chen was rapidly thinking, the golden creature let out a furious roar, and a ray of light shot out of its forehead and at Long Chen. Long Chen was startled, suddenly recalling that the winged devils condensed their cultivation base in the devil core located at their foreheads. At such a close distance, there was no time for him to dodge. If struck, his head would definitely explode. Bao Buping and Chong Hao's expressions changed. They hadn't expected the golden creature to have such a terrifying attack. Just at this moment, a refined medicinal cauldron appeared in front of Long Chen's head, smashing into the light. This was the ancestral item, the blazing dragon cauldron. After obtaining it from Dan Chu's hands, Long Chen had been nourishing it in his mind-sea the entire time. He had used it to refine pills a few times, but after arriving in the heaven-splitting battle sect, he had almost forgotten about it. He hadn't placed a slave mark on the blazing dragon cauldron. It could move on its own, and seeing Long Chen in danger, it actually took its own action to protect him. The light was blown apart, while the blazing dragon cauldron charged at the golden creature. The golden creature jumped in shock. It had absolute confidence in its divine ability. It was confident in using it to kill Long Chen. But instead, this powerful cauldron appeared and suddenly attacked. Its intuition told it that if struck, its head would definitely explode. The golden creature's wings shook, and golden runes lit up around its body. It transformed into a ray of light that shot back at incomparable speed, just narrowly dodging the blazing dragon cauldron's attack. In terms of power, you're far too weak. Does the inferior winged devil race only have this little ability? Sneered Long Chen. He held one of the feet of the blazing dragon cauldron and smashed it at the golden creature. There was no way for him to truly control an ancestral item. As for the blazing dragon cauldron, it hadn't recovered yet. Unless it had no choice, it wouldn't want to use its power either. But with Long Chen's power, a smash from the cauldron wasn't something just anyone could endure. Inferior human race, you dare blaspheme the grand winged devil race? The golden creature let out a furious roar and charged Long Chen. Now Long Chen and the golden creature began a fierce fight in the air, and seeing that they had distanced themselves, the other creatures charged at Bao Buping and Chong Hao. Fuck, do you think I'm a pushover? Raged Bao Buping and Chong Hao. Raising their swords, they started a fierce slaughter. The creatures were slain one by one. But there were too many of them, and more were joining in. Right now, their numbers surpassed 20,000. However, no matter how many there were, the number of them that could attack at one time was limited. At any moment, Bao Buping and Chong Hao were only fighting a few dozen of them. There was no danger to their lives for now. Up in the air, seeing the golden creature charging at him, Long Chen suddenly threw the blazing dragon cauldron at it. Fuck off. The golden creature snorted and its wings lit up once more as it prepared to dodge. As a result, the blazing dragon cauldron suddenly grew in size, going from 1 meter to 3,000 meters. It was now a mountain, dumbfounding the golden creature. It was too huge and instantly sealed all his possible dodging paths. The golden creature felt like a shooting star had smashed into it. It shot to the ground, smashing apart its fellow creatures that it touched. The golden creature vomited up blood, but unexpectedly, its black blood contained some golden color to it. It's forbidden to crap here, shouted Long Chen as he once more smashed the blazing dragon cauldron at the golden creature. The golden creature's hair stood on end from fury, flames almost spurting from its eyes. Its sharp teeth were creaking. All the human race knows how to do is rely on outside power. You're the most shameless race. The golden creature suddenly grabbed its forehead and pulled. That appearance was like it was trying to tear its head in two. Suddenly, a black bone appeared outside the golden creature's forehead. That was its crystal core. A black arrow then shot out of it. As soon as that black arrow appeared, Long Chen felt a chill. He even sensed the blazing dragon cauldron's fear. There's definitely something up with that black arrow. Long Chen's heart shook. This black arrow contained a corrosive aura. For the blazing dragon cauldron to also be afraid of it, it was clearly bizarre. This black arrow made him think of the Yama King blood curse that the corrupt path's expert, Shui Yu, had used on him in the immemorial path. The black arrow also seemed to contain a kind of curse energy. This kind of thing posed a great threat to an item spirit, which was why the blazing dragon cauldron felt fear. Long Chen suddenly realized why these creatures didn't use all the treasures that they gathered. They were probably unable to use them. That was why the golden creature now cursed him for using outside power. This move was definitely targeting his ancestral item. Thinking of this, Long Chen knew what he had to do. With a faint smile, he put away the blazing dragon cauldron and took out a certain black object. Watch how my amazing pot dominates. Long Chen smashed the pot into the black arrow. Chapter 1270 Battle God Blessing. The black arrow smashed into the bottom of the pot, causing an explosive sound. The black arrow instantly exploded to bits, while the pot remained fine. All that happened was a bit of rust fell from it. Hee hee, the pot really is mighty. Long Chen laughed. This pot had given him many pleasant surprises. Although he was still unable to use its real power, he was constantly finding out more of its unknown abilities. The blazing dragon cauldron was afraid of the arrow, but the pot wasn't at all. It seemed that its level was far greater than the blazing dragon cauldron. Furthermore, this was also the result of Long Chen's guess being correct. The black arrow's power had been strange. The actual power behind it hadn't been great, and its real ability lay in its corrosive curse power. There was no way this kind of curse energy could affect the pot. The black arrow was completely ineffective. Inferior human race, you don't have any real power, so you just rely on your tricks. You're the dirtiest, most shameless lifeforms, roared the golden creature furiously. It was furious that this move was useless against the pot, but it was also helpless about it. Idiot, are you a crying shrew? Unable to beat me, you start cursing me, sneered Long Chen. Now holding the pot, he charged at the golden creature. A single smash of the pot caused the golden creature to be sent flying. The thing that infuriated the golden creature was that the pot was far harder than the blazing dragon cauldron, causing cracks to appear on its fist and its blood to slowly flow out. Inferior. Fuck off. The golden creature had just opened its mouth again when Long Chen smashed it with the pot, sending it flying. The golden creature roared repeatedly, but it was unable to do anything to Long Chen. "Idiot, stand still, I won't stop until I beat you into a dumpling," roared Long Chen, repeatedly smashing the pot at the golden creature. The golden creature's fury was soaring. It was unable to do anything to the pot, making it feel helpless. Originally, its power had been equal to Long Chen's. In a direct clash, it would be difficult to determine a winner. But after using its divine ability, it had caused the blazing dragon cauldron to come out and it instantly fell into a disadvantage. Then after using its corrosive black arrow, this damn pot came out. After shooing off a wolf, it attracted a tiger. The golden creature's heart was probably shattering. In front of the incomparably fierce pot-wielding Long Chen, it was forced to retreat over and over again, unable to fight evenly any longer. Seeing Long Chen make the golden creature cover its head and run, not only were the other creatures of this world shocked, but even Bao Buping and Chong Hao were dumbfounded. The current Long Chen looked even more savage and demonic than these creatures. "Long Chen, ignore it. Hurry up and open the formation," shouted Chong Hao as he fought intensely. The number of creatures here was still rising, and it was at an even faster rate than before. "I can't open the formation," shouted Long Chen in reply. With a wave of his hand, he sent out the blazing dragon cauldron, smashing it into the formation. A water-like barrier appeared in the air as the formation activated. A large mass of ripples materialized where the blazing dragon cauldron had struck it, but the formation didn't break. Instead, the blazing dragon cauldron was knocked back. "Do you see?" said Long Chen helplessly as he put away the blazing dragon cauldron and continued to smash the golden creature. Bao Buping and Chong Hao's hearts turned cold. Even with Long Chen's power, even using an ancestral item, he was unable to break the formation. Then there was no chance at all. "Fuck, looks like we're going to die here. Then let's bring them down with us," roared Bao Buping. Bao Buping and Chong Hao both roared at the same time, and a blood-colored rune appeared on their foreheads. At the same time, runes began to light up all across their skin, looking like a runic armor. In that instant, it felt like two ancient monsters had woken. The Battle God Blessing was the strongest power-increasing art of the Battle God's sacred canon. It was said to allow a person to receive a god's blessing and raise their power as much as possible. But the Battle God Blessing was not suited for a long battle. It only allowed for a brief burst of power. The heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples wouldn't use it until there was no other option. Now, Long Chen had shown that the formation was too powerful for them to escape. So the only thing left to do was to kill as many of these creatures as possible. But what Bao Buping and Chong Hao hadn't expected was that the instant they used the Battle God Blessing, their power burst forth on an unprecedented scale. Their power had been raised far more than it had ever before. A faint halo of light surrounded them, and their power flowed out in torrential waves. A single slash of their swords pierced the creatures around them as easily as a knife going through tofu. What's going on? Bao Buping and Chong Hao were shocked and delighted. When they had used the Battle God Blessing before, their power would double. But now their power had probably increased by 10 times. They had previously been miserably suppressed by these powerful creatures, but now they killed them easily. Long Chen smiled. As expected, the reason those previous two disciples had been able to get out of this formation wasn't because of how powerful they had been, but because this place had the heaven-splitting divine tablet's blessing. The reason why the heaven-splitting divine tablet had appeared on this battlefield back then was because it embodied the battle god's will. Only by activating the battle god blessing within the range of the heaven-splitting divine tablet's blessing was it possible to use split the heavens to break the formation. As soon as Long Chen had started to fight against the golden creature, he had felt that something was strange. With their power, they could definitely dominate any rank 8 celestials, but the formation hadn't had any problem containing their power. Back then, he had thought there was some problem. But the fact that two of the heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples had managed to escape shouldn't be a coincidence. The problem was most likely something to do with Bao Buping and Chong Hao. That was why Long Chen had put on a display of showing the formation's power when the two of them had told him to break it. It was to make them lose any of their expectations. Now that the two of them had used the Battle God Blessing, it all became clear. Long Chen didn't cultivate the Battle God's sacred canon, so he was unable to receive any blessing. If they wanted to break the formation, they would have to depend on the two of them. Bao Buping and Chong Hao suddenly shouted at the same time. They forced back the surrounding creatures with a single slash and flew into the air. Like two arrows, they shot at the golden creature. "Cripple him," roared Bao Buping. With all three of them attacking the golden creature at the same time, they had sealed its paths of retreat. Their swords fell. The golden creature was currently at a loss from being smashed by Long Chen's pot over and over again. Seeing Bao Buping and Chong Hao attacking, the golden runes on its wings lit up, and it smashed a fist at them. But it had miscalculated. With the battle god blessing, their power had increased by 10 times. Their swords instantly blew apart the creature's arm. The creature let out a shrill cry, but that cry was cut off halfway as a pot smashed into the back of its head. The pot directly smashed apart the creature's head. As the head exploded, a small devil core tried to fly away. "I was waiting for you." Long Chen snorted and grabbed the devil core. The devil core had the golden creature's soul within it, and that was what he wanted the most. The devil core suddenly lit up, and it felt like flames were about to erupt from within it. "HMPH, you want to kill yourself? Keep dreaming." Soul sealing art. Long Chen snorted and formed hand seals with one hand. A net formed around Long Chen's hand. This was Long Chen's soul art. The net bound the devil core tightly, and that erupting energy instantly turned calm. In the end, not even a ripple came out of it. In terms of power, the golden creature might be able to fight evenly with Long Chen. But in terms of spiritual strength, they were not even close to the same level. Although Long Chen's skill in soul arts was crude compared to Meng Qi, his spiritual strength was vast like a sea and practically endless. Suppressing the devil core's soul was easy. Damnable human race, you'll pay the price for this. Just at this moment, 3 of the golden creatures appeared, flying over. Long Chen's expression changed slightly. Amongst those 3, 2 had similar auras to the foundation forging realm, but there was one whose body was shining like a golden sun. It was an expert on the Jade Core realm. Long Chen sensed a sensation of mortal danger from it. "Chong Hao, open the formation. Buping, you unleash a full-strength attack at them to buy me some time." Long Chen's eyes began to shine as he saw these 3 terrifying creatures coming. He put away the black pot. With his left hand holding the elbow of his right arm, he raised his right hand into the air. Flame energy began to circulate, and chanting filled the air. Bao Buping and Chong Hao immediately followed his directions. One charged at the formation, while one stood in front of Long Chen. They both raised their swords high into the air. 2 huge sword images pierced into the sky. Heaven and earth began to shake. Chapter 1271 Screwed. Bao Buping and Chong Hao attacked at the same time, unleashing unprecedented power. At this moment of life and death, one attacked the formation, while one attacked the creatures. 2 huge heaven-splitting blades mercilessly slashed down from the sky. Bao Buping's sword chi shot straight toward those 3 golden creatures. Boom! The Jade Core creatures at the front snorted. Its golden claw closed around Bao Buping's sword chi, blowing it apart. But Bao Buping's power with the battle god blessing was also terrifying. The golden creature was knocked back several meters by it, and their advancement was stalled for a moment. Even the other 2 golden creatures were knocked back by the first. "Inferior human race, face your deaths." The one at the front roared, and a powerful sound wave shook heaven and earth. This voice contained boundless killing intent. It shot toward Long Chen. The instant Bao Buping attacked, Chong Hao's sword slashed into the formation. What delighted Bao Buping was that this powerful formation actually did tear open. In truth, this formation was extremely powerful. Let alone a foundation forging disciple, even a soul transformation expert's full-strength attack wouldn't be able to tear it open. However, the 9 forms of Split the Heavens possessed the will to break apart the heavens. Thus, Split the Heavens possessed an extremely strong barrier-breaking effect. The heaven-suppressing magic sect's magical arts were very powerful, but they didn't dare to show off in front of the heaven-splitting battle sect. Why? Because the heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples had split the heavens. When they used the battle god blessing, they could ignore all their magic shields and hack them to death. That was why this formation, which even soul transformation experts would be helpless against, would tear open through Chong Hao's attack. "Quick, run!" Chong Hao shouted to Bao Buping and Long Chen. As soon as this tear formed, the formation began to slowly close. It would take less than a breath's time before it was fully restored. Bao Buping immediately rushed over. At this time, those golden creatures were also getting closer. "None of you will get away." The Jade Core creature roared, and its body suddenly unleashed blinding light. Like a sun, it covered the entire world in golden runes. Heaven and earth froze. This was an extremely terrifying power. Bao Buping and Xianxia felt like a mountain had suddenly crashed down on them, and each step was incomparably difficult to take. They couldn't help being shocked. Just what kind of power was this? If we don't leave, will you treat us to a meal? Within this world of golden runes, there was only one spot without them. That spot had a violet sphere like a star that shattered the runes. Long Chen was standing in the air, a 300-meter sphere in his hand. Like a god of flames, he appeared unspeakably domineering. The violet sphere was like the sun, while the golden runes were like snow, instantly melting away. The entire golden world was affected and starting to twist. Well, based on your conduct, I'd say you didn't prepare any good food for us. Then never mind, we're very busy. You can go back. You know, after taking so much of your stuff, I'd feel bad not leaving you with something. Please take this insignificant gift. There's no need to thank me. Long Chen tossed out the huge sphere at the powerful golden creature. Starfall. The sphere contained boundless destructive power. It was like a star that had reached the end of its life and was about to erupt with its final light. The jade core creature hastily fled. It was unknown what it was shouting, but Long Chen could guess it was telling the other creatures to run. But they had still underestimated this mysterious magical art that came from the Xuantian catalog. With the added power of the Nirvana scripture, the explosion of the violet sphere caused flames to devour the world. Instead of golden runes, this world became filled with a sea of flames. Those ordinary creatures would be instantly turned to ash, and the elites would last for a breath before dying. Only the golden creatures survived. But their golden bodies had turned black from the flames. While they were able to block the attack, the power of the explosion knocked the two foundation-forging golden creatures unconscious. Only the jade core creature, who had fled far away from the core explosion region of Starfall, had managed to survive intact. But if it had been struck head-on, it knew it would probably have been killed. Just after Starfall exploded, over 10 incredibly terrifying auras rose in the distance. A group of huge figures were rushing over. These figures were also golden, but they were now 30 meters tall. Their pressure caused heaven and earth to shake. As soon as they arrived, the surviving golden creature didn't dare to even move. Seeing everything here had been turned into a charred land of death, those creatures let out heaven-shaking roars of fury. One of them had scarlet eyes and stamped on the ground. The ground shattered beneath it, while it shot at the formation like a shooting star. At this time, the tear Xianxia had made had increased in size due to the power of Starfall. Furthermore, the formation seemed to have broken because of it, and its self-repairing ability had disappeared. It was like a person who didn't even know how to close their mouth after being slapped in the face. The other creatures were shocked to see one of them charge past the formation. They hastily flew over to stop that one, but they were too late. That terrifying creature charged into the darkness, chasing after Long Chen. Long Chen, Bao Buping, and Xianxia were fleeing as fast as they could. After unleashing Starfall, Long Chen had hidden on the other side of the formation with the other two. Starfall's destructive power had mainly stayed on the outside, so the three of them weren't injured. But they all suddenly felt a sensation of mortal danger lock onto them. Life Star Realm. The three of them were shocked. This aura was clearly something only someone on the Life Star level could possess. Long Chen looked back, and his hair stood on end. He saw a 30-meter figure rapidly getting closer. Its speed was 10 times greater than theirs. Fuck, there's no need to be so courteous as to send us off, right? Cursed Long Chen. Lightning wings appeared on his back, and the king item boots on his feet lit up. He pushed his speed to his peak while grabbing Bao Buping and Xianxia. Being pulled by Long Chen, Bao Buping and Xiangxia's feet left the ground as they whistled through the air so quickly that they couldn't even keep their eyes open. Even dragging them, Long Chen's speed surpassed their peak. Damn it, Long Chen, go faster. It's about to catch up. Bao Buping looked back just in time to see the giant creature get even closer to them. It was about to catch up, causing their faces to turn green. Perhaps they would have the slightest urge to fight if it was just a soul transformation creature. But in front of this terrifying monster, they didn't even have a desire to fight. That was an existence on the level of the old man. Long Chen clenched his teeth and fled for his life. His legs were like two rapidly spinning wheels. But even so, he couldn't compare to that creature's speed. It was still catching up. Fuck, when we came, the distance was so short. Why is it so far now that we're going back? Cursed Long Chen. When they had come, they hadn't felt this space to be so big. But even after rushing for so long, they hadn't reached it. What Long Chen didn't know was that this place also had a formation. Coming in was easy, because the formation shortened the distance so that anyone would quickly enter Devil Spirit Mountain. But when leaving, the formation wouldn't help. So it felt like the distance had increased by 100 times from the entrance to the formation. We're screwed. Long Chen, your legs are too short. Bao Buping lamented. That creature's legs were 15 meters long, so Long Chen was truly at a disadvantage in a race. Die. That creature suddenly roared and its forehead split open. An arrow shot out at Long Chen. Now, that creature was less than 3,000 meters away, and they were now in its attack range. If this attack landed, the three of them would be instantly turned to dust. Pot, it's all on you. Long Chen threw Bao Buping and Chong Hao to the side while he took out a black pot. He smashed it into the attack. A heaven-shaking explosion erupted and space crumbled. The three of them felt like a mountain had smashed into them, and they tumbled back into the distance, violently hacking up blood. They didn't know how far they rolled. Their heads were buzzing. Suddenly, a clanking noise rang out as the black pot landed in front of Long Chen, still spinning. Seeing it was fine, Long Chen was delighted. The pot was too amazing. It was actually able to block such a terrifying attack. Long Chen had just blessed his luck that the pot was so strong when a furious roar rang out. That terrifying creature arrived in front of them, unleashing a terrifying fist that sealed all of heaven and earth. Their expressions changed. This terrifying creature fundamentally wasn't something they could handle. Long Chen raised the pot again. Suddenly, space quivered. A blood-colored light soared into the sky, looking like a bloody sun that lit up the world. Chapter 1272 The Sovereign Blood Seal displays its power. As soon as that blood-colored light appeared, the creature's killing intent vanished, and an expression of terror appeared on its face. It immediately turned and fled, not even bothering with Long Chen and the others. It's the Sovereign Blood Seal. Long Chen looked at that blood-colored sun in the direction of the Sovereign Blood Seal. At this time, it was unleashing endless light that lit up the world. Divine might filled the entire Devil Spirit Mountain. The Sovereign Blood Seal's light spread, enveloping Long Chen's group of three. Long Chen didn't sense anything odd from it. He simply felt like warm sunlight was bathing his body. But that creature was fleeing as if its life depended on it. It was afraid of even being touched by the light. Despite its speed, it was unable to outrun the divine light. The blood-colored light quickly caught up. The creature let out an unwilling roar, and golden runes lit up all over its body, protecting it. Long Chen was shocked to see that these golden runes had no actual form. They split apart space to form a terrifying defense. Long Chen had never seen such terrifying defensive runes. His guess was that this defense was one of the creature's innate divine abilities. This absolute defense didn't have the slightest use against the blood-colored light. The blood-colored light was like lava shooting through snow. The runes vanished, and the creature let out a miserable scream. In front of their shocked gazes, it was instantly turned to dust. The three of them felt a burst of fear. Originally, Long Chen had estimated that with this powerful defense, the creature would have a 50% chance of escaping alive. At the very least, it should have been able to struggle somewhat. But now he found that in front of the Sovereign Blood Seal, such a terrifying existence didn't have the slightest ability to resist. After the creature was killed, the Sovereign Blood Seal returned to its original appearance as if nothing had happened. But now one of those terrifying creatures had vanished. Long Chen, Bao Buping, and Chong Hao were filled with shock. The Sovereign Blood Seal was actually this powerful. Then just what level of existence was a sovereign? Just a single seal left behind from over 100,000 years ago that had already started to loosen up was still able to easily kill such a terrifying expert. The three of them stood and bowed respectfully to the Sovereign Blood Seal. They were filled with reverence and gratitude to this sovereign. A sovereign's power could extend through time. A single seal had suppressed Devil Spirit Mountain for tens of thousands of years, making those terrifying creatures unable to enter the martial heaven continent. This kind of domineering power was something anyone would wish for. Now they were definitely safe. No matter how many of those creatures there were, they wouldn't dare to be arrogant in front of the Sovereign Blood Seal. They slowly walked over. They quickly saw the two stone pillars again. The Sovereign Blood Seal was still floating calmly between them. As they walked beneath the Sovereign Blood Seal, they all took a deep breath. They looked at the clear sky and blazing sun that they hadn't seen in a long time. They had finally managed to come out alive. After having brushed past death so many times, coming out now made them feel like they had been reborn. They had only just stepped out of Devil Spirit Mountain when dozens of gazes landed on them, filled with shock. Those people were all adventurers who hadn't made their resolve to enter Devil Spirit Mountain or were still adjusting their condition. Seeing the three of them walk out, they were filled with disbelief. There were even some who were emitting unconcealable killing intent and greed. Anyone who walked out of Devil Spirit Mountain had to have amazing treasures of heaven-shaking secrets. The three of them were dyed in black blood, which made it impossible for the others to see their original robes. No one could tell who they were. As soon as they appeared, a group of wild cultivators surrounded them. One of them was a Jade Core expert who immediately unleashed his powerful aura and extended a hand at them without even saying a word, wanting to capture them alive. Long Chen didn't even look at that person. He swung his hand, and that Jade Core expert didn't even have a chance to make a sound before being blown to bloody mist. The others surrounding them couldn't help being appalled. A Jade Core expert was killed with the wave of a hand. Just how strong were they? Scram! Bao Buping shouted coldly, and a powerful chi wave blew away the people surrounding them. Two unlucky fellows were knocked unconscious just from that. Just because the three of them had been bullied in Devil Spirit Mountain didn't mean that they were weak. These people here were nothing more than rank 3 or rank 4 celestials. They were nothing to Long Chen and the others. You want to rob me? Fucking dog eyes, cursed Chong Hao. Long Chen's slap, Bao Buping's roar, and Chong Hao's cursing immediately suppressed everyone. Those wild cultivators instantly realized that the fact that these three could walk out of Devil Spirit Mountain wasn't because of just luck. Isn't that one? Long Chen. Suddenly, one of the cultivators let out a startled cry upon recognizing Long Chen. Long Chen's name was already famous within the cultivation world. He was a complete oddity. He wasn't a celestial but was able to contend with top heavenly geniuses. His name had been especially resounding due to what happened in the Eastern Sea and the battles after the Four Nations. Ancient Remnant. He had ignored the threat of the ancient races and killed his way out of the encirclement of countless soul transformation experts to leave the Grand Shah. His name had reached the point that practically all cultivators in this region knew his name. Later, because he had entered the heaven-splitting battle sect, things had calmed down slightly. But now, all these cultivators were shocked to see him here. As for Bao Buping and Chong Hao who came from the heaven-splitting battle sect, they were covered in blood and there was no way to tell anything from their robes. Just the swords on their backs weren't able to show their status. Just as everyone was shocked, the space behind Long Chen transformed into a water screen. A sharp blade silently stabbed toward his back. It happened so suddenly that Bao Buping and Chong Hao didn't react at all. Their attention was fixed on the shocked cultivators. Sparks flew as the sharp sword was suddenly blocked by a black pot. At the same time, Long Chen slashed out Blooddrinker in his right hand, tearing through the space behind him. This slash of his also came suddenly as if he had been expecting this. Only now did Bao Buping and Chong Hao react. They hastily turned back to see Long Chen's saber slash down, and that sharp blade which was floating in the air pulled back to block. The blade blocked Long Chen's saber, and that water curtain blew apart, revealing a seemingly ordinary man in gray robes. He looked completely ordinary. If tossed into a crowd, it would be impossible to find him again. At this time, he had a hint of shock in his eyes. The Bloodkill Hall just refuses to go away. Since that's the case, you can stay behind. Long Chen smiled coldly, and stamping on the ground, he shot forward, slashing his saber down with both hands. After being entangled with the Bloodkill Hall's assassins for so many years, Long Chen was extremely sensitive to their auras. As soon as the three of them had walked out of Devil Spirit Mountain, he had felt that he had been locked onto. The reason he hadn't said anything was because he had been waiting for the attack. After all, not all assassins were like those twin Bloodkill 10 assassins who were capable of cancelling out each other's killing intent and auras. No matter how amazing the assassin, they wouldn't have anywhere to hide in front of the 9-star hegemon body arts senses once they attacked. Long Chen's first attack tore apart the assassin's concealment, while his second attack was a killing blow. The assassin had nowhere to go. With a cold snort, he raised his sword to block. A water-like barrier appeared on it, and with an explosive sound, the mist suddenly shot out, filling the air. The mist instantly covered the area around them. Within this mist, it was impossible to even see your own fingers if you waved your hand in front of your face. All you could see was the white mist. Even divine sense couldn't pierce this mist. Bao Buping and Chong Hao were startled. Within this mist, they were blind, unable to see or sense anything. Suddenly, the mist blew apart, and people could see Long Chen attacking the assassin. The assassin had blood pouring out of his chest and dripping out of his mouth. He had a shocked expression as he flew back. "You can see through my heart bewilderment mist." The assassin couldn't believe it. He was a powerful water element cultivator, and the mist formed by his water chi wouldn't scatter no matter how strong the wind was. It could block sight and isolate divine sense. Within the mist, others were blind while he could see clearly. Countless experts had died unwillingly within his mist. The mist could be scattered through great explosive and destructive power, but anyone who did that actually fell into his trap. The instant they unleashed that powerful attack, he would launch a fatal attack. At first, Long Chen had also been like the other experts he had slain. The first thing he had tried was using his aura to blow apart the mist. And the assassin had been waiting just for that moment to launch a silent sneak attack. But just as he had been about to attack, he saw that the energy Long Chen had been accumulating hadn't been to blow apart the mist. Instead, a powerful saber had slashed toward him. He had actually fallen for Long Chen's trap. Long Chen's attack caused him to vomit blood and shoot back. If he hadn't been strong enough, this attack would have killed him. Split the heavens 3. Long Chen's reply was another ruthless attack. The blood-colored saber image mercilessly fell from the sky at the worst possible moment for the assassin. The assassin took a deep breath. Runes suddenly materialized behind him, forming a sea of runes. 9 dots of light appeared within the runic sea. A powerful aura soared into the sky. When this runic sea appeared, the assassin seemed to become a completely different person. A slash of his sword broke Long Chen's saber image. Long Chen, Bao Buping, and Chong Hao were all shocked. A rank 9 celestial. Chapter 1273. An unforeseen change. The Bloodkill Hall's assassin summoned his manifestation for just a moment before pulling it back as if nothing had happened. But Long Chen, Bao Buping, and Chong Hao were all shocked. Although they hadn't managed to see his manifestation clearly, they were sure he was a terrifying rank 9 celestial. "Regretfully, I can't have an all-out fight with you here. Hopefully you can escape this calamity, or I'd have stalled my advancement to the Jade Core realm for nothing. Remember me, I am Bloodkill 9, and if you live past today, I will take your head next time." The assassin emotionlessly looked at Long Chen. After saying that, the mist covered his body, and he disappeared in front of all of them. Even Long Chen didn't sense how he had left. What a powerful assassin. Bao Buping and Chong Hao were shocked. This was their first time seeing a rank 9 celestial. And this rank 9 celestial was actually an assassin. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. He recalled how the twin assassins in the Four Nations Ancient Remnant had told him that they, Bloodkill 10, were the strongest assassins in this region. The assassins ranked higher than them weren't in this region. But Bloodkill 9 had suddenly appeared. That meant that Bloodkill Hall had mobilized him from some other place. Furthermore, based on his words, he seemed to have even stalled his chance to advance to the Jade Core realm to kill him. Was this to say that the assassins above Bloodkill 9 had already advanced to the Jade Core realm or even higher? Why did he stop fighting? Bao Buping and Chong Hao were a bit flabbergasted. They had wanted to experience the true power of a rank 9 celestial. "Long Chen, people have reported you as being a Heaven Caesar and have entrusted me with investigating this matter. It'd be best for you to be sensible and willingly go with us. Otherwise, HMPH. Suddenly, a cold shout rang out, and dozens of figures surrounded the entrance to Devil Spirit Mountain. When they saw those figures, Bao Buping and Chong Hao's expressions changed. There were several amongst those people who were Life Star experts. The person at the front wore violet gold robes with the marking of the Pill Tower on them. Only a Tower Master was qualified to wear such robes. Long Chen had only ever seen Dan Teng wear such clothes. However, this person wasn't Dan Teng. Instead, he was an icy-faced man with shoulder-length hair who appeared to be around 40 years old. This middle-aged man had several Life Star experts around him, and one of them was surprisingly someone Long Chen recognized, the Heaven-Suppressing Magic Sect's Vice-Sect Master, Ma Xingkong. Other than Ma Xingkong, Long Chen didn't recognize any of them, but based on the way they carried themselves, they were probably the masters of their sects or on that level. Other than them, there were 5 large, especially arrogant experts. Those were experts from the ancient races. A total of 13 life star experts and over 50 soul transformation experts. Such a terrifying lineup caused Bao Buping and Chong Hao to jump in fright. Are all of you here just to capture me? You really look highly on me. Long Chen calmly smiled, clasping his hands behind his back. The person at the front was actually Dan Teng's little brother. As for Dan Teng, he had disappeared from this world. Due to that foolish child, Dan Chu, who had exposed all the secrets to Long Chen in the Four Nations ancient remnant, the entire cultivation world had been shaken. Dan Teng had abused his position to interfere in the matters of the four ancient nations. That was a huge crime. Then adding on how he had been preparing to support the Grand Han in controlling the four nations, he had left himself with no path for leniency. Even though he was the Tower Master, he hadn't been able to bear Pill Valley's fury. In order to appease the masses, Pill Valley had announced that Dan Teng had been executed. It went without saying that Pill Valley was truly ruthless. Even a Tower Master, a Grand Life Star expert, could be killed by them. That had managed to shut everyone's mouths, including the Huayan sect. There was no longer any way to find trouble for them over this matter. Now that Dan Teng was dead, all the responsibility was pushed onto him, and the matter was brought to a close. But Dan Teng's death caused quite a few waves within Pill Valley. The main bloodline of Dan Teng's family was exceptionally furious. But they didn't dare to release that anger on Pill Valley, so they placed all of it on Long Chen. This new Tower Master's name was Dan Sheng. He was Dan Teng's little brother and had been promoted to take over Dan Teng's Pill Tower. Dan Sheng had only just been promoted when he started to target Long Chen. In truth, killing Long Chen was a minor thing. As long as they properly did it in secret, with the Pill Tower's power, they could easily crush a foundation-forging ant. But Dan Sheng's goal wasn't just to kill Long Chen. He wanted to kill Long Chen as an example to others, to win back the Dan family's honor. Otherwise, the Dan family's position in Pill Valley would fall. Killing Long Chen now wasn't just to avenge their enmity with him, but more for political reasons. Behind Dan Sheng was his entire family supporting him. Long Chen. Bao Buping sent a transmission to Long Chen. Don't speak. Long Chen directly opened his mouth. He knew what Bao Buping wanted to say. But he had plenty of experience when it came to handling something like this, and he knew what to do. As for Bao Buping's spiritual message, there was no way it would escape the senses of these wily old foxes. Long Chen, are you going to let us capture you willingly? Dan Sheng icily stared at Long Chen, his expression calm. However, his killing intent could not be concealed, as he hated Long Chen to the bone. He wanted to crush Long Chen right here and now. But he couldn't do that, because he needed a reason. A righteous reason. Go with you willingly. A person who can make me do such a thing has yet to be born. Who do you think you are to dare ask me such a thing? Sneered Long Chen. Little brat, do you want to try saying that again? Raged Dan Sheng. Old bastard, even if I say it again, what can you do to me? Long Chen directly pointed at his nose and cursed. You arrogant brat, I can't watch any longer. Today, I'll teach you how a junior should respect his seniors in Li Tianxuan's place. Suddenly, a shout rang out, and a figure appeared in front of Long Chen like it had teleported. A large hand reached toward his throat. The attacker was the heaven-suppressing magic sect's Ma Xingkong. At this time, Ma Xingkong's face was twisted in hatred. His hatred for Long Chen was even greater than Dan Sheng's. Last time when he had gone to the Xuantian Dao sect as a display of might, instead of showing off the power of the heaven-suppressing magic sect, his disciples had been killed and he had left in defeat. He had even gambled away a huge amount of resources, as well as his own life star bead. However, the worst thing was that slap in the end. It was a stain that he would never be able to wipe away, so he wanted Long Chen dead even more than Dan Sheng. He directly reached for Long Chen's throat, and the pressure of the life star realm crashed down upon him, freezing heaven and earth. Long Chen smiled coldly. Last time, his cultivation base had been too low, and he had been like a fish that could only allow itself to be slaughtered. But now, he clearly felt that he was not so helpless. As long as he wanted to and used his full power, well, although he wouldn't say that he could block him, he definitely could lift a finger, unlike last time. However, he didn't have any intention of dodging. Instead, he just looked at Ma Xingkong with his cold smile, no fear in his eyes. The only thing there was contempt. Ma Xingkong clearly saw that expression. He thought that Long Chen had simply accepted his helplessness and was doing this to infuriate him so that he would kill him quickly. Ma Xingkong smiled. That smile was savage and pleased. He could already imagine the sight of Long Chen being tortured and begging for release. "Brat, don't vainly think you can get me to kill you so easily." Ma Xingkong sneered, his hand continuing to Long Chen's throat. Bao Buping and Chong Hao both slashed their swords at Ma Xingkong. However, within Ma Xingkong's domain, moving was extremely taxing and their movements were sluggish. There was no way for them to compare to Ma Xingkong's lightning-like speed. Yet even so, their movements caused the other experts to be surprised. Even kings would be unable to move within the domain of a life star expert. As for soul transformation experts, their movements would be heavily suppressed. As for Bao Buping and Chong Hao, they were merely foundation forging disciples. For them to be able to move in this domain was truly surprising. Some of them were envious and formed an urge to kill both of them. Talented geniuses needed to be put down while they were still growing, or they would eventually become terrifyingly powerful enemies. The ancient race's experts exchanged a look. They had already made their determination to get rid of Bao Buping and Chong Hao here. They definitely wouldn't allow them to grow. The ancient races hated the heaven-splitting battle sect. Ever since ancient times, the heaven-splitting battle sect hadn't given them face. They were incredibly direct, and if you irritated them even slightly, they would start fighting. With how the ancient races liked to be arrogant and call themselves hegemons, they had suffered quite a bit in several fights against the heaven-splitting battle sect. And last time, 7 of their life star experts had gone to the heaven-splitting battle sect to force them to hand over Long Chen, but unexpectedly, the heaven-splitting battle sect actually fought to protect him, and 3 of their experts were slain. 4 had run away, but one of them was only left with a Yuan spirit. Furthermore, that Yuan spirit had been heavily injured, and there had been no choice but to seal it so it could slowly heal. It was unknown how much time it would take for it to recover. And even if it did, after finding a suitable body, that expert's cultivation base would be limited. It would probably only ever possess the power of the peak soul transformation realm. That was a vicious slap in their face. Now seeing Bao Buping and Chong Hao possess such power, they definitely had to kill them. They decided that in a bit, they would attack to capture Long Chen and, accidentally, kill them. When the time came, the Pill Tower would have to handle that debt, because they had been called over by the Pill Tower. Just as the ancient race experts were scheming on how to kill Bao Buping and Chong Hao, Ma Xingkong's hand arrived right in front of Long Chen. Scram! A cold shout rang out, and a huge broadsword slashed through space at a crafty angle at Ma Xingkong. Ma Xingkong was shocked. This attack came too suddenly and without any warning. He hastily formed a hand seal, and a huge shield appeared in front of him to block the sword. Just as Ma Xingkong's focus turned to block that huge sword, Long Chen, who was still coldly smiling and hadn't moved, suddenly swung his hand, slapping Ma Xingkong across the face. Chapter 1274 What a pervert! Ma Xingkong had thought that Long Chen couldn't move within the pressure of his domain. Unable to act, the only thing Long Chen was capable of doing was smiling to infuriate Ma Xingkong in hopes of getting the latter to kill him quickly. When that broadsword suddenly appeared and attacked him, he completely ignored Long Chen. As for Long Chen's face-slapping arts, they were unrivaled beneath the heavens. Even if someone was on guard, they wouldn't necessarily be able to dodge. As a result, this slap viciously struck across his face. That resounding slapping sound caused space to almost explode. Ma Xingkong's head made a full 360-degree turn. Half of his teeth even shot out and landed on the ground. Just at this moment, the broadsword struck Ma Xingkong's shield. That shield was extremely tough, and under normal circumstances, it would have been able to block this attack. But Long Chen's slap caused Ma Xingkong's aura to become unsteady, and the power of his shield dropped sharply. As a result, it shattered upon being struck, and the broadsword continued to strike Ma Xingkong. Ma Xingkong was sent flying, wildly vomiting blood. His clothes turned into colorful strands fluttering through the air. You dare to discipline a disciple of my heaven-splitting battle sect? Who do you think you are? A large man with a broadsword resting on his shoulder appeared in front of Long Chen. He spat toward Ma Xingkong disdainfully. Seventh boss is mighty. Long Chen, Bao Buping, and Chong Hao cried out at the same time. Bao Buping and Chong Hao hadn't known that the 7th boss would come. But Long Chen had long since sensed the 7th boss's existence due to the medicine he had given to all the bosses. To an alchemist, that was a specific marker. That was why Long Chen hadn't been afraid from the start. The seventh boss's arrival slightly surprised Dan Sheng and the others. Although they had known that the heaven-splitting battle sect would likely have sent someone to protect them, they hadn't expected that the heaven-splitting battle sect's concealing arts would be so amazing. Suddenly, someone let out a surprised cry. Everyone followed the voice to see a certain thing, and all their expressions became odd. At this time, Long Chen and the others' gazes were also attracted. What they saw was Ma Xingkong. When Long Chen clearly saw what Ma Xingkong was wearing, an expression of disbelief involuntarily appeared on his face. A dress. All they saw was that beneath Ma Xingkong's blown-away outer clothes was a fiery red dress. It was extremely attention-drawing. An old man wearing a dress? What a pervert. Just looking at him hurts my eyes. Bao Buping looked away, looking like he might vomit. Ma Xingkong's face was completely red, which made the large handprint on his face even more noticeable. He had an urge to smash his head into a wall and kill himself. This dress was covered by his outer robes, and normally others wouldn't be able to see anything beneath it. This dress was called the raiment of rainbows and feathers. It was an extremely powerful protective ancestral item. But regretfully, it was an item for women. After obtaining this ancestral item, Ma Xingkong had hesitated for a long time, but in the end, he hadn't been willing to give it away. That was because a powerful protective item like it could make up for the fatal weakness of the heaven-suppressing magic sect's experts, their weak bodies. Ma Xingkong had decided to wear it in the end. But for appearances, he always wore 2 sets of male robes on top of it. That way, he wouldn't be exposed. In truth, this raiment of rainbows and feathers had truly saved his life. Otherwise, the seventh boss's attack wasn't something someone with a weak physical body could endure. But now it was awkward. Everyone was staring at him strangely. That made Ma Xingkong's face twist in embarrassment. The sight of an old man wearing a fiery red dress truly possessed destructive power. Long Chen, if I don't kill you, I swear I'm not human. Ma Xingkong immediately took out a large robe and put it on to cover the dress. Old bastard, does deciding to come out in a dress and prostitute yourself have anything to do with me? Cursed Long Chen disdainfully. Instead of cursing the seventh boss, this idiot actually cursed him. Did he think he was an easy target? Good job, Long Chen. That slap was excellent. The seventh boss patted Long Chen on the shoulder and then gave him a thumbs up. It had truly been amazing. Hee, seventh boss praises me. This is what practice makes perfect means. I've had so much practice, so of course I've gotten good at it, said Long Chen very modestly. Ma Xingkong clenched his remaining teeth so hard that they creaked and almost broke. Flames almost spurted from his eyes. Long Chen's words were a huge insult to him, because when he had tried to capture Long Chen last time, he had also been slapped across the face just like this. That matter had become a well-known secret. Countless people had laughed over it, turning Ma Xingkong into a laughingstock. Now, before the old injury had even healed, a new one had struck him again. Furthermore, this slap had occurred in front of this many life-star experts. It was 100 times more embarrassing than last time. Right now, the rancor in Ma Xingkong's eyes could practically kill a person. You are from the heaven-splitting battle sect. Dan Sheng finally opened his mouth, his tone as arrogant as ever. Are you blind, or have you never learned to read? Don't you see the markings on my robes? The seventh boss glanced at Dan Sheng. Dan Sheng's question was nothing more than a polite formality. Normally, a person would respond with yes, or something like do you need something? Then they could continue speaking. But the seventh boss's reply made it so Dan Sheng had no way of replying politely. Pay attention to your words, raged Dan Sheng. He was truly furious now. After all, he came from the Pill Tower, and no matter where he went, he was a high and supreme figure. He was used to other people speaking respectfully to him. Don't try to act like some bigshot. In the eyes of my heaven-splitting battle sect, your Pill Tower isn't worth a fart. Ever since my sect was established, we didn't eat a single one of your pills, said the seventh boss disdainfully. He didn't give a damn about these experts. Long Chen is a heaven Caesar. Does your heaven-splitting battle sect want to protect him? If so, the entire righteous path will become your enemy. Do you dare? Shouted Dan Sheng. You say Long Chen's a heaven Caesar, so he's won. Where's your proof? Sneered the seventh boss. HMPH, there are dozens of disciples within the Xuantian Dao sect who can testify that Long Chen is a variant heaven Caesar. After killing geniuses, he steals their talent and forcibly gives it to others. The explosive growth of the Dragonblood Legion is the best proof, said Dan Sheng coldly. Long Chen's heart shook slightly. How could anyone in the Xuantian Dao sect deliberately target him? But he quickly understood that Dan Sheng was just forcing it. Back when he had increased the power of the Dragonblood Legion, he had shaken the entire Xuantian Dao sect. In order to suppress the waves caused by this, Li Tianxuan had placed the responsibility on himself. At that time, he had said that the Xuantian Dao sect was in the midst of testing a secret method to upgrade its disciples' talent. Back then, Li Tianxuan had simply helped cover things up. He had thought that Long Chen would only be increasing the Dragonblood Legion's power once. Covering up such a thing was a minor thing with his power. But then, the Dragonblood Legion had continuously advanced. Rank 5, Rank 6, Rank 7, and Rank 8 Celestials sprang up like spring bamboo after the rain. There was no longer any way to cover this up. If he forced it and said that this was still the Xuantian Dao sect's secret method, then that would be enough to shake all the central plains. Furthermore, the Xuantian Dao sect's alchemy pavilion had exploded. Without any powerful alchemy resources as a backer, how could they raise so many geniuses? Furthermore, they had already advanced 3 times. That made no sense. If the Xuantian Dao sect truly had such a method, there was no way they would only use it on the Dragonblood Legion and none of the other disciples. So just a slight consideration revealed a flaw in Li Tianxuan's original declaration. He was clearly helping Long Chen conceal some secrets. With the Pill Tower's power, baiting a few of the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples to testify against Long Chen was as easy as turning a hand. As long as the Pill Tower used that, then if Long Chen didn't give them an explanation, they could truly accuse him of being a variant Heaven Caesar. What naming sense? A variant Heaven Caesar, truly well done. Long Chen cursed inside. Although he didn't know the full story behind this yet, he could guess the general circumstances. In truth, the Pill Tower wasn't planning on giving him any opportunity to hand over his secrets. After capturing him, they would forcibly take his secrets and then kill him. They would use his death to give a harsh lesson to those powers that supported him like the Heaven-Splitting Battle Sect, the Xuantian Dao Sect, and the Grand Sha Ancient Nation. Long Chen didn't know where the Pill Tower had received the news that he would be here so that they could lie in wait. They had clearly come prepared. As for that Bloodkill 9, he had clearly long since known about this arrangement, but had still come to assassinate him. However, he only had one chance. Having failed that one chance, he didn't have a second one. The Pill Tower wouldn't let others ruin their plans. So Bloodkill 9 didn't want to waste the effort, nor had he wanted to offend the Pill Tower. He left after just saying a few words. This counts as proof. Are you trying to make me laugh? Then as proof Long Chen isn't a Heaven Caesar. Every disciple of my Heaven-Splitting Battle Sect will testify, said the 7th boss disdainfully. You are insulting Pill Valley's prestige, roared Dan Sheng. He found that there was no way to talk reasonably with the 7th boss. Even relying on intimidation didn't have any effect. Don't think so highly of yourself. Who do you think you are? With me here, none of you can touch a single hair on Long Chen's head. Either scram, or let's fight. My blade hasn't tasted the blood of life star experts in a while. It's long since gotten thirsty. If you want to die, then come, shouted the 7th boss, stabbing his broadsword into the ground in front of him, battle intent soaring. Since you want to die so badly, we'll help you out. Dan Sheng coldly waved his hand, and the surrounding life star experts all moved forward. The atmosphere instantly became tense like a drawn bow. Haha, then we'll thank you for helping us out. Just at this moment, heaven-shaking laughter rang out from the sky. Chapter 1275 Deathbind. Heaven-shaking laughter rang out as 6 figures descended from the sky. They were shockingly the Heaven-Splitting Battle Sect's bosses. They had all gathered. What shocked everyone was that they had jumped from the top of the Blood Sovereign Seal's stone pillars. In other words, all this time, they had been hiding there. It was no wonder no one had sensed them. Their auras were completely covered by the Sovereign Blood Seal. Boss Bao stood at the front, leading the other bosses in standing in front of Long Chen's group of 3. Staring indifferently at the experts in front of him, he said, I am Boss Bao. I look forward to seeing how you help us out. Although the bosses were only at the peak of the soul transformation realm, they cultivated the Battle God's sacred canon. Their auras were extremely condensed, and their power was not weaker than any of these life star experts. The difference between them could be likened to a large wooden hammer and a small iron hammer. Although the iron hammer was smaller, it was harder. At least on the surface, the difference in combat power between them wasn't too vast. The heaven-splitting battle sect's experts were famed for how tough they were. They almost seemed suicidal. Fighting across realms for them was not strange at all. In truth, as soon as Long Chen's group of 3 had entered Devil Spirit Mountain, Boss Bao and the others had already arrived and hidden themselves on top of the stone pillars, quietly waiting for them to return. Who could possibly not feel apprehensive? This was Devil Spirit Mountain, one of the 7 great danger zones. It was famous as a land of death. The 7 of them had been hiding on the stone pillar the entire time, none of them saying a word. They hadn't been in the mood to speak, and each minute had passed by slowly. Then, they had sensed experts arrive and secretly seal the entrance to Devil Spirit Mountain, shocking them. But when they saw that the experts were from the ancient races in the Pill Tower, they were put at ease. Those people were Long Chen's enemies. They had clearly come after receiving news that Long Chen had been spotted here. They knew Long Chen best, and for them to come here meant that they felt Long Chen had some chance of coming back alive. And Long Chen really hadn't let down Dan Sheng. He had truly come out. But the Bloodkill Hall's assassin had been a surprise. Even Dan Sheng and the others hadn't sensed the assassin. Right in front of everyone's watching eyes, he had managed to sneak his way in and launch an assassination attempt on Long Chen. The Bloodkill Hall's concealment arts were truly unrivaled. If Long Chen didn't have the sharp senses of the 9-star hegemon body art, he really might have long since died. After failing his ambush, that assassin immediately retreated, bringing the first act to a close. Now a new act had started. Boss Bao's group of 7 peak soul transformation experts were facing 13 life star experts and over 50 soul transformation experts. And yet, the boss's expressions were completely calm. Battle intent was soaring out of them. Each one of the heaven-splitting battle sect's experts was warlike, and hot blood flowed within their veins. Standing there, they were like 7 mountains. Although they were soul transformation experts, their auras caused the life star experts' hearts to pound. The heaven-splitting battle sect's experts rarely interacted with the rest of the world, and no one wanted to provoke these madmen. Therefore, only a few people knew about their true power. Today, just seeing the bosses standing there, Dan Sheng and the others felt their hearts shaking. They didn't even need to start fighting for them to sense their power with their expert's intuition. It was no wonder that back in the golden age of the heaven-splitting battle sect, they had practically dominated the Central Plains. Even though they had declined to the point that their inheritance had almost been severed, they still possessed such power. As both sides silently faced each other, the atmosphere grew tense. A battle of experts on the life star level possessed the power to destroy heaven and earth. Consider this carefully. Protecting Long Chen is to become enemies with the world. You will have provoked every cultivator under the heavens, and your heaven-splitting battle sect will be instantly destroyed. I'd advise you, said Dan Sheng. He could already tell that this matter wasn't going to be as easy as he had thought. The heaven-splitting battle sect was actually this powerful. Originally, he had felt that bringing 13 life star experts to capture Long Chen had been overkill and people would laugh at him for it. But now that Boss Bao and the others were here, Dan Sheng felt regretful that he hadn't brought more people to suppress them with numbers and power. Stop farting. My heaven-splitting battle sect doesn't accept any threats. Whoever wants to destroy my heaven-splitting battle sect can come and try it. We'll see who destroys who. Boss Bao waved his hand, cutting off Dan Sheng's words. He disdainfully said, "Don't play such useless games with me. The men of the heaven-splitting battle sect never take that crap. If you don't want to accept it, then just fight. We'll see whose life is hardier. Also, there's no need to try that idiot trick of driving a wedge between us. Long Chen is one of the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples, but he is also a disciple of the heaven-splitting battle sect. If anyone dares to touch a hair on the heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples, the entire sect will go all out against you." Boss Bao's words completely blocked any other paths. There was no room for compromise now. Either scram, or fight. Fine, since you want to fight, I'll accompany you. To block me from carrying out Pill Valley's orders, there's no need for your heaven-splitting battle sect to exist any longer. Dan Sheng was ashen with rage. In truth, he didn't really want to fight. These experts had only been brought as a display of force, but Boss Bao didn't fall for that. Flames erupted from Dan Sheng's body. Those flames were a dark gold color, even incinerating heaven and earth. All the soul transformation experts on his side hastily fled. This was Dan Sheng's core flame. Even soul transformation experts were unable to resist it. A huge flame blade condensed in his hands. Runes revolved around it, causing the air to shake. It slashed toward Boss Bao. This attack could incinerate the heavens and boil seas. The air of the world ignited, making them all feel like they were about to suffocate. Dan Sheng's core flame was too terrifying. Long Chen, Bao Buping, and Chong Hao hastily fell back as well. Long Chen looked around and directly pulled the two of them to the stone pillar. That was definitely the safest place. Anyone who attacked them would also have their attacks strike the stone pillar. Attacking the stone pillar would provoke a counterattack from the Sovereign Blood Seal, and that was just suicide. When did this world start needing your Pill Valley to interfere? Do you really think that no one else knows your wild ambitions? Idiot. Boss Bao sneered and slashed his broadsword out. With an explosive sound, golden flames filled the sky. Boss Bao was devoured by those dark gold flames, but a barrier appeared around his body, blocking the flames. He wasn't the slightest bit injured. The battle god's protection. Weren't you supposed to have already lost this inheritance? Dan Sheng couldn't believe his eyes. Do you think the matters of my heaven-splitting battle sect have to be reported to your Pill Valley? Sneered Boss Bao. His broadsword shook, and scarlet light suddenly burst out of it. Boom. It was like a volcano had exploded from Boss Bao's broadsword. All of Devil Spirit Mountain quivered, and Dan Sheng felt a huge burst of energy sending him flying. Taste my kick. Dan Sheng had only just been blown back when Boss Bao appeared in front of him, sending a kick straight for Dan Sheng's face. This was an extremely humiliating attack, infuriating Dan Sheng. When would he have ever been insulted like this? Heaven Earth Flame Chain. Dan Sheng waved his hand, and a chain formed of flame runes wrapped around Boss Bao. This chain caused space to wildly twist. It was a terrifying attack, and being entangled by it would definitely be troublesome for Boss Bao. Boss Bao sensed a great danger from the chain. He hastily pulled back his foot, not touching the chain. He slashed out his broadsword at it. HMPH, naive. Bind. Dan Sheng sneered. With a one-handed seal, the chain seemed to come to life, becoming a wriggling serpent that dodged Boss Bao's slash. Suddenly, the chain exploded, transforming into thousands of tiny chains that wrapped around Boss Bao like a huge net. It happened too suddenly for Boss Bao to react. The chains tightly bound Boss Bao over and over until he became a huge cocoon. Everyone was shocked. In an instant, Boss Bao had fallen into desperate straits. Time for you to die. Deathbend. Dan Sheng smiled sinisterly. Still forming one-handed seals, those chains tightened, trying to crush Boss Bao. Boom. But those chains had only just started to tighten when they exploded. The flame runes shot out, revealing Boss Bao. A rune had appeared on Boss Bao's forehead, and his aura shook the void. He looked like an undefeatable battle god. You think this little trick is enough to kill me? Today, I'll let you see the true power of the heaven-splitting battle sect. Boss Bao sneered and shot into the air. His broadsword pointed at the sky. In that instant, a desolate aura gathered from every direction and pierced into the clouds. A huge sword appeared within heaven and earth. That energy froze the world as every drop of desolate aura in this place was sucked dry. Split the heavens 5. That huge sword splitting heaven and earth slashed down at Dan Sheng with a domineering will. Dan Sheng's expression sank and a harsh light shone in his eyes. He didn't dare to look down on the power of this sword. HMPH, don't think that only your heaven-splitting battle sect has secret inheritances. Dan Sheng rapidly formed hand seals. Seeing those hand seals, Long Chen's pupils shrank. At this moment, sacred chanting filled the air, sounding like the murmuring of gods. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.